Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, a disturbed RJ Choppy after his bathroom visit. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I want to know the names of everybody who was up here last night. Someone, and this was fresh, relatively fresh, because the toilet paper had not decomposed in the water to the point where you could tell it was 10 hours old or 20 hours old.
You were aging this thing.
I was aging this thing.
It's a crime scene. First 48. We need the first 24.
I always use the back stall. Why do I use the back stall? Because the front stall, the bigger one that I would normally use, the door doesn't shut.
It has a latch on it.
It barely closes. You gotta move it together to get it to close. It's off center. It's terrible. I use the back one, whatever. I go in the back stall, and there is poop smeared all over the seat. On the back, where that could happen, but on the side. On the right side, right by your right cheek. Whoever is the disgusting human who can't clean their butt without getting it smeared all over the seat up here. And I'm trying to figure out who was up here last night.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. Are we sure the Get Right wasn't up here? We're positive. After the Ranger game. They didn't start.
10 o'clock, once post-game ends, I doubt that.
Because the nosebleeds usually would come in after a Ranger game.
I can get the schedule real quick.
Get the schedule. So I'm trying to figure out, was it somebody from G-Bag?
Maybe it's the new guy, Peasley.
I know. I've known Peasley for 20 years. I don't know that Peasley is like that. Plus, I think he was at the game, right?
Yeah, I think home games he's
he's there.
He's out.
All right, so he's out. Who's running the board during the Ranger game?
All right, I got it. Alec Medford. Rangers won, so he's running the board.
Alec is so tiny, his butt would slide into the toilet. Okay. This has to be somebody whose butt is so big that it can't fit into the rim of the toilet.
Rigo's next. Do we know?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, well. He's been here for like 6 months.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Zach and Eric use the women's bathroom. They've said that.
Do they?
Yeah, because it's much cleaner. And I mean, there's no real. I mean, by the time G-Bag gets done, there's no women up here. So
Peyton going gender-specific bathrooms now. We can't. We can't use different ones.
Said men and women's outside the bathroom, I think.
Okay, so the investigation is on.
It's disgusting. I cleaned it up. It's just. I should.
You cleaned it?
Yeah, I used baby wipes. I cleaned it up.
Geez.
It's not a big deal. I wash my hands.
I'm not saying you're gross. I'm saying
I cleaned it. It's disgusting. You people are nasty. Nasty.
877-881-1053. If you were listening late last night, if you know who was lurking around these parts, hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. We will get to the Rangers evening the series against the Atlanta Braves, but I had the popcorn ready. I made sure everybody was out of the living room for the number 10 and the number 1 pick.
The second pick will be made by the Charlotte Hornets. And that means that the number 1 pick in the 2023 NBA draft goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
And that is a Spurs celebration in the background as they win the Wembanyama sweepstakes. Greg Popovich maybe isn't retiring so soon. He will now coach David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and Victor across 5 different decades. Big V is indeed coming to Texas. It's just not going to be here or the armpit.
No, it's not. It's not. But the Spurs get their hands on them. And for you, this is rigged, people. I'm sure the NBA thought, let's get...
Which you are one of them. You said, do we not think that the lottery's rigged?
Oh, I do think it's rigged for some teams to not get it sometimes, for sure. But the NBA's grand plan was, let's take one of the best prospects of the last 15 years.
No, the best prospect in the history of sports, Woj.
I'm sorry, Woj. The best in the history of sports. and let's put them in the bustling media market that is San Antonio. Okay, the NBA did not do that. If they were rigging this thing, they would have rigged it for, I don't know, a million other places.
Detroit?
He's the best.
Detroit falls to 5. Ouch.
Yeah, they would have found a different place. The NBA, the NBA does not care about the San Antonio media market. They would put them in Houston. If they put them in Houston, you can say, okay, rigged. Put them in Dallas, right, with the 10th pick. Okay, rigged.
Greg Popovich was quoted as saying, "We don't need any more luck. We've already gotten as much luck as anyone could hope for in the history of the NBA draft. We don't need any more." Bam! They win the Victor sweepstakes. The Dallas Mavericks fail to move up 16 out of 16. How is that possible? They've never moved up in the 16 possible times that they could, but they did secure number 10, and Nico Harrison there on set could breathe a sigh of relief.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Big sigh of relief. He's going to get a guy that will never play.
He's not going to draft anybody. That pick's getting traded.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's an asset. That's their asset.
An asset. Yeah.
That's their desperation asset to throw it into a deal.
Yeah, it is. It's a desperation asset. That's fine because the guy they're going to get is going to be better than whoever they would have gotten at number 10. His number 10 pick. I mean, it's you don't know what you're going to get. You could get Paul George. You could get somebody that'll never play. So it's good that they were able to get that asset and be able to use it on somebody.
Tolo reaction to it on Twitter. I was certain the league was going to screw us. They've never had luck in the lottery. Don't know why people thought that would change this year. Is there anyone worth it, though, at that spot? Use it as a trade piece. We really aren't good at drafting either. You guys know that they're not scouting anybody. They don't like to scout anyway. They're definitely not going to do any draft homework now. This is 100% predetermined. They get 10, but they don't get any better. Watch them still screw it up. Thank goodness. Take a breather. Mavs Nation. San Antonio, though, still gets Wemby. Luka gone in 2 years. No help coming. Yay. With the, what's the birthday thing?
That
blower.
The blower thing.
Yeah, the blower, like, yay. Whoop-de-doo. Yay,
Yep.
let's celebrate.
I don't know
But
what it's called.
better than going to New York. Better than going to the Knicks.
I mean, it is better than going to the Knicks. It would have been nice because it would have taught Mark a lesson. Don't tank. But it is definitely better than going to the Knicks.
And now we have to deal with Victor for the next 10, 15 years or however long he can walk, however long he stays healthy. So that's what happened last night with the NBA Draft Lottery. Game 1, Western Conference Finals, as the Joker put on an all-time show in the first quarter. We're going to get to that. The Rangers evening up things against the Atlanta Braves. We have another Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway to hook you up with. And we have NFL notes. Is Joe Burrow going to make Dak Prescott look bad? What is going on with Davante Adams calling out the Raiders? We got game 1 in the West and the Rangers surviving against the Braves. It's a Hump Day edition with Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
And RJ on your home for Rangers baseball as they even things up against the Atlanta Braves last night in Arlington. They win 7-4. So Hernandez comes in and we have a bounced hit by pitch. What is the rule on that? The ball hits the ground and then it hits the back leg of the batter.
I always thought that was a hit by pitch.
Okay. They were questioning, CJ Nitkowski is going to join us at 8 today. They were questioning whether the Rangers should have challenged that. I think it should be just a ball. The ball bounces and then hits you. I would think it should be a ball, but they counted it as a HBP, and then Atlanta. Well, it didn't start off like that. I'm sorry. It started off with Hernandez pissing off Ronald Acuna Jr. He had a fastball get away from him. It started running inside. It did not appear to be intentional, but it got Acuna off of his feet. He glared at Hernandez a little bit, and then he hit a freaking bomb to dead center while taking his sweet time, getting around the bases, kind of giving the "you're too small, little man" sign around third base. Everyone is now doing like the left arm injection, like the Lakers do when they hit threes. So he gave all that to Jonathan Hernandez and the Rangers. Then you had the hit by pitch, man on, and then a ball goes off the back of the glove of Adolis Garcia for a 2-run homer. Just like that. It's 6-4.
No one's dying.
But Jared Sandler's boy, Zeke, hits the 2-run, or he hit the upper deck shot.
Yes.
And the Rangers are able to win.
And he had just missed one.
Solo shot.
He had just missed one, the at-bat before that went right to the wall. And then he finally gets a hold of this one. Here you go. Rule 2.0. A ball is a pitch which has not entered the strike zone in flight and is not struck at by the batter. Part 2. The ball touches the ground and bounces through the strike zone. It is a ball. We know that. If such a pitch touches the batter, the ball becomes dead and he shall be awarded first base.
Okay, so it can bounce, hit him, and it's a hit by pitch.
Because if the batter can hit the ball after it bounces and it'd be legal, then it has to be also live at that point.
If you don't swing and it hits you.
Therefore, it's dead ball. Take your base.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but that was a really good game. It was a much needed pitcher performance that they got. Dane was pretty good out there. And then the Braves catch a little fire in the 8th, but too little, too late for that.
And now it looks like some help is coming tonight. 6:30 pregame, first pitch, 7 o'clock right here on the Fan. Bruce Bochy on the return of Corey Seager at short.
He went down and played some games. Got 5 innings and then DH in 7 innings. Pretty much checked all the boxes off as far as that. Now, when he comes in today, we're going to reevaluate him, see where he's at, and just make sure we're not pushing this too much. He'll do some he'll take some grounders, BP. A little running, and all goes well. As I said, possibly could be used off the bench, something like that. But more than likely, I'd say tomorrow would be more of the target date. We don't think that's quite ready, then we would have the extra day with the day off. So, but I think there's a good chance it could be tomorrow.
So now, as CJ Nitkowski was talking about on the broadcast, you got to figure out what to do with Zeke Durant when you have Corey Seager come back. So he's had a fantastic season as well. Adolis Garcia extends his MLB best RBI total to 44 with the 2-run shot, and Dane Dunning solid again, allowing 1 run over 6 innings in his 3rd start since DeGrom went on the injured list. So that's the Rangers getting back on the winning track. 26-16 is the record. Game 3 tonight, 6:30 pre, first pitch, 7 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. And then you had a basketball masterpiece taking place last night in Denver.
Jokic has it at the point. You got to shoot it. Does for 3. Got it at the horn! Right over Anthony Davis. And then Davis turns around and says something to Nikola Jokic. And Davis goes to the bench just laughing.
Yeah, it was that type of night for Denver and for the two-time MVP. Nuggets radio with the call as Denver hangs on. They survive a Lakers comeback in the fourth quarter. They're up 1-0 in the West.
If you're the Lakers, you got to win that game. You got 40 from Anthony Davis. You've got to win that game. You cannot lose when your biggest wild card scores 40. Anthony Davis might score 6 points tomorrow night.
They had not a lot of business being in this game. Like Denver dominated throughout. I just want every basketball and sports fan to realize and let it soak in what Jokic did in the first quarter of this game. It was a basketball masterpiece. It was a joy. It was a treat to watch. This guy by halftime had 19, 16, and 7 with 2 blocks, and it felt like he had 25 rebounds. Anytime he's so lethal. Just give him the basketball. His efficiency is through the roof. His intelligence is through the roof. His skill is through the roof. Anthony Davis played a hell of a game last night, and he was helpless. He was absolutely helpless against the powers of this dude. And I know this is going to sound a little weird. See if you agree, since he's won the MVP twice. I'm happy that this is going to be a national unveiling and a national showcase for everyone to look at this guy at the height of his powers and truly appreciate what he is. Because I'm not watching Denver basketball throughout the year.
No, that's the thing. He's like, outside of Mike Trout, is there a superstar? Who's the best player nobody ever watches in sports?
Yep.
It's either Joker, outside of Trout, because Trout's the best that nobody watches, and then Shohei. It's either Joker or Connor McDavid.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
I can't think of somebody else. There's nobody in the NFL.
No, because we all know everything that's going on.
Yeah, you watch every game.
Yeah.
Maybe Herbert, because they're playing on the West Coast and they're not always on TV.
Well, you got to be in the playoffs to be seen more.
There you go. That's the same thing with Trout. It's Trout's problem too. But it's Joker. It really is. Like, dude, nobody watches it.
It was special, dude. I don't know how much you were just watching Rangers, but I was just watching the beginning of this game, and it was crazy. It was insane with the passes and the runners and the 3-point shots. Anthony Davis, that look they were talking about on Denver radio, Anthony Davis just looked at him like, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? And Jokic just shrugs the shoulder and goes back, slumped on down to the bench with his wanky run. But LeBron, a little sloppy down the stretch, had 2 missed free throws. He had the game-tying 3 that he missed, and then he had a turnover that ended it. So that's game 1 in the West that goes to Denver. Game 1 in the Eastern Conference, with Vegas saying the Miami Heat have 0 shot, is going to be tonight at Boston. 877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line. Judge Watch continued yesterday. As cameras are now, that's going to be the new social media phenomenon. It's going to be the new thing with Aaron Judge. Everyone is going to do the side zoom-in camera.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to do it. They did it last night, and Aaron Judge hit a bomb to center field, as he was not happy that Mike Bassick and others were accusing him of cheating.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't happy. But I wish they just would have said, hey, look, we picked something up. We saw a sign. We picked it up.
What did you make of Mike going nuts yesterday in crosstalk, saying if Aaron Judge was picking up a sign from a coach in his dugout, then he needs to get his head taken off? That's like outside the code.
So,
because he was very passionate about it.
You know, it's like
very violent.
Here's the thing. This is you're allowed to steal signs. If the other team picks up your sign and they don't use cameras.
Yeah.
If they pick up your sign, then Mike has nothing to complain about.
Mike's take was it can only be done if Judge picks it up from the pitcher.
No.
That's what I was getting from him.
I don't know. Maybe he was saying that. I didn't take it like that. Because, I mean, you'll hear. I mean, I know guys who have played in the major league, Sean, who have said that throughout their entire time, if they pick up a sign, they'll say a phrase from the dugout that will, especially it happens more in college when there's less fans in the stands. But
how am I misunderstanding what Mike said?
I think he is talking about when
he's talking about throwing at Judge's head, taking his head off, that was coming from what?
If they stole signs, I think kind of the wrong way, the bogus way. But maybe he is saying
No,
that.
I don't think he was talking about electronically. I don't think he was talking about using any mechanic.
Right. And now it's still any
technology.
Yeah, I disagree with this take, but like it's still fair game. Like, I'll still throw at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll still throw at you. You're trying to steal this will teach you.
Yeah.
Hey, even if you know the signs, don't try to get them.
Right. But I have no problem as long as they're not using a camera, as long as they're not using a speaker. I have no problem if the Yankees coaches in the dugout are picking it up and it's getting relayed to Aaron Judge.
Right. Now, you could I heard some people on MLB Network talking about yesterday that, like sometimes you could peer at the first baseman and see where they're playing, which could tell you what is, what that could tip off something. I don't think that would be the case with Judge because they're not going to play him to bunt. They're not going to play him in. They're going to the first baseman is going to be playing about the same spot all the time for Aaron Judge. Maybe the right fielder moves, but that was the more likely thing is that he was looking at the first base coach that he had picked something up, and to me that's okay. If you're being lazy with your signs, or if somebody steals your signs and they don't do it like you're sitting there in center field binoculars, then I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. But the Blue Jays, they obviously felt that they were tipping pitches. They kind of figured, and Major League Baseball kind of figured out, hey, they were tipping pitches. The Yankees have had this happen to them. They, in the World Series, Andy Pettitte got rocked. He was tipping pitches against the Diamondbacks in Game 6. It happens. Like sometimes you start tipping pitches and it's over. And maybe they were. Maybe they picked up a sign and they looked down the first base line because the first base coach was making some kind of motion.
The Mavs stay at 10. So a victory for them last night. Should they keep or trade the pick? And Woj says that the best prospect in the history, not of basketball, the best prospect in the history of sports is coming to Texas. Next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877. ESPN studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mark Cuban with a minor victory last night as the Dallas Mavericks keep the pick at 10. Everything else that played out with the drama of the NBA draft lottery, including the San Antonio Spurs winning it all again. Good morning, Metroplex. Entire squad is here. Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ, and Bobby live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Mavs stick at 10. The Pistons fall to 5. The Armpit will pick at 4. Remember, it was Detroit, it was Houston, it was San Antonio who had the best odds. All even. By the way, they fix tanking to a degree. It's the 5th straight year the team with the worst record in the NBA does not get the number 1 pick. Fifth straight year. So the Detroit Pistons, you get number 5. Congratulations.
Yeah, they got screwed. That's big time screwed right there.
Portland, Dame is trending because they're saying, Dame is finally going to get some help. Although he said he was not down for a rebuild. Portland is going to pick at 3, and the Hornets are going to pick at number 2, with San Antonio getting number 1 for the first time since 1997. And of course, that was the big fundamental.
Yeah, they happened on the number 1 pick in some very advantageous seasons. Like, I don't think they've had the number 1 pick outside of that, like, ever in their history. And they happened on the 3 times they get Robinson, Duncan, and Wembanyama. Like, that
makes the Colts.
That's Coltsy.
It's way better than the Colts.
It's better than the Colts.
I mean, you get one more prospect. They got Peyton and they got Luck, and nothing after that. But maybe Richardson. But
who knows, right? But that was the number 1 pick.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Like, to happen on the number 1 pick when you've got, at least 2 generational players, and then a third potentially coming, if you believe Woj, that clown. Then maybe this could be great for them.
So
it could be terrible for us.
We had heard Brian Windhorst was on assignment. Like, we put in for Windhorst. Peyton will send him the text. He's the only one of these arrogant NBA insiders that responds. Woj doesn't. Pretty boy Shams doesn't.
He's too busy not picking up Kay Adams signs. God, did you see that the other day?
Which time?
I won't watch it anymore.
So
it's like 15 times. I thought Kay Adams had a boyfriend, but
she said, "I've never been to a Bulls game in Chicago," and he's like, "Really?" She goes, "No, I've never been to a Bulls game." And she's like, you should take me to a Bulls game." And he goes, "Yeah, I think I can get you tickets and you can go hang out at the game." And she's like, "Bro, no!" Like she was like, "That went way over your head."
No, if you've read any articles on him, he's
a loser.
He's a loser. He's like, I am 24/7.
Live to work. He's live to work guy.
I'm live to work guy. I cannot miss a story. The only recreational thing he'll play pickup hoops when he thinks like it's the dead time of the day when no news will happen. That's it. And he's married to it.
He stopped driving. He has drivers so that he can look at his phone when he's in the car.
I hate him. I just can't.
I hate all the NBA insiders, really.
Yeah, because I don't respect them.
Oh,
I don't respect any of them. They're all they get their stuff because somebody calls them.
Chris Mannix, we respect because he comes on.
Yeah.
And then Brian Windhorst, because he'll text back. He'll at least be kind.
I don't like Stein. He doesn't text RJ back for 4 or 5 years.
I used to have Stein on the show every week during Mavs. Oh, it was like every day during Mavs pregame.
That's why we
inside
can't have
the Mavs.
him on. That's
all
why
the
we
time.
can't have him on.
Every game.
So Windhorst, we were told, was on assignment. And I'm like, on assignment? And then, bam, 2:30 in the morning in Paris, there's Brian Windhorst flown out to France to do the Victor interview. And apparently, he didn't necessarily know that he was on.
Hello, Malika. It's 2:30 a.m. here in Paris. Victor, you found out a couple of moments ago you'll be following the footsteps of David Robinson, of Tim Duncan, great French players Boris Diaw and Tony Parker. What are your emotions right now?
Can't really describe them, it's just my heart's beating. I got everyone I love, everyone I know around me. It's a really special moment I'm going to remember for the rest of my life.
There's American fans and NBA fans across the world are still learning about you. What is the NBA? What are the San Antonio Spurs getting with Victor Wembanyama?
A team player. I'm going to make everything to win as many games as I can and I'm trying to win the ring ASAP, so be ready.
So the San Antonio Spurs were tied up in knots. I talked there.
Cut this off. You made me feel like Windhorst didn't realize he was on the air. Did I misread that? Did I mishear that?
No, you heard that the same way I heard that.
Yeah.
I thought the beginning was a little thrown off with the, but
I think he was just
He
making
knew
a
he was
point.
on. He knew he was on the air though.
Hello, Malika. It's 2:30 in the morning, and I'm here with Victor Wembanyama. Like, how does that say? How's that a hot mic? How is that a hot mic? Right? That doesn't make it sound like a hot mic to me.
No, it doesn't. It does not make it sound like a hot mic. So, all right. We're starting off smooth here. All right. So he knew he was on the air.
He knew he was on the air.
There's Victor. Woj definitely knew he was on the air because he said this not once but 5 times last night.
This is the most highly anticipated player to ever enter the NBA, and this is maybe not only the greatest prospect in the NBA's history, maybe the greatest prospect in the history of team sports.
What a clown.
What is he doing? We know that y'all we're watching the draft on y'all's network. Mike Greenberg kind of did the same stuff. Like, is ESPN that desperate to make up the money they're throwing at McAfee to hype this to this degree? He's not a more hype draft. Is he a more hype draft prospect than LeBron?
No. And that's the thing. They were about to play a Laker game. They were 10 minutes away from playing a Laker game. You know, Shaq was like a word too.
That's right.
Magic and Larry have something to say on this. Bryce Harper wants your input. And John Elway and Peyton Manning also would like to say, hey, hello, over here. You can make a point without sounding like an idiot.
Man.
Like, have you heard of Sidney Crosby? You heard of him? Connor Bedard is a bigger prospect than Victor Wembanyama. Okay? He is. Victor when I'm bomb out of the league, or whatever the hell his last name is. It's an insane take.
What did you think of what Woj had to say, Bobby?
Woj and Billis were both overselling. I don't know. They clearly want everybody to be super invested in it, but pretending like this is somehow the Michael Jordan, like who's Jordan, who's LeBron. The talk of the most hyped prospect of all time. There was an article a couple years back when Lonzo was coming out that called him potentially the most hyped prospect ever to come out. And I remember people saying, "Do you know who LeBron is?" This is just it's another hype train.
Zion.
Yeah, I don't think that you can be the most hyped here if you are playing in France. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you were playing high school American games or college here, then the hype would be even louder because we're all watching your games nonstop.
What's his nickname? They don't have a nickname. LeBron was already the king in high school.
Yeah. So
hyped. He's not the most hyped. Give me a break.
There's Woj saying that most hyped athlete ever.
Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods had a press conference out of Stanford.
Yep.
Hello world.
Yep.
Like he had what golfer has a press conference coming out of college that he is going to go to the PGA Tour, and then he wins the Masters like 11 months later.
Woj said a couple of general managers told him by year 3, Victor could be and will probably be the best offensive and the best defensive player in the NBA. Well, so I love reading these profiles on the insiders. That's how I got the Shams is a loser thing and only plays pickup hoops. And Woj, I've read to where he's gotten burned a few times and he's exposed himself because of the people he needs to make happy who are giving him information. So I'm like, he must be trying to get in with Victor's people nonstop. He must be trying to get in with them so that he owns the Wembanyama information when he comes on over to the league. That's the only explanation for this because you are spitting in the face of LeBron James.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Here's the thing. This is what Woj did last night. He made me root against this kid. He did. I will forever root against him because of Woj, what he said last night.
And then,
I just reject the hype. I hate hype.
And then Billis said, look, LeBron is the best high school player he's ever seen. When LeBron was coming out, he said he's better than Kobe right now, or definitely better than Kobe was. And if you had to choose LeBron at 18 or Victor right now, it'd basically be a toss-up. That's what he said with the LeBron. I mean, I'm not trying to be hindsight as 2020 guy. I felt like in the moment, I definitely viewed LeBron James as can't miss. I have more questions about Wembanyama. It's easy to say that now, but I mean, with LeBron, he was a man. I wasn't worried about him breaking down physically. He was fast. He was explosive. This dude is 7'4", but we'll see if he lasts. We'll see what happens. And LeBron, you could see, was a dog. This guy's from France.
Feels more like the hype that existed with Yao than LeBron. I mean, now it feels over the top.
Yao Ming hype.
Yao Ming.
Yao Ming hype.
This is a lunatic take.
There was a lot of Yao Ming hype. It's similar to that. It felt definitely like it ramped up. But last night, everything felt like it ramped up. The Woj lines about all of a sudden Brandon Miller is like the highest character player of all time, and teams and general managers think that's a big boost for him as his character. It's like, okay, you guys are laying it on thick for some sort of relationships here.
So Kevin Wildes off of FS1 tweeted, "Thank goodness the Mavs were not rewarded for tanking." And Mavs Hive came for him saying, "Oh, and this is kind of true. Oh, man, shame on the Mavs for tanking for 2 weeks. Meanwhile, all these other teams up here have tanked for the entire season and beyond." And I do think that is a little mental trick that gets played on us. Like the Mavs just blatantly did it with 2 star players, but these other teams tanked throughout the entire season. But people are saying, thank goodness the Mavs did not get rewarded.
I think tanking for the entire season is better than tanking for the last week.
Why?
Because you don't have a chance to make the postseason going in, right? You just know you're bad. You'd played 81 games. Why just sit the final one? You'd already played 81. Just play the other game. Try to get in and see if you give them the Miami Heat or the Lakers and you make the West Finals. Just see. That was my thing.
So now you have number 10, and McMahon and others are saying, expect for this to be traded. This is an asset, Bobby, that you wanted them to get.
I want them to use it.
Oh, you want them to take
I don't want
a
them
player.
to trade it. This is one of the deeper drafts in recent history. You need young assets. I don't want them to flip it for whoever, Draymond, like not Draymond, but you know what? It would be somebody like that. You're not getting anything super valuable with this, so I'd rather just take the chance. Jaden Hardy, Jalen Green, their last 2 evaluations of young players have played out fine. So take another one of these guys in a draft that's supposed to be pretty deep. Go get Cam Whitmore from Villanova. Go get Taylor Hendricks from UCF. Go do something with the pick.
Choppy, would you rather them keep it or trade it?
I mean, I guess the
Let me give you, I know what you're going to say. The level of player.
Yeah.
Let's say it's like a Zach LaVine.
Ooh, that's interesting. How old is he? I would think I would be inclined to. He's 28. It's not that old. I'd be inclined to take that. You get yourself a Jaren Jackson. Probably not going to happen,
right?
But you'd have to add pieces to it. But
yeah.
Someone of that ilk.
I meant that quality player.
Yeah, I would do that over.
I think I would too.
The chance that you get anybody at 10 is slim, man. Like that's like you're not. Look, you tell me the guy's gonna be Paul George, then sure, take 10 guy at 10. But
yeah, Bobby, when you look at the names combined with the Mavs draft history, you wouldn't rather give it up for more of a known. We ain't got Will McClay over here.
I mean, Luka, Brunson, Josh Green, Jaden Hardy. In recent years, you developed Dorian Finney-Smith. Like, I mean, I think that in recent years you've shown you can get more out of it. And this is supposed to be a draft where 10 is more similar to like 5 in other draft classes.
Listen,
these are your active 10th overall picks.
Yeah.
Paul George, Mikal Bridges, Brooke Lopez, CJ McCollum.
Good.
These are all good players.
Okay, that's where it ends. Zach Collins, Jalen Smith, Cam Reddish, Justice Winslow, Austin Rivers, Johnny Davis, Zaire Williams.
I mean, there's not bad players in there, but also, like, you got to look at it as...
Yeah, the second half of them are all bums.
But, I mean, this is the same argument Choppy made about pick 25 or whatever with the Cowboys. Was that he was saying we can't look at 25, we have to look at 26, 27 as well. You got to look at 11 and 12. 11 is Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Donovan Mitchell went 14. Like, there are guys who go
Yeah,
there.
you could get good guys at any of these spots, but, like, what is the likelihood in, you know, like, here's your active 9th overall picks. Jakob Poeltl, Gordon Hayward, Jeremy Sochan, Andre Drummond, Rui Hachimura, Davion Mitchell, Andre Iguodala, Frank Kaminsky, Dennis Smith, Kevin Knox, DJ Augustin. Like, it's, I don't know, man. I'm out.
I'm not feeling that excited about it. And how about this? Besides Luka, no Mavericks rookie has signed an extension since
The Mavericks rookie has signed an extension. Josh Howard.
Devin Harris 16 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
16 years ago, you haven't got the second contract.
And then they traded him about a week later.
877-881-1053. What do y'all want him to do? Let's set up a poll question for it. You want him to keep or trade the pick that they stick at with number 10? Someone says the Rangers have hit their ceiling, and is Joe Burrow about to make Dak Prescott look pretty bad? Next on The Fan. But let me get you set up with that home defense. It's DFW Security. So I was going out on the back patio when I got back home from Oklahoma, and I noticed
attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
The 1-2 hit off the end of the bat into deep right field. Acuna going back. He doesn't see the ball. And it doesn't matter because it's gone. Acuna had no idea where that ball was. That goes just over the yellow stripe. Didn't make it into the people. But we don't care. It's a home run for Adolis Garcia and a 3-1 Texas lead.
And the Rangers even up their series against the Braves last night on this radio station. Your home for Rangers baseball is always 105.3 The Fan. They get a quality start out of Dane Dunning. He's 4-0. He's now 4-0 with a 1.69 ERA. Old Clark Kent, man. Old Clark Kent there. If you look at his Instagram, you're like, this guy is a major league pitcher. And then he goes ahead and puts on the different glasses and goes out and deals. Adolis now has 44 runs batted in. That continues to lead Major League Baseball. Jonathan Hernandez was the latest bullpen victim. But then Spurs and Will Smith, the fresh pitch, comes in to secure the 7-4 lead. So that was how things went down last night. Bruce Bochy was on yesterday afternoon with KMC, and he was asked about the greatness of Adolis Garcia this year.
Yeah, with Dolly, he's a guy that wants to be up there, man. He thrives on it. He loves the crowd. He just seems to, have a nose for an RBI. I said this about an old back in 2012 that Detroit team. We played them in the World Series, and Ed Cabrera and all these good hitters there, and Fielder, and the best way to beat them is not let guys get in scoring position, because those hitters grew a foot taller then, and he's kind of that way for me. He just seems like he thrives on that, and so you need those guys that are even better hitters with men on base. I think he's one of those guys.
There's, by the way, still no timetable for DeGrom's return.
Of course not. Why would there be?
And speaking of throwing pitches, congrats to Brandon Hurtado. Man, talk about blowing up. Hurtado's Barbecue out there, sponsor of the station, threw out the first pitch on National Barbecue Day. So congratulations to a great dude with a great business. And then you want a heavyweight matchup? My Lord, tonight, Nathan Eovaldi against Spencer Strider.
Oh, Spencer.
Eovaldi has the career-long scoreless streak, 28 2/3. That's the longest active streak in the majors. He goes up against Strider, who is 4-1 with a 2.51. He has at least 10 strikeouts in 3 of his last 4 starts. We will preview that with CJ Nitkowski at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and Spencer's been good like all year. He's been good in years past too. This isn't like a one year kind of offshoot for him, but really good whip. He'll strike a lot of guys out. He's averaging 15 strikeouts per 9 innings, which is blowing the field away. It is blowing the field away in Major League Baseball. He's fantastic.
All right, Bobby, there are those that are saying the Rangers, this nice, this cute, looked upon as a little cute story, and then maybe they've hit their ceiling and they're not a real playoff contender yet.
Yeah, ESPN has done this unexpected contenders tiers where they just kind of look at these teams like Tampa and Baltimore and Texas, and they break it down, these answers, into like, here's how they've surprised us. This is why it could continue. They're not totally buying the Rangers yet. For all of this talk of, hey, look, they've been balanced offensively. They've shown all this really great pitching, even outside of DeGrom. The question of their predicted date of their last meaningful game. So are they true contenders? The predicted date from ESPN is September 22nd, which is well short of the end of the season. That means they expect them to be eliminated by mid to late September. They say
there's about a week left.
Are they going to early October?
Yeah, so they go still about 10 games.
That
left.
might seem harsh for a team already nearing a plus 100 run differential, but there are 2 things working against the Rangers with regard to the standings. The Astros, Mariners, and Angels might all hang around and it is totally conceivable for the AL East to produce 4 playoff teams this year. I still think the Astros are the best team in the AL West, and a division title might end up being Texas's only path to the postseason. Regardless, the Rangers' last 6 series will be against the Blue Jays, Guardians, Red Sox, Angels, and Mariners twice. That's a brutal way to end the season. It's a stretch of games that will probably make or break their year. So, despite the pitching being really strong throughout the rotation, with or without DeGrom, the fact that the offense has been, got off to a historic start, none of that matters 6 weeks into the season to ESPN.
The September 22nd game, that's the last meaningful game. There's only 9 games left. I would be thrilled if this team is in contention with 9 games left, if that's their last meaningful game. I would be absolutely thrilled. We gotta remember. Now, they play the second easiest schedule in the sport to the date right now. And we are far ahead of expectations. Far ahead of where this team should be.
I think people know by now we don't sugarcoat things. It probably would have been in our best interest over the last decade to kiss everyone's ass in town and pretend everyone's going to win the World Series like all the other shows do in the city. And we call it out when things are fluky. This offense is deep. This offense is dangerous with legitimacy in Garcia, in Seager, in Simeon, and the others. You think Zeke Durant's going to fall off? Fine. You think Jonah Heim's going to fall off? Fine. You still have danger in this lineup, and they're deep. And the pitching staff is scary when DeGrom is there, and deep as well with Nathan Eovaldi coming on like this. There's nothing to me that's fluky about them. Their bullpen is getting destroyed. That's obviously the Achilles heel. That's the hole. But all of this to me is real, man. And we've called it out when they've gotten off the hot starts. And we're like, okay, let's see what really happens. This isn't really legit. These are the problems. Nothing about this to me feels fake.
Yeah, typically, 30 games in, you can tell what you have in a team, and we are way past 30 games. This is a good baseball team. There's a lot of good teams in the American League that a lot of teams are going to win close to 90 games. That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to win about, I would say 88 to 92 games to make it in the postseason as a wild card team. If you win the division, then you don't need to do that. The Astros, they're quietly coming. They're quietly getting back on track, but they're still a couple games back. And I mean, look, they're going to be one of the 2 or 3 teams that are favorites to win the West. But man, if you get me to September 22nd, I mean, I am happier than a pig in slop with that. So happy with that, man.
Or someone in our bathroom.
Or someone in our bathroom who smeared poop all over the seat.
You should have left that in there for Bobby to see. He would have projectile vomited everywhere.
I would much rather be pooped on. I've washed my hands 6 times. I've used dish soap. I've used soft soap. I've sprayed them with this Lysol cleaner. It is disgusting. All right, and I don't know who did it. Are we sure the Get Right wasn't on last night? As I'm looking right at Kevin Gray. Okay, looking right at him. But I don't know who did this. If it's somebody down La Grande, I have a simple solution for it. Get off our floor. Okay, we were here first. Get off our floor.
Could it be a 6:30 leaving the station G-bag thing?
I would hope someone here after that needed to use the restroom and took care of that.
Who amongst the nosebleeds would be rude enough to leave it?
I didn't say nosebleeds. I was thinking.
Well, it's not Broadus. Broadus would never do that. Leave it.
The mess that Choppy's describing sounds like it would be a larger individial.
Yeah, but he wouldn't.
It's side and back. It's a booty, man.
But what he would clean. It's probably Chicoline.
He ain't up here. He never here.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He never here.
He walks in here all looks like he just came off a bender. Oh, well, you guys, da-da-da. I said, man, you come in here at 7 o'clock. Why are you coming in here acting all tired? Big celebrity down the hall there. Is that everything from the ESPN article calling out the Rangers?
Yeah. Calling out Texas specifically. They're much more glowing about, the prospects of Tampa and Baltimore, and there's a lot more positivity there, but I just think it's funny that you've got a team that's on pace for 100 wins right now, and you're already saying they're done.
Here's the categories. We knew they would be good, but not this good. Tampa. We knew they had breakout potential, but they've exceeded expectations. Baltimore, us, Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona's having a good season.
All that angst and they're actually pretty good. Boston, where the heck did this come from? Pittsburgh. So those are the different categories, and then we got power rankings that are out there as well.
Yeah, CBS. They dived into Major League Baseball. Rays are at 1. I don't think anyone's going to argue with that, even though they have played a very easy schedule.
And the Rangers' schedule has been soft overall.
Very. Yeah.
We should mention that
Major League Baseball shifted their schedule this year. So in past years, you played like about 19 games against your division, your own division, and then you would play like 6 against the other divisions in your league, and then like 3 or 4 against a rotating NL team, right? So the Rangers would play 19 games against A's, 19 against Seattle, 19 against the Angels, and 19 against Houston. Where the Red Sox would play 19 against New York, Tampa, Toronto, and Baltimore, right? So it was much more. What happened is like they were like, okay, the AL East is really, really good. They're going to beat themselves up. We got to spread this out a little bit more. And now the AL East is like destroying everybody, except that, the Rangers took 3 or 4 from the Yankees, but they're destroying everybody. They're on pace for 107 wins against each team against the rest of Major League Baseball. Like it's really, really striking what they are. But in terms of the schedule strength, the Rangers have the second easiest schedule to date right now. Angels have the easiest. They played a 467 schedule. Rangers 470. Twins, Mariners, Giants. Toughest schedules: Red Sox 1, Yankees 2, Tigers 3, Padres, and White Sox. Boston's played a 550 schedule. Like that's a 550 is 90-something wins.
And then in the power rankings?
They have the Rangers at 4th.
Ooh.
Rays, then Dodgers, Orioles coming in at 3, Rangers, Blue Jays, who were at the time 12-3 at home, now 12-5, Braves, Astros, Brewers, Yankees, Red Sox. All 5 AL East teams are in the top 10.
Did Pat McAfee just mess up his career? Jackson Mahomes is even worse than we all thought, if possible. And a second bullet has been fired at the morning show. Literally. Someone's trying to take us out. Next.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford location.
Headlines at 7 o'clock. We'll have another Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway when we chop it up at 7:20. Go commercial free. CJ Nitkowski coming up at 8. You're extra chipper today.
It's Wednesday. We're done with the only work day of the week.
Which is
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah. So nobody works on Monday.
Okay.
All right. Everybody's hungover from the weekend. All right. Tuesday, everybody works.
Yeah.
Today is Hump Day, right? So nobody works on Hump Day.
Hump Day?
Hump Day.
Yeah.
And then Thursday is almost the weekend.
Okay.
Right. Thursday is like the first official. Isn't Wednesday ladies' night too? Usually at bars, and then Thursday
Thursday's ladies' night.
Thursday is ladies' night. So Thursday, that's the official start of the weekend, and then Friday, of course, nobody actually works on Friday. So, look, all this stuff will be in my book.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also in your corporate file.
In Choppy's terms, it probably is. That's fine. At least I have a corporate file. My goal. Look, I have not stayed employed. This is no accident that I've been able to maintain employment for 12 years here. It's not an accident. So yeah, all this information will be available when I finally write my memoir, like Prince Harry.
All right. Good vibes.
Former Prince Harry.
Good vibes then.
Current Prince.
Good vibes now, not yesterday when I got home and reeled the trash cans in. This follows up on an incident I did not hear about. You first talked about when I was out last week. Your girlfriend's apartment window got a bullet just shot at?
Bullet right through it. There was so when we assumed this happened when we were in Mexico. There's a video that was posted of a shootout right outside her apartment complex.
Oh.
Yeah. So where she lives kind of like in like the Lancaster area of Fort Worth, South Main area, and right across the tracks there is it's not great there. All right. It's not a great area. There's part of the area has been like condemned. There's like these apartment buildings that have been condemned and shut down. And there's like an industrial area right there. And there's 35. Well, there's a guy that's sitting on his patio, which is kind of where she is, and he's filming this gunfire. And it's a lot of shots. And then all of a sudden it's
Whoa.
Like, okay, these are fully automatics. Like, either someone's got an automatic weapon or someone rigged a regular gun to become an automatic. And next thing you know, you hear like the bullets whiz by this guy's head and he runs into the apartment. We think one of those bullets found its way into and through her window because she found it last week. So we contacted, or we tried to figure out a way to get the Fort Worth Police Department involved with this.
Tried to figure out a way, just hit 911.
See, we didn't call 911. It's not an emergency. Non-emergency.
Okay.
Nobody's hurt. Non-emergency. So we called the non-emergency line. They directed us to online. And then, so on Thursday, we filled out this online stuff. And they finally got back to her yesterday.
Oh, good.
Yes. With an email.
Oh, not a phone call.
Not a phone call. With an email to call us between the hours of 8 and 5.
Yeah.
But first, we need more information from you. We need more information.
Well, I think you can safely assume. Like, I don't really know what you expect the police to say to you. This was the result of the shootout.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We expect them to say nothing.
And you found the bullet?
We have the bullet, yeah. So the bullet's still in the same spot. Hasn't been moved.
I'm sure it's a registered gun that we'll be able to track
Absolutely
down.
registered. Absolutely. There's no chance that. I mean, look, this dude could have gotten this gun anywhere.
Yeah.
3D printer.
Yeah.
Right. You can do that.
Sure. Yeah.
What's that? What's the Chinese Amazon? Could have done that one. The Alibaba. Could have gotten up there.
Yeah.
Could have gotten up. Maybe they sell them on Amazon. I don't know. Or maybe he could have bought it legally, or maybe he could have bought it illegally. You have no idea. I have no idea.
That's the first shots fired at the morning show. And then yesterday, I take my trash into the backyard, and I look up, and I'm like, that's a hole. That's a hole in my son's window.
Oh, that's where it was.
Upper portion of my boy's window, and I'm like, that has to be a bullet. So my first thing is, crap. Like, now my kid's got a draft in his room. Like, this is going to be a mosquito problem. That was the thought. That was my first thought, because I'm used to a random gunshot here and there in my area. I always tell people, no one's getting shot it's just some dumb punks who are firing their guns into the air. But I've never seen an incident report. I've never seen a police report in East Dallas. But we're moving in about a year anyway, but we're here until, I think this is part of the reason Gavin Dawson left our neighborhood. He definitely had a bullet ricochet off the outside of his bathroom window. It clearly nicked the brick. And I'm sitting here now, like the Choppy investigation, I'm looking for the bullet. I'm like, where's the bullet? Where's the evidence? And it did not break the second pane of the glass. So I need you gun experts at 877-881-1053. I don't have some steel industrial windows that are crazy. I'm getting Maverick windows to come out and replace this bad boy for sure. But I was saying to myself, wouldn't a bullet have gone through everything?
Yeah, there's no chance, especially like the way the hole was.
Yeah.
Like if you get something to like shatter the glass, it would spiderweb, right? But if it's so fast and so powerful like a bullet, you might just get a small little hole that pierces that doesn't spiderweb the entire glass. But there's no way it would have done that for one pane and then get stopped by the other unless you have some kind of...
22 from far away might only do that.
You think?
Yes.
So
just the one pane and not the other one?
From far away. I mean, people will literally laugh.
It would at least crack the other
People literally
glass.
will laugh at 22s and call them pea shooters.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, possibly.
So,
but you would have the bullet there.
I was trying to find like between the two panes of glass down in the down on the ground where the bullet is. I couldn't see it. I was just happy it didn't break the second pane of glass. I was like, could this be a rock? Amanda and I are trying to talk ourselves into someone throwing a stone or a rock or like something shooting off a car. What is that possible? A rock? You think? Is that definitely a bullet hole?
Is your front? Did you say the front door or back
This
window?
is side. Because here's
facing the wall, the barrier before the street.
Yeah.
It looked like a bullet hole.
It looked like a bullet hole. Because here's the possibility that it was something thrown at the house. We got some train tracks a little higher up, and sometimes you'll see a crackhead here and there, like go by. And I have had a crackhead years ago, like just randomly like pick up some rocks and start throwing them at the house. I run to my Jeep, start this, because you can drive up the track from the side, and then she came like running in the parking lot, like telling me to stop because I want to run this fool over, like right there on the train tracks.
Wow.
Because I saw him, and I didn't think it was gun worthy. I thought I may go to jail for that, so I just raced out to race up the tracks to find the crackhead that was throwing rocks at my house. So I'm like, could it have been another crackhead that threw some stones or some rocks at my house? But I am going to take solace. See, I'm used to the gunshots to the point of I'm viewing it as a minor victory. You and I, as long as people weren't shooting directly at us, that's a win.
That's a win.
That's a win. It was
we have very low expectations in society right now.
Very low expectations. It was a random shot. It was a random shot that
It was an accident.
It was an accident. It was gunfire. It was random gunfire. It wasn't intentional towards the morning show, but this is 2 bullets in 1 week in a matter of days. Shots fired at Sean and RJ.
All right, so we have some people in the glass business for over 28 years. Could have been a BB or a pellet gun. It also could have been a bird.
Oh.
A bird flying through it. Did you find a dead bird anywhere there?
I did not find a dead bird.
All right.
Would love to find a dead bird.
Dead bird would be good. Lawn care can throw a rock.
Throw? Oh,
Yeah,
you mean like shoot up?
Did you have the lawn cut?
Yeah.
Recently?
I did. Friday.
And
that could do it.
That could do it.
Oh, so I can tell the lawn people to replace it.
There you go.
I would, in fact, I would say you have video evidence that a rock got shot from their lawnmowers and broke it.
But then they're going to say, show me.
And then say, that's my private property. You didn't get to see it.
Almost every bullet would go through a house window.
Okay, good. It would have gone through both panes.
I imagine. Now, look, if Bobby's right, this thing is just like long range. Maybe a 22 only shatters one.
Yeah.
But still, like a pane of glass is nothing.
A 22 does the most, not to
bounces
get too
around.
specific,
It'll do the
it
most
literally
damage,
will
man.
do the most internal damage to somebody because it doesn't have enough power to break through the other side.
Sharif, you're more worried about the neighbor's music than you are the bullet hole. Yes, you're absolutely right. I was way more worried about the neighbor's music than the shots being fired at my home. I found a bullet in my pool. I know one went into my roof as the great John Ramsey came out and tried to patch that up. And then this will be the third. If it was, this would be the third shots fired. And That's part of the reason we'll be moving on out to follow Dawson again. I'm bringing the crime to Dawson again in Sunnyvale.
People say it could be Orlovsky throwing the rocks at you. He wouldn't have hit the window. He wouldn't have hit the window.
He would have run backwards on the train tracks.
He would not have hit the window. A slingshot. Could have been a slingshot.
Does anyone use slingshots anymore?
BB gun, pellet gun is getting some thought over here.
A lot of lawn guys. A lot of the lawn guy getting played too.
All right. What do you guys? So now, if there's an incident in Flower Mound in the next week, we'll know none of this was random.
I'm checking every window at my house. I'm gonna go check every window today. I'm gonna go check every window today. I was waiting.
Live Radio's getting desperate.
Yeah, they are. I had it. I almost went. I had it yesterday. I had it all set up. I was about to go full Karen mode on the HOA on the neighborhood Facebook page because some lady had her dog poop in my yard, and then left it. But then she came back. She didn't have any bags. She came back and picked it up. My neighbor sent me a photo. Some lady letting her dog.
Good gosh!
poop in my yard.
What Karen in your neighborhood is taking photos out the? Who had the camera ready to go?
She was outside, and she saw this happen.
Yeah.
And she sent the photo, but then said, "Nah." She went over. She had come back and cleaned it up. I was ready.
Sharif, did you check your DFW security? I did check the side cams. And it did have the lawn team there, but it's not going to show a rock like kicking up, and it doesn't go across the entire street on the other side. It's just got the side camera there. But I did check my DFW security, and I'm feeling like this may have happened when we were in Oklahoma because I didn't hear anything. But as long as there's no flies coming into the house from this hole, good to go. Maverick Windows will have me fixed up in no time. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. The Mavs hang on to number 10. Victor is going to San Antonio. Rangers win, but lose their pitching prospect to Tommy John. More Rangers bad luck, and Peyton Russell is supposedly the one who caused it. We'll explain with Hump Day headlines. Then a Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway next. But look, let me get you set.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The second pick will be made by the Charlotte Hornets. And that means that the number one pick in the 2023 NBA draft goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
Greg Popovich wins again. Robinson, Duncan, and now Victor. San Antonio wins the draft lottery last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Hump Day headlines with Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Did you feel good for Popovich in any way? Did you feel good that, okay, we're going to get at least Wembanyama in our state? Or was it freaking, I hate...
The hell do I care if he's in the state? I could give a rat's ass if he's in the state. I don't care about Houston or San Antonio.
We're going to see him in the division a lot. 15 times.
I did a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't care. The only time I care about Houston and San Antonio is when we're fighting California. All right, that's the only time I care about Houston and San Antonio. And by the way, when we fight California, I don't care about Austin.
Oh, wow.
That might as well be California. So
would this have made you sicker if you went to Houston or where he ended up?
Houston's a non-threat. They've never been a threat. They've always been just this overrated franchise. I mean, they don't even have two titles. They're fraudulent titles. They're not championships.
Ooh.
So Houston's always been a threat. The Spurs are a legitimate NBA team. Franchise, not a team right now. They're not a legitimate NBA anything right now. But they're a franchise. They're a legit franchise. So yeah, it's I'd be lying if I didn't say there's a little bit of fear. Oh, they're going to San Antonio. They typically know what to do. They're a little scared of that.
I'm tired of Pop getting breaks. I genuinely, my first thought last night was, well, I hope he busts now. That was my thought about Wembanyama. Just because the break of getting David Robinson delivered to you and then Tim Duncan delivered to you, and then you basically stumble upon, I know Spurs fans would say, oh no, it's evaluation, but you basically stumble upon Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili. You get Kawhi Leonard in the middle of the first round, and then they screw that up. Like, they deserve some bad luck here finally. So I hope Wembanyama is Michael Olowokandi.
The Mavs stick at number 10. So they're going to keep the pick. Insiders are saying expect them to move it, expect them to trade it. Bobby put up the poll question at BobbyBeltTX. Should they keep or trade the 10th overall pick? 58% say trade it, like me and Choppy. 42% say keep it, like Bobby.
Yeah, you need young talent. Like, I don't want to flip this pick for just some random contributor that's not going to work out and going to cost you a lot of money.
You need now talent. Otherwise, 77 is out of here, and Kyrie may already be out of here.
This is a draft where you can get now talent at 10. This is the 10th pick in this draft is like the 5th in another year.
Someone needs to be capable of winning Rookie of the Year, be in the top 3 in the first 2 seasons. So I'm happy here. To keep, exactly, Peyton, to keep that guy happy here. To keep him happy here, and that's probably, the odds say that's probably not going to happen.
It's not as likely as being in the top 3, obviously, but you are in a better spot. Picking in 10 this year is better than picking 10 most years. And that's why it was valuable to try and get the pick. But I mean, yeah, they will. They'll trade that pick. They'll get Tyler Hero or somebody for it, and they'll win 45 games next year.
I mean, I would take the player. I'm assuming, like, let's just say it is a Zach LaVine. Go get him. The chances that the guy at 10 turns into Zach LaVine is probably 2%. It's probably a very small chance.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be good. You have no idea. But he could be an absolute bust. And that's the risk you take.
So that was before Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Once Game 1 started, this guy had all of Twitter saying, take that trophy back from Joel Embiid. Yank that bad boy back and give it to the rightful owner.
3 seconds left to go in Denver. There's the horn. Ball Arena crowd to its feet. The Denver Nuggets take game number 1 of the Western Conference Finals behind another triple-double from Nikola Jokic. The final tonight from Denver, 132-126.
Talked about this with Choppy to start off the show. Bobby, your impressions of what Joker did and Denver did last night. As you said, the Nuggets would make quick work of the Lakers. RJ and I picked the Lakers in 6, Denver up 1-0.
I mean, a dominant performance for most of the night. Lakers go on that 17-3 run or whatever it was to close the gap. But, I mean, I think that you can see pretty clearly who the better basketball team is. It's Denver. And, look, if Jamal Murray's going to be sinking shots like he was last night, there's no chance for LA in this one. But I got to say, 129-126. You've cut it to 3. Anthony Davis gets that rebound with a minute left. Why is LeBron settling for a 3-point jump shot with Jamal Murray in front of him? He can run right by Jamal Murray, get a layup. It's a 1-point game.
I'm feeling good if I'm the Lakers. I felt like Denver hit a lot of lucky shots, end of the shot clock eves, and every big shot seemed to go in. The Lakers changed things up defensively. They feel good about that. They put Rui Hachimura on Joker, kind of like that Dirk defense against the Warriors years ago. Get a smaller guy under him, and then they want Anthony Davis to roam in the paint because Joker just had his way. The Lakers were doubling throughout the entire game, and they were getting torched by Denver. Anthony Davis had 40 and 10. That makes you feel good. But what this guy did in the first quarter and throughout this game, it was artistry. It was a basketball masterpiece. 34, 21, and 14 assists.
Ooh,
he makes it look so easy. He's so skilled. He is so composed. It's a treat to watch him. It really is.
He was 8, 12, and 5 at the end of the first quarter. I mean, he was absolutely incredible. But as Choppy said, people only work on Tuesday. Anthony Davis takes that literally. You got your Tuesday.
Right.
Tuesday performance out of Anthony Davis. As Sean has pointed out, he's an every other game performer. So game 2, you're not going to get anything from Anthony Davis. Likely going to go down 2-0.
Yeah, the Lakers should absolutely be upset they did not win this game. You cannot lose a game when Anthony Davis scores 40. You just can't. Because you never know when you're going to
get... They were down by 20 throughout. You can't be upset. You can't expect to win it. You were down double digits throughout the whole game, though.
But you could be upset that you were down double digits the whole game. When you have a guy who you can never rely on put up 40 points, you have to find a way to win that game.
Which should tell you how unevenly matched these two teams are. Anthony Davis puts up 40. LeBron plays well overall. Austin Reeves hits a bunch of shots late. They couldn't stay on the court with Denver.
You're sounding very confident.
I am. I said 5 games.
We shall see. By the way, Doc Rivers gets the axe. RJ texted us that after the show, he is out in filthy.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know where there's going to be a musical chairs thing that happens here with all these coaches, with him and Nurse and Budenholzer and Monty Williams. And I think all 4 of them go to one of the other 3 fired coaches' teams. I think all 4 of them find a way to. They're all going to stay within those 4 teams. They're all going to get hired here in the next couple of weeks. But I'm stunned. I'm not stunned. I'm stunned that Doc Rivers has made it this long with the track record that he has, where all this guy does is lose playoff series. That's all he does. That's it. He'll have a lead in every series, and then he'll wind up blowing it. That's not his fault, okay? It's his gutless center's fault. That's what it is. It's Joel Embiid's fault and James Harden's fault, but that's what happens when you surround yourself, when you're a gutless coach, and you surround yourself with gutless players.
Philly joins Milwaukee, Phoenix, Toronto, and Detroit as teams looking for head coach openings. That's a lot of teams.
Yeah, that's a lot. And we said this last week. Since 2019, there are 4 coaches still with their teams. Pop, Spoelstra, Kerr, and Michael Malone. That's it.
James Harden was asked about his relationship with Doc. He said, our relationship is okay. I don't know whether that was our relationship is okay or that was our relationship is okay. I don't know the way he said it. There are rumors that he wants to return to Houston. What a loser. What a loser. Rumors of returning to Houston. And yesterday, the Phoenix Suns rumors started picking up for Harden to rejoin Kevin Durant.
Who wants James Harden after a collapse in Philadelphia where that man, I don't know if you guys saw this or realized this. How many points did he score in the fourth quarter of games 5, 6, and 7?
I didn't see.
0.
In the fourth?
He scored 0 fourth quarter points in the final 3 games of that series.
No.
That dude was awful down the stretch for them.
Wow. That's stunning.
He won 2 games for them in the series, but
you have to be throwing the series, I feel like, almost.
He does it every postseason.
Yeah.
He does it every postseason.
He's
So
not a postseason player.
Doc Rivers is out. Spurs get the number 1 pick. Mavs stay at 10. Rangers get even with the Braves on this station.
2, and here it is. A high drive, well hit to deep left. Pilar going back, and that one's gone. Up into the second deck. 3 rows into the second deck for Ezekiel Duran. His 6th home run of the year. The Rangers get one here in the bottom of the 8th and lead it 7-4.
They needed that after the Braves started coming back against Jonathan Hernandez and the Rangers bullpen. Dane Dunning gets another win. Adolis Garcia gets more RBIs. Zeke Duran makes an argument for more playing time, and the Rangers are supposed to get Corey Seager back tonight with a heavyweight pitching matchup that we will preview with CJ Nitkowski live at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than this matchup. Well, I mean, it could get better than this matchup. You could have like DeGrom and Cole. But whatever. This is still a really, really good matchup that they're going to get with Eovaldi and Strider. This game will be a 98-minute game. This is going to fly by. Actually, be a little bit longer because both guys are high strikeout guys, but still, we are going to fly through this game. I cannot wait to see this. Get ready. I don't know what the under is. Take it.
Bobby, why don't you set up how Peyton may have jinxed Kumar Rocker?
Yeah.
So Peyton yesterday, we've talked a lot recently on the air about Kumar Rocker and about the idea of, hey, maybe he's somebody that you try to fast track, get ready for the back end of the bullpen for September or something like that. Like maybe that's an option. Maybe it's something to evaluate because he had been pitching really, really well at High A Hickory this year. So Peyton sends a text yesterday that says Kumar Rocker has been added to MLB Pipeline's top 100 prospects because he's pitched that well. He was already a high upside player, showing some stuff. That's really great. That's really encouraging. I text back in our group message. I say, Rocker's been killing it at High A Hickory. Peyton texts back and says something like, who needs any other pitching? We got arms that will last, is the phrase he used. And literally 5 minutes later, Evan Grant tweets that Kumar Rocker tore his UCL or whatever, and he needs Tommy John surgery. Wow. Which is the very opposite of an arm that will last.
It is. Well, it is, but it's rite of passage, right? They say.
I guess.
Get Tommy John surgery is a rite of passage.
In this organization, for sure.
Man, does it ever. This team, they have the market corner. No wonder one of the premier surgeons in sports is right here. No wonder that he works for the team. Because all this team does is get their players hurt.
Yeah, not very encouraging. Doesn't give you a good, warm, fuzzy feeling.
I mean, forget this year. Like, you forget next year, too. Like, you're not going to – he's not going to start his season in June. He'll probably go back to High A. They're not going to promote him coming off Tommy John. They're going to bring him along slowly, as they should. So he ain't going to be here. I mean, maybe he gets a September call-up next year, or they don't even do that anymore, really. Maybe he gets a late season. Who knows? But
headlines on a hump day to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we have a Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway. We're going to chop it up, and I want the Cowboys to go sign a star running back as someone is predicting that Zeke is coming back. All of that in the Expressway on the home of America's team next. But first, let me get you set up with the Tolo.
Let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, it is time for the Expressway. We are commercial free for the rest of the hour. CJ Nitkowski will talk about your awesome Rangers at 8 o'clock. We have a Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway at some point in time this hour for you. Turning it on, leaving it on. But let's go inside the star real quick. How bad is this going to make Dak Prescott look that Joe Burrow came out and ticked off RJ Choppy by commenting on his contract extension? And he's...
What would it be, his fifth year? Sixth? Yeah.
And Joe's going down. I knew he reminded me of Tom Brady coming out of LSU.
A loser.
And now he is taking less. That's the way it sounds right now. When you have other guys on the team that need to be paid, that's always on your mind, Burrow said. You want that to be a focal point. So we're working to make that happen. You have to have good players. It doesn't matter how good your quarterback is. If you don't have good players around him, you're not going to be a very good team. That is the greatness of the selfless Joe Burrow, as a bunch of these quarterbacks are about to get re-upped and paid, including number 4 around here.
Not impressed. Now, look, is this going to do great things for his legacy? Sure. Cool. Real cool, man. You know, here's what I don't want. I never want to hear a single NFL player complain about guaranteed contracts. Ever. Don't want to hear it. Next time somebody brings that up, I'm plugging my ears. Because the only way that happens is if you get the guys at the top to sell out for guaranteed money. That's it. And it's not going to be Kirk Cousins and his cute little 3-year deal or Deshaun Watson holding a team like the Browns who have never been to a Super Bowl hostage. You've got to have it with Burrow, with Herbert, with Allen, with Mahomes. And so far, 0 for 1, 0 for 2, 0 for 3, soon to be 0 for 4, because these guys are clowns, because they've got it in their head that, we gotta do this for the good of the team. All right? Stick it. All right? You should be selling out for a guaranteed contract. And I never want to hear anybody. I don't want to hear Richard Sherman complain about guaranteed contracts back in his day. I don't want to hear a single player care about guaranteed contracts if the guys at the top won't fight for it.
Will this put more pressure on your boy to be a little giving at the negotiating table, Bobby, after he already got his $40 million?
No, let's see what the reality of the deal is. He can say whatever he wants. I mean, Dak said similar things leading up to it. We'll see what the reality of the deal is.
And didn't execute it.
I mean, it's what? It's the 10th richest contract in the NFL
now
right now. Exactly, because it's cyclical.
What mattered was at the time what you took, not the way it looks right now.
What did it cost him? What cost him more than anything was Zeke. Zeke didn't look out for anybody. Zeke set the market, and it went back from him. Okay. Zeke's contract was more damaging than anybody else's was. Zeke wouldn't come off the field with an injury, and his half speed. If you want to talk about something that set this organization back, it was Zeke, and it was hiring Mike McCarthy right before COVID. That's what set your organization back, if anything.
So we will see what Dak Prescott does with the next extension. If he gives the Cowboys any bit of a break to keep that talent around him that he definitely needs. I've made up my mind that I want a big-time running back to be signed. I want Dalvin Cook.
Here?
I want Dalvin Cook here. Now, it's going to depend on the money.
Just bring Zeke back.
It's going to depend on the money. Bill Barnwell.
I'm just messing with you.
Bill Barnwell with his list of predictions that are going to happen. But look, Dalvin Cook is about to get cut in Minnesota. They took him off their Twitter profile picture. And he is about to be available. He's 27 years old. I still think you need another back with Pollard. And I still think Dalvin Cook has way more left in the tank than Zeke. I would love to see that combination here, depending on the price. Can't get too crazy, can't get too nuts, but I am officially interested in Dalvin Cook joining up with Tony Pollard.
I think they would be, if like you say, the price is right. I don't know what it is with Barnwell and Zeke. I don't know what's going on there. But this all off season, the just infatuation he has with Zeke is bizarre and it's totally counter to everything Barnwell. Barnwell talked earlier this year about Zeke and what he contributed to the Cowboys. He later on named their biggest loss this offseason as Zeke. And it's like, dude, yes, he did. He called them their biggest loss, and he said their biggest mistake was not replacing Zeke. Like, he's had this weird love affair with Zeke that makes me question a lot.
It is counter to a lot of the things he believes because he is. I mean, I wouldn't say he's analytical, but he's fairly analytical.
Yeah. More of a numbersy guy.
Yeah, and I wonder if there is a, sometimes like somebody will devalue to the point where they're now undervalued.
Not that player though.
But I don't think Zeke is there. I don't think that's Zeke. You'll see it. Some guys ascend to the point where they're not overvalued, and then you gotta reset the market. I don't feel that way. Now, if you could be Zeke on a veteran minimum, where he's a short yardage like goal line back, I think you can find some value there.
Number one fit for Dalvin Cook, according to CBSSports.com. Detroit? No. Detroit can't add any more running backs. It is the Dallas Cowboys. Okay, quote, this doesn't make the most sense given they're already paying Tony Pollard $10 million this year. They also picked running back Deuce Vaughn in the 6th round to help complement Pollard and veteran starters Malik Davis and Ronald Jones. Now that we've covered reality, let's take a visit to Jerry World. Everyone knows Jerry loves to make splashy moves. Again, an old, outdated sentiment. Headlines aside, the move does make sense. They would definitely benefit from having a player of his caliber alongside Pollard, and he would be insurance in case Pollard leaves after the 2023 season. Chicago Bears 2, Arizona 3, Chargers 4, San Francisco 5 for Dalvin Cook landing spots. What else did Barnwell predict would happen? And what else did he have to say about Zeke returning here?
All right, so here's what he said about Cowboys re-signing Zeke. They could not justify paying him $11 million. They cut him. There's a logical fit for him on the roster, though. Pollard's back on the franchise tag. The only moves they made to replace him was sign Ronald Jones and use a 6 on Deuce Vaughn. Jones has won back-to-back Super Bowls with the Bucs and Chiefs, but has a $300,000 guarantee in his deal. He might not even make the week 1 roster. You buy that?
No, I don't.
You think he makes it?
It's possible, but I don't think it is. Archer told us a couple weeks ago they like Ronald Jones more than we realized.
Elliott's market hasn't developed. Hinted through the media that he'd like to sign with the Bengals, Eagles, or Jets by the end of March, but all three teams decided to pass on bringing in the 3-time Pro Bowler. Bengals could still consider him if they decide to move on from Mixon, but it's clear he isn't seen as a priority signing around the league at the moment for a Cowboys team that already had plenty of hesitation about featuring Pollard for 30 snaps per game. Bringing back Elliott on a cheaper deal provides security at one of the team's thinnest spots. Pollard's still recovering from a fractured left fibula, so the Cowboys don't want to rush him back in the lineup in September. His ability to pass, protect, and run effectively between the tackles would be a plus for McCarthy. If he's not going to land a deal for more than $5 million somewhere else, why not stay home in Dallas? If they sign him for $5 million a year, I don't know. I don't know. I have nothing to say.
What's his relationship with Rocky Arsenault? That's my question now.
Barnwell,
Zeke's agent.
The agent.
Yep. Something that this doesn't add up. This is not the way Bardwell talks about the running back position.
All right, let's get. And what do you think Dalvin will get?
I would pay Dalvin $5 million way before I'd pay Zeke $5 million.
Oh yeah, but would you pay Dalvin $5, RJ, or no?
No.
I think based off the market, Dalvin should probably get 3 to 4 annually.
Yeah, that's fine. 3 to 4. I just they're already. I mean, you're going to sit there. You're going to contribute 15 to 16 million to the running back position because you're already paying Pollard 10.
They would.
High. Yeah, they would. They would love it.
Especially since McCarthy wants to run the ball a little bit more. What about the injuries for Dalvin? 2018 on 11 games, 14, 14, 13. Last year, 17 games, 1173 on the ground, 8 rushing touchdowns. He did just have a shoulder surgery, and he's basically around 40 catches a year. So I am in on a cheap Dalvin Cook on the Cowboys. Before we chop it up and give you Smashing Pumpkins tickets for being a Tolo, Jackson Mahomes update with some more details on everybody's most hated villain.
This guy's a bigger jerk than I imagined. All right. There are details of Jackson Mahomes. So remember, back in March, Mahomes grabbed a restaurant owner by the throat and forcibly kissed her. Okay. Which brought apart this lawsuit now where he is being charged with assault accusations. So Johnson County District Judge ordered the release of a redacted copy of the police affidavit, which states he grabbed her by the throat, forced her head back, kissed her, put his tongue in her mouth 3 times without her consent, and then told her not to tell anybody. Vaughn, or Aspen Vaughn is her name, she's the owner of the restaurant, told police that he told her he needed to speak with her in her office located on the lower level of the restaurant. He closed the door when they were inside, grabbed her by the throat, and did all those acts, and then did it 2 more times, just seconds apart. When he left the office, she showed 2 servers whom she claimed did not hear her when she called out for help, showed them her neck, which had fresh signs of injury, according to the affidavit. At one point, he returned to her office, explaining what he could do for her business, which noted that he had a large social media following. He was angry when he and his group of friends were eventually told to leave the restaurant. A waiter, who said he didn't want to be identified, said that he had gone to the office on the lower level to get his water bottle. He entered the code and was barely through the door when Jackson pushed his chest and told him not to come in, which states the waiter then told him he was an employee. That's when Jackson pushed the waiter a second time, told him to get out. Jackson later attempted to apologize, but told the waiter that he should not have to tell him twice to leave a room, and that if he is in the room in the restaurant, that room is off limits. That is the sentence of all sentences right there. That Jackson Mahomes, who has done nothing in his life, said to some other human being that if I'm in the room, this room is off limits. I rarely hope for someone to catch hands, okay? But I hope somebody just absolutely beats the crap out of Jackson Mahomes. A loser.
I wonder if Pat forks over the legal fees. Poor Pat. Poor Patrick dealing with this.
Man, I mean, he may not need to. Jackson Mahomes does make a decent amount of money off of his social media stuff, I think.
Oh.
But I mean, look, he's big enough, obviously, that he gets his own rooms that people aren't allowed to enter at restaurants. But I mean, I didn't realize that was actually what spurred the police response, was him pushing the waiter. That's what they got called to the restaurant for, and then the owner told them about what had happened.
Yeah, because her reaction on the video, it wasn't like outrage and a violent pushback. That doesn't mean that she can't press charges or what he did was not illegal, because you may not want to react outrageously because maybe that forces more aggression from Jackson, but he definitely forcibly kissed her. He came up from behind and kissed her multiple times, and now he may be getting his as the entire world hopes for. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
So many opportunities here to get some laughs in. Let's do it. You want to do loud, unruly relation neighbors? Would you like to do emotional blackmail or Bud Light?
Let's just go for it. Let's go for the Bud Light.
Bud Light, baby.
How many times, by the way, have you, I know Kevin Hagelin will be proud that we're talking about it. How many times have you gone into that store, that liquor store now, and walked by? I've done it like 2 or 3 times since this story broke, and I check out the aisle. I look at the aisle. I want to see how many are left, and I want to see if anyone in the store is holding a case.
Yeah, I've noticed. I've been sent several photos, but I've noticed every time I walk in, like a grocery store or something, there's a lot of Bud Light on the shelf, and there's not a lot of Coors and Miller. And
this is insane.
It really is, man.
This is insane.
So Bud Light sales continue to drop. They dropped another 24% last week.
And we had Coors Light and, well, started off with Dos Equis, Coors Light, and then we had a couple join us in Broken Bow, and Bud Light was there as well.
Oh, they brought Bud Light?
I almost took a picture of it just to post it, but I was like, why create headaches for myself on vacation, showing off the Bud Light bottles?
Bud Light is not even attempting to hide their desperation at this point, okay? Their sales have dropped 24% again last week.
24%?
And this isn't just in the South. Literally every region of the country, the sales are down. Every region. There is not a city, a state, or a region where they are up. Not a single one. A single one. Doesn't matter what city it is. New York, Boston, doesn't anywhere.
California?
No, because Bud Light has angered. They've really done the amazing. They've angered like both extreme sides. They've angered the far right with the Dylan Mulvaney campaign, which wasn't a campaign at all.
Could you reset that whole thing for us? No. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Then they angered the super far left by backing away from the campaign that they never really had.
Yep.
So
didn't stay dug in.
They should have picked one side and just dug in. They at least would have had that. But they did nothing. So they're getting desperate. And summer drinking season is here. Summer drinking season, as you know, is the most attractive alcohol season there is.
Yeah.
Pools, cookouts, barbecues, whatever.
And Bud Light was number 1 in sales.
Bud Light was number 1. And Bud Light
was a $4 billion or something.
They never even advertised. Bud Light had like a $10 million advertising budget last year. $10 million. That's it. Like they saved all their money for the Super Bowl. They never advertised. They don't need to.
They were
Bud Light.
1.
They were number 1 by doing absolutely nothing.
Wow.
And now they're like, oh, well, we need to come up with an ad campaign. Bud Light hasn't had an ad campaign in 20 years. The Bud Bowl was probably the last one they had that they came up with. Wow. They don't have ad campaigns. They just show photos of their beer. Well, they're trying to gear for Memorial Day, which is the official start of summer. So how are they doing this? Well, they are redesigning the bottle, Sean Sharif.
Oh.
Rainbow?
Camo.
Oh my gosh. Rainbow? Camo. They're going camo.
They're going camo. They're not even trying to hide this, okay? They're going. So there's a program called Folds of Honor, which is like a military program. Obviously, they fold the flag when a military veteran or servicemen, women die. They fold Folds of Honor, right? So they're gonna have the Folds of Honor logo all over their Bud Light can. They're gonna have it in camouflage. It's not gonna be forever. It's gonna be for the summer, basically. They're also discounting the beer heavily.
That's what I'm waiting for. Give me the cheap buy. Let me swoop in.
Yeah. So they also own Michelob Ultra, and that's seeing a decline in sales. So what they did for Mother's Day is they were giving away shirts, Ultra Mom. Right? You're an Ultra Mom.
Merchandise.
So they're trying to give away things within this redesign. They're also going to invest heavily in sports marketing and try to repair the image. But what I saw yesterday was like, so many people were like avid Bud Light drinkers that said, we just want you to the people at the far right, they just want you to apologize. Apologize for going down this road. That's it. That's all they want. They just want you to acknowledge we made a mistake. But again, on the flip side, this was never a campaign. It was a single can to this. They never sold it.
And the apology would basically be, we apologize for praising transgender people.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's really what it, unless I'm missing something, we apologize for acknowledging transgender people as individuals who can also get a special commemorative bottle. And then if you do that, you're going to have the backlash from the other side.
You are. I will say this. What is the perception of a Bud Light beer drinker?
You tell me.
I mean, it's...
I'm not answering that.
I was going to say...
I didn't know we had perceptions. I didn't know there was a Coors Light perception.
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't know there was
absolutely.
a Miller Light perception? I have one stereotype for a beer drinker that I know of. Natty Light drinkers are poor college kids who need to buy cheap beer in bulk. That's the only stereotype I have known in terms of beer drinkers.
No, there's a much more... The line is drawn in the sand, Sean. There's a line in the sand.
What is it about Bud Light that applies to people wearing camouflage?
I don't say it necessarily applies to people wearing camouflage, but I will say my perception. This is just a 10,000-foot view. Now, I'm a Corona drinker, so I stay out of this.
Oh, okay.
I love Corona.
And Coors.
And Coors Light. But typically, my perception is Bud Light, Miller Light, Coors Light on the right, craft beer on the left. If you drink a craft beer, I don't need to know what political party you affiliate with. I already know. If you drink a craft beer or a dark beer, I already know.
Corey Majors? Left.
Absolutely on the left.
Got to be on the left.
Absolutely on the left.
All right.
If you drink a Coors Light, Miller Light, just a good American beer,
yeah,
on the right. If you drink a craft beer, if you like higher taste, clearly on the left. That's it. That's it. The line is in the sand. The line is in the sand. I don't need anything else.
I got to know what Tolos are saying, by the way.
I don't know that you do got to know.
I got to know if you have gone on Bud Light boycott, 877-881-1053. And when are we getting the discounts so I can swoop in? Whichever one of the three is cheapest or the best buy, that's what I will go and get.
Okay, I'm gonna have to filter through some of these on the fly.
Is it really that ugly?
Some of these you cannot read on the air.
Man,
from
the Twolos or YouTube?
I'm looking at the text. 817 PBR is for rednecks. That's one stereotype for them. Amen Choppy from the 214. 214 Bud Light Lime had a perception. Let me see here.
Did it really?
Yeah,
I like Bud Light Lime.
Let me see here.
All right,
it's tough.
Yeah, we don't need to get in trouble off of that. All right, so there's story number 1 in Chopping It Up.
All right, next one. Let's go right to this poor girl.
We already went right.
Yeah, let's go. Maybe this was, who knows what this is. So this poor girl had to leave a note on her neighbor's door because the neighbors were being a little bit too loud in the bedroom. Here's the note. Hey, neighbors. Just a friendly reminder, the walls between our houses are much thinner than you might think. Congrats to you guys for your apparently very healthy sex life. Seriously good for you. However, I would prefer not to be a part of it, and I'm sure you'd both prefer that as well. I applaud you for your stamina. However, it's gotten to the point that it's interfering with my sleep schedule, so I figure it's time to say something. Please accept these beers as a peace offering / bargaining chip. I'm not sure if they were craft beer, Sean. I was hoping they might be enough to persuade you to maybe move your bed to the other side of the room. Sincerely, your neighbors in 83, specifically the one that shares a bedroom wall with you.
And you said this poor girl? This is very Karen behavior to me.
First of all, this girl's 24 years old.
It's not Karen.
You don't think so?
Me? The noise complaint guy? You think I'm going to call her a Karen?
You are the Karen. You are the Karen.
First off, I won. I won the battle and the war.
Karens often do.
The neighbors have moved out. They're gone. Number 2, I don't believe this. I don't believe that this is possible. I don't believe that in 2 homes you could hear this happening.
Well, it's an apartment, right?
It is an apartment?
Yeah, it's an apartment.
All right, it's not a house.
No, it's an apartment. It could
Okay.
be a duplex.
Okay, I understand an apartment.
It's an apartment.
I thought it was houses.
But here's the thing. This woman is 24 years old. And as the article says, do you know how much action these two have to be having to rattle a 24-year-old who should be doing this? Like, 24-year-old, they've got stamina for days.
Well,
for days.
Yeah.
So for them to be, they've got to be making videos over there.
It's very presumptuous of her to say, I'm sure you don't want me involved.
Maybe they do.
So this takes me back to yesterday. It was a topic we did not get to in Ask Reddit. And it was like the first thing you do after that act. And Bobby Belt stopped me in my tracks in the commercial break. And I would like you to relay this to the Tolos.
Because you thought I was joking, and I'm dead serious. We can call Kristen now, and she'll tell you this.
Okay.
When I'm done, obviously there's administrative things that need to be done.
Yeah.
But the first thing I do after that act is I go get a bowl of cereal.
What kind?
It depends. Usually Honey Bunches of Oats. But if you see me with a bowl of cereal at night,
you know
I just finished.
Interesting.
Oh.
We're a little more risque. The first thing we do is press stop.
You go back and watch the highlight reel.
Do you take the cereal back into the
Yep.
room?
Yep.
You just sit. You lay above the cereal.
Yeah, because
I just stand up and eat it. But usually, like I come
I'm
back
standing,
in.
Ryan.
I'm standing.
I usually come back in and.
Okay, that's enough.
I won't make the joke.
That's enough.
But
Don't
I
make
come
the
back
joke.
with a bowl of cereal.
A bowl of cereal?
Yep.
Texas William, please. Please get
Wow.
that.
Is it like refuel you?
Have you seen?
Or,
Yeah, I need complex carbs. Have you seen Funny People? That used to be Adam Sandler. His character would always eat a popsicle after, and that was the tell. I'm similar. It's a bowl of cereal.
Wow. Okay.
Whew. Okay. All right.
Phew. Honey Bunches of Oats?
Honey Bunches of Oats.
Honey Bunches of Oats, Honey Nut Cheerios. I don't know. Something about honey. Something about the sticky cereal, I guess.
Yeah.
Emotional blackmail Gen Z or the social media world coming at Kevin Gray?
That one.
Okay. So social media is saying, okay, so the blue check mark. The blue check mark on Twitter.
You guys lost it.
We lost it. Bobby and I,
Yep.
all of us lost it. Almost all of us lost it. It used to be called the Internet's Oscar. That's what it was called. If you got the blue check mark, you won the Internet's Oscar. That obviously, it was gone. Because now anybody can grab one because you just pay the Twitter Blue fee of $8. And they return. Now Elon did graciously return the blue checkmark symbol to a few guys and girls, like LeBron.
Yep.
Gave it to him, paid for it himself, whatever. But Gen Z is saying that now the blue checkmark is a scarlet letter. It is, quote unquote, ick. It is seen as ick if you get the blue checkmark. And that goes for Facebook and Instagram, too. So it also comes to Derek Holland.
Facebook has a verified?
Facebook has blue check marks, so does Instagram.
I know Instagram did. I didn't know Facebook did.
So I guess what happens now is that
Sean
Instagram,
and RJ, new Facebook page.
right? Instagram is now charging for blue check marks as well.
They've opened it up, but I think they still will verify people. They'll do both. I think they're verifying people and allowing you to pay for it, whereas Twitter now you can only pay for it.
Yeah. So the new ick is that you are buying a blue check mark when you get verified on. So people are showing, they do the stupid voices on TikTok where they'll do the SpongeBob voice or the speak and spell voice.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it's the feeling of when you get verified on Insta because you thought it'd be cool, and now you're embarrassed to have to wait a month for that blue check mark to go away. And that's what it is. So if
I
you
agree.
have the blue check mark, they say it's ick.
I agree. Now, the way that journalists try to justify this is saying, well, no, I can just write longer stories and post. I need it for news information. I need it to relay things. And I just got to be honest. I have to be honest because we're going to have some followers, some Twitter followers who have the blue check mark that they paid for, and maybe some coworkers. It's lame. It's lame. It just is, period. There's no other way to go about it. It just is.
You're paying for status, as they would say in Britain.
Yes. Paying for status.
I mean, I don't get the point. Like other than you can post longer videos or you can do whatever. I don't understand the point of buy. I don't know why.
It makes you look and feel more important.
But it doesn't anymore.
That's the point. It doesn't anymore, but some people still feel it does.
I still do hesitate when I see some of the blue check mark. I'm like, oh, it does make me hesitate to say, is this somebody? Is this someone that's, of stature? Is this a journalist? Is this story coming from a credible place? It does make me stop and hesitate.
Manhattan-based creator David Burleson argued that the ability to purchase a blue checkmark exaggerates Gen Z's obsession with being better than the person next to them. Ugh. It's feeding people's egos.
Of course.
It's uncool now. They're saying it's uncool to have a blue checkmark.
It is.
It used to be the cool thing to do. Overnight, it evaporated, and it became uncool. Right. Speaking of British accents.
Oh, Lord.
There is a new thing around. I don't know if you've noticed this.
British people?
Gen Z Americans are faking British accents in uncomfortable situations. So they're impersonating these British accents. A lot of it is like the latest UK invasion of TV shows, like Love Island or something like that, where you get these British shows, Downton Abbey, Ted Lasso. A lot of these kids grew up on Peppa Pig. You ever seen Peppa Pig?
Yeah. Hello, Peppa.
Yep.
Hello, George.
Hello, Peppa. Teddy Pig. So like they're growing up on this. They've gotten the lingo, so they call it rubbish instead of the trash, or the lift instead of the elevator.
And why are they doing this?
So a lot of them are doing this in uncomfortable situations.
Oh.
So this one person named Asher, a 21-year-old from Miami, said, I was on a date recently. I ordered something, and the name of what I wanted came out wrong when I asked for it. So I was embarrassed, so I just talked in a British accent for the rest of the dinner. It was a defense mechanism, a kind of buffer for my actual personality. So he says,
I think it's brilliant. I think it works.
You're being playful. You're being playful.
You can't get in as heated of an argument with someone with a British accent. I've always said Jerry Jones' twang has to benefit him in cutthroat negotiations. It has to. Well, it's more charming. It's less aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely less aggressive. You can't getting angry at someone. Like I don't know. Like they just
look here. Yeah. Versus, hey, you jerk. You know what I mean? East Coast versus Jerry.
Oh yeah.
British accent? He's not going to get hype.
So if Ja Morant was recording to NBA Youngboy and was rapping along in a Cockney accent, nobody would care.
Do you
care less.
When like Lennox Lewis before a fight?
Yeah.
It was tame.
Yeah.
There was no trash talk.
Yeah. Knock your block off, love.
Yeah, there was no trash talk there.
Peyton, you got any British accent in you that we can hear?
No, nothing. My 6 days overseas didn't get any accents.
Okay.
Way to try. My kids use Australian slang because of Bluey.
Who?
My kids use Australian slang because of
Bluey.
Bluey.
Yeah.
So they'll call the bathroom the dunny and stuff like that.
Non-aggressive.
One girl who works in the Bay Area said it's affected my mental health, isn't it? And my boss is like, why did you say it like that? I think it adds levity to a vulnerable situation. The tougher the conversation, the more cockney I become.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I agree.
It's wild,
Smart.
but it's working.
Yeah.
It is working. And then one more thing. Let's do the emotional blackmail here. Customers are now have a name for that tip thing. So we always talk about the tip. They turn the tip, the computer screen around to you and say, this is going to ask you a question. The new term that they're calling this is emotional blackmail. They're cutting labor costs by doing self-checkout. So what's the point of asking for a tip? Where's it going? Well, who knows where it's going, but they're adding these tips in, and they're calling it an emotional blackmail. And the self-checkout gratuity option is what they call tip creep. You are creeping for a tip.
On self-checkout?
On self-checkout.
There's no self-checkout tip option.
Oh, yeah. There's a tip option on self-checkout. The prompt in general is emotional blackmail. It says he was going to add a 10 to 20% tip on a $6 water bottle at an airport self-checkout machine.
Waddle bottle.
Did that say waddle bottle?
You're starting to try to get changing your accent.
Waddle bottle. Waddle bottle. Waddle bottle. Waddle bottle. Waddle bottle.
Has anyone else seen a tip option on the self-checkout? It wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me
at all. Who are you tipping? I mean, where does it go? The store?
The self-checkout people.
They made us at the Stars game check ourselves out, and I had to add a tip there, but not at like a grocery store.
I haven't seen it at a grocery store. This is saying like at an airport.
We need to take a stand against that machine in the restaurants.
Yeah.
It's giving me anxiety. It's giving me tip anxiety because you're pressuring me to take more food out of my 3-year-old's mouth by giving you more money because you're standing right over me with that machine. Let's fight back.
Do it.
877-881-1053, truckbreak.com text line. Let's hook you up and be joined by one of the voices of the Rangers, CJ Nitkowski, on your hot baseball team on the home of the Rangers after this.
Hold on, RJ. We got a giveaway to do. Tolos, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to see the Smashing Pumpkins, along with special guests, Interpol, and rival Sons at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 15th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-2 hit off the end of the bat into deep right field. Acuna going back. He doesn't see the ball. And it doesn't matter because it's gone. Acuna had no idea where that ball was. That goes just over the yellow stripe. Didn't make it into the people. But we don't care. It's a home run for Adolis Garcia and a 3-1 Texas lead.
That was the call from Hicksy on the radio. Maybe you were watching it, and if you were, you would have heard and seen this guy. Rangers analyst, former MLB pitcher, and Emmy Award winner, joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline after the Rangers evened things up with the Braves yesterday. CJ Nitkowski here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning and congratulations.
Oh, I appreciate that, Sean, Bobby, RJ. Good to talk with you guys. Man, how you been?
Been pretty good. Where are you putting the award?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Do you have a trophy case already?
Our group has been recognized a few times. I'm not that guy. You're not gonna. I'm not. There's not a lot of trophies around the house, and maybe I'm jaded from a pretty below average career. But we'll see. We'll find a spot. If anything, just to hold something over my wife's head once in a while with my kids. That's to me that's the bigger one. Whenever that moment might pop up, it'll be the one time I'll be like, is that any way to talk to an Emmy Award winner? Probably what I'm saving this for.
I know you're trying to be humble and everything, but what is your proudest piece of hardware that you have?
There's not many, to be honest with you, over the years. Listen, it sounds silly because we joke about having high school memories and letting it go. But we won a state championship when I was in high school and a sophomore, and that was a cool one because we were big underdogs. We won a conference championship when I was in the Big East pitching for St. John's, and we were pretty huge underdogs. So there were some things that happened during the amateur years that I'm particularly proud of. And we stopped the guy's golf trip a while ago. I was the last guy to win the trophy, so that's sitting in the case as well. It usually get passed on every year, but it's been a long time since I've gone on that guy's golf trip. So that one's been sitting on the shelf for a while.
How fun has this season been so far?
It's been great, man. This is year number 7 for me. Every single day we go to the ballpark, you feel like you have a chance to win. That has never happened here for me, and it's been an amazing feeling. And I got to tell you that for fans, I know they feel the same way. You're never walking in feeling like, man, we have no chance today. It doesn't exist, and the guys are feeling that way, and that's a really good feeling. A lot of that has to do with the fact that they put together a really amazing starting rotation. The lineup was good going back to last year. It's gotten even better this year. And so I think, sky's the limit. But the feeling of this season in particular is so different than previous seasons that I've been here.
What has been the bigger surprise, the offense or the pitching, the starting pitching?
That's a great question. Probably the offense. I think if you looked around nationally at some of the kind of previews before the season started, I think there were a lot of questions. Not questions like, who's going to hit? We knew there was a handful of names in there. I think it was probably the rest of the lineup or the depth of the lineup. How good could they be? I don't think anybody thought it would be this good. And that's the depth of the lineup. Again, they did a really good job at the end, kind of plugging some pieces in. Like our focus, of course, is Marcus Semien, Adolis Garcia, Corey Seager. But it's guys like Robbie Grossman, who they signed late very inexpensively. It's Ezekiel Duran emerging maybe in a way that nobody anticipated. Jonah Heim's one of the best hitters in the game, not just as a catcher, just one of the best hitters in the game. I'm not sure we saw coming to that level. Travis Jankowski, I don't know if you guys heard this story or not. I know he's on the IL right now, but he was told when the Rangers had those 2 exhibition games against Kansas City before the season started that he was not going to make the team. They thought Leody Taveras was going to be ready. He ends up making the team and plays a really important role early on, filling in, putting the ball in play. He's a great defender. He can run. Little things like that. I think it's the next level of guys beyond the big names that we all know that have made the difference for this lineup.
Rangers TV analyst CJ Nitkowski joins us here on 105 through the Fan. CJ, when you look at Dane Dunning and what he did last night and the contributions that he's given you, whether it be in long relief or when he's been into the rotation, how difficult is it going to be to just, return him to the bullpen when Jacob deGrom gets back? I mean, are they going to have to find a way to continue to keep him in the rotation?
I don't think so. Here's why. I mean, a couple of things. One, you saw Bradford make the start on Monday. That was intentional to give everybody an extra day. Dane Dunning probably then slides into that role, right, when you need, because they're going to do this, I think, throughout the year a couple of times. As good as this rotation is, a lot of the guys missed a pretty significant amount of time last year and at other points in their career, so they're being extra careful with the rotation. That was supposed to be Jake Odorizzi's role who they traded for from the Braves and unfortunately got hurt, is going to miss the entire season. So I think you'll actually see Dane in that swing role. And, to be honest, they could use him in the bullpen as well. And so the fact that you can add another starter back into the rotation, obviously someone to the level of Jacob deGrom, and then have Dane go back into the bullpen, I think that's what you'll see. I also think once that happens, it's not going to be his last start of the year. It's just a matter of when it happens. I mean, he's been so good, man. Like, his numbers are significantly better than they were a year ago. He's not letting up hits. He's a silent assassin, right? He's just out there with his glasses on, going about his business with about zero emotion throughout the game, and he's crushing it right now. And again, it's another guy. It's a good example, right? We have all these big names in the rotation, and it's a guy like Dane Dunning who's playing such a critical role.
What happens to like guys to the lineup when Seager comes back? Where's Garver fit in when he comes back? Because he's targeted at the end of the month.
There's all these new great problems the Rangers have. What do we do with all of our good players? And it's been a while since we've had that conversation. So a couple of things. One, I think, first of all, when Corey Seager gets back, hopefully very soon here, everybody wants to know what's going to happen with Ezekiel Durant. Like, he has been so good. Coach loves him. Bruce Bochy loves him. You can tell about the way he talks about him, what we saw in spring training. And now that he's gotten that everyday opportunity, they will force him into the lineup some way. I think we'll actually see Corey DH a little bit if he's comfortable with it early on, because Durant's an excellent defender as well. And then you're going to see Durant move around and give guys certain days off. You'll see him in the outfield. They're comfortable with him playing all three outfield positions. That might move somebody else to DH. In the meantime, maybe it gives Garcia a day off of his feet where you have Durant in the outfield. So they'll be able to manage this thing. He can play third. He can play short. He can even play first once in a while. If you get a tough left-handed matchup, I know we see Nittangelo out there pretty much every day. But if there's something on paper that doesn't match up well with him, and it does with Durant, you may even see him over at first base. I think the one place you won't see him is second base, and that's because Marcus Semien just doesn't take a day off. He's an absolute Iron Man, and so that probably, outside of an injury, let's hope we don't see it. I think that's how they work Durant. Garver will be more of a DH. He'll probably catch, maybe 2 days a week, and this is just my guess, and how they'll probably work this thing. Joan has done such a great job, and he is one of the best defenders in the game as well. He's just having this monster season, really, in this series. You look at Sean Murphy and Jonah Heim. You're looking at two of the best catchers in the game right now on both sides of the ball. So my guess is Garver would take Sandy Leon's spot, who right now is the backup. But I might, again, guessing here, what he catches maybe 2 times a week, DHs the others. And there'll be some times where Bruce Bochy is going to be in a spot where he's going to have a good player on the bench because you can only bat 9.
I was reading an article yesterday from CBS, and getting close to the quarter mark of the season, and they were talking about awards candidates in Major League Baseball through a quarter of the way through the season. A lot still left to go, but one of the guys they mentioned as kind of in the mix at MVP for their awards section at this point is Marcus Semien, and Semien's been so big for them, especially since Seager went down. Do you think he's somebody that, if this sustains and they continue to have success, we're going to be talking about Semien come end of awards season?
I think so. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't happen for him. He is another guy, very quiet, and the way he goes about his business, and then all of a sudden you're looking up and he's just impacting the game in a big way. What he's doing with runners on in scoring position is unsustainable, but it's amazing. He's hitting well over 500 right now. We actually have 2 guys on this club that are hitting 500 or higher with runners in scoring position. To put that in perspective, we were talking about it last night. Freddie Freeman led the league last year, and he hit 390, and that's an absurd number. The next closest was 360. Marcus last night going into the game was hitting, I think, 530 with runners in scoring position, and he had another hit last night. He has been so clutch, and you're right. The timing could not have been better for him to get hot when Corey went down. He's a leader on this team, and he leads things off every night, and he's also a leader by example. I'd asked a lot of people before he got here, tell me about Marcus Semien. What can we expect? Like, you're going to love this guy. The clubhouse is going to love this guy. Everything about him is just professionalism, and we've seen it. So, yeah, he has an opportunity to be in that conversation. I think Jonah Heim has that opportunity, and we'll see with Adolis Garcia. And to think that we're saying all that with real possible contenders as the season goes on without mentioning Corey Seager just, again, speaks to the depth of this team.
Rangers TV analyst CJ Nitkowski joining us here on 105 through the Fan. CJ, when we've talked about a lot of good with this baseball team. The bad has been the back end of the bullpen, obviously. I think 7 of their last 10 losses, the go-ahead run's been scored in the 7th inning or later. The latest attempt at addressing this, Joe Barlow gets recalled yesterday. Is that going to be one of your new probably 8th, 9th inning type of guys here?
I don't know if he's going to jump in there right away, and I don't know where his numbers were velocity-wise in spring training, but that was the conversation. The reason that he did not make the team was the velocity was down. But they had a need, and so they're going to give him a shot. I think ahead of him right now, quite honestly, is Josh Spores. And we saw him come in last night and put out a fire, and Jonathan Hernandez is looking for it right now. He's searching and trying to get it. He had a rough one with the home run hit by pitch and then home run. Spores comes in, the intensity is up, and he goes 1, 2, 3, and he gets the ball to Will Smith in the ninth inning. And so I think the guys that are emerging, Joe Bartolo's got a chance to be one of those guys. I think he's got to probably have a couple of outings first that maybe are not high leverage. I think Coach probably wants to see how it looks back again in the big leagues. He was very important to this team a couple of years ago. Hopefully that is the case. I'd like to see, maybe this is more personal opinion, but just John King. I've always really liked him. I know he's had some bad breaks. He was good yesterday with the 1, 2, 3 inning. He's a huge ground ball guy. The defense behind him right now is really good, so it's a good match. And so in the meantime, you got to wait. The deadline's a long ways away. It's hard to make a trade right now. And so until then, you got to figure out what you got internally and who can help. And that'll probably be an ongoing process. But if I were to identify a couple of guys right now that I think maybe could be those next step guys that maybe get some opportunities in some bigger situations, I'd say it's probably going to be Josh Spores. And for me, I'd like to see maybe John King get a look too.
Should we feel positive, negative, or somewhere in the middle over DeGrom's start?
I feel positive. The fact that he's been out there playing catch. I mean, as far as his next start coming?
No, just his overall beginning of his Ranger career, injuries factored in with the effectiveness. Like, we're like, okay, are these the signs of it? But obviously when he's out there, he's lights out. So, like, how are you feeling about the overall beginning?
Yeah, I'd say this is probably how it looks, right? I mean, to be honest with you, going forward, he is so ridiculously dominant in what he does. It has been an absolute treat to watch him in our uniform. But he is almost 35 years old. Right? He'll be 35 in June, and there's an injury history there. And, you look at his body type, right? He's long and he's lean, and he's doing things that almost don't make physical sense as far as the velocity and where he sits and that tremendous slider that he has. And so I think this is part of it. I think part of what we will get with Jacob deGrom is being cautious. He understands his body really well. What the Rangers did so well this offseason was to make sure that they had the pieces in place where they did not feel like they had to push hard on him right now, because they're going to want to do that come postseason time, right? That's the plan here, is to get to the postseason and have Jacob deGrom lead the way in October. In the meantime, you got to be a little bit careful when you get there. And so that's why depth is so important. That's why Dane Dunning is so important to this team and other guys that may get opportunities to take starts, is to make sure that we can give the other guys the breaks that they need, the lead dogs. Jacob deGrom is obviously one of them, but man, when he's out there, it is something special. And so far, so good. And I think the Rangers are just being a little bit extra cautious right now because, of course, again, you need him for the long term. You need him late in the season.
All right, 2 hot button issues that we need your opinion on.
All right.
Don't know how you approached it on television, but Jared Sandler just jinxing the hell out of John Gray's no-hitter on the radio. I know you always have nice things to say about our boy when they show him, when y'all show him on TV. So that's one, the no-hitter approach in the booth. And number 2, the Aaron Judge controversy.
So I'd say this on the no-hitter. For me, Dave and I were just talking about this yesterday. We're in on talking about it. Because the last thing you want to do, for those of us who are diehards, right, we're watching the game all the time. We know what's going on. For the casual viewer who either has the game on the radio, say in the car, or it's on the television in the background, and you're kind of half paying attention, you may have no idea what's going on because you haven't heard it said. And we don't want that, right? We want people to listen to the game. We want people to watch the game. And Dave used the example because Dave was telling a funny story about an interview he had years ago with another organization. That was Seattle, and Phil Chernines was just doing a perfect game. And there was much made about one of their broadcasters never really giving it away. And Dave was unaware that that was the case. So they were asking him about, how would you handle this? And he kind of went off about the whole thing. He said, of course you got to bring it up. You got to talk about it. You got to let the viewers know, which was opposite of what they wanted to hear in that interview in the moment, which is great because then he ended up here. Now we get to work together. So it worked out well for me that he popped the top of that situation. But I think you should talk about it. It's not to say they have to go crazy about it, but you want to make sure that fans are informed because they may not be paying as close attention as most of us do. And you hate to be like, kind of listening to the game in your car and half listening, and you get home and then you walk in and the game's not on. You find out John Gray threw a no-hitter, and you're like, man, how come? Why didn't the announcer ever mention when I was in the car this guy had a no-hitter going? I may have been more excited about it. I might have stayed in the car a little longer. I might have went inside and turned the game on. I think it's our responsibility to bring it up. If you have a uniform on, I mean, that to me is where it ends. You don't say a word. You don't talk to the guy. I've certainly been in that position many times, but I think our responsibility as broadcasters, bring it up, let fans know what's going on, give them a reason to be excited, give them a reason to stay tuned in and not walk away and do something else. Regarding Aaron Judge, man, we went through this on my radio show, like I said yesterday, and I was asking Ryan Spilborg's longtime outfielder. I count on him, man, because, you know, he knows hitting. And I'm like, dude, it looks to me like he's peeking at the catcher. And he didn't seem to think so. And I know Aaron Judge's response was looking in the dugout, almost as if he's the captain of that club, like almost like he wanted to reprimand the guys. And I know you can't call timeout nearly as much as you want to, but the way he did it, to me, that's not going to send that message that he's looking for, right? The side eye that you can't even see necessarily from the dugout. So I really want to believe him because he's such a stand-up guy. I know that he's an opponent. He's not fun to face, but he's certainly a guy that is respected throughout the game. We'll see. Major League Baseball said no investigation, nothing nefarious going on. They're not going to break, bust the coach's chops down and saying you got to be in that box all the time. But I was a little suspicious because even the greatest of guys and the nicest of guys, we're all looking for an edge when we have the uniform on.
Thank you, man. Keep up the fantastic work. Congratulations on the bragging rights over the wife, and we'll be watching again tonight. Thank you, CJ.
I appreciate it, guys. Have a great day.
CJ Nitkowski, Rangers analyst on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105 through the Fan. Did Ja Morant fake his apology? JJ Redick agreeing with Corey Majors, and Below the Belt on the way. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Continuing on the Fan.
But let's get that roof. Let's get you over to
state-of-the-art weight loss? That's soda. And by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
All right, the San Antonio Spurs with the number 1 pick in the NBA draft, and they get another big. First, Timmy. First David Robinson, the Admiral Timmy.
David Robinson.
And now Victor is going to be a San Antonio Spur. Maybe
We'll
Pop.
call her Vita from now on.
Maybe Pop is not going to retire very soon. The Mavs hold on to pick number 10. We'll get into what they do with that in a little bit. But Ja Morant fallout, as last night before the draft lottery, Adam Silver did not seem too pleased. Did not seem too happy with the second Ja Morant situation.
An 8-game suspension was pretty serious and something that he, at least to me, seemed to take incredibly seriously in that time. And we spoke for a long time about the safety issues around it. Could have injured, maimed, killed himself, someone else with an act like that. And also the acknowledgement that, as you said, he's a star. I mean, he has an incredibly huge following. Yeah. Honestly, I was shocked when I saw this weekend that video. Now, we're in the process of investigating it, and we'll figure out exactly what happened to the best we can then. The video's a bit grainy and all that, but I'm assuming the worst, but we'll figure out, exactly what happened there.
So after that, Stephen A. goes, Ja Morant is in a lot of trouble, and Adam Silver is about to send a message. Ja sent out a message through his statement that some people are saying is fake. Quote, I know I've disappointed a lot of people who have supported me. This is a journey, and I recognize there is more work to do. My words may not mean much right now, but I take full accountability for my actions. I'm committed to continuing to work on myself. Now, Bobby, tell me what Chat GPT is. Is that what this is?
Yeah, it's the AI script essay chat generator that I believe is a Google product. But people have used it for, honestly, there's a lot of assumption from people that outlets use them for game recaps or for game previews and things like that, which you can definitely see at times by the way it's written. But yeah, it's just a generator. It's a chat or conversation generator.
And people are saying that Ja used that to issue this apology.
I don't think he actually did, but it sure reads like.
Maybe the PR department from Memphis did.
Boy, they've.
Possible, right?
Is Memphis really looking to protect him right now? Like, I think they feel a little like, bro, you are burning us. We even tried to offer up Dylan Brooks as the sacrificial lamb, and you are burning us, dude.
Yeah, how long before that statement, before you rolled your eyes or chuckled to yourself? I bailed halfway out.
The first word.
Halfway in. I know my word. It's just a repeat of last time. Meanwhile, JJ Redick, who was interviewed for the Toronto Raptors job, gave his opinion on how many games Ja should be suspended for. On this show, we've kind of decided between 25 to 30. Corey Majors on KMC kind of going the opposite direction with 10. Here's JJ's punishment.
As far as I know, there's no law that's been broken. The perception of what he is doing, given the incident last summer at his house with the 17-year-old, given what happened with the Indiana Pacers traveling party earlier this season, and then following it up with there should be a suspension. Given that he already served 8 games, 2 of which he obviously couldn't play, but he served an 8-game suspension. I think I would start sort of looking at a 16-game suspension, right? Doubling up. And there's a lot that I don't know. There's a lot that we don't know internally with the Memphis Grizzlies and internally with the league. We're not privy to everything that's happening in Ja Morant's life right now. We're not privy to everything that's happening behind the scenes with the Memphis Grizzlies organization. I do think a 25-game suspension for this is too severe. I'm not a fan of the behavior. I don't condone it, but I would generally start at probably doubling up what the suspension has already been, which was 8 games.
I think he's out of his damn mind.
I think he's out of his mind. I don't know does he have a relationship with Ja, with his agent? I don't know. But
maybe he wants the Grizzlies job.
Maybe he wants the Grizzlies job. They did not fire their coach, did they? So, like, yeah, is he technically, like, did Ja violate a law? I mean, I don't know. Like,
It's not who I am.
brandishing a weapon is not totally legal.
Oh, yeah, you went and looked up the states.
So, in Tennessee, every state's got their own law. Brandishing a firearm in public and or possessing a weapon while under the influence of alcohol is illegal. I don't know. I have no idea if he was under the influence of alcohol. I'll use my own. When I'm in a car with 5 friends, chances are we've had a drink before we're in the car, right? Like, right? You don't just go around, hang out with 5 friends, and not under the influence of something in the car. I'm not piling into a vehicle, sitting, riding in the middle of the back seat if I'm completely sober.
Unless you're 16.
Unless I'm 16.
Yeah.
Ja Morant is not 16. Like Texas, Google at least, if you believe that, a brandishing a weapon can result in you facing a deadly conduct charge in the state of Texas. So, like, it's not exactly, even though he has a right to have his weapon, like, you can't just pull it out wherever you want. Stop it.
Mark that.
You know what I mean? Like, you can't just pull it out.
Can you guys give me an instance where your child, I just take it to parenting. Give me an instance where your child just outright decided to look you in the face and defy you right after you gave them the warning or right after you gave them the punishment, and they walked right back out of the bedroom, or they just went outright and basically gave you the verbal middle finger saying, "What? Do something about it. I dare you." That's what this was. Y'all have any kid incidents with this?
Not really. Like, they don't really do what.
Because that's what Reddick is missing. Adam Silver was the parent, and 2 months ago he talked to him about something that was like an 8 or 9 out of 10 on the serious scale, and Ja just said, "Blank you," like Bobby on his Twitter videos. Yeah. F you, baldy.
Like, how many times do you? I mean, I tell my kids do something all the time, and they'll do it once, and then they'll forget about it. They'll revert back. Like, hey, when you get home, first thing you do when you get to my house, don't leave your bag on the floor. Don't drag. I tell them a million times, stop leaving your crumbled paper plate on the couch. And what happens? It's always there.
But I mean, like, serious defiance.
Yeah, Ja went into his bedroom, closed the door, and texted Adam Silver FUB.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
You have any instance that you can think
My
of?
youngest has gotten like that. The older two, they don't try it. The youngest occasionally will say something. I remember one time I was telling her to stop doing something. I was like, "Are you done?" And she looked at me and she went, "No." And I was like, "You're not done?" And she went, "No." I was like, "Are you going to change your attitude?" She goes, "No." And I was like,
"And what'd you do?"
You better. And I just looked at her very seriously, and all of a sudden she went, "Yes, sir." I was like, "Stop talking through your teeth." She goes, "Yes, sir." Okay. I mean, you've met the youngest. She is the sassiest of the 3.
Yeah. All right. Did Pat McAfee make a humongous mistake yesterday as he announced that he was going to ESPN, taking a show to all of their platforms, leaving $120 million of FanDuel money on the table in order to take his show, minus the F word, apparently. That's the only big major change.
Is that for sure? Is that for sure he's changing it? He's not.
Yeah, I don't think they can use the F word. But he thanked The Last Dance by saying, hey, that Michael Jordan showed that you could curse on ESPN. So that's fantastic for us. He's trying to sell it as they're not changing, but they're going to all the different ESPN Pluses, and I think maybe after First Take. And this feels like a bad move. It's not going to be
Shannon, RJ, and Shop.
It's not going to be a bad move financially. It feels like a terrible move for the brand.
Well, I mean, financially, it might be a bad move. He's getting $30 million a year at FanDuel.
Yeah, why is he leaving FanDuel?
Because, okay, so the backstory is
4 for $120.
Yeah, the backstory is that, like, he has the burden of the behind the scenes.
Hey, you can turn off the NBA music for McAfee.
So he's like, he does a lot of the behind the scene work in terms of, like, because he owns the company. It's his company, right? He had to deal with all the business decisions. ESPN takes the business decisions away from him. He didn't have, because they're making the business decisions now, I guess. He just had a kid, so he wants to take some of that off his plate. Like, I don't know. But this seems like a really odd decision because you're making $30 million a year. ESPN ain't paying him $30 million a year.
That does make sense, though. Like if you have a big life change like that, and basically FanDuel was paying you, and then you were paying out your staff, and if you can hire a whole team to kind of work around you and take some, I could see the allure of that.
Right, but when you're making $30 million a year, you can hire a team, and pay them a little bit, and still pocket an extra 15 as opposed to going to ESPN and only making like what 10 to 15 million a year.
I haven't watched McAfee like in long form. I've watched like the Aaron Rodgers stuff. This feels too corporate.
It feels very corporate.
He's not going to be able to duplicate the same stuff they do.
It's also a terrible look for ESPN. They fired 7,000 people 2 weeks ago.
7,000 people,
and they're gonna take that and they're gonna pay Pat McAfee, who didn't need, like he had 2 years left on this FanDuel deal at $30 million a year. Are they really gonna make the money back that they're gonna pay him? Does ESPN make enough money to pay Stephen A. Smith $12 million a year? Like, do they make enough money off First Take? What kind of ratings does First Take get?
Right.
I know that FS1 doesn't make enough money to justify paying Skip. They get a 0.0 rating. Nobody watches.
Yeah.
There's no way they make enough money to justify paying Skip. I don't know about Stephen A. But I mean, you just fired 7,000 people. Some of which people that I know that have been there for 25 years. It's the only place they ever worked. And they're in their mid-40s, early 50s now, and they'd been there basically since the ground up of ESPN Radio. And you fired him 2 weeks ago, and you bring Pat McAfee in for $10 million a year. I mean, it's a bad look.
Bad look. Y'all like McAfee's show? What is it?
I do. I think it's great.
He's really, really good. It's not just McAfee. I mean, McAfee's funny. It's the big clubhouse. Like, it's the big group he's created, and it's just fun. It's relaxed. It has in the last couple of years, even before ESPN, I felt become a little too regimented and a little too leveraging relationships with Rodgers and guys like that and sacrificing their authenticity. But I think it's a really good show.
With the emergence of CeeDee Lamb and the addition of Brandon Cooks to the Cowboys, have one of the best receiver groups in the NFL. That is next in Below the Belt.
But let's get that carpet clean. The clean.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Is A.J. Brown really better than CeeDee Lamb?
No.
Nah.
It's different. They're different.
They're different. But I don't think he's better. And I don't know that the Eagles have this far and away better receiving core. Like, seems to be the conversation right now. Greg Jennings, the one who broke his leg famously on Madden, on that famous YouTube clip. Greg Jennings with a broken leg. He has a rankings out on the 33team.com of the top 5 wide receiver groups in the NFL. And he runs through them. Number 1, obvious, I think right now for everybody, it's Cincinnati. T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, Jamar Chase, 3 really strong receivers. Number 2 is the Chargers, especially now that they've added Quentin Johnston, the first-round pick. And they've got, Keenan Allen, Jalen Guyton, all those different guys. Number 3 is the Seattle Seahawks, who get boosted with the selection of Jackson Smith and Jigba. Already have DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. Strong group for sure. Totally understand it. This is where I might start saying, I don't know if these teams definitively have better receiver groups than Dallas. The Miami Dolphins.
Yes.
Tyreek Hill is probably the best of any of the receivers on either team.
Not probably. He is. It's not a question.
Jalen Waddle is
very good.
Good.
Yeah.
But
he'd be the second best receiver in the Cowboys.
Yes.
Probably, but I mean, Jalen Waddle plays everything underneath. It's, to me, the most overrated wide receiver of our generation. And I don't know that we've ever had this discussion.
Oh, I thought you were calling Jalen Waddle.
Michael Thomas is the volume.
Yeah.
160 receptions for 1,100 yards does not impress me.
No, I agree. But isn't Waddle different? Like, Waddle's
Waddle's supposed to be a speed guy. Waddle was, I got to look it up
he's
now.
A catch and go guy.
He averaged 18.1 a catch last year.
No, I know, but I'm saying
He's a home
Waddle,
run.
it's all this like catch and quick run stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of Waddle.
If Michael Gallup was Jalen Waddle, I hope you're trying to make the argument for Cooks over Waddle.
Cooks. It would not be. I want to see Cooks have a bounce back here, but I think Cooks' consistency is right there in contention with Waddle, and I think definitely the depth behind that. If you talk about Gallup as a third receiver, I think that's better than Cedric Wilson or Braxton Berrios or whoever in Miami.
Waddle just had 75 for 1356 and 8.
Yeah.
At 18 a catch. That's sick.
He catches, he runs. It's great. I'm just saying, I think that
and
Brandon
he can run
Cooks,
past you.
Brandon Cooks can too.
Yeah, there's a. I think there's an advantage. There's a skill in the catch and run, right? There's a skill there, and he utilizes it.
So this is where number 5 is. And to Greg Jennings' credit, he said the Cowboys are certainly in the mix as one of the top receiver groups, but he has above them the Philadelphia Eagles. Do you know who the third receiver is for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Davante's just 2.
Davante's 2.
No.
It's Quez Watkins. Michael Gallup, for his flaws and his down year last year, wouldn't we all agree, like, now that you realize it's Quez Watkins, wouldn't we all agree that Michael Gallup's a better player overall than Quez Watkins?
I don't know much about Quez Watkins, so I'll say yes.
He is. I'll tell you right now, Sean.
Okay. So put the 6 in order then.
So because here real quick. Because in today's NFL,
and we're not counting tight ends.
We have to count.
No. This is just the receivers.
Know, man. In today's NFL, these wide receivers are there's no such thing as a wide receiver. It's a pass catcher.
That's fine. He is ranking it just as the receiver position, especially because he was a receiver. So I think when you look at the receiver position, here's the 6 that you have: Quez Watkins, A.J. Brown, Davante Smith, Michael Gallup, Brandon Cooks, CeeDee Lamb. I think if Gallup bounces back the way we think, I think you could say there is the potential that Dallas might have 3 of the 4.
Put them in order for next year.
CeeDee Lamb, A.J. Brown, Brandon Cooks, and then I think it's tight, depending on how Gallup bounces back, between Gallup and Davante Smith.
You know what I've realized
I'm
about
not
you?
even the biggest Gallup fan.
Do you know what I've realized about you? And
Go ahead.
I think it's actually actually a good thing for the show, because you do have a lot of homers, and we're anti-homer. At least I am. before you joined this show, you and like a couple groups of other hardcore Dak defenders out there, 2 or 3, I just can't stand, and I hope they never get on a real level of DFW media. I was like, are these guys just smarter,
Yes.
or are they homers? And now that I've gotten you in the flesh, and now that you are in person across from me every day, you are a Dallas Cowboy homer.
What?
You are. So I'm not going to call you a fanboy like Slater. That's very insulting. But you are a Dallas Cowboy homer. You are.
What
You have turned Stephon Gilmore into the reincarnation. Hang on, of Deion Sanders when he's old and near a wheelchair, and now Brandon Cooks is
the second coming.
The second coming.
He might as well be John Taylor.
He might as well be John Taylor. Like, you are a homer. I mean, you're a Dak homer for sure.
You know what he is? He also backed himself into a corner without knowing it.
Go ahead.
Why?
You know, the Eagles wide receiver corps carried Jalen Hurts all last year.
Right.
The whole Eagles team.
A.J. Brown's great.
But now they're not that great.
But now they're not that good. The Cowboys are better, so what happens now?
Yeah.
Dak is going to make this is this receiver corps going to carry Dak?
I didn't back myself into a corner at all.
Absolutely did.
No, I didn't.
Absolutely did. Okay, when Dak has a really good year, his best year, I want you to say
Dak's not going to have his best year this year.
And a product by his offense.
Dak's not going to have his best year this year. You've got Pittsburgh Peter Griffin calling the offense. So that's not going to happen. Now, I think definitively.
Do y'all think Bobby on the truckred.com text line is
yes.
Do y'all think he's a Cowboys homer?
It's funny because I get lots of comments all the time that say I'm too negative about the Cowboys and that I'm a Cowboys hater.
This is, look,
my Lord.
Are you saying the Eagles have a better receiver group than the Cowboys?
Man just called Jalen Waddle Michael Thomas.
You cannot say that Michael Gallup is on the level of Davante Smith.
I'm saying if he bounces back Davante Smith is insanely overrated.
Is quite a bit better than Brandon Cooks.
At what?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Playing football. Davante Smith.
At what?
Eighth in defense adjusted yards over replacement. 15th in DVOA.
Okay. Read your spreadsheet instead of watching the games.
10th in effective yards. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we just sitting here just going to use our own blind eyes?
I'm listening.
Use your homer eyes on this one?
Yeah.
He was actually better than A.J. Brown last year.
No, he was not.
The numbers show he was. I mean, I don't make him up. Yeah. I don't make them up. I just go by it, okay? I don't make the numbers up. I just use them. Yeah. I use them to punch you in the face.
877-881-1053. I just want y'all to tell me.
Speaking of receivers, which, by the way, Eagles or Cowboys, who has the better receiving core to you? I'm just curious now.
I'll say the Cowboys because I know more about Gallup than Watkins.
Yeah.
I think, to me, AJ and CD is a toss-up.
Eagles, I think, have 2 of the top 3. The Cowboys have number 4 and 5.
No. You're wrong.
The Cowboys have 3 of the top 5, so I'll say they're better.
That's okay, though. Speaking of receivers.
Someone said Bobby's the Derek Harper of the Cowboys.
Wow. Speaking of
Matt Lamore.
Speaking of receivers, has Davante Adams become like a bit of a malcontent?
I mean, he is on my interview Mount Rushmore in the league.
He'd be really he's
so good.
He's a great interview. When he talks ball, it is fantastic.
Yeah.
I love hearing him talk about route concepts and how to approach defenses, how to approach his releases.
He went off yesterday.
He did. And he was talking to The Ringer and started talking about some of his reservations for the offensive vision of the Raiders coaching staff. His quote was, "The front office thinks this is the best bet for us right now to put us in a position to be urgent. We don't see eye to eye on what we think is best for us right now."
Woo.
He said it ultimately all depends on the style of ball that we play. If we play a certain brand of ball, I can get Garoppolo to conform to whatever, but if we use him a certain type of way, then it's going to make it tough for us to maximize who we should be this year. He complained a lot last year, too. There were a lot of instances, and I get it, it was frustrating, but this is a dude who asked for one of the most messy organizations in professional sports.
Well,
he asked for that reality.
Well, he moved there for 2 reasons: childhood team and his best friend.
Yep.
And I would be ticked off too if the best friend's gone in Derek Carr. This is like you move into the neighborhood. All y'all made these plans, and you're moving closer to the family, and then they pick up and move 3 months later. Davante's ticked.
Can McAfee complain if ESPN starts controlling things he doesn't want them to control when that's the reality?
No.
He asked for the situation. To me, it's the same thing.
He was his own boss.
Davante Adams asked for the Mark Davis experience and the Raiders' toxic experience.
And here he is at the same time. He was so happy saying, this proves I am the man. A quarterback doesn't make me. I make me. No one can ever say Aaron Rodgers made you. I can play like dog ass next year, and you can't say it. You can just write in, he didn't need Aaron Rodgers. So that's Davante, defiant, and an amazing quote with his NFL interviews. All right, there it is. Below the belt. Where are the Tolos in terms of saying whether he's a homer or not?
I can't say that one, but Bobby's a bigger homer than, fill in the blank. Huge homer. He just tried to discount a 1,300-yard year from Waddle and tell us Cooks is Jerry Rice. So I'm shocked Bobby isn't in the home run derby. He's such a homer. Every property, let's see, Davante Smith is the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL.
No.
Others, Davante's a glorified Michael Gallup. Bobby Homer Simpson. He's a homer about Dak. He's spot on about Gilmore. Let's see. I'm waiting for Bobby to start crying and saying, that's my quarterback, like T.O.
That is my quarterback.
All right. So, little split.
It's my teammate.
Little split there with Roberto. All right, final hour, Hump Day edition.
Okay.
What should the Mavs do with the pick? Good news is they kept the pick. Bad news, are they going to do anything with it? And I got some Luka lessons from watching the Joker last night. Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jokic has it at the point. You got to shoot it. Does for three. Got it at the horn! Right over Anthony Davis. And then Davis turns around and says something to Nikola Jokic. And Davis goes to the bench just laughing.
Final hour, fist pump time on the fan cam. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, Denver Radio with the call. The Nuggets, hang on to game one. LA was coming back. Look, Denver basically controlled this entire game by double digits. The Joker, I know it sounds weird. I'm glad that he's getting this exposure. This is like some real exposure. This is against the Lakers. I'm going to be paying extra attention. I'm not watching Denver during the regular season. I know he won back-to-back MVPs, but like this is a real showcase for this guy's skills. And last night's first quarter was artistry. It was a masterpiece. Van Gundy said it. You cannot play 10 minutes of basketball better than what this man just did. You can't do it. At halftime, he had 19, 16, 7, and 2 blocks. And it felt like more in terms of the rebounds. He finished with 34, 21, and 14. It was masterful. And here are my 2 lessons or takeaways when it comes to thinking about the Mavericks and Luka Doncic, who I predict will eventually play with Joker one day.
In Denver.
Depends what happens with number 10. What are they going to do with the number 10 pick?
If Denver wins the title this year, they ain't getting him out of there.
Yeah, plus he signed a new deal.
Yeah, now it's going to be Luka. It's because Luka goes to him.
How's Luka's conditioning going to do in the altitude? Ooh, that's the only place he can't go. Number 1, Otolo asked me, are you taking Joker over Luka? Yes, and I'm not even hesitating. And before you chime in with who has the ball in their hands, because I know that's where you're going, if you watched last night, this man does have the ball in his hands.
He does.
He can run the break, and fine, I'll have the point guard bring it up to half court, and then I give it to Jokic at the top of the three-point line because he can shoot the three. This man's he's probably a better passer than Luka. He's definitely more unselfish than Luka, and he plays the game. Someone asked KCP, who played with LeBron during the bubble title, what's the difference? He goes, LeBron can jump higher.
Nicole, KCP said the only difference between you and LeBron is that he can jump higher than you. Do you feel like your games are similar?
That's a really offensive. I'm joking. I mean, to be compared with one of the best ever, or the best ever, I think it's really cool. It's really cool, but I don't know. I think we don't have a similar game. He's attack. Maybe we have a similar global game, if that makes any sense. We affect the game in different ways, but he's a really good player.
I'm gonna say something.
That's lunacy, by the way.
Yeah,
their games could not be more different.
I'm out on him now.
On KCP,
I'm out on Jokic. He said one of the best ever, and then corrected himself to slight Jordan. He's done for me.
Let me say something pretty harsh. I just thought of it, so I don't have a softer way to say it. All this talk about Luka making everyone better and selflessness and all that. Joker is real humble. Luka's fake humble. Luka's a sweetheart with the media, and I do believe he's a nice guy. But when it comes when the ball's thrown up, he's like, I'm getting mine. You know what I mean? Like,
I want that.
I want Joker. You get yours when you get it.
He's the best.
There were 2 or 3 layup opportunities he passed up yesterday because he just understands. Van Gundy called him a basketball master psychologist. He's just like, I know getting everyone else going early is going to benefit. So number 1, Jokic versus Luka. It's Joker for me. Number 2. Anyone else notice the lack of bitching and complaining from the 2-time MVP? Here's what Joker does when he gets whistled for a foul. When he does commit the foul, he raises his hand, he runs back. And Bassick, this segment right now, this rant is for you because I know you'll love it. When he doesn't commit the foul, and it gets called on him, I believe him every time. And he's usually right with the replays. Now, you don't think that makes any impact on an official? Like, whoa, he's arguing. I probably messed up. Whoa, I respect this guy. He raises his hand. Good call. Runs back down. No complaining. No whining from the two-time MVP who's going to absorb more physical contact than Luka Doncic. Those are my takeaways. 1, he's a better player. 2, he's truly unselfish. And 3, he's so much more legitimate when he complains because he rarely does.
Hubie Brown, I remember saying this on a broadcast 15 years ago, watching Jason Kidd argue for something with the Mavericks, and the referee reversed the call. And he said, if you pull these referees aside in a private moment, they would probably tell you that the lack of complaining from Jason Kidd on the floor makes it stand out when he's upset. So same sort of thought that
it's the quiet person at work.
It's like
it's the person who never say one thing in the meeting, and then imagine one day Peyton snaps saying, CJ Nitkowski's cell phone wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. And he just snaps and he blows up, and we'd all go,
damn.
Whoa. Chris Tucker, Friday. We go,
sounded fun to me.
Whoa. Yeah, tell Spittle afterwards. Go in there and see how your ears sound after that.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it is the quiet person. You know, like there is no complaining. You know, it was also very quiet. That arena was I was very. They cannot win. That was very quiet.
I totally agree with you.
They cannot win the title.
They were all sitting, and I was like, what's going on?
We cannot allow Denver to win the championship. A fan base that makes zero noise in a playoff game that the team was rolling in doesn't deserve to win a championship.
Probably too stoned.
Probably were.
Probably all litty.
they probably were stoned.
Yeah.
And that's, whatever. But, yeah, this was Joker was tremendous last night. And, Lakers, I don't know. Like, should they feel good about where they are? Losing that game only by, 6 points?
I think they should. Denver hit a lot of BS shots.
They did.
A lot of just let me throw this up at the buzzer. The Joker 3 that Anthony Davis was like, are you kidding me? Joker could have given the MJ like there, right?
Yeah.
The MJ.
Yep.
Hands at the side. So I think the Lakers should feel good despite losing with AD scoring 40. But those were my Luka lessons for last night. As I have defended him versus Choppy is looking more right on this in the unselfish passing debates that we've had, and I'm starting to take an L. So anyone else want to comment on that? And we're going to move on to the number 10 pick.
When you talk about how, he's more passive or he's more humble and Luka's fake humble, I do want the dog. Like, I do want that aspect. So I don't want to kill that in Luka. I do want the alpha, and Luka's an alpha.
Do you think Joker's an alpha?
His brothers are for sure. Yeah, I do, but I think there's a greater killer instinct that exists in Luka.
He has to, and I agree. I want that too, and he does have that. I'm not trying to crush him. When you use a word like, selfish or fake, it's not going to come across the best. But Joker makes it 1, 2, 3 on his priority list. Get everyone else involved. And Luka's is not. It just isn't. And I think it would benefit himself. Do I think other superstars could have dragged this roster to the 6, 5, 7 spots? No, I do not. That is number 1 on Luka Doncic's resume. And that is, to a degree, making other people better. Because this roster, I've been telling Mike and everyone else for 3 years, these Mavs homers, it's garbage. Nice guys, but garbage. And very few other superstars, I think, could have dragged them to the playoff spots that they've gotten. But that's where we are. All right, Mavs keep the number 10 pick.
Yes.
Bobby's poll question is, should the Mavs keep or trade it? 760 Tolo votes. 59% say trade it. They agree with me and Choppy. 41% say keep it. So that's where we stand right now. This to me comes down to help to keep 77 here. And I feel way better about including the number 10 pick, which Windhorse and McMahon are reporting the Mavs are likely to trade this. You're much more likely to get help to keep 77 here than draft, miss, or draft and wait. That's what it's about.
I think you're more likely to keep Luka here with a player that could win now.
Yeah.
not somebody that is
a vet. Let's just call it a vet.
Yeah, a vet. Say Zach LaVine, whatever.
Someone in that category.
Ilk. Yeah, you. There's a big question mark with guys that you draft outside. I mean, at any spot, really. I mean, there's a question mark with all these guys. We think we know. We don't know. We think this is a deep class. We don't know. The scouts are the best thing they do is, I mean, they're 50-50 at best. 55-45. That's just the way it is, right? You can't predict how someone's going to fit in a system or how someone's going to, take their game from one level to the next. You'll never know. I would just take somebody who's already proven themselves in the NBA. This team needs to win now.
You got your draft pick?
No, I'm in favor of standing there at 10 because the fact that there is depth here, I think you have seen that in the 8 to 12 range, you have been able to find big-time contributors lately. I know for as much flack as the Mavericks take for their evaluations of guys, in recent years, they have found, Jalen Brunson. They have found Josh Green. They have gotten Jaden Hardy. Like, they've shown an ability to develop some guys in recent years that I think should give you some optimism that if they get somebody sitting there at pick 10 that they feel good about, that they can do it. Now, look, if you're telling me this trade is about for a player, I'm less interested in that because I'd rather take the lotto ticket. But if you're telling me this trade is about maybe you move up a little, maybe you go up a little bit higher in the lottery with this pick, plus another pick, plus a player or something like that, then we can talk. Then I'm interested in potentially trading. But if this is just a swap for a veteran and another Mark Cuban misevaluation of some veteran that he thinks is going to be able to stand out and contribute, I'm not interested in that.
877-881-1053. Are people trashing me for the Luka rant? That guy on Twitter, we don't need a trash Luka segment after watching the best player in the world. Well, I mean, they're supposed to be in the same category. We do this with the Cowboys when we watch all the other teams play in the playoffs. We're like, what the Cowboys should borrow or learn from this. We should do the same thing with Luka. We should do the same thing with all your teams. Should you not? Jared Sandler walking in here with a smile on his face.
That's never a good thing.
I got an audio clip here.
All right.
Sandler, let's see what he said about someone chugging beer in the Rangers stands.
Oh, no.
Let's talk about last night's win, today's matchup, and what Vegas is saying about all your favorite teams in the Metroplex. Plus, Choppy is not very happy with the decision makers in this state when it comes to Vegas. We'll have Choppy go off, then crosstalk with KMC next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of
segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or correct.com.
Who had a better night than Derek Holland, who will be a part of the KMC Crosstalk today at 9:40 as he was in a special Rangers box with Larry the Cable Guy and President George W. How about that night? How about that flex?
Wearing his team-issued polo. Did you notice that?
And the World Series hat.
Yes,
it
and
had
the World Series hat.
on.
Absolutely.
As he was talking also with Ron Washington down on the field before the game, and Wash is going to be on KMC today at 11:30. So Wash, Larry the Cable Guy, and the president
night
for Derek Holland.
Solid night.
Very big night. All right, let's hear this side clip of Sandler. I don't know what this is, but Peyton put it on the cut sheet as the Rangers beat the Braves 7-4 last night. Game 3 is this evening, 6:30 pregame, first pitch 7 o'clock. Sandler is in studio. Turn on your microphone. You don't know what this is?
No, what'd I do this time?
Well, let's hear it.
Did I jinx something else?
Peyton, go ahead.
1-2. And Olsen hammers one down the right field line, but foul. Holy smokes. A guy just made a barehanded catch while holding a beer. He's now chugging his beer. He deserves it.
That ball was hit 112 miles an hour off the bat. He just reached out like that Evan Longoria commercial years ago. 1-2. That one is ripped through the left side into left center field, a base hit. Olsen a big turnaround first, but I honestly don't care about that single. That play that guy made is one of the best plays we've seen all year.
All right, that's a good call. Very nice.
There's nothing wrong there.
Nothing wrong there.
All right, it's been like 7 straight days where I've gotten like crap on the show for doing something. So, is there anything like what RJ?
Fine.
What? Okay.
Fine.
All right.
Crap for it's not crap for doing something. Usually it's crap for not doing something. Like
that's
making
true.
a
That's
run
fair.
call.
I was just surprised that he was able to backhand it barehand the way he did.
Was it not? Okay, so I actually didn't get to see a replay of it, but so this is down the line, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thought I saw it with my own eyes that he just reached out with a hand and got it.
So he had the ball. So he was standing there, beer in left hand, because he's Bull Moose, right? Bull Moose party. Drink with the left, shake with the right. And the ball was over his left hand. So he reaches across his body and backhands a ball at about 108 miles an hour. Like that's...
I mean, it was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
There were some really good defensive plays last night. Josh Young charged a ground ball, made a really nice play in the middle innings. I don't know that Josh Young's play was better than what that guy did. That was, like, honestly, I'm not trying to overstate it, but that was, I don't think I'll see that for another 10 years. A guy make a play like that on a ball hit that hard.
Corey Seager back tonight?
Should be, yeah. So, weren't sure why he wasn't activated Monday, but now, it's clear he's dealing with a stomach bug. So, they wanted to give him a couple extra days. Expect him back tonight. Guys, tonight should be a lot of fun. All right, this is the rubber game of the series. Winning series is great. It's not going to define the season or anything, but you got Spencer Strider, who, short of Jacob deGrom, might be the most exciting pitcher to watch in Major League Baseball right now. The game's premier strikeout artist in the National League, and you got Nathan Eovaldi with a 28 2/3 straight scoreless inning streak. I mean, it's been a while since the Rangers have played like a game that matters with like a really cool pitching matchup, and this is that tonight.
The game will be over by 8:45.
And nothing else to compete with it. I don't care about the East right now. No Stars until tomorrow night. Your first reaction when you saw the Kumar Rockers Tommy John news?
Yeah, I mean, it stinks. Mike Maddox has always said there are 2 types of pitchers, guys who've had Tommy John and guys who are going to have Tommy John. And that's just unfortunately the climate of pitching these days. The one thing I did see, and I understand fan reaction because as a fan, you follow your team more than you follow the league, and people understandably are like, oh, why does this always happen to Rangers pitchers? This is not a Rangers problem. This is a baseball problem. This is league-wide. The Rangers actually, of the last 5 years, I think are in the bottom half of the league in terms of Tommy John frequency. So it's unfortunate. It shouldn't change your thoughts on his ceiling. If you felt like, if he's going to be X pitcher or Y pitcher or Z pitcher in the next 5-10 years, shouldn't change your thoughts on that. It just delays his arrival. Now, I think, Bobby, you did talk about this on air, right? At some point, Kumar Rocker. Yeah.
Fast tracking.
I don't think that Kumar Rocker was going to be in the big league bullpen this year, but he was likely going to be on an innings limit because of, past years and a lack of innings the past few years. And so I could have seen, if I really squinted, I could have seen a scenario, not likely, but I could have seen a scenario if he got promoted, which he was about to be promoted to AA and pitched really well, that maybe to finish out the year while preserving his innings, they send him to AAA, have him be a reliever for a couple weeks, and then maybe help the big league team. Again, I would put that at 5%, but obviously it's no percent now.
All right, so Vegas update. Choppy, open up my email when you get a chance to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Biggest jumps in win totals 6 weeks into the season. Do we think that the Rangers are on this list? Sandman, would you like to guess some of the teams who have surprised the most based upon Vegas? 5 teams. You want to throw out any?
In Major League Baseball? Sorry, I tuned out for a second. Okay, so the Rangers, are they on there?
They are not.
So they have not surprised the most?
No.
And this is improvement or either way?
Improvement.
Okay.
Are you looking at it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just going division by division. The Red Sox?
Red Sox are number 5.
Okay.
I'll just go in order. This will take too long.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay is number 1 plus 10. Choppy, you this is right? Pittsburgh?
So Tampa's preseason win total was 89.
They're not going to win the division, by the way.
Did you just do the?
Yeah, they're not going to win the division. Hey, if you can bet on these things, like I wish you could. What's that?
They played a very easy schedule.
Well, but they're starting to get really hurt. You want to talk about Tommy John? They've lost 3 pitchers to Tommy John, the major league level already this year. Toronto is really good, and Boston's better than people thought. But to me, Toronto and why am I forgetting? Toronto, New York, Boston, Baltimore. Yeah. Toronto and Baltimore are both really good. I don't think Tampa wins the division. I don't think you can short a bet like you can a stock, but I'd look at the odds for Toronto and Baltimore.
All right, so Tampa, their win total went from 89 to 99.5. All right, I would take the under on that one. The next one is Pittsburgh.
Plus 9.
Pittsburgh's win total went from 67.5 to 76.5.
Yeah, got off to a great start. Yeah. I think they'll probably hit the over there, but they've started to come back to life.
The Nats are next at 8. So they went from 59.5 to 67.5. Look, when you're that low, when you're projected to lose 100 games and you get off to a hot start, losing 100 isn't that easy anymore. Orioles plus 7.5. They went from 77 to 84.5, and the Red Sox plus 7 from 78.5 to 85.5.
The Orioles are good, and the Rangers play the Orioles on this next road trip. That'll be a fun series.
Rangers are plus 5. They went from 82.5 to 87.5.
Now, what did Peyton predict for the Rangers before the season when we all laughed at him?
93?
93 wins.
Okay.
I think we're on
Didn't you say it was a failure if they didn't get there?
If they didn't make the playoffs, yeah.
Okay.
But look, right now, their current over-under you can bet on is 5 games over where they open the season.
It's 87.5 now.
And then the biggest disappointments, the White Sox, the Cardinals, the Royals, the Mets, the A's, and the Padres. The team
Padres started at 93.5, now to 86.5.
Yeah. So that's good. The Rangers right now have the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th highest win total in Major League Baseball that you can bet on in Vegas.
The teams ahead, Tampa 99.5, Atlanta 97.5, along with the Dodgers. Toronto 92.5, Houston 91.5, Yankees 90.5, Milwaukee and Minnesota 88.5.
Can I ask you guys a quick question? I know that you guys are more in tune with the Rangers this year because they're giving you guys and so many others reasons to be. Do you feel like with the pitch clock and the changes that baseball has made, which has undoubtedly made the products a lot more enjoyable, but do you guys feel like you're more engaged with what's going on around the league? Not that you're sitting and watching a random Diamondbacks Pirates game, but that like you're just more interested?
I mean,
great question.
I have I get the baseball package, so I'll watch if it's if there's something like I want to see on. Like I watched Sunday Night Baseball. I've been tuning into more this year, so yeah, a little bit more.
My answer is no.
Yeah,
I know the least about the other teams in baseball than any other sport, aside from hockey.
Yeah,
aside from hockey. Do you think that it is having that effect for you, Bobby? You're a baseball guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware, as I always have. Any amount that I'm more aware is probably just because the Rangers are better, and so I'm more in tune with relatively how good are they relative to the rest of the league. So there's that aspect, but I don't think pitch clock has done anything for me on that. I am interested for your thought on a pitch clock issue, though. because there was a study, I can't remember who put this out. Somebody had a note out there that pitching injuries skyrocketed in the month of April. It was the highest month of pitching injuries in 30 years. And some people were starting to ask, okay, is this tied to the pitch clock at all? Do you think the increased pace is causing more pitching injuries?
I can't say for sure, but like the logic behind it would make sense. Yes. I don't think, the logic behind it makes sense. I do think that I hate to say it's preventable and, blame those people, but I think there are things that you have to adjust to as a pitcher. And one of the things that people said about the pitch clock was you can't be max effort, every 15 seconds. And they thought it would lead to lower velocity, more balls in play, stuff of that nature. I don't know if that's all played out, but it definitely, I think, forces guys to maybe change the way that they go about pitching.
I have two subjects I need to ask you about. So answer the first one quickly, and then we'll talk about it in cross with Holland. The Aaron Judge thing.
Yeah, so I actually didn't see this. Mike said that an article was released earlier where the first base coach for the Yankees actually, the Blue Jays pitcher was tipping pitches. The first base coach was picking up on it, and Judge was trying to pick up the first base coach, which that happens all the time. There's not technology involved. Tipping pitches and the human element is.
Did you hear Mike yesterday in crosstalk?
I didn't hear him yesterday.
He went crazy saying Aaron Judge's head should be taken off. Judge can get the signs or the tipping off from the pitcher, but he can't. It's over the line. It's breaking the code when you're getting it from elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
you agree with that?
I think I agree with two statements. One, I would tell you that I think that it goes on, right? I don't think that the Yankees are the only team. It's not like oh my gosh, like they should be, crucified for this. But in the past, if another team figured that out, then Aaron Judge would be drilled the next day.
And then Mavs keep or trade the picks. Since you're diehard Mavs, you said the Kyrie thing would go south, and here we are. And you're a college basketball guy.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good draft. I don't know if I trust them to make the right pick, but I love the opportunity to have that pick. Obviously, I need to know what's out there in a trade, so I don't want to just blanket say, no, don't trade the pick, but I feel like this is a pick that you'd regret trading because I don't know that I trust them trading it for the right package.
And what did you think about Woj saying this last night?
This is the most highly anticipated player to ever enter the NBA. And this is maybe not only the greatest prospect in the NBA's history, maybe the greatest prospect in the history of team sports.
I mean, he's no Bronny James, USC. Listen, Victor Wembanyama, by all accounts, I mean, this is incredibly exciting, and I'm so glad he's not going to Houston, although it does kind of suck. He's going to San Antonio, but Houston sucks. So, but what I'd say is this, and there's no way to know the difference, and you absolutely have to draft him, but how many guys his height who are asked to play baseline to baseline that are, athletes. They don't just park their backside on the block.
Yeah.
How many of them are able to stay healthy? And the first person that comes to mind is Kevin Durant, because he's really big and he more or less, until late in his career, stays healthy. But for every Kevin Durant, you've got a bunch of others.
4 inches taller.
Yeah. So but you can't not draft him. Yeah. I'm not saying anything other than
like Greg Oden.
Yeah. It is a physical fascination for me as to whether this guy can run up and down a court for the next 10 years and be able to stay healthy.
1,000 games.
What was it like hanging out with the president? Derek Holland, Crosstalk with KMC is next.
But let's get you over to number one air, the instant rebate special happening right now.
is now time to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece, featuring the big dog, the man with all the friends, Derek Holland, on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, that's right.
That was impressive. That
was
very, very impressive.
It was a lot of fun. I got to see, obviously, Larry the Cable Guy, George Bush, and then go and talk with Wash. That was probably the most... Damn it. Sorry, that was loud. That was probably the coolest thing, was just reliving all the moments with him again on the field, talking baseball. Like, that man needs another job as a manager.
And Wash will be on with you guys at
11:30.
11:30 today.
And Chris Cyborg at noon today.
Oh,
really?
She's going to teach my son how to MMA fight.
Nice.
Yeah.
So when did you get this invite or find out that you were going to be sitting? Was it, as Evan Grant tweeted, an exclusive box with the president?
Ooh. I mean, I guess, yeah. But I was already planning to come. I wanted to go and see Wash. So that was my whole thing, is once he was in town, I want to see him and see some of the guys that I train with that are playing for the Braves too, and just kind of catch up with some of our guys.
Why do you train with the enemy?
Yeah. Well, that's just the way it works. When you don't have a team, you can train with whoever you want.
They're all the enemy.
I'm on the unemployment team.
So when did you get word you're going to be sitting with him?
I got a text from a buddy telling me that President Bush was going to be there. What?
Hockey Hawk.
We're helping you out.
Your mic's not working well.
Project. Say it with your chest.
Say
it like
words.
you just
Say
hung
it from
out.
your colon.
Say like
Yeah.
you just
I have
hung out with W.
Derek, I have a question for you. The place you work out at, is it considered the best place in the United States of America? Because it sounds like so many of the premium quarterbacks go there. So many of the premium baseball players go there. Is there a competitive place in the United States where other players are going to work out?
I can't speak on the other places because I don't work out there. I don't know where these other places are. I don't even know what the other places are. But APEC in Fort Worth and in Tyler definitely have all the guys that are going there competing against each other, doing all the football workouts. Baseball guys are there in the off season. I mean, it's loaded with athletes there all the time.
A lot of athletes live in the area too, right? Like that's kind of
like. I will say Trey wants to move here to Dallas.
Trey.
That's Lance.
Let's say it for
my
what?
friend.
Yeah,
my friend.
My friend Trey.
He has a feeling it's going to be a tough year for Dak, and he's
got upside still.
Did the president have security?
Of course.
What level? Like, how many people did you have to go through? Like another extra special
he
metal
can't
detector?
tell you that, dude.
I would.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you. I bet you there was probably 15 to 25 people.
Wow.
But they're all spread out.
Like, do you
they're
see them
over the
all?
place.
Do
You see probably 6 inside just that
It's the
little
ones
suite
you
that I was
don't
at.
see, though.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one you don't see.
And Larry the Cable Guy?
Yeah.
What was he like?
What a beauty. I mean, Mike was even just talking about too. Guy has a cutoff wherever he goes. He was in like some kind of like slipper shoes. I mean, the dude's comfy. And he is the real deal though. That was listening to him talk. I kind of was curious about if he's going to do like that accent, that he always does. No, that's real.
Really?
That was but it's not as extreme.
Has he performed recently?
I don't know. As the great Greg Giraldo once said, the dude made a living out of people who never actually had cable.
He was at the golf tournament. We saw him at the golf tournament that we were out at a maybe 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was good. Good talk.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
Is he taking over?
Actually, let's go around the room. Kevin.
Yes.
Keep or trade the number 10 pick?
Keep. Like, I don't need to think about this, whether you prefer Hendricks or Grady Dick or whoever.
Who?
I am interested. Or Cam Whitmore. I think he might be off the board, but I would appreciate that. I want to keep this pick.
I lean towards keeping, but I believe the Mavericks will trade it.
That's probably true.
Okay. Why do you lean towards keeping?
I think the Mavericks are 3 years away from being a championship competitive team. I think they got to, in a way, have to wait out, I think, Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract. I do think, I hate saying this, I think he's a really good guy. I think he's a negative player in the NBA. You have to wait out, who's the dude we got from Bertans, and he has 2 more years at approximately $33 million left on his contract. I just think the Mavericks have made so many mistakes over pretty much the 5-year period of having Luka. Now, I don't know if Luka will stick around for it, but I do think it's going to take 2023-24, 24-25, at least those 2 years before you can think about being in Denver's category right now, or kind of where Boston has been at the last few years with Tatum and Brown and everything they've built around them. But I think Mark will go for a horrible quick fix and totally destroy this franchise for a decade. Woo! I do. I think they're going to go into the horrible 25 win to 30 win team for a good 5 years.
What would you do, Corey?
Trade it and find a new team to root for, because come on.
Oh, no.
Yeah, man. Like, they're in a bad spot. The smart decision is to keep it. Because you don't have the money to buy anything anyways. You don't have money to put anything good on your team around Luka right now. The only good way to do this is go find yourself, somebody texted this in, we've been saying it for a while, go find yourself a Will McClay that's actually good at this, that can help you find the right pick every
You mean Al Bundy in the guy?
Well, Chop, you and I are in the traded camp. 60% of the Tolos as well.
Traded for what? I'm kind of curious.
We were talking about, like, trying to get a Zach LaVine type level player, maybe a tick below.
I hear you.
You know, but someone like that.
Okay.
You know,
because they don't like Zach LaVine, right?
Yeah, well, at least they didn't 3 years ago when we pitched that. We had a couple people in the organization say he's not good enough to be the third star along with KP and Luka. That's a real thing that happened.
So, I mean, there's guys that you can get, obviously, but somewhere in that category of player, and because look, if you think that this is tough, because if a superstar, an all-time great, if you think Luka's an all-time great, then all-time greats are good enough to win. They should be good enough to win at least 40 games every year.
Do you know since 2000, Luka became the third player in NBA history since 2000 to be first-team All-NBA and not make the playoffs?
Wow.
Anthony Davis was one of them. And then after that season was over, he said, I don't want to ever play in New Orleans again, and sat out half the season, then got traded to L.A. in the offseason. And the other was Steph Curry in the dog days, that kind of period of no Durant type of deal.
Everyone was hurt too. Clay was hurt, and Draymond was out.
Those are the two people in the history of the NBA who couldn't make kind of the top 16 teams. And now Luka is in that category too. First team All-NBA and did not make the playoffs. So if you want to see how bad of a year was it when you have that good of a player?
If that's a great point. If you're looking to make that deal, are y'all looking for just talent acquisition? Are you looking for a combination of talent acquisition and shedding at least one of those bad deals? Where do y'all fall on that?
Keeping 77.
Okay.
A win now player, because otherwise the odds are you're going to miss on 10, not have an immediate win now guy, and he's out.
I think my opinion, this is only my opinion, based on some people telling, I don't think Kyrie wants to be here. I don't know Kyrie. He might really want to be here, but from what we at least what I understand is Kyrie will play in Dallas. He's fine with the city. This isn't his destination. He needs Phoenix, the Clippers. I think the Lakers are out with how well they're playing with all the trades they made. But as long as he finds a couple teams that want him in a sign and trade, I do think Kyrie's going to want to push his way to those teams, which then puts Cuban and Nico in another tough position, is they got to work out a sign and trade and get something for Kyrie that works around Luka. Plus, is it the 10th pick that has to go in that trade too? Is it the 10th pick goes in another trade? But I mean, literally, I would say you could replace 10 of the 15 guys on this team, and you almost need to. You need to get rid of 10 of the 15 guys on this team to start the process of building a better team around Luka.
And then you need Luka to be better.
Yeah, you need him to be a great leader and these guys to want to play with him.
Look at last night.
He stinks at it. He stinks at leading a team.
Did he play last night?
No, I'm just saying, look at last night for your example. Not only do you not have the depth and star power of Denver, you don't even have the best player.
Yeah.
Luka's not better than Jokic, and I don't think that's even up for a debate anymore.
You're a Luka hater. You always have been.
Look, he's still great, but he ain't great as that dude.
He doesn't understand the game the way Jokic sees the game.
Fair.
He sees it as, I want 20 points in the first quarter. I was watching a Michael Jordan game, Sean, in 1990 or 91, and the announcer said this. I haven't gone back and looked at the stats. He goes, remember, Jordan's kind of a slow starter. Now, why is he a slow starter? Because he knows I don't need 20 now. I need my teammates to get involved, and I need 20 in the fourth quarter myself. I'm going to score 20 in the fourth myself to make sure we push to victory.
Yeah.
Luka gets the majority of his points are in the first quarter.
All right, let's talk about this suite real quick.
All right.
I have something I was going to share too about that.
The president's not enough?
Well, that's where it's coming from.
He gave you a suite?
He gave us a
No,
suite?
no. So, like, one of the coolest things that I got to hear too yesterday was, obviously, 9/11 happened the next day. You know, he gave his speech, and then
Eric
he threw out
thinks
the
that's
first.
cool.
No, I did not say anywhere that was cool.
Holy crap.
Jeez.
Good try, Sean. But yeah. So, sorry, I forgot you're not a real patriot. But
my
anyway,
God.
What
happened?
let's get back to this though.
All right, hold on. What's going on with the suite?
So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for it.
Yeah, so he's telling us about the first pitch that he threw at Yankee Stadium. And that was actually one of the coolest things to hear him talk about was throwing out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium, doing everything, how loud the crowd was, how united everybody felt, unlike you, Sean.
I would have been like, don't you have any other material, Prez? Haven't you told the story enough times?
It's such a great – it was cool. It was really cool to hear that. Like, kind of gave me chills the way he was saying it.
That was the ultimate goosebump moment. And no one has ever prayed harder for anyone to throw a strike than in that moment.
Yes. He said that Jeter came up to him and told him, if you bounce it, they're going to boo you.
They'll boo you.
And he threw a perfect strike.
Amazing.
That's kind of awesome that Jeter's a big deal. To us, he would be just a guy. Michael Young could be Jeter, you know. But it is kind of awesome that dude right there walks up and says something like that just to motivate you to, hey, make sure this is the right one. Do it right.
Yeah.
Did you get his number?
No.
Did you get his socials?
Can we get him on the show? You think we can?
Oh!
You think at some point we can do that?
I bet I could try to see. I'll find out.
Wow.
But he would be on.
George
He would be
Bush
on
can
our
give out his
show.
number?
Okay.
He's not going to be on their
You don't
show.
think anyone has a cell?
I don't.
You don't think he gets texts?
I don't know.
Yes, he does. He's a huge Ranger fan. I was told by some people that he literally like keeps updates and everything. Like no matter where he could be giving a speech somewhere, whatever, he wants updates on how the Rangers are doing.
Yeah. We never knew that.
Well,
He's
the
a
more
big
you
fan.
know.
Yeah. Ron Washington
G.I. Joe.
on today.
What about the suite though?
Oh yeah.
Have we figured out what
Did
we're
you get
doing
it,
there?
Sean?
Did you get the suite?
I was staying out of that. That's Choppy's connection.
Nick and Sam's.
We're all trying to get the Dallas Star suite.
Yes.
For
Hey.
game 3 or 4.
I took a shot with him.
With Bobby?
Yeah. I'm surprised he was here.
Oh
though.
my God.
Yeah, and you leave him hanging on a high five.
I can't see it. You're behind me.
You can see it on the fan
that's
cam.
great.
Twitch.
He's behind me. I didn't know.
Judge, you can't see out of the side of your
So
eye.
Chopper,
I wasn't looking. I wasn't peeking.
Chopper, you going to deliver then on the suite? Is this going to?
Trying. I texted and he said he will let us know today.
What's the price point you're willing to go to?
Well, I mean, with suite, now I'm willing to go up a little bit higher. I was willing to go like $200.
I bet you it'll be about 500
a person?
Yep. You're in the Western Conference. Playoffs.
Yes.
The upper deck
Finals.
for the ticket was $175 face value. For the last row in the upper deck for this is $175.
Yeah.
And that's before Ticketmaster and all that fees and stuff.
All right, we'll see.
I think we're going to pull this off.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Great PR for them.
Yeah, we're gonna get.
Oh
something
my
here.
God.
Great PR. The whole fan crew out there.
Yes.
With
they
Kevin
need it.
Hagelin.
They get represented by a station that people listen to.
Tomorrow we are back with the Thursday edition. KMC is next on the Fan.
America.
Keep the volume. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a big old show for you today. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Reginald Atatula, and it is a Wednesday, which means Derek Holland is with us, as he is every Wednesday.
Vice President Derek
Unless
Holland.
he's not.
Until the history of time.
I'm just happy I get.
Here?
Yeah.
I'm just
Does he
happy
say
Reggie's
get her
here.
done? That's not him, right?
I never get to do a show with Reggie.
You got to do a show with Reggie once.
We've done it like once.
Yeah.
Once.
What is it about Reggie that you like so much?
Just the way he is.
Thanks, man.
It brings a lot of good vibes, good energy.
It's impressive.
Is it, though?
I mean, it is for me.
How do we get that? How do we become like that, where we just have good vibes and good energy?
We do.
Okay. All right. Good.
We have a damn good show.
Oh, look
All
at that.
right.
It's starting off just right.
That's what I like to hear. Now,
We're starting off with the get right. Or wait, I didn't say it right. Get it right. I was just trying to help promote them.
It
too.
is the get right.
Yeah,
so
but
you
I'm
did
saying we
have
need to
it.
get right here.
Mm-hmm.
There
You
we
guys
go.
want to
See what I'm
start
doing?
over? You know what? Hit the music again.
No.
Let's just start the whole thing over again. That is not how we want to start
From
the
our
show.
fan studio,
All right, here we
secured
go.
by
Derek, we're gonna get it right
DFWSecurity.com.
this
It's the
Yes, sir.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Part 2 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors,
I'm here.
Mike Bassick, Reginald Atatula from the Get Right, 7 to 11 right here on The Fan.
That's
I know
right.
sometimes the Rangers interfere with that. And we have Derek Holland, perhaps for the first time ever, or excuse me, the last time ever on a Wednesday.
Wow.
Could be.
Wow.
Could be.
Yeah.
No
maybe.
announcements yet.
Yeah. We'll just keep an eye out on what's going on
If
with
you had
Derek
been
Holland.
listening in there, you
Yeah.
would know what I was talking about,
Yeah.
Michael.
Mike's caught
So
off
guess what?
guard.
Deal with it.
Mike doesn't listen unless he's being paid to.
He's got his teammate cancelers in right now, so
And
That's a great
even
answer,
then,
Reggie.
even then, sometimes.
It's like 10 to 2 is when I listen.
Maybe.
All right. So I want to go ahead and fire off cut number 16. It felt inevitable that it wouldn't happen, but it still stung just a little bit when the Mavericks didn't get the number 1 pick.
The second pick will be made by the Charlotte Hornets. And that means that the number 1 pick in the 2023 NBA draft goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
So,
Well, he's going to be healthy for 20 years and win 5 championships.
and that's every generational big man, it seems, to go through the Spurs. So my question
May
was
have
going to
some
be,
plantar fasciitis. You know, maybe
oh my gosh, is what hurt more yesterday, losing out on Wemby or losing Kumar Rocker?
Rocker. You had Rocker.
and he was dealing.
You didn't have Wemby. You had no. You really had no chance. Come on, 3%, whatever. You had 3% chance of getting Wemby.
In your
So you're
mind.
telling me
have
there's
it.
a chance?
Well, even still, that was no shot. And plus, you know how the Mavericks are. The Mavericks never get bumped up. Kevin, you just pointed out the other day.
Yes.
They get bumped down more often than they get bumped
16
up.
for 16.
Yeah, they
Staying
this
the
time-
same or getting worse.
Yeah, this time they stayed flat. No, it's more Rocker than anything else. I guess there is a bright side that you have Brock Porter, and that was the true mastermind of I guess Chris Young in this whole process, or whoever was involved in
Scott
getting
Boras.
and Scott Boras.
Yeah.
Okay, making.
I mean, he
sure
had
that
both
happened.
clients.
Yeah,
And he had to try to satisfy both clients, and he got a team to take Kumar with the 3rd pick and Brock Porter all the way to the 4th round, because talking to a couple of scouts that I know, they were just like, we had to take Brock Porter off of our board after about pick 15 because we knew the demand he wanted from his signing bonus.
Yeah.
And our slot couldn't meet that demand. And so the Rangers knew if we draft Kumar Rocker and he's going to give us, I can't remember if it was a $3 million discount or $4 million
a
discount
discount of significant
on the 3rd
proportion.
overall pick, that all of that money will go to Brock Porter in the next round that we have a pick, which was the 4th round. So I think Boras and the Rangers made a deal, and hopefully it works out.
Yeah, so there you go. That's for me, Kevin. It's more losing on a pitcher that could have been a trade commodity or maybe even a future starter someday down the road than it is about a guy that you were never had a real chance of getting.
Do you, I know it's a long road ahead, but do you look at Rocker and think now, best case scenario, he'll already be 26, 27 by the time he's recovered and comes up? Or do you look at it from the perspective of it really sucks for him and his money, but his clock won't really start until then, and so you can have him through what should hopefully theoretically be his prime?
I like what you're saying there from a Rangers perspective. If I'm the general manager or owner of the Texas Rangers, I'm not happy with this. You're kind of devastated because
he's getting Tommy John surgery, in case people didn't know that, by the end of the week.
And I don't think that was the issue with the Mets. Supposedly it was a shoulder situation that his physical wasn't good after the Mets took him, I believe, 9th overall the year before, and they decided, look, we're going to give you a lot less money. 10 overall. And so he doesn't sign, goes back into the draft. Rangers take him 3rd, and they say, hey, we feel good about this. We think that we can work through whatever the Mets saw or other teams saw, and we're going to be okay. And I don't think it had to do with the elbow as much as it had to do with the shoulder. I could be wrong on that. But now you do look at it from a Rangers perspective. If he rehabs this, he's not going to pitch the rest of this season, probably not going to pitch next year. I mean, when you look at where we're at in mid-May, you're probably looking at he's maybe ready to pitch in July, but you probably don't want to push it.
14 months, right? Is the
sometimes it's 18 months.
Process.
And so it's,
I mean, it's more of, I mean, to get back out on the field, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's 14 months.
Yeah.
But the other thing too, I was going to add as well, is like with Mike talking about too, with the shoulder, in a way, we could look at this as a blessing in disguise too. Yes, it does suck. He's going to have Tommy John. But he could also, if there is actual issues with the shoulder, we can get some injections into the shoulder, PRP, get that to heal up too during this process. And then you now have a completely healthy arm going into
age 25-ish.
Yeah.
Maybe
After
25
Tommy
and a
John
half.
And a lot of guys too with Tommy John, their velo goes up a little bit too. And I mean, you just see kind of a different pitcher in a way. Now, granted, some guys, it doesn't go that way too. So we'll have to see how he goes about his rehab.
So you're rocker.
Yes.
I'm definitely rocker. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with Corey too. We didn't have this guy.
Right.
We have rocker.
You should have heard crosstalk yesterday with G-Bag. Everybody was like, "No, we got it."
I don't. To me personally, you don't have him. You have complete control over a guy that has actually started to show some dominance too. From what Chris Young was even saying in the Rangers interview, he was going to be promoted to Double-A, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, pretty soon. Yeah.
Hold on. Are you talking about the Rangers interview with G-Bag Nation? You listened to the G-Bag Nation?
It's crazy.
Also?
I'm a
This is amazing.
low.
Look at that. Total all the way.
But I just want to point that out. Like, he was showing a lot. And yes, you talked about, yes, it could have been a trade piece too. But then again, if he continues to do his thing, you might not want to trade him.
I'll take the other side, and not saying I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here, obviously.
There is.
Except for ours, yeah.
Let's just not, I know it's Wimby, number one, but rocker might not affect the Rangers ever. He might have not affected them in a positive way or negative way. Just like right now, Jack Leiter. We really want Jack Leiter as the number 2 pick to keep consistently pitching well and affect the Texas Rangers probably in 2024 through 2033.
Sure.
If he doesn't, we see that you can spend on free agency. You can make trades for the Mavericks not to jump into the top 4, I will say. Now, the odds were 14% pretty much. But for them not to jump into the top 4, it could be starting with kind of losing Jalen Brunson. You can maybe even take it back a little bit further, but it could be the total destruction of the Dallas Mavericks around Luka. And we just start looking back in the history of this 3, 4, 5 years from now going, wow, look at all the steps that Mark Cuban had to get wrong for this to go into where it is now.
Does it make any difference from that perspective then? Because I hear your Mavericks focus on that. Does it make any difference that he's going to the Spurs as opposed to like Charlotte or whatever?
Yeah, and that is something that affects you. Like that will affect you for the next however many years he plays, whatever his body holds up to. I do have concerns about guys that are that big in their size with injuries. It's just there's a history with it.
Sure.
But when the fact is you do have to play that guy. He's in your division, if that matters.
I know they don't focus on that as much, but yeah.
But if he's going to be that good, and you know Pop can coach good talent, like you know that for however much longer he's here, they will build a team around him. They've proven that they can do that too. They're good at drafting. If they do that, then that's going to be yet another team that's going to be in your way in the Western Conference that's already a bunch of bullies. It's a bunch of people that you got to fight against just to be good in the Western Conference. So that's going to be in your way, and that's going to be in Luka's way. Maybe not next year, but in the future years, it's going to be a problem, and you might be having to face it. And we remember what it was like facing Tim Duncan. We remember how they were always just in the way. And so that's going to be another thing. Yeah, Mike's right about that. It may not affect you directly by not having the guy on your team, but having the fact that he is in your area is a problem for you.
And somebody brought this up, and I think it's interesting and maybe this could have leveled the playing field, is the Rangers have more upside, and that's why they think that hurts. That's actually that's why I might go the opposite, is because I think the Rangers were going to survive either way, sink or swim, this year and next year without Rocker. That's just the way it was going to be. And so this doesn't feel as painful. I didn't think personally we were going to move into the top 4. But if you were looking for a quick fix for the Mavs, you can at least look at this. There's no way Rocker was going to be on the team, on the big club today to pitch or tomorrow or whatever. But with the draft lottery, I could see how you're like, my God, the Mavericks are terrible at personnel moves. But maybe this ping pong ball can fix it. And that's why I think I'm hurt a little bit more by this, because I have far more faith and confidence in Chris Young, Bruce Bochy, and the collective that is the Texas Rangers to grind out little moves at a time. You know what I'm saying? They're going to make a trade for somebody in the bullpen in June. You're going to be like, oh yeah, okay. And then, wow, that ended up being a great trade. I do not believe in the Mavericks' ability to grind out these little trades or these little moves that keep building.
Yeah, no, that's a dead-on analysis right there. And also, just on things that we're hearing, Kevin, I don't even trust them to understand what their organization internally wants to accomplish.
That's fair.
Even on a game basis, I have a lack of faith that they know what they want to do and complete. So getting the talent, hey, you're the talent. Run out there and play basketball. That feels like that's the whole goal instead of, hey, we still have
Is that not a good strategy?
We still have development. No, that is not a good strategy. You have to develop. You have to teach them how to be professionals. You have to teach them, if they want to be great, how to be great. You got to guide them in that direction. And it doesn't sound like, just on things that we're hearing, that they know what they're trying to do there.
I do also just feel, I know this doesn't I don't know, we don't get into this aspect a whole lot. I do just feel really bad for Rocker.
Right.
The way you come up through the MLB system is really restrictive anyway. I know teams have started to change where they're like, hey, I'll buy out a couple of your years of free agency as well as that arbitration and just get the deal done. But for the most part, a lot of players are like, you're stuck in that 6-year window, 3 years on almost a minimum, and then 3 years of arbitration. So you don't really make a lot of money frequently until after.
Right. And hopefully Kumar Rocker has such a good career that at 33 or 32 years old, when he hits free agency, he is looking at, let's say, a 9-figure deal. But there's a good chance here now when you look at this that he probably will have to play out rookie years, arbitration years, and then become a free agent if everything works out. He stays healthy, pitches well enough that he's not looking at free agency now till about 32 or 33 years old. That's way down the road. Obviously, the Rangers just have to hope that he can actually rehab well, pitch well in the minors for a year or maybe a year and a half, come up to the major leagues, contribute to a team for, let's say, 4 to 6 years, and then he has the opportunity to then make a little bit more money in his career.
And I don't know if you guys care at all, but obviously we've talked about the Mets and Rangers pitching connections, and I've already seen multiple stories last night and this morning. The Mets were right again, which I am not saying has to be factually accurate because we're hearing this is a totally different thing, but that's just an extra annoyance.
Last thing, Derek, real quick. Out of all guys that throw 95 or harder, how many guys don't have Tommy John surgery in their first 5 years of professional baseball? It feels like if you throw that hard, what year did you have it?
I didn't.
What did you hurt on opening day?
Oh, that was my shoulder.
Okay, even worse. Okay, so that's it.
I think
that was a cool topic.
I think
that worked.
By the way, I think that Leiter pitches every 6 days,
which is weird.
I think he's. It's either tonight or tomorrow that he pitches next. I'm trying to find it. Why do they make it so difficult to find?
The minor league stuff is difficult just because they play once a week. So,
yeah,
or for a whole week. Sorry, they play a week.
Okay.
Except for Monday. Monday's off. But it's so weird to have that rotation thing.
It says Leiter on their website is pitching tonight.
There you go.
In Frisco.
Coming up next.
Coming up next, the moves that got the Stars to the Western Conference Finals. And Corey, you ask, the ratings, now that they're there. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Do it.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Drew Robertson able to get there, centering pass, hits, scores! But now they wave it off!
Don't worry, they would wave it back on if that is a
Wave
thing.
on, wave.
That's Pat Green right there. Yeah.
That's Derek Holland. What are you talking about?
I was thinking.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's Green Day.
Okay. I got really confused.
That's even more interesting. So.
Okay.
That was wild. Nice job.
Now, Derek, since you won't be with us on Friday, what is your official prediction for the Western Conference Finals? And then I want to get into a few specific things for the Stars.
I've got Stars in 6, and then
Okay.
Friday, Stars come out hot and win.
I like it.
With a 4-2 victory.
Ooh, I like it. So, I was reading an article on The Athletic, and I also have ratings news for you, Corey.
Good, I
think you're
need
gonna
it.
Dig it. Is the 10 moves that got the Stars to the Western Conference Finals and have Jim Nill up for consideration for GM of the Year. By the way, how amazing was it seeing Jim Nill look fairly apathetic in Game 7 that they were about to win? Like, I'm sure he was excited, but I loved how stoic he just sat there.
Okay, there was a moment, and it was the second. It was after the goal, and I think it was the second face-off, Kevin, when he had that look on his face, like he kind of wanted to smile, like son of a bee. Like, wouldn't it just be this to take us down? But man, great leadership on his part, and you know what? That dude's had a process the entire time that I think that we could trust.
Yeah.
He had so much great success with the Red Wings and what he did there.
Sure.
That over this time, it's kept him here. And you're like, okay, where are we going with this thing? And it looks like not only do you not have just the future with Ottinger and Heiskanen and Jason Robertson, even Wyatt Johnston, you also have the veterans sprinkled in that we talked about that Frank would always tell us, you got to have a good mix.
See,
when did they catch him? Like, when was that picture, that shot of him? Because I also think about when there was like
I'm not sure.
22 seconds left, it was like the whole place went quiet.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was
Because
right
they
around that
just
time.
scored, and it's like, crap.
I thought even at 2-0, they flashed up to him, and he was like, just kind of sitting there, which I appreciate because you probably shouldn't like be dancing up in the box until the game's over.
Correct.
But I just loved, like, even his face looked like calm and in control. So here's a 10-point plan. 10-point plan, almost had it. 10-point plan for Jim Nill's candidacy.
How many points did you say it was?
Is this from The Office? A 10-point plan and a 10-day?
10-point bullet point, I think is what I said originally. So I'm just going to say, here's 10 reasons.
Okay.
Hiring Peter DeBoer. Jake Ottinger's contract. Jason Robertson's contract.
Did you want to stop on any of these?
Nope.
Okay.
I didn't know.
I mean, if you want to pick out your favorite, let me know. Setting Wyatt Johnson up for success. That might be mine. Acquiring Nils Lundqvist or Lundqvist. Rupe Hintz's extension. Joe Pavelski's extension. Replacing Gurianov with Dodonov. Adding Max Domi. And developing Thomas Harley. So the whole reason I wanted to run down all of them at the same time is because you see different areas. Like, you were never going to let Ottinger and Robertson go, but doing shorter deals at good price points was smart. Giving Wyatt Johnston the chance and then sticking with him, smart. And then multiple trade acquisitions. I just think you look down that list, there's so many different kinds of spots. Because like Joe Pavelski was a different deal. You could have been like, maybe we're going to move on. Maybe we're going to do this. Whereas you were never going to move on from Ottinger and Robertson. But you got young players re-signed, older players re-signed. You made a couple of didn't seem like huge moves at the trade deadline that have really paid off. And you invested in your young players. Not to mention the head coach.
Yeah. I wanted to start with the coach.
Okay.
Because that seems to be nothing against Bonus, but he didn't have the same pull he had in the bubble.
Did you always think he seemed like a temporary coach?
Yes.
I know he was here longer.
And he
but
earned the
sure.
next year. He earned that and everything. But it just seemed like, all right, well, you have this group that's, they're a good mix of veterans and young players. And DeBoer comes in and he just looks at the team and says, all right, y'all are all really good at this stuff. I'm just going to maximize what you're good at. And I'm not going to try and hold y'all back at a lot of things. And that's what I think they've played this brand of hockey that's been an absolute blast. Now, we all can kind of concern ourselves with, is it physical enough to overcome this, overcome that?
Yeah.
But then somehow he's gotten them focused on puck, not hit. And that's what we keep bringing up is until game 7, they were like, hey, now we'll be physical, just as physical as you. They said it on the national broadcast. It is a calming presence behind the bench. And I think that's that's the key to what they have is they have a guy they trust, knows the strategy and what he wants to do.
With all that in mind, I think you're going to love this quote.
Okay.
So we're going to go to cut 7. This is the Stars coach. I mean, essentially the question was, hey, you're playing the team that just fired you.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
There's no hiding from the fact that that it means a little more, obviously. I mean, that would be for anybody in this situation. This happens all the time in the world, right? You move on from a job and you go to the next job, and except now we're playing each other in the conference finals, immediately after. So, I think the important thing for me here though is the hockey and the focus on the players. It's not about Pete DeBoer and his history with Vegas. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the players in that room. There's a lot of guys there I loved coaching, and it's going to be a great test for us. But I'm a Dallas Star now. I love our group. I think we're getting better as the playoffs are going on here, and should be a hell of a series.
I think he handled that very well.
Yep.
I mean, especially for a guy that's actually went and played for another team, and then you come back and play the team that you left. He kept himself calm. He's not letting it get too far ahead of himself. Yeah, of course you want to win. You definitely want to beat the team you just played for, whatever. But he seems very well grounded with that, and I think he's going to have those guys under control. Like, yes, the players definitely know. That's the one thing that's really going to stand out is they know what this means to him, whether he's very vocal about it or not. They know what it means, so there's going to be a little bit more, I guess you could say, fight energy, however you want to put it. But at the same time, Pete's going to do a very good job of keeping these guys grounded and not getting ahead of themselves.
I appreciated acknowledging the question too, because I always think that's smart with media. Is people will say like no comment or I don't want to talk about that. Media does not frequently just give up until they get what they're looking for, right? And so I felt like it was a very real answer for him to joke and be like, look, I'm focused on the series, but it would be foolishness to try to pretend like this isn't a big deal.
We do have Ron Washington coming up at 11:30.
Sure do.
And
thanks.
And I know, Derek, you've given me your answer on this, but
fine, I won't answer this time.
Derek punched out Josh Hamilton in Josh Hamilton's return, not with a fist, but
I was about to say,
you struck him out. Struck him out with a beautiful curveball. Slider.
He would
it was an
kick
off-speed
Derek
pitch.
Collins' butt.
Oh my God, he would mop the floor with me.
But I remember watching that moment specifically, and I was like, Derek just did that for all of us. Like we all, and listen, you can love him as a teammate and whatnot, but we all felt like we had that moment where we were kind of like, dude, we've been a baseball town for 2 years.
Yeah, I wanted to set the tone right away. Facing a guy like that, I did it. When I'm out there on the mound, I want to put you in your place.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to make sure after his comments and everything, like, sorry, dude, you're not going to speak about our fan base like that. Like, you played here. I don't care how much if you hated it, whatever, you should never say anything bad about any of the people that are here because they make you who you are. So I was like, all right, I'm going to make sure I go and take care of business.
And I think that's a very similar kind of
What,
vibe.
Kevin?
But I am kind of curious on Wash if he was, did he come and give you a big old hug after that?
Ooh.
After the punch out?
Yeah. Or did
I
you
wouldn't
just
say
know?
he did that.
Did you just know?
I know what he said, but it's not radio.
Oh my God, I so want to know.
Now I can't
not
wait.
radio
But
approved.
hold on. Was this
There's
during...
a few F-bombs.
Oh my gosh. Was this during the day or at night? Because it's impossible
It's
to
day.
play baseball
It's a day
during the
game.
day.
Yeah.
Yes, I do remember, as much as I love Joshua, I remember the excuse of I can't play in day games because I have blue eyes.
Yep.
I remember that.
It was a day game. I remember that
Crippling thing
specifically.
you hear every year at the draft.
Yes.
They're like, he's
But I
really
do-
tumbled down the board because he has blue eyes. So we had to send him packing.
But I do want to say, when that dude was on, he was not missing, and he
For
was
sure.
hitting bombs.
Mm-hmm.
He hit the one that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Don't.
I wanted to
Don't do that. Don't even do it when we're about to have Wash on
All
here.
right.
You better not bring that up.
Okay.
You know what?
No.
When we had
There
Wash
is no
on,
what.
when we had Wash on the one time we've gotten to have him on our show, he talked about it all.
Yeah.
And he was great, man. Because that's what Wash is. You know,
he is the
It was
best,
awesome.
isn't
Now, you asked about the ratings.
Yes.
Okay. Game 7.
We're doing great, by the way.
Yes. Thank you
Our
very
show's
much.
doing very well.
Thank you to our Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers, everybody that has listened on terrestrial radio. You guys are helping us dominate, and y'all are awesome. So, Monday night, Game 7 averaged 2.75 million viewers on ESPN. That was down 2% from last year when it was Rangers Hurricanes. Now, I know you might be like, oh, that sucks. It was down. But original 6 team, your ratings are usually going to be worse. And so they were only 2% worse. And it was the largest audience for any Western Conference playoff game on any network since 2016.
Wow.
So it was the highest rated Western Conference playoff game in 7 years.
That's awesome, man. That is awesome
really
to
is.
hear. That's well, and listen, dude, the Stars, like everybody around here has been like, well, then hockey's also here too. And you're
Sure.
like, but no, man, Derek's wearing it today. Derek knows he's been in that arena. You go in that arena every time they play. That Stars fan base is not they don't have rabies, but they are rabid. Yes.
That was the loudest I've ever witnessed a game there. That was electric atmosphere all 3 periods. It was never the only time I should say that it got quiet was when they did score that goal with 22 seconds left. And everybody was like, uh-oh. But that place was awesome. And it literally gave me chills, and it made me that much more hungry to get back out on the field for myself. Like I'm hoping that it motivated other people to go do more things because of the vibe, the energy. Like that was so effing awesome.
Yep.
Like that was didn't matter. There was so many Stars fans in there. Even after the game, I went and had a couple drinks right outside the arena. They were chanting the Stars. They were anybody that came on the TV that was getting interviewed, that place went nuts. I mean, it was so electric throughout the city, and that is awesome to actually experience it like that.
And the Kraken.
Turn your mic on.
The Kraken have shown to be a TV draw early on in their history, which for them. And then the last game I told you was 7 years ago. That included Chicago. So that was another original 6 team. And so they're doing excellent in the rating.
I do also want to point out, too, that the way that the fans handled everything with the Kraken fans, too, there was no, at least where I was at and around and everything, even outside the stadium, too, or the arena, no fights. Everybody was very respectful. Hey, you have a great team. You guys got a bright future. Like, nobody was like,
so Twitter was the only place where the trolls were.
Well, yeah, duh, because it's the keyboard warriors. They're always over there.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He's not wrong. Look, I got a lot of those tweets.
I get them all the time. You get death threats and all that dumb stuff.
Stop that.
Don't send someone death
That's
threats.
how people are. The thing is too, they use a fake account too. It's like something with, it'll be like Dutch 123796314. It's whatever.
That's how many fans there are of his. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
Dane Dunning and Will Smith. Where would this team be without those two guys? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
All right, this is going to be fast. First nugget, Lakers lost. In your face, all you fake Laker fans. Woo! Yep, thank you. I hope you lose every time you take the court. You probably won't, and it'll make me furious. All right.
Darn it.
Let's talk about the Texas Rangers. Let's talk about the super positives from yesterday.
Okay.
Dane Dunning, third start, and he has been spectacular. He has had 3 really good starts.
Let me ask you this. With him doing what he's been doing, especially out of the pen and now starting in the rotation, when DeGrom is healthy, do you keep him in the rotation or do you put him in the bullpen? Because I literally think he has solidified himself into that rotation this year so far.
I would put him back into the bullpen. I think it's a great question. You know how this works out, Derek. Sometimes when Jacob deGrom comes back, another guy has an issue and has to go on the injured list type of deal. So you might not have to make that. It's kind of like with offensive line with the Cowboys. Like, what happens when they're all healthy? And it's like, well, 4 weeks from now when that guy might come back, it seems like you've ran into another issue and that guy stays in. So I do think there's a possibility Dane stays in the rotation as long as he's healthy, just based off of somebody else has a little bit of a situation that has to go on the injured list for a couple starts. I would put him back into the bullpen if I'm completely healthy, because those are the 5 guys that I signed to kind of big-time contracts to be 100%. My 5 guys, and the Rangers desperately need help in the bullpen.
But the thing is, I like where you're going with that, but he's your long man. So you're not going to have him go out in a 1 inning. So, I mean, that's the only thing that would get me.
Are you saying 6-man rotation? Because that doesn't make a lot of sense to me that you're only going to pitch some of your best guys every 6th day.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen.
So who would you move to the bullpen? If you want Dane in the rotation and you have your 5 guys healthy and Dane, who are you putting into the bullpen to keep Dane in the rotation?
Maybe Heaney.
Okay. I don't mind that answer. He's done that in his career, but I understand. I feel like we'll get to it here, but Will Smith and Brock Burke are probably your 2 best relief pitchers. Maybe even in a weird way, as fast as it's happened. Sporgs, and they're both lefties. Saborgs is a righty for you, but
Lee, is it Lee or not Lee? He just threw last night. For some reason the scoreboard said Lee King.
Yeah, John King. He did a good job. Great job for John King.
Yeah.
So I look at it and just go, wow. And Dane Dunning's going to have to make 2 more starts, I think, at least. Probably. Until Jacob deGrom comes back. He threw a light bullpen session yesterday, Jacob deGrom. So it's just starting probably I'm going to guess a 3-week process.
If that's the case, then do y'all think in the next 2 to 3 weeks, like this question will answer itself from Dunning, from Heaney? Like you'll see enough that you'll be like, hey, we need to make something change.
Yeah, I think you'll see that too. The other one and he's been such a big piece to this team for the past couple years. Martin as well is a guy that could possibly be a bullpen help too if things don't shape out for him.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I mean, he has
to fight through this early start where it's honestly not horrible. His ERA is not horrible. It's just that he's getting hit pretty hard.
Right. Yeah. And my thing too is I want to see more from the starters going a little bit longer into the game. The 5-inning stuff just doesn't. I get it. That's the new quality start, whatever, but that's not going to cut it.
Well, I mean, Evaldi is picking up 8-9 innings.
Oh, I know.
He's
been lights out.
This will be really fun tonight at the ballpark. Spencer Strider, who has like 5,000 strikeouts already in 36 innings. But Spencer Strider leading the majors in strikeouts, guy in his first full season in the major leagues. And then Nathan Evaldi, who is the best pitcher in baseball over the last 14 days.
So how jazzed are y'all for this specific matchup today then?
This is going to be a good one. I mean, this is definitely going to be a start you want to watch. The one thing that I can say that the Rangers can do with this to get Strider out of the game, he throws a lot of pitches.
Yeah.
I mean, he could usually go 5 innings, 100 pitches. So if we can get him
to throw a lot of pitches and get out of the game quicker and go after that bullpen that's already starting to get depleted after being used quite a bit, that'd be huge.
And if you don't know Spencer Strider, I get it. We're in the American League. You know, he's on Atlanta. First of all, I don't even know if he's 6 feet tall. I was on the field yesterday, which was really fun. Ozzie Albies is maybe 5'8".
Okay.
Maybe 5'8". And I think that might be stretching him an inch. But, man, him and Ron Washington were having a blast working before the game. I mean, Ron's working him at second, and Ozzie Albies is working his butt off. If you want to why is Ozzie Albies so great at defense? Like, him and Wash are working their butts off before the game and having fun doing it. It's intense, but also enjoyable.
We'll save that for when we talk to Wash, because he did do that with Simeon, too. So we'll get to talk about that.
Strider's fastball, average fastball, is 97 miles an hour. And that's a 202 batting average against. His slider is 85 miles an hour and has a 131 batting average against.
What's the ideally, and I know it can vary from off-speed pitch, but what's the ideal range of speed difference from your fastball to one of your off-speed pitches? Is it 12?
No. Well, it's different with different pitches. Honestly, that's a pretty big difference from slider. You get in between when you watch his breaking ball break. I call it breaking ball because it breaks like a curveball. And usually when you get to 12, I would say, Derek, 12 to 15 miles an hour slower, kind of like Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton has a curveball that breaks right to left. It really doesn't have a ton of downward break. It's a big right to left break. He calls it a curveball. But usually when we think about a slider, it's going from right to left, and a curveball is going from high to low. It's pretty much what we think of the break of those pitches. But slider, I would say usually you're going to have drop 6 to drop 10. Would you say that on your off your fastball?
Yeah, because it's the same. I look at it too with my changeup. I want my changeup to be about 10 miles an hour slower, and I want it to look identical to my fastball. So, meaning it's coming out of my hands, you're going to think fastball right away. Slider, same thing, and then the curveball is usually the slowest of them all. And you want to have a variety of things for a variety of change of speeds.
You have at least 3 different speeds.
So that way you can really mess up their timing, and then you come back with a heater.
And pretty much Strider is just a 2-pitch pitcher. He's only throwing his changeup 4.7% of the time. So he's so dominant with his 2 pitches. It's like, I don't even need a third pitch right now. Now, that being said, a changeup, mine was 6 or 7 miles an hour difference, which was a little bit hard for just being off of a fastball, but I had good enough movement.
Okay.
So you do not want a straight change. Sometimes you'll hear straight change. Zach Greinke throws his changeup kind of hard, but he has a huge downward break to his changeup. So he only, takes off 5 to 7 miles an hour, but obviously has a lot of movement on that changeup for it to have as much speed as it does close to his fastball. Let's talk real quick about Will Smith. Will Smith gets the save yesterday, and where would this team be without Will Smith? And I mean this, they are 10 games over 500. I don't know if they'd be above 500 if they didn't sign Will Smith in spring training.
Do even what you said a second ago. Where would they be with that? I get it with Will Smith, but what about with Dane Dunning too?
Right.
You put that in there. I agree with what you said.
Both of those guys have, in a weird way, saved this season so far.
Yep.
Oh, no. And I don't even think it's a weird way. I definitely think they have kept this team above 500, not only above 500.
And I don't want to take anything away from all the other guys doing great things, but if you were starting another player, I won't throw anybody under the bus, but if you're starting another player, or if you were having no Will Smith in this bullpen, I don't know if you would be right now 500.
You saw Hernandez again yesterday.
All right, so he has 8 saves.
And 4 holds,
Okay, all right, that's 12, and you're 26 and 16.
Yeah.
So, you wouldn't be.
It's just scary. Obviously, Hernandez has another rough outing. He faces 3 hitters, 2 homers, and hit a guy. You could tell on the mound just his lack of confidence.
Yeah.
And he's shook. He's mentally shook. I don't think he's physically hurt at all. I think he's mentally shook. And Derek, I wonder what they're going to have to do with Hernandez, because Leclerc, they only pitched him the other day when it was 11-3. So they're protecting Leclerc in situations now.
They're just trying to get confidence back up.
Can you protect 2 guys in your pen?
You're not going to be able to, especially if, and you saw how quick Bochy pulled the trigger. That was, okay, we're done. We can't,
minimum
we're not
amount,
risking
right?
it. Yeah.
You have to face 3. You're only facing 3.
I think now we're starting to see that phase now with Bochy and Maddox is, okay, we can't do this anymore. We did our whole testing phase. Now we got to we got to start playing, like, not saying they don't play to win, but, you got to play with more of, okay, we can't let this stuff keep going. It's getting out of hand. We got to go.
Leclerc's under a major league contract, so you'd have to designate him for assignment. You can't send Leclerc down to AAA unless it's like an IL stint to do it. If you'd like for him to work on his stuff in Frisco or in Round Rock,
that's the only thing. Are you going to put him on the Phantom? I mean, that's kind of you can't really do that technically.
But with Hernandez, you do have options with him. So if you would like to send him to AAA and say, we need you to be good this year for us, because the Rangers honestly really do. But is it best? I'm throwing out the question. Is it best for him to maybe go down to AAA and face AAA hitters to regain his confidence and his location of his fastball?
I do think that's a good idea. And then my next question is, what happens if that doesn't work? But
that's the thing is, too.
I think that's a good idea.
It can still kill a guy's confidence, too.
Right.
But he's also got to understand, that's where it's got to be more of the maturing is, I'm not doing my job here. I need to go down there and do it as well. On top of that, if we're going to send him down, do we have an option to bring somebody up?
Yeah.
Because
you just brought up Barlow.
You can't just if nobody's being successful down there, you're not going to reward somebody for that. It's just not how it
Taylor
works.
Hearn's doing well.
Okay.
But I'd have to go recheck his numbers. Because as a reliever, you know this, Derek, all it takes is one game of 4 runs and nobody out, and it changes your numbers tremendously.
100%.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it is time for the Hoop Scoop, where we discuss the Lakers losing Scoot Henderson and a wild Mavs no. All of it next right here on the Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I feel like this is the moment that Mike has been waiting for. We do have Ron Washington coming up at 11:20, but
I hate LA. I hate it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
To, you know what? I got a couple of clips for you. Let's go to cut number 4. The Jokic 4.
Jokic has it at the point you got to shoot it. Does for 3. Got it at the horn. Right over Anthony Davis.
Right in your face, Anthony.
And then Davis turns around and says something to Nikola Jokic. And Davis goes to the bench just laughing.
It's probably, you're definitely better than me. And cut 5, just to bring more joy into Mike's life.
3 seconds left to go in Denver. There's the horn. Ball arena crowd to its feet. The Denver Nuggets take game number 1 of the Western Conference Finals behind another triple-double from Nikola Jokic. The final tonight from Denver, 132-126.
3 more wins, Denver. Come on.
Now,
my kid's like, don't you want to see LA versus Boston? I'm like,
Hell
no. No.
But you love Magic and Bird.
I do.
But you don't want to see LA and Boston.
No. I just want LA to lose. I didn't want to see LA and Boston back then. You know who they were beating to go to all those NBA finals?
Mavs.
The Mavericks.
Oh, my God.
That's why I hate them. They took out my Ro Blackman.
Anthony Davis had 40 points last night. You'd be proud of him, Corey. He made all of his free throws.
What? You said it couldn't be done.
I know. For a team. He did it, though. And I guess it has been done for a team. Anthony Davis and Jokic are the third pair of opposing starters to each have 30 points in a playoff game. The other two both happened in 1995. Can you tell me those other centers?
In 95?
In 95.
They played each other?
They played each other.
Ewing and Shaq?
Not Shaq. Shaq can't make free throws.
Oh, free throws.
No,
free throws.
no, not free throws. 30 points or more in the same playoff game.
Did I get one of them right?
Yes, you did.
So it's Eastern Conference. Who else would be a big-time center?
Olajuwon.
He's in the Western Conference.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it could have been NBA Finals. He's like, hey, NBA Finals, Nimrod. Okay. Houston versus, it was New York, right? Because 94 was Orlando. So Ewing and Olajuwon.
No.
All right. Now, well, then who is it, Kevin?
Yeah,
Stop making us look like stupid morons.
You had it with Shaq and Olajuwon.
Shaq and Olajuwon.
And then
94, that was the year OJ accidentally did something, and that was that year.
Accidentally. And then
I love the plausible deniability of accidentally do something.
And then Hakeem and David Robinson also happened. So
is that the year that Hakeem housed the MVP?
Maybe. I'd have to go back and double check on that.
I know this is crazy, and I didn't get to watch a lot of last night's game, being at the Ranger game. How many times does the ball go into, let's say, the post area for Denver and LA? It doesn't have to be the block. I get it's not going to be like the way Shaq and Ewing and Olajuwon caught the ball on the block, but how many times is it kind of we're working the ball somewhat through like post area?
I guess more for the
elbow
Lakers.
The post now too?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the high post. Because one of the things about it is Jokic orchestrates out of the high post.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so a lot, because Jokic can go a couple of different places. But yeah, if you're saying high post included, which makes sense because you did say post, then quite a bit.
Yeah.
This was the stat that I found staggering. So Jokic, 34 points, 21 rebounds, and 14 assists. He now has 2 30-point, 20-rebound playoff games. Kareem did it once. Wilt did it once. Jokic has now done it twice.
How many times has Shaq?
You know, I bet. I honestly,
I think those are the only.
Yeah, those are the only 4 that have happened.
I bet Dirk got really darn close a few times.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. How does this impact your thoughts on how the series will play out?
Reading stuff, not getting to watch it. I watched some of it. Don't get me wrong. I couldn't watch any of the fourth quarter. That was pretty much when I was doing post game and then driving home. Is the Lakers, it sounded like, had a great fourth quarter, and a lot of Laker fans, and look, let's face it, the Cowboys don't have these fans in the media the way that they're just rooting for the Lakers. They're openly hoping the Lakers win every game. It's the most amazing thing to me. I get the Yankees, I get the Cowboys, and I get the Lakers. They're the only team out of the three where the national media is openly rooting for the Lakers every second. And they're telling me, I'm going to judge on if you guys saw the fourth quarter, that the Lakers played a pretty darn good fourth quarter, which makes them feel good going into game 2.
I did think they played a pretty darn good fourth quarter, and I know they were trailing by quite a bit at halftime, but with about
20 in the third quarter was the deficit.
Yeah, but with about at least half the fourth quarter to go. So I think with about 6 minutes, like it was to a viable margin where you're like, this is a game. So
I got the replay on right now. It was like a 13-point game with 5.5 minutes to go.
Was it really still that far?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then they had like a nice 9-0 run with they capped off by an Austin Reeves 3.
Okay.
When we got towards like 2 or 3 minutes to go.
Because like Nick Wright's like, that's okay. LeBron's going to win everything.
Nick Wright is very much a LeBron lover.
At one point, they got within 3, but I don't know why. I was thinking it was like an 8-point game with 6 minutes left. I was listening to Austin Reeves after the fact. He was like, I think we just played harder. And like, maybe that's the case. Maybe the Nuggets let some natural, ease it up a little bit. But Jokic said after the game, he said everything we did right, and in terms of getting like loose balls and making shots that we need to make, he was like, we didn't do that in the second half. So I think it was a combination of both.
Well, one of the things that happened really well is that the Lakers, when it gets to kind of crunch time, they do a little bit more matchup hunting, and they were looking for Jamal Murray all the time. It was a lot of, come here, let me see you guard. And they were really efficient on that. So Mike, one of the things that you could talk about is the ways that, the Lakers did some great things. They definitely had one of their chess match moves in playing Rui Hachimura a lot and getting bigger compared to what they had done in the previous series. And if you want to take that from a positive, you can say they feel good. You can also take that from a negative place and say that they had a change that the Nuggets were not ready for, and they still managed to lose that basketball game, right? Probably one of their good moves that they had in their hand did not result in a win for them in this series.
I like what you're saying, Reggie. I did feel like things played out a little bit the way I thought it would in the first half. If you look at the Lakers' way to the conference finals, Memphis had no Steven Adams. They had to play somewhat small. So they were playing a smaller team. We know how small Golden State is, especially, obviously James Wiseman didn't work out. Then they thought, man, maybe it'd be best not to play Kevon Looney so much and make Anthony Davis play away from the basket. So they had size and strength advantage in both of their first series, and especially the Golden State series by far. They never had to worry about the physical play of the Golden State Warriors. They had to worry about the pace and the off-the-ball action, a lot of other things. But here's Denver, 7'1", big, strong center, 6'10", small forward, 6'9", Aaron Gordon, who can be a very physical player. And so I do think that LA, it showed in the first half from what I saw that they were not prepared for a physical game because they've played about 13 games now in a row where they didn't play the Minnesota Timberwolves with Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns and a driving physical Anthony Edwards. So I felt like Denver was more ready for what LA could possibly do to them than the Lakers were for Denver, because they're like, man, we haven't played a team that's been as physical or more physical than the regular season. So I do see that I hate saying this, from an LA positive perspective. They have a much better idea after 4 quarters on how physical the game of basketball is again, because they've played somewhat non-physical teams.
I wonder, Kevin, if they think, we were just sleeping and we woke up and now we're awake and we are there, or if they come back into it and they're like, all right, we kind of know, or if Denver looks at it and says that was kind of our strategy for game 1.
Yeah.
And now our strategy is going to tweak just a scotch for game 2, so that, so maybe we're drawing some more fouls because they're being so physical. I don't know.
I also wonder how sustainable the idea of Jokic being defensive stopper is, because in that first half he was incredible defensively, and that's something that you don't necessarily anticipate from him.
Yeah, and on the flip side, if you're, I guess, the Nuggets or the Lakers, you wonder how frequently Anthony Davis will hit 40, since you have seen, not every game, but there was a pattern where you would get, unbelievable, fine, unbelievable, fine. So I'm really curious to see how the series advances from here.
What do you think after game 1? You got to watch a lot of it.
I like Nuggets in 6.
Okay. Reggie?
I think Nuggets in 6 or 7 is very fair.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Lakers in 7.
I'm scared of Lakers in 7 too, and I'm just picking that because I really want to be wrong again.
That's cool. I'll take Denver in 7 since you didn't want to ask me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out where you were.
We had
I told you I'm in a
He's
glass
sitting
case of
right
emotion.
next to you, Mike.
No, he wrote it in the Twitch chat. He was like, "Hi, Derek, where are you?"
I was.
I told him I was in a glass case of emotion.
What's happening with Mike's spatial awareness right now?
I was reading an
It's not as good as Aaron Judge.
From I was reading an article with Scoot Henderson, and they were asking him like what he thinks separates him from the rest of this NBA group. With obviously like Wembanyama being at the top of the group, but I got something about that in just a second.
Yeah.
He said, I think I just got that dog in me. I got it in me. Sometimes people got it on them. I got it in me. I'm the most prepared player in the draft, honestly. But if you look at everything this morning, the thought is with the Hornets getting the second pick that they will take Brandon Miller, and then the Trailblazers would end up getting Scoot Henderson. I know a lot of that could change, but just early reaction.
I think it's a mistake. I'm not saying Brandon Miller's not a great prospect. What's the problem with LaMelo Ball, who is injured quite a bit, and having another guy who, watching Scoot Henderson, I believe he can combo guard. He's not a huge guy, 6'3", 6'4", but I think he can guard the 1 and the 2. And we know LaMelo Ball can probably guard the 1, 2, and the 3. I don't see an issue with that. In fact, I see it as taking a little bit of pressure off of LaMelo Ball. Not saying Miller's not the right pick, but I wouldn't say, oh, I'm not taking another point guard or another guy who's really good with the ball because I have LaMelo Ball. Same thing with Luka. We saw without Brunson, it was really tough on Luka. And Luka's created some horrible habits in his NBA career because of such bad development of a team around him that now he thinks I have to have the ball 80% of the time. I think right now I would lean towards Scoot Henderson's talent being more than Brandon Miller's, and I would take the more talented player at 2.
And then one more thing for you. I was reading something on The Ringer where they talked about playoffs and also off-season stuff. They said, give us a bold off-season prediction about a losing playoff team or a not in the playoff team. And one of them said, do you want one? Draymond Green will opt out of his contract and sign with the Mavericks.
Oh, and then we're going to the Western Conference Finals.
Ooh,
For like mid-level exception?
Who's he going to punch on this team?
Well, actually, and I thought about it with Steve Kerr.
Plenty of people can be punched on this team.
Definitely affected
that's a tough one.
the season.
I mean, doesn't Dwight Powell always get hit in the face anyways?
So he volunteered because he's so nice.
The most athletic, clumsiest guy in the NBA.
So Draymond Green has a player option
Longest
for $27.6 million. And so the thought is, would he opt out of that?
Why would you keep doing that, Derek?
And then come to
You guys see what's going on on TV?
Oh my God.
I would love for that to happen.
I don't think he'll do that.
I would love for it to. Would you take him?
I would.
Immediately.
Man, the refs would hate us.
But Luka doesn't need he doesn't have to be the leader now. You got Draymond can do that for him.
That is true.
And you don't have to. You have somebody that's like, hey, we're all pulling our own weight. We're all pulling on the same rope. He's going to be that guy. And Luka doesn't have to do it. And he knows that he can just let Luka. He can let Luka be Luka, and he can take care of all the other stuff. And that's. I mean, I was just saying this with Reggie off air. It seems like a lot of times the guys that are real dogs, other people are saying that's a dog. That dude has dog in him. It doesn't, like with Scooty's like, I got the dog in me. And I'm like, well, you have to tell anybody, or do they just recognize it? And that's something that I just listening to Draymond's podcast, he recognizes that in Luka. He's like, he's one of those guys. He's got that dog in him.
I think that this is a very controversial subject on Draymond Green, just looking at the Twitch. I think that it'd be 50-50 for Mavs fans on yes or no on Draymond. I do know this. I agree with Corey. Right now, Luka can't lead worth a crap. And he needs a veteran guy to show him how to do it. It doesn't mean he can't for his career. It just means he can't yet. And he's had bad leadership mentors right now in his career because we can see he doesn't know how to do it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with former Texas Rangers manager and current Braves third base coach Ron Washington right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. We bring to you Texas Rangers manager, former Texas Rangers manager, and current Braves third base coach, Ron Washington. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing great. I have to ask you a little bit of a fun baseball question. Is the Blue Jays manager yesterday allegedly yelled, "Shut up, fat boy," at the Yankees? Did you ever yell at the other team or the other dugout any sort of insults?
In my mind, I never uttered it out my mouth because I know cameras out there and they got experts can read your lips. In my mind, I certainly did.
Nice. Probably not radio-friendly insults either. I appreciate that.
Were any of them ever aimed at current Rangers manager Bruce Bochy during the World Series against San Francisco?
No.
Okay.
Total respect for Bruce. Total respect. Total respect.
Yeah, I am like really kind of curious about like when you get the chance to talk to him and have those conversations. I mean, and being back in Texas this week and everything, what is the conversation like with Bruce?
I'm really learning. He's a very efficient guy in the way he handles his business. And when I talk to guys like him, I'm in the listening mode. When you listen, you learn, and you only learn when you listen. So I'm in a listening mode when I talk to Bruce Bochy. All I can do is learn. Everything that comes out of his mouth, I can just learn from it, and that's where I am.
Wash, what's going on? It's your son, Derek.
Hi, Derek. How are you?
Hey, I wanted to point out something that people don't really get to see about you that, one, I've always loved because you've changed my career big time, but two is how much time you spend with guys on the field. Me and Mike Bassick were talking about it. You were with Ozzy Albies and a few other guys out there. I know you did this with Simeon. Who got you to start doing this, and how long have you truly been doing this for?
Well, I think all the coaches that I've had in my career, starting in rookie ball, all the way to the big leagues, and then even when I got to the big leagues as a coach and as a manager, guys like Jim Leland, those are the kind of guys that take you under their wings and really teach you how to handle things. So that's the way it's been for me all my career, though. And I enjoy being on the field. I enjoy sharing the wisdom and the knowledge that I have, and I certainly wasn't born with it. It was given to me through all the coaches, as I said, that I've had through the years I've been in the game of baseball. I say a lot of things that makes a lot of sense, but a lot of it comes from other people. It's just coming out of my mouth.
I like that.
Do you, the other thing I was going to bring up too, and this was kind of a funny story from before, but you remember your time up in Minnesota? We went for, I guess it was like a reunion where you guys got to play against each other, I think is what it was. And you were talking so much smack to us. Do you remember what happened on that first at bat that you had out there?
Yep, I remember the first at bat. It was a base hit.
You don't remember
smack? I was talking. It was a base hit, and then I went into the field and I pulled the hamstring.
Yeah, both of them, right?
Yeah, no, just one.
Just one.
Just the left.
I just remember it looked like you were like shot down. It was like a wounded duck just went down.
But you know what I did, Derek? I went to second base from the outfield. And I got 2 more at-bats. I went 3 for 3. And my next 2 at-bats, I brought a runner up to the plate and told him, "You will get on the base." I mean, everybody else was just going through the motion, but Ron Washington was serious.
That's the one thing I do want to say, too, is like how well you interacted with players. That's what makes you so special and so great of a manager, also as a coach as well, is you talk so much smack with the guys. You are one of the guys. That is so unique to see.
I was a player, and I actually understand how difficult the game is. I'm with you through good times. I'm with you through bad times. I've been through the times that you're going through, so I do have an idea how to get you through it. And if you're willing to listen and willing to apply, we can get you through those bad times. I just want you to know I love you, man, and I'm with you no matter what. And that's what I've learned, and I've gotten that from other coaches, and that's how you do it. I mean, that's the only way I know how to do it. I talk a lot of smack, like you said, and I know a lot of people don't take me serious. But the first time I hit Texas, I told them we was going to go to the World Series. They thought I was crazy, but that's the way I felt. That's what you call belief. And if you believe it, you can make the people around you that's following you believe it.
Wash, I love that. I love, we were talking about working with Ozzie Albies. I was wondering, as a coach, and you're working with a player, you talk about the intensity of it, the seriousness of it, and the enjoyable nature of it. How do you combine all those things to make sure you get the most out of the player? Because sometimes they might find it as too repetitious. And how do you know, I might be losing him a little bit on his concentration. I need to make maybe either a game out of it or something to keep him engaged here.
You always take care of detail. They can't deny detail. If you take care of detail, what you are trying to accomplish will always be there in the face, and you have an opportunity to accomplish it. So I work with detail, and the details will draw you in. It really will. And you make them understand what detail is. You don't just use the word. I have Ozzie and all my guys, they come out there and use words, and I make them look it up because they always got their phone with them. I make them look it up, and I want them to understand what they're saying. Not just say the word. There have to be action behind the words you are using. And right now, y'all are so young at the major league level, and you heard something, so you'll repeat it, and you think that means that you will do it. No, look it up so you can know exactly what it means, and I want to see action to the word.
Now, since you're giving us this type of detail, I really love it. I know he's not on y'all's squad or in your system, but yesterday we got the news that Kumar Rocker is going to have to undergo Tommy John surgery. I'm just kind of curious, over the years, what would you say to one of your players when they suffer like a devastating injury?
Do everything that you can to get back. That's it. And that's entitled taking care of the details. Whatever you have to do in your rehab, you don't let nothing for chance. Leave nothing for chance. You got to go through everything. Sometimes things happen to us for a reason. We don't know, but as you go through it, it will clear itself up. That's all you can do. I mean, sometimes you have no choice in what happens to you. And he having this Tommy John surgery, I don't think he could have prevented it. So you just got to go through the rehab, and you got to go through the rehab.
Ron Washington joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. How do we keep Ronald Acuna Jr. from hitting 450-foot home runs against us tonight and over the next couple of days, Wash?
Walking. Because if you throw anything around the plate, he's going to put the barrel on it.
He's a pretty interesting
It
player.
doesn't matter if it's a changeup, a slider, curveball, split, sinker. It doesn't matter, because if your sinker don't sink, he's going to hit it. If your curveball don't break the way it's supposed to break, he's going to hit it. If your changeup ends up in the wrong spot, he's going to hit it. If your fastball ends up in the wrong spot, he's going to hit it. So if you don't want him to hit it, walk him.
I know. Well, along those lines, I know this might not be the particular goal for him, or then again, maybe it is. Do you see the potential for Acuna to be a 40-40 person this year?
He has the potential to be a 40-40 guy. He really does, because, man, he gets the barrel on the ball. He has tremendous eye-hand coordination. He has tremendous torque. And he's just a 5'2" monster. He's special. He's very special. And this year, he's really learning about the details of the game. The past couple of years, he played on his talent. Now he's starting to work at his game. He's starting to go out there and take his defense serious. He's starting to take his base running serious. He's starting to study pitchers. He's starting to go in the video room now. That's something Ronald never did. Ronald just walked up to the plate, and you threw it in the wrong place. He hit it. So this year, he's really paying attention to detail. I'm a very detail-oriented person, and if you pay attention to detail, the things you're trying to accomplish, I said earlier, you're going to get it done. And that's what he's doing this year. That's why he's off to such a great start, and we hope that it continue the rest of the year, as long as he continue to come to the ballpark and take care of the details.
Wash, you guys have a very interesting team, fun to watch. There's no doubt about it. How do you feel about the Rangers? Do you feel like they are a much more improved team? How do you compare them to maybe some of the teams that you've seen in the past of the Ranger system? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, obviously, they showed you last night what they made of. Their makeup is tremendous, and that has a lot to do with Bruce Bochy. After getting destroyed the night before, you've seen them bounce back. That's when you can tell if you got a team or not, when they don't get destroyed by one day, when they can play each day for the day that it is. And if you look at this team, and I've been looking at it from afar, I've always said this year the best thing that the Rangers has done in acquiring people is acquiring Bruce Bochy. He's a winner. He brings credibility. He brings accountability. And the young kids that you guys had out there last year and maybe started the year before, you're starting to see them believe. And when you start to believe in, you can be dangerous. And I think the Texas Rangers are dangerous.
Wash, you've worked with so many different players. I know this is probably a tough one off the top of your head, but out of all the players you've worked with, who do you feel like, I don't know if surprise is the right word, but wow, he got more from what I thought he could give a major league team, got the most out of his talent?
Derek.
Well, Marcus Semien. And I say Marcus Semien because we always knew he had the offensive prowess to do what he's doing offensively, but they were uncertain about his defense. And when I left Texas and went to Oakland to work with Marcus, we had to break him down from the beginning. He had to start all over again. And you get players at the major league level, they do not want to start all over again. But Marcus gave himself up to start all over again. And the rest is history. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Wash, I had an opportunity. I think it was when it was against Detroit. I showed up a little late. You actually had gone and spoken a little bit early, and everybody was like, hey, if you wanted audio, you needed to be here like 10 minutes ago. And I was like, oh, my gosh, this isn't good. And so I run out there, and you're talking to some other media, and then you walk over, and I was like, Wash, you mind if I get a minute? And you're like, yeah, shoot, give me ask anything. And we ended up talking for almost 30, 40 minutes. And as a young reporter, it was amazing to get that opportunity. And I say that because all the guys in this room you had an impact on. I know we all share the moment that you and Derek had in the World Series. You saved Mike Bassick's life when he was 2 years old from getting hit by a car.
That's right.
And you gave us as a fan base the opportunity to see a World Series. And we really, I just wanted to like express that we all have been impacted by you, and we really appreciate you, man.
Well, like I said, it wasn't me. It was the fortitude and the group that was willing to follow the plan and the vision that we had. And I owe a lot of my success to guys like Derek. I owe a lot of my success here in Texas to Michael Young. I remember in 2017, I was having problems trying to get these guys on board with what I thought good baseball would be. And I went to Michael Young and I said, Michael, I know how to win. I just need somebody to back me. I know I'm new. I know I'm a novice. I said, but I do know baseball, and I just need someone to back me. And Michael said, what can I do? And after that, we started putting our plan in place, and everybody fell in line. So, you just want to lead, and you hope that you can get them to follow. But I think when you got an organization and you want people to follow you, the guys that are the most prevalent in the organization have to have the same vision that you have. And Michael Young, for me as a player, had the vision that I had, and it worked. It came together. As I said, I couldn't wait to get to the ballpark every single day when I managed here, and I know the fans couldn't wait till that afternoon showed up so they could come to the ballpark because they knew that they was going to see something special every single night.
Well, Wash, I appreciate you jumping on here with us and everything, but I do want to say from all the guys that have played beneath you and for you and played probably alongside you as well, and also the fans of Texas, we're extremely grateful for you. We appreciate everything you've done for us and helping us on top of that, but also we appreciate you for everything here. I love you, man. I thank you for helping me out with my career too.
And I love you too, Derek, and I love every fan that ever stepped into the ballpark here in Texas while I was the leader. Like I said, this was a very special time. The first time that I had an opportunity to be a leader, I knew I could do it, and I wasn't letting anyone take that away from me. That was my vision, and And guess what we did? We put it together. But it wasn't me because I didn't catch a ball. I didn't throw a ball. I didn't run a base. It was the guys believing in what we wanted to do and going out there and doing it.
Excellent stuff, good sir, and we appreciate the time. We will love to catch up with you at any point in the future.
Well, you got my number.
Yes.
All you got to do is make a phone call.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
There you go. Ron Washington.
Thanks, Wash.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. I think you guys will love this from the 469. I'm currently finding bricks to build a wall that I can run through for Ron Washington. He is so kick-ass.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes right through, man, right through the speaker. You can just tell the dude's passion, and you get to work with him every day, man. That's awesome.
The other thing that cracked me up too, and I should have said it, is when he was saying like I didn't get to run the bases or any of that stuff. I wanted to tell him like you did basically run the bases at the top step. You would always be running in place when guys are running around. I should have said that. I didn't. It hit me until after he was gone.
My favorite quote, though, was that he talked about that third at bat, and he goes, well, because Ron Washington's getting on base.
But that's how he was.
Yeah.
That's the thing is like every day behind the cages and everything, or behind the turtle and stuff, he would be literally talking so much crap to us. And then he finally went out there and he did what he said he was going to do. But then all of a sudden, when he blew that hamstring, everybody was all over him for that.
Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Such great stuff from Ron Washington. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these second-year players ready to blow up? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Before we...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some Gridiron Glory.
Oh, biscuits.
And we start
with Ron Washington. He's awesome. Okay,
he was awesome. You're right about that.
The Cleveland Browns. Super Bowl.
Okay, you can't be serious, can you?
He is.
Of course.
This is where we win money.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, I accept that bet.
I already got the bet ready.
Okay.
Better record, Browns and Cowboys.
Well, maybe Ndamukong Suh can make his way there because I really appreciate his honesty. He said, quote, I have no desire to be in a training camp. He goes,
agree.
I will come in and watch and look and give some advice, but when week 1 happens, I'll be ready. So he's like, and if you did make me show up to training camp, I'm not doing anything except standing around and watching. I appreciate that. We'll see what happens with him, but either way, the Browns aren't going to the Super Bowl.
We got there. What happens if the guy like that says all this stuff and then like shows up to week 1? They're like, okay, fine, we'll let that happen. And all of a sudden he's just bad. Like, shouldn't teams be able to just kind of like, all right, we're going to take a little bit of that money because you didn't show up like you said you were going to, and we
definitely
trusted you.
structure contracts in a way.
And he's a businessman.
Sure.
Like
He loves Warren
he's a
Buffett.
specific guy. He
man.
really is. Like he is specifically Warren Buffett's his mentor. Like he's one of those guys that like. So I think he would see the understanding in a contract that would be like that. But I agree with you, man. Like, fortunately,
Like, if you're going to skip out on that stuff, then you better really show up.
Fortunately for him, he has shown up in that manner each time that he's kind of done something like this. My question is, at what age do players decide they're done with spring training, training camps, and just like they understand I have to be here, but I don't want to be here?
Probably around 40.
40 is the age?
I will say this. Don't you feel like, though, Derek, and you might have become to this age that you knew exactly what you needed to do in spring training. You need spring training, but it's almost like you don't need to be, what I'm saying is coached or have a trainer, because you know exactly what you need to do this day to get the most out of that day to be ready for, let's say, 4 to 6 weeks from now, the season to start.
I would say for spring training, yes, 100%. I need it just because that's where, 1, hitters are working on their timing, and 2, I'm working on my location and my off-speed pitches.
When did you feel comfortable knowing what you needed to get accomplished that day rather than, let's just say, strength and conditioning coaches or pitching coaches telling you what you needed to do that day?
I wouldn't say I was ever comfortable because I always was trying to make sure that, like, no matter what, I didn't want to be in there too comfortable. I felt like I learned that from like a lot of the veteran guys. Don't show up here thinking you're comfortable. Like, you still need to make a statement every single time. Even if you got a contract, whatever the case may be, like, I want to make sure I'm earning that spot no matter what. I don't know if that's really answering the way you want.
It's a good answer, and I might not be phrasing the question great. From what I understood, like Roy Halladay would just show up to spring training at 5 a.m. and like he'd get all his work in from like 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then that's when stretch would happen. He's like, I'm kind of done with my day. I did my stuff, got it done without any kind of distractions.
So like more of the routine.
Yeah.
Because that's like, I learned from a lot of the guys. When I first got there as a rookie, it was workout after playing catch, stretch, and all that stuff. And then as I got older, I started noticing all the veteran guys were in the morning. And then that way they were done after, BP, whatever it is. So then that
Golf
would be
time.
yes. That was the big transition.
Derek also seems like the kind of guy that likes being around the clubhouse. Like you just
100%.
seem like that's kind of I want to be involved in this.
That's probably what I miss the most. And like me and Mike's talked about it too. The hardest thing about not playing right now is you're not around all the guys and all the baseball stuff. So it's like you're missing that. Like, I do work out every day up at APEC in Fort Worth, and I'm with a bunch of the guys and we're pushing ourselves and everything, but it's not the same as having that clubhouse camaraderie and chemistry.
So basically what we learned is Ndamukong Suh hates other people. So
Kevin,
there you go.
I get it.
I know football players are different in that aspect, but are you surprised how, this is my opinion, how lack of physically lacking actually training camp is. So when these guys are like, I don't want to do, they're not running gassers. If you play high school football or played high school football, they are doing nothing like a high school football practice. It is walkthroughs. It is jogging. I mean, there
Lengthy
are
special teams periods.
It's amazing if you go to football practice how soft football practice is for NFL players.
It also feels like some of that is because, like, with football, your like physical ability is an expectation of you personally, and coming to camp is we trying to get you all on the same accord of getting, pulling in the same direction.
Go for it.
Yes,
Derek.
Derek. No, I was actually going to ask you guys this question too. With how contracts are and stuff, we've seen this before. And I could be wrong. I feel like in the baseball side of it, when a guy gets a contract, you don't really see them sit out. Whereas in football, you can see guys like, I don't like this contract anymore. I'm done. And they'll sit out and wait until they get either new contract or traded. And maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I am. I haven't seen that in baseball. I don't know so much about if it happens in basketball, but I feel like football is the one sport that guys don't necessarily honor that contract.
Because of the lack of guaranteed money is what makes that happen.
100%.
And like
they took that out of the now you have to show up if you're under contract, or it's a real fine. It's not a fake fine.
And that's why I think the dumb way that the NFLPA negotiates is they're like, well, we don't get guaranteed money, even though our sport is far and away the most popular in America, but we do get to practice less. I'm like, cool. I would rather have the guaranteed money, but
that's where
they don't think they can, or they disagree.
And that's where I kind of feel, and I'm assuming that maybe after the Deshaun Watson contract of guaranteed money, that we kind of see that starting to transition with NFL, because those guys truly do deserve guaranteed contracts. I'm sorry.
But no, I don't disagree with you at all. But then again, actually, the only reason I do disagree is because of the incompetent.
You just said at all.
I know. But then I remembered that DeMaurice Smith exists, and they do deserve not to get guaranteed contracts because they keep electing DeMaurice Smith, who's worse at his job than any figure in all of sports. But that's the only reason they don't get it done, because they continue to elect somebody who's like, I can't get us guaranteed deals. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Kevin.
I can't say too much there.
Mike McCarthy is back at work at the Star after missing rookie minicamp because he said he didn't want to be around the rookies. Is that
no? He said, I'll see how it goes.
Heard it here first.
And then I'll show up.
Okay, all right, never mind.
He hates rookies.
Him and Sue.
Stupid rookies.
All right, let's go from that to, I didn't get a chance to mention it yesterday, but I thought this was super cool. Did you see what Joe Burrow did? Is there was 20 families at Cincinnati Children's Hospital looking to receive mental health treatment. Burrow's dad said the foundation couldn't narrow down the list because they're like, well, pick, I don't know, how 5 or whatever. And they're like, oh, we don't know. And so they just paid for all 20 of them via the foundation. And I forgot to bring that up yesterday, and I just think that is super, super cool. Vontaze Burfict said he will not box Le'Veon Bell, but they need to play golf together.
For charity, right?
Yes.
I did see that.
Yes. So they're going to work
Pretty
on
cool.
that. And then once again,
what raises more money, a charity fight or a charity golf?
I mean, I feel like it would be a fight, but one of the things that Vontaze said is like, not everything needs to be settled by violence. And it's interesting.
What a person for that quote to come from.
Yeah,
Woo.
it's interesting to hear him say that.
Yes,
but
it is.
I know, maybe it's never too late to change your perception and your outlook and stuff.
But that's how people are on the field. It's a very competitive thing. You're going to talk. I mean, obviously they cross the line with however their relationship is of hating each other so much, but that's how it is when it's out there. And then obviously off the field, it's like a whole different animal. You're not that same person. So it is interesting to hear that that's the quote.
And then I wanted to let you and especially Mike Bassick know that Zay Flowers with the Ravens, before he even signed his contract, bought a new car for his dad.
Awesome.
That's the right thing to do.
Oh, we did it!
But not a house.
Yeah, I think house is the line, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, waste your money on a depreciating asset.
Yeah, because a car doesn't depreciate.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's what he did buy. He bought a car.
Hey, I bought a house for Richie and Wendy.
Look at you.
That is
See, as long as I
bought
agree.
a car too, though.
I think Zay Flowers, if his father needed a car, you make sure you get a car that's been used for at least 3 years. and that you know that it's a reliable car
It
that
looked
has
like
a
it was
good
a new
track
car,
record.
is what I would say.
Stupid idea.
Mike's like, Dad, you get a Honda Accord. How does that
Oh
sound?
man, you can get you can get a
2018
Dodge Ram
here.
that was made in 2020, maybe even 2019. We ran out of those chip things, so there's not as much inventory. But hey, let's go get a 2019 Heart Like a Truck.
Yeah,
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
He really didn't commit to the bit. I thought he was going to sing it.
I did too.
Like a truck.
Coming up next, former MMA Grand Slam champion, current Bellator women's featherweight champion, Chris Cyborg, plus specific Rangers in the team records. They're on pace to challenge. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up. ESPN studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now on the line, former MMA Grand Slam champion and current Bellator Women's Featherweight champion, signing at the Dallas Card Show this weekend. It is Chris Cyborg. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Amazing to be here with you.
Well, we're really stoked to have you on. And what I want to know is, because we've got a couple of fight fans on the show, what goes into a good fight party? Like, if you're hosting a party to watch another fight, whether it's the food, the booze, the people, what goes into a good fight party?
Good fight party. I think you can meet a lot of good fans, a lot of people you know and support your job, and you're gonna have another fighter too. It's gonna be a good party.
Do you have a go-to food for a good fight party?
What do you do to make a nice party? If I have sorry, I didn't understand too much. So if I have a party in my house, what is gonna be good party? Everybody happy and excited to be there and watch the fight and chill with our friends and fans.
Lots of pizza, hamburgers. What's the?
Depending on the time if I be in camp or not. If I'm not be in camp, yeah, sushi. I love sushi.
Now, you're signing this weekend at Dallas Card Show, which is a pretty big deal. How often do you get to do signings, and do you like hanging out with the fans?
Yes, I think it's really important. Sending the love back for the fans. They really support my career, the beginner to now, and I'm really excited to be there. Be signing pictures, meet them, and share a little bit about everything. You know, it's cool. It's cool to be there with them.
Can you kind of explain to me, Chris, the feeling, the difference between after you win a fight and after you lose a fight, how you feel emotionally, physically?
I think you have I believe it's two emotions you can have. If you're training really hard and you feel prepared, and you train really hard, and every day you don't have any excuse, and you show up in the gym, and when you lose a fight, you know you did everything. So you lose the fight because the person fights you is better than I. So, but if you don't train and then you show up in the fight you lost, this is gonna be in your head all the time. Why I missed that training? Why I didn't did my best? So I think it's important you do your best inside the gym, train every day hard. And if it happens, the fight happens. You know, it's fight, everything can happen. And you just have to prepare and do your best, you know.
Chris, with the way that the octagon is, do you ever feel like sometimes it's too big or maybe it's too small while you're out there trying to move around with the fighter?
You know, I don't move too much around. I like to move forward, so I think I feel comfortable there. I feel very comfortable there. It's going to be 18 years doing this. I feel very comfortable. It's big. It's really big.
What's the next fight lined up? Are you going to head to Brazil for it?
You know, my next fight probably is going to be November, October. It's to be the number one contender for fight for the title, Bellator, Kat Zingano. And I'm very excited. I hope she's signed the deal to make this fight happen. All the fans are waiting for it.
Now, Chris, my oldest son is 15 years old, and he went to his first jiu-jitsu class on Friday. And he's like, "Dad, I want to be an MMA fighter." And I'm kind of like, "Oh man, I don't really know if I like how I feel about that." But what does he want to prove? What do you think he's trying to show? Why does he want to fight and get involved in this?
No, I think it's really important to find one team. Now he's starting to learn jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is number one thing. I think you'll learn self-defense. You'll be confident. And slowly, you know, he's going to see if he can take a punch, if people hit him, how he's going to deal with. I think it's a long time to go. I think it's important we don't force him, his dream. I think wait till he's getting the time. He's very young, 15 years old. I started 19 years old, and I didn't have a plan. I want to be a fighter. So, but it's so nice because the younger kids now start training, and then training not just one sport, they train everything. And when they really deal with just MMA, then they know a lot of things. They don't just learn like jiu-jitsu, they learn mixed martial arts. So they're going to be next level for sure, you know, for this new generation come.
How many years do you suppose, if he's committed to this, how many years do I have left of still being able to win in these wrestling matches around the house with him?
let's see. Now we have to maybe 2 years.
Okay.
Maybe start doing some amateur fights and see how's it feel. It's gonna be good.
Okay.
2 years
I got
is the
2 years.
countdown, Corey.
2
You
years
got
left.
2
All right.
years left.
And I got a bad back after that.
Chris, with all the fights that you've been in and everything, I mean, obviously you've had a great career so far, and it's still going, but who has been one of your toughest opponents or somebody, I guess you could say, it's hit the hardest?
I believe the toughest opponent for me is myself every day. Wake up to training, even tired, show up in the gym. And, when you fight, you prepare for your opponent, They're going to be tough, yes. But when you battle every day with you, I think it's tougher. Sometimes you have bad day and training no easy. So back home and you have to return there, do our best. I think you fight every day yourself and keep it up. It's very hard.
I know you talked about the fight coming up with Kat Zingano, but I was curious, do you see a potential future fight with Kayla Harrison? Because obviously that's a big money fight people want to see as well.
Kayla Harrison likes to talk a lot, so I believe she's going to be free in December. The last of her contract is going to finish with PFL. I believe if she would like to make this fight happen, she can call Scott Coker and make this fight happen. It's going to be a great fight too. And in Bellator, you have the complete our division featherweight, so she's welcome to come.
Well, I appreciate the time very much, and I, as well as Mike, will be out at the Dallas Card Show in Allen this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you out there. And Derek will be there as well, and everybody who wants to go out there and maybe get an autograph. Thank you so much for the time.
Welcome. Thank you. And bring yourself. I can meet him.
All right.
Nice,
there
nice.
you go. There you go. Chris Cyborg right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, I would love to see that fight with Kayla Harrison. You asked me something yesterday, or you sent along an article yesterday, Corey.
I've done things.
You have.
Uh-huh.
I've done some research.
All right.
For the Rangers and specific team records that they're on pace to chase.
Mike, I saw this pop up on MLB.com, and MLB.com does some really great work, man. But there are a lot of teams right now that are doing stuff, they're milestones that they might hit, that they could be record-breaking things. And it had me curious on where the Rangers are, because we feel like the Rangers are playing the best baseball we've seen since our World Series times. I mean, honestly.
At least since 15 or 16, right?
Yeah. And we're kind of in that, but what are they doing that, like, they have chances to chase something big? And it does kind of feel like, when DeGrom gets injured, you're like, oh, man, we had this chance to do something amazing with that pitcher.
Yeah.
But we also understand that's that dude. That's where he is in his career, and that's what that is. But we have a bunch of young players, so I'm excited about this, man.
All right. Your categories.
All right.
WAR.
Foods that end in hamburger.
Hamburger, yeah.
Foods that end in hamburger.
Months that start
OPS,
with
Yes.
RBIs, and strikeouts per 9.
All right.
Where would you like to start?
Ks per 9, baby. Let's go Ks per 9.
Who holds the Rangers record for Ks per 9 for a season?
Not me.
I'm going to assume Nolan Ryan.
Incorrect.
I'm going to go with you, Darvish.
That
You Darvish
is correct.
Oh, yes.
It shows how much of a hater Derek Holland is of Nolan Ryan, pushing him to Houston.
Yeah, that was me. That was all me.
Okay,
Deal with it,
who
Mike.
Who was it, Derek? Fine. Who pushed him to...
I won't give any.
Okay, all right.
But he has an answer
to that, but I do have the answer.
That was a great answer.
Did you ever have a sit down with Nolan? Like we heard
I got
the
to talk to
CJ
him.
story, right?
I got to talk to him a lot.
Interesting.
And the one thing that was so awesome about Nolan, and that's what I like about a lot of managers and coaches too, if you care about your career, then you go ask the questions. But if you don't really care, don't expect them to come to you.
Interesting.
Because it is, at the end of the day, whose career is it?
Yeah.
Yours or his?
Exactly.
And Nolan was all about that.
Yu Darvish holds the record 2013 at 11.89 strikeouts per 9.
Better.
Currently, that's right. Currently, I know he's hurt. Jacob deGrom is on pace for 13.4 strikeouts per 9,
Sure he'll
which
keep that up.
would be a team record.
How many innings? I wonder this. I don't know. How many innings do you have to pitch to qualify for that?
He's still, even with this injury, I'll double check, but he could still hit it, but he needs to stay healthy from here, which is not.
That's really up to us. That's our discretion at this point, isn't it?
I think
baseball references discretion.
It might be, and I'm not 100% sure. It might be for a starting pitcher. It might be 150 innings.
Okay.
To qualify. I'm not exactly sure if that's the exact number, but I think as a starting pitcher, I think if you don't get to 150 innings, I don't think you qualify in these stats.
Over the next 4, how many? We have 4 years with him. Over the next 4 years, I bet he can pitch 150 innings.
No. I know you did that on purpose.
Let's just focus on
for the
one.
season.
One inning.
For the
You're right.
season. All right.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it.
Let's move into offense.
Yay.
Let's go with WAR, OPS,
RSBI.
All
Nobody
right.
wants to go to war.
Who?
Juan Gonzalez.
Do you remember what year?
98.
That is correct.
197.
He is the MVP, right? Of the
That is correct.
Yeah, he
Two
was
and
awesome.
2-0 baseball guys.
Juan Gonzalez.
at?
Are you only competing against Corey? Because I'm looking at the answers. I can turn this
You, Darvish.
really
That
quick.
is true.
Derek's teammate, Juan Gonzalez, my teammate, not on the Rangers.
Boom.
In
On
Better.
1998, he had 158 RBIs.
Didn't he have 100 over All-Star break too?
Yeah.
I believe that is
I think
correct.
he's at
And people are
101.
like,
Wasn't he
with
the
Hack
first guy to
Wilson,
do it?
can he make a run at 190? He did not, but still 158 is crazy. Adolis Garcia right now on pace for 166.
Man, he took that the kid, Schuster, I think was his name last night, was trying to go fastball in, and he missed by like 3 feet, and Adolis Garcia was like, thank you very much. Home run.
See you later.
Donation.
OPS.
I don't even know what that is.
I will.
On
On
base
base plus
slugging.
I'm going to assume in the late 90s is where the record is for the Rangers.
That is
A-Rod?
correct. That is incorrect.
98
Late
again?
90s.
I'm going to just guess 98 again.
1999. Who was it?
Julio
This is
Franco.
all
I was thinking
single
team.
season?
I'm sorry. I was thinking team OPS. Who was it? Well, Pudge won the MVP in 99, but I don't think he would be a high OPS guy at catcher. Would it be Palmeiro? I'm throwing you team card.
I'll take it for us. I'll take
Who do you think it is?
Palmeiro.
That is correct.
Yeah, good
I
call.
put us on the board.
Is that all time or single
Single
season?
season.
Okay,
These
gotcha.
are all single season.
All right.
We just don't want Corey to get one right.
1.050 was his OPS. Another injured player, though he's coming back. Corey Seager is currently at a 1.008.
Okay.
Finally, WAR. Now, this is
What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Say it again.
It is a good stat. It's just very confusing, which
Which-
nobody understands.
And
it.
I could make this even more confusing, but I'm just going to stick with WAR and not get into some of the specifics. Who do you think has the highest WAR for the Texas Rangers
in a season?
in a season? Like I said, these are
Could
all
it have
for this-
been Josh Hamilton in his 358 batting average year? Am I wrong about his batting average? But I remember he just had a tremendous 1 year.
His batting average was.
And he was playing center field. Here's the deal. When you play center field shortstop, you get better WAR because you're at a premium defensive position. So was it A-Rod?
I'm going to go with A-Rod then.
I'm going to go with
You said
A-Rod too.
shortstop.
2003 Alex Rodriguez.
2001, 2002, 2001.
I'm going to go with 2003 because he was MVP and then he left the team the day before I showed up to spring training and we got Alfonso Soriano and a bunch of other guys.
Buddy Bell.
You guys should have met in the middle.
Is that-
2002
Okay.
for A-Rod at an 8.8. Marcus Simeon right now on pace for a 10.2.
Good God.
It is pretty astonishing.
God.
By the way,
Thankfully, everybody always keeps pace.
Yes.
well, and that's why this is fun.
Yes.
But Wash was bringing up
We're having
Acuna.
fun.
Acuna's on pace for an 11.2 WAR, so which is just like that is bananas.
Walk
And
him.
he's not playing defense either.
That was
A-N-A-N-A-S.
wasn't that the approach with the Yankees? They were like, Josh Hamilton's coming to the plate. Walk him. We don't want that guy to make an impact.
When he was
on this
hot, that's what
series.
they would do.
Of those four,
They-
which do you think is most likely to be broken? Strikeouts per 9, RBIs, OPS, or WAR? If you have to pick one, now you might just think none of them, but if you have to pick one,
I'll lean towards WAR.
I think that's. A
I
good
think
pick.
that DeGrom can do it, but I don't think he's going to qualify for the innings. That's my problem. And I
agree.
don't know the exact innings, but I want to say it's like 5 innings per start over 30 starts is about when you qualify for ERA champ for all of these things.
I'm going to go with the RBIs just because I said that Garcia was going to have a big year this year,
Good
and that
call.
would play a big part of that too. So
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Derek on this because I think here's the other thing. I think he has the guys that are gonna set the table for him. Like I think that this team has a lot of guys that are getting on base. Simeon being one of them for sure. And so lots of people on base, lots of opportunities, and he's hitting over 500 right now with runners in scoring position. Actually,
I think it's like 360 something.
Nitkowski said
I
this
thought that
morning.
was Simeon.
Nitkowski said that they have two guys hitting over 500 with runners on. Simeon's one of them. I thought
not runners on
and scoring position.
Yeah. 0-2. Yeah.
Big difference.
By the way,
WAR as well.
By the way, with Ronald Acuna Jr.'s WAR, I was just showing Derek this because he was saying, man, Acuna's awesome, but his defense. And so if you go to Baseball Savant, outs above average, he is in the bottom 1% of all outfielders. It might be all right fielders, but like he is considered like the worst outs above average defensively. Outfield jump, which is a little bit tough. Obviously, there's I think a little bit of human element in that where somebody's trying to judge your jumps. He's in the bottom 9%. Besides those two on Baseball Savant, he is almost in offensive categories in the top 90 to top like he's top 10% to top 1% in almost all the other offensive categories. But defensively, I wonder what his WAR could be if he starts doing what people would consider better defensively.
That's a great question. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Arm strength, he's 100, which they're saying like great arm in the offense.
Coming up next,
what else?
You can choose one player in any sport to have an injury-free career all time. Who
Dwight
would
Powell.
you pick? What? 877-881-1053. Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers want to hear from you. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
What's up, Tolos? This is Bobby Belt for State of the Art Weight Loss, and I want to tell you about how you can change your life for the better just like I did with SOTA. That's SOTA. I'm down almost 50 pounds now, and almost every day someone I know is stopping me to ask what it is I've been doing. Just recently on a family vacation, my 7-year-old daughter came up, patted me on the stomach, and said, "Your tummy isn't big anymore." As we head into another blistering Texas summer, now's a great time to go see the team of expert nutritionists at SOTA and get rid of that excess weight. SOTA isn't about counting calories or using your best white-knuckle discipline to avoid junk food. It's about developing a better relationship to food and realizing the key to a healthier, happier lifestyle. And even better, you don't have to go on that journey alone. The SOTA team is with you the whole way, giving you the tools, information, and support to reach your weight loss goals. They have 7 beautiful in-office facilities around DFW. I've loved working with the team at the Hillcrest location in Dallas. So join me, Bobby Belt, as I'm now fitting into a smaller belt. Visit SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss is, say it with me now, state of the art.
Hello, I'm Greg Figueroa.
And I'm David Figueroa. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce.
That's right, David. We made Melinda's thicker, hotter, and better than ordinary hot sauces.
And now we have 32 exciting and delicious sauces that hot sauce fans are obsessed with, like our ghost pepper sauce, our Thai sweet chili, and our best-selling black truffle hot sauce.
Melinda's also has 5 spicy ketchups made with real sugar and no added junk like high fructose corn syrup. People ask David and I, what makes Melinda so good? That's easy. We think like chefs do. Instead of burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients and the finest chili peppers perfectly blended to set your mouth on flavor.
Go to melindas.com to find our line of craft condiments at Walmart and other fine retailers. And right now, get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
RJ Chopper here for my good friends over at A Number One Air. Right now, do not miss the A Number One Air Instant Rebate Special. Yep, still going on with a new heated and AC system. They're going to give you up to $3,000 cash back, plus payments as low as $79 a month. That's right. Buy a new heated and AC system. A Number One Air gives you up to $3,000 cash back and payments as low as $79 a month. Heating, plumbing, AC, electrical. 1-800-NEW-COOL. 1-800-NEW-COOL or ANumber1air.com.
Hello, DFW. This is Chip with Diamond J Properties, and you're invited to our spring land sale located just 90 minutes south of Dallas this Saturday, where you can get 3 to 40 acres starting at only $49.9. That's right, 3 to 40 acres of unrestricted land starting at just $49.9. These properties are heavily wooded with beautiful pasture land, panoramic views, access to a private lake, paved roads, utilities, and there's no HOA and no restrictions. This is a one-day, by appointment only land sale. Call to book your private showing now. Call 214-307-9248. That's 214-307-9248. Call today. Don't miss your opportunity to own land. That's 214-307-9248. By appointment only.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text YOUTH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text YOUTH to 42424. That's YOUTH to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
CarsForKids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Donate your old vehicle in any condition to CarsForKids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids. Towing is free. CarsForKids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Maytag month has got it going on. It's all you want with the savings all month long. Baby, can't you see? Maytag month is all you need. You know you can't go wrong when Maytag month is going on.
Upgrade to the performance you need on all Maytag major appliances during May is Maytag month, happening all month long.
Maytag month is going on.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, trunk lids, license plate holders, and headlights. They've got lots of headlights. When you need parts, get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Eric Chiafalo here of the G-Bag Nation. And Tolos, honestly, I've been a little bit apprehensive about handling firearms, but thanks to the great folks over at Shoot Smart, that's no longer the case. I now have the confidence and the ability to protect my family at the highest level. Shoot Smart's mission is to make you feel safe and comfortable while at their range. Over 20,000 DFW residents have graduated from their training programs, and you can be next. Visit ShootSmart.com to book your one-on-one lesson or with a class, get on the range or shop at a location near you. That's ShootSmart.com.
Fellow North Texans, Shane again with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Although many of our best results over the last 40 years have been with car and truck wrecks, we also get fantastic results with injuries at construction sites, apartment complexes, and retail stores. Don't even think about trusting big insurance companies. Not taking action may cost you money, time, and may delay your recovery. Call 214-INJURED for a free consultation. No recovery, no expense or fees. It's been that way since '83. North Texas has always been our backyard. MullenandMullen.com.
Your home is your most valued investment. Increase your home's value and appearance with Rhino Shield ceramic coating that comes with a 25-year warranty. Stop the painting cycle and go Rhino. Call 844-RHINO-28 or visit RhinoShieldTX.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by RhinoShieldTX.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. So the question here, you can choose one player in any sport ever to have an injury-free career. Who do you pick? I'm going to kick it off. We can play cut number 4 by tipping my hand. And I know this is a more recent player, but I think I'm going with this one.
2-point game. Here is Rose. One-on-one with Tristan Thompson. Wants it, feels it, step back, top side, got it. Big shot, Derrick Rose.
There was just a time, and I know, like, people know Derrick Rose, and they're like, oh, yeah, he's a good player. But there was a time in his age 22 season, his third season, he won the MVP. And they looked good going into the playoffs. And I always wondered if he would have become the face of the NBA or like one of the two faces of the NBA. Because I'm not just saying like LeBron would have just fallen apart or anything like that. But there was a time, man, when that kid was freaking electric. And I thought he really might be ready to make this his NBA and keep the Chicago Bulls prominent and everything. And then it just all fell apart so hard.
Yeah, his style of play.
Oh, yeah.
Just didn't leave it. Like, we talked, Mike, about guys that jump and the way they land and they're violent and everything, and he had that. He was smooth, too. He had such a smooth ability to run the court. It's just when it seemed like there were things that he did that were just violent on the knees. And whenever you already have dry breadsticks as knees anyway, that's kind of, that can create a problem for you there.
Gosh, there's so many in basketball that come to mind.
And I don't know why, but like I had to vary it up a little bit, and I finally put a baseball player in there.
Was it Cal Ripken?
It was not. What? It was not Cal Ripken.
The Iron Man.
It was actually Mark Pryor. I don't know if we want to go down that road or anything, but Mark Pryor, I was like, holy crap, that guy's awesome. And then like his career was over just like that. But I did think about a bunch of basketball people.
Real quick on baseball. One that comes to mind that I obviously wasn't alive for is what if Mantle doesn't hurt himself on the sprinkler at 20 years old? He still had all of these numbers, is considered one of the greatest players of all time, one of the most popular players of all time. What if Mantle doesn't hurt his knee to start off his career? And back when he hurt his knee in 52 or 51, I just wonder what would have happened to his career if he would have played on a healthy knee. Now, I know he dealt with alcohol, he dealt with other injuries, but I just wonder, like, what would Mickey Mantle have been without the knee injury to start off his career? And they couldn't fix knees back then.
Because he's but people don't view him as the best player ever. And like, you wonder going back, would he have been at least like in the conversation or at the top of the conversation? You're like, oh yeah, Ruth was awesome, but Mantle, that's the dude.
Yes.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to take away from your Derrick Rose too, because I really like that.
Yeah.
I never really I've only got to watch one of these guys. I put down 2, was Bo Jackson is one, and then Kerry Wood was the other, just because I love pitching.
Okay, that's interesting. Let's stay on Kerry Wood. Don't worry. We'll get to Bo Jackson, because there are 2 people far and away that are leading it. Yeah. Bo Jackson is one of them.
The Duncanville Grand Prairie rival of 1995?
Yes, that's not immediately what I think of for him, but
I don't even know.
I hear you. Is Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor at a time, it looked like, holy crap, are the Cubs going to be awesome for 10, 12 years, whatever. And they both ran into problems.
Yeah.
Because right when you said Pryor, that's what made me think of Kerry Wood.
Yeah.
Well, in 03, I mean, in the big leagues, you're like, dude, Pryor and Wood, you're screwed in a series when they would both be healthy. You're like, we're kind of screwed in this series, it feels like. And then after 03, it just, they never were healthy together again. And obviously you have the Moises Alou and Bartman situation, and then that kind of ended it. They blow the game, and then Pryor and Wood are never the same.
No, you're right about that. As a 22-year-old, Mark Pryor went 18-6 with a 2.43 ERA. 3 years later, career's over.
Yeah.
That is wild, man. All right. I told you Bo Jackson was one of them. Who would be your guess, if you haven't looked at the fan text, or the other one that's getting far and away the most votes?
Oh, I've already looked.
Okay.
I have not, but I have no.
I've written down some names.
Okay,
but
what do you got?
I don't think. Well, one of them I wrote down is Jacob deGrom.
That's on my list. Yeah,
I could see that. Ken Griffey Jr.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Ken Griffey Jr. and Bo Jackson by a mile have the most votes. Now, there are several other votes, and we can get into those, but those two by a mile have the most votes.
With DeGrom, my question, though, is like, because we feel that way right now.
Right.
Would we even have a shot at having DeGrom on this
No,
team if not for
at
the
all.
injuries?
But I mean, would he have like, let's say, 140 wins right now? Would he, would he? It just be far and away?
Yeah.
Like right now, I do not believe he's going to make the Hall of Fame. Somebody asked me that day. I said, no, he's too hurt. He's not going to accumulate the stats. And even like when you look at Pedro Martinez, didn't accumulate tons of stats. I just don't think that Jacob deGrom right now. I think he's at 80 wins, maybe 85 wins. Like, I mean, he hasn't even got to 100 wins yet. It's tough. If you end up with like 120 wins in your career, that's really tough as a career starter to say Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I get he had Dale Murphy had 2 MVP years. Dale Murphy's not a Hall of Famer. Juan Gonzalez had some unbelievable years. Not a Hall of Famer because sometimes not only do you have to have the dominant years, but you do have to accumulate some stats.
Yeah, the longevity that goes along with it. I've seen this name pop up, and I agree with it. Tony Romo had some years that if he hadn't been injured, probably could have been a little bit different those seasons.
All right.
And Romo's one of them, but mine would be Jamal Charles. And I know that sounds weird, but this dude was like, all right, second year, 1,100-yard rusher. Third year, 1,400 yards. Fifth year, 83. Next year, 1,500 yards. Next year, 1,200. And there were always injuries plagued. He was a small running back. And as soon as he got with Andy Reid, there was even this more of, hold on, I can use you as a receiver. I love this part of it. But injuries were a problem. There was a season, Kevin. He had 1,287 yards on 258 carries.
Holy
12
moly.
rushing touchdowns. Add in that he had 693 receiving yards and 7 receiving touchdowns. This dude had years as a fantasy player. He was elite if you could get him and like a good receiver each year.
I wrote down a different running back, and I do think mine is better.
All right.
Terrell Davis. He literally went from 1,100 yards, 1,500 yards, 1,750 yards, 2,008 yards, career over. That was his first 4 years in the NFL, and then he ran for a total of 1,100 yards in the next 3 years.
Is the older version
How do you
of
make
that,
the Hall of Fame? I have no clue how he made the Hall of Fame.
Part of the reason, and I think about this all the time, and this is what I wonder about DeGrom, is can you point to a period of time when you dominated your sport or you were one of the best? And I think people look at that 4-year period or whatever it was for Terrell Davis, and you're like, he was the dude who made the NFL run. Now,
He only had 3 good years.
but
His rookie of the year were nice, but it was MVP third, MVP, career over.
Which is pretty incredible.
So you agree if you just have 3 great years, you should be in the Hall of Fame no matter what you did the rest of your career?
I'm not going to say no matter what you did the rest of the way, but I don't know. I think you could look at the time when, his rookie year was great too. I know he didn't get MVP votes, but he had more than 1,100 yards and 7 touchdowns. Like, I hear what you're saying on the back half of it, 100%. But at least he did have 4 great years. Gale Sayers was the one that people said was the template for Terrell Davis getting into the Hall of Fame. But I think even Gale Sayers has an amazing resume, probably better than
If
Terrell
we looked up
Davis to start.
1995 league leaders, where do you think Terrell Davis and 1,100 yards is in the 1995 season? Because obviously you have Barry Sanders and Emmitt Smith in the league.
12th, 8th to 12th.
Okay. I'll go look it up.
Oh, okay.
I thought you
had the answer.
And
Yeah.
see, that's like with Jamal Charles' era. Adrian Peterson was also there, and that's
Yeah.
But for me, that was just my personal. I liked drafting him in fantasy, and it was fun to watch him play because he was a unique running back. I'm interested in this one, and I've had this argument in my mind now that people keep throwing Tiger Woods in there. And I know how you feel about Tiger, Kevin, because he was dominant. He was the greatest golfer.
He was ninth.
But the injuries, okay, interesting. The injuries have kept him from being even better than Nicklaus.
Okay, I have a question about that. This is a serious question. Because I know all of injury problems that he's run into later in his career. How much, I really don't recall. How many injury problems did he run into consistently in the prime of his career?
I don't think very many.
I wouldn't say very many. And one thing that's tough about Tiger's, his injuries weren't as much fluky. They were part and parcel of his game.
He did have the knee injury, but it was because of his game, because the way that he popped his knee.
Right, he just created so much torque with the way that he, swung the club. But also, I think with Tiger Woods, that's just greed, man. We're just getting greedy, which that's part of the segment, right?
Absolutely.
But when we talk about Tiger Woods, this dude did not have one of the longest runs and stretches of being atop of golf, which is just something that does not happen at the levels of golf often.
And that's exactly why I'm bringing, why I'm in on this conversation with him. Kevin, you said injury-free for entire career. And so I'm saying give me those last years that he doesn't get the injuries.
It seems like he was done by then, is I guess what I thought.
I don't believe so. But
I don't think so either. I think he had more
if
left.
He's still playing right now and he's not injured, then maybe he gets this opportunity to capitalize and go above on the major championships.
In a weird way, too, Tiger kind of causes injuries by way overuse. Hey, I'm going to be a military. I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. What the hell are you doing? You're a golf player.
And the workouts.
And it kind of caused him to, sometimes you're just unlucky. I'll give you a guy who's local, who most people don't know if they're under 40 years old. Roy Tarpley. If you want to give me, he doesn't blow out his knee and he isn't addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
He is considered probably from about 1988 to 1998 one of the 10 best players in the NBA. Not in the history of the NBA. In that time, he probably makes 5 to 10 All-Star teams. He's probably leading the Mavericks to more Western Conference Finals. But unfortunately, he got back on drugs, was a consistent drug user, and blew out his knee. And so that just ruined his career.
Can I ask you about another basketball player? I've seen this name pop up a couple of times. I had it on my list for selfish purposes. Grant Hill. Okay. Grant Hill, 5 straight years, first or second All-NBA. So one of the 10 best players in the NBA for 5 straight years. Then, he ran into all kinds of injury problems starting when he was 27. Does that
I'm with you.
I wonder if
his career was really hurt, and he went and signed with Tracy McGrady in Orlando. That was supposed to be one of those first kind of combo free agent situations that was really going to work out, and it didn't because of Grant Hill's injuries.
And I know he stayed in the league for a while, but he was just kind of hanging out.
Penny Hardaway?
I wrote him down.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is a very good one.
Dak had the first ankle surgery and then the second ankle surgery that people didn't believe happened. They were like, no, that didn't happen until Dak was the first person, I guess, to tell us about that.
Man, why are you trying to irritate people?
But Dak,
you know what they're going to say.
Just imagine if we didn't have the Dak leg cramp season, dude. We were on fire already, offensively and stuff.
It's just a cramp. Sean Lee, Larry Johnson.
Man, Sean Lee's interesting as a Cowboys. Tyron, I'm sure Tyron's name
is on there. Brandon Roy, Greg Oden. Greg Oden is on there quite a bit as well. I know we That one just felt a little more difficult to extrapolate. I hear what you're saying because I saw him in college. He was awesome.
And we were still in the era where Bigs, I mean, it's the reason why he goes over the dudes that he does. Like, he's
for sure.
Bigs still dominate the league.
So I think that's a very valid answer. Just like when I pick like Hill or Rose, I'd already seen them in the NBA, but I totally hear what you're saying about Greg Oden because I don't want people to reflect and be like, oh, everybody except for the Trailblazers knew you should have taken KD. No, they didn't.
Speaking of, can we throw KD in here? Because he's lost a good 3-4 seasons to injuries while arguably still being one of, if not the greatest scorer in NBA history.
Yeah. It's kind of obviously hurt a little bit of his career. I think just like Magic getting HIV. I mean, Magic, his last year, he still took the Lakers to the NBA Finals. He was still playing great. Larry Bird's back. And then the one with Larry Bird is, I just wonder, and I know it's death and not injury, the number 2 overall pick, Lynn Bias, was supposed to help out Larry Bird for a good another 5 or 6 years. And that death, the day after he was drafted second, ended really the Celtics competing with Detroit, competing with Chicago, and competing with the Lakers.
And like I said, there's a lot of different answers, but overwhelmingly, Ken Griffey Jr. is second, and Bo Jackson is number 1. I'm especially curious in the football space about Bo Jackson. Not to say that he wasn't a solid Major League Baseball player, clearly, but I would have really appreciated seeing what he could have done in the football space if not for all those injuries.
My last one is Sandy Koufax pitching, is that he was phenomenal, but his last year, he's 27-9 with a 1.73 ERA, Cy Young, and he retires. His last 4 years, Cy Young, third in Cy Young, Cy Young, Cy Young. MVP first, MVP 17, MVP second, MVP second, and he had to retire because his arm was just hurting so bad.
And he retired at the age of 31. 31, and he still did all that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Mike Likes It.
Corey, you're going to love this Mike Likes It.
Sweet.
I might block you a little bit here because
fine.
I'm going straight to Derek Holland.
All right.
Derek, just the other day was I can't believe it's been this long, 7-year anniversary of Rugi Odor punching the crap out of Batista. Give me your perspective on, were you in the dugout when you ran out? Can you give your perspective of
Bullpen.
that? You're in the bullpen. So give kind of your perspective from that situation.
Well, we had known it was going to happen. We had to retaliate. The only thing that kind of stunk about it, and Beltre and Young talked about too, was like, we're waiting till the last day. That looks bad. Like, just get it done with at the very beginning. If we're going to do it, let's do it. Whatever, we waited. And once he got hit, which happened to be by Bush, which I didn't like that because it's like, this guy wasn't even a part of the team. So why is he the guy that's doing the work? We get it. He throws hard. But I just remember he hit him and we're like, okay, we're done. Everybody kind of relaxed, like, it's not a big deal. And then once we saw the slide into second and it was passed and you saw Odor literally throw the ball at him. If you watch, he was trying to hit him with the ball and clearly, obviously missed, but then he got up and hit him with the old Mike Tyson punch out right there. Drilled him, and I just remember screaming, "Oh, darn, we got to go." And we all just took off. It was a dead sprint. Might have been the fastest I've ever ran in my entire life trying to get out there because that's your guys. You want to be out there with your team.
Were you ready to fight that?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Hearts
were racing.
I know it's like 1 second, but the one guy, like Rugi's kind of a professional fighter. He wants to fight, loves to fight, can punch,
He's
like
done it in the minor
accurately.
leagues, too.
Right. He was the guy. If anybody was going to land a clean punch in Major League Baseball, it's probably Rugi on being that accurate and that strong of a punch.
I mean, he did. He should get an Oakley advertisement. He knocked off the glasses, and you could see him perfectly.
My favorite part about that was not the glasses, but the fact that the chain spun smooth around the neck.
The funniest thing about it, too, is obviously a lot of guys did not like Batista, and they wanted to just destroy him. And I remember Beltre said when he got him, he had no idea where he was at. And I get it in his interview. He made the comment like, he's got to hit harder than that and take me down. The dude had no clue where he was. Beltre, that's why if you watch it again or whatever, Beltre hugs the crap out of him and takes him off the field. And that's to basically saved him from really getting, he was probably about to get jumped by we were all out there. And then it was like, once you were in that huddle, it's like you better keep your head on a swivel because there's cheap shots flying everywhere. It was intense. It was awesome.
What were you saying? Were you? I mean, maybe if you don't have to get
Can't
specific.
say anything that I said.
Okay.
But there was a lot of. I mean, you got to think we hated each other. We faced each other 3 straight years in the playoffs against each other. It was just constant hate towards each other. Going there, coming here, everything. Did
it hurt more that later in that year you guys faced each other in the playoffs
and they beat us? Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what they get to throw at us.
Okay. I wanted to kind of maybe hear your perspective from the whole Rugi Odor moment because I didn't know if you were in the dugout.
No, I was out there. I was
assumed
right
you were in the dugout.
in it. I just remember as soon as it happened, like everybody was, oh my goodness, and then we just hauled butt out the bullpen.
My next, Mike likes it. I've been delving into not buying Jordan shoes, but after watching the movie Air Jordan, you can watch it now free on Prime if you have. I feel like most people have it because if you're getting Amazon shipments, you probably have Amazon Prime to watch the movie. So you have the opportunity to watch Air Jordan or whatever it's called. Air.
Just called Air. Yeah.
Is and the story behind Michael Jordan signing with Nike. I think we've heard it in a whole bunch of different ways, but now there's a movie about it. I noticed yesterday, Derek, you had on some pretty fancy Jordan shoes.
Sure did. Love
you
Jordans.
are a big Jordan shoe guy. One, is it just because of Michael Jordan or is it just because of the shoes? Why are you such a Jordan guy?
It's definitely a combo. I mean, I grew up watching Jordan. That's why to me, Jordan is the GOAT. But the shoes, his shoe game has always been good. The shoes in general are comfortable. I've always been shoes. Yeah, it's both.
Money.
Like you see him play the game of basketball, you love that. I tried to even when I would play basketball, I wanted to be Jordan.
Do you ever worry about getting fake Jordans? I've been watching YouTube videos on this, and the fake Jordans, they are doing phenomenal jobs with making fake Jordans. If you're not getting them off the Nike website, do you care if you were to find out the Jordans you're wearing have been unbelievably manufactured, but they're not the true from Nike Jordans?
Yeah, I'd be very upset. I mean, especially these shoes aren't cheap. Like, it's not like you're spending $20 or whatever on a pair of Jordans. They're up there, especially for the rare ones that are out there. I mean, even my golf shoes are all Jordans, and some of those are pricey. But yeah, I would be pretty disappointed. I'm not gonna lie.
Would you kiss another man for a pair of Jordans?
No.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know this about you're a big Jordan guy. I don't know if anybody else in here, just looking at everybody's shoes, I don't think we're big shoe guys.
My kid is all about he's
Don't do
this,
on
Kevin.
an app. Avery is
Don't
on
do
an
this.
app. Oh yeah, Kevin wore his
Oh yeah,
Dukes.
my Kyrie Duke shoes today.
All right.
Was that just for the sales meeting this morning?
Let me ask you. Here's my question with that. I'm a big, in a weird way, and they don't make them anymore, I'm a big Converse weapon guy because I grew up with when they show Magic and Larry, I was born in 77. So when we're talking right around the Michael Jordan's coming out, really the big shoe was also the Converse weapon. And everybody wore the Converse weapon besides Michael Jordan. If you were a good basketball player, you wore the Converse weapon. And then you had this one dude, Michael Jordan, wearing this Nike shoe. And look, obviously you see the sales of it. The Nike shoe took off because there was only one other product to buy, and it was the weapon from Converse. How come other classic basketball shoes are not, I don't know if collectible is the right word, wearable? People don't really go after, even now, LeBron is 20 years past his first shoe coming out, and I don't feel like they're making different colors of LeBron ones and really people wanting LeBron shoes. Why do you guys think that Michael Jordan, the first ever to have like a shoe just specifically for him, which is in the movie, which is really cool, because even the weapon was like, we make the weapon in black and white for Larry, in yellow and purple. We make it in white and green for Rolando Blackman and Mark Aguirre, but like we're not going to specifically make a Magic shoe or like, but still, like, I don't know, no other guy really is a collectible shoe.
Nike stamped it. Like they created that. I mean, you've watched the movie. They created the one thing around the one player. Everything after that's just mimic. I mean, even Kobe, people are like, yeah, but he's just Michael Jordan 2.0.
I was going to say Kobe's are good too.
But it's nothing
Are
about
they very
those.
collectible?
Yes.
I've got a bunch of them.
I mean, we've gotten to a place where personal exclusive shoes are collectibles. But, like, I think what you're talking about here, Mike, you have to point to the idea that this is not simply about collecting basketball shoes. This is like a cultural phenomenon amongst multiple, like, subcultures as well, right? Like, this isn't simply, oh, well, folks that like basketball. No. Like, Michael Jordan, and you understand this because you lived through it. And I imagine a lot of people have come to understand this, whether through The Last Dance or all the various different medias. We've gotten to a place where we have to understand that Michael Jordan was the hottest thing out here, right? That hottest thing smoking out here. And like that had resonance in the streets. And then when that becomes some level of collectible where like, you're releasing and people are queuing up, as our British brethren would say, to go and buy those shoes, like that makes an impact that having a set of Paul Georges don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But even like with Kobe, I know Kobe had a little bit of a weird shoe game, as in he was Adidas, then he was a free agent and was wearing all kinds of different shoes for a year, and then he went to Nike. When you're collecting Kobe, and I just don't know this, are they the first ever Nike Kobe's? Do you collect Adidas Kobe's? Are people trying to get Adidas Kobe's? Are they not available?
Man, I just grab, like, I'm kind of like Reggie's saying, like, I see something that looks good, I'm going to get it. They're Kobe's, they're comfortable.
But they're the new Kobe's, right, that players are wearing in games today?
Yeah, some of them, yeah.
See, I'm the same way with like white New Balance. If I see those, they look comfortable, and I feel like
grilling shoes.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Do you think 10 years from now, LeBron's probably, I'm going to guess 2 to 5 years from retiring in that spectrum? I'm guessing.
I thought you were going to ask if I think he'll still be playing. I was going to be like, probably.
I don't think so, but I mean, he is doing an unbelievable job of playing at a high level at this age.
Yeah.
Do you think at any point when people are, let's say, 20 years old now, they've grown up through the whole LeBron era, do you think 20 years from now, Nike will be making LeBron 1s and 2s and 3s in different colors, and they'll be as craveable, or maybe even, let's just say 50% as craveable as Jordans are?
The thing I think, too, that's going to help is, like, you got to think of what Jordan's doing. He's putting his image on other schools. For example, Michigan has I've got the Michigan Jordans. Like, that's another thing that's helping too, getting his brand out there more and making it more popular. LeBron has some good shoes. I've seen, like, there's a pair that I can't think of what they are now, but they have like the strap over them. They're like, I'm sure he's going to do something. I know he's heavily involved with Ohio State. He does stuff with them. I'm sure he's going to start putting stuff on them. And then other schools, like, just kind of like what Jordan is. I just think now that LeBron's playing right now, his focus isn't as much of how Jordan is after the fact of playing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, sneaker culture, like, there's folks collecting all of these things.
Yeah.
But there's just not going to be, I mean, you talk about it now, there's so many different player exclusives. You laid out the scarcity argument of the Michael Jordan, like the Air Jordans 1s and all these things. Like, building that cultural phenomenon is not something that can be recreated.
And I know I'm out of time here, but what's amazing to me is during these NBA basketball playoffs, I don't see Nike doing many commercials for their current players. I know they're selling their shoes well. I know Giannis is selling, Luka's selling. I know Luka's through Nike/Jordan, but I just felt like when I was watching on TNT or TBS as a kid, I felt like I saw Michael Jordan and Spike Lee every commercial break. You know, money, it's got to be the shoes.
Yeah.
But I don't really feel like I see LeBron commercials or Luka commercials or Giannis commercials during every commercial break of these NBA games. Is it just so easy to sell that they don't even need to make commercials anymore?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I'd imagine that some of it as well.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The key to getting your team into the NHL Conference Finals. Next in the Fan.
The Rangers and the Braves play the rubber game.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. James Harden is opting out on his player option. I feel like he brought that up yesterday in hopes of a long-term deal. We'll see how that goes. But right now, something I know is going to go well. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Lots of questions as to what you just said there about this will go well.
Your segment will go well.
Who knows?
Oh my gosh.
I did find this, though, and I thought it was intriguing. If you want to make it to the NHL Conference Final,
you win.
You only have to do one thing. Well, winning is important, yes.
Score more goals than other teams.
That sounds like it could be a logical thing.
Thank you.
Not have a player on your team that's making $10.5 million.
Oh.
Every team that had a player that was making $10.5 million or more that was in the playoffs did not make it to the conference final. Kevin Connor McDavid, $12.5 million.
Out.
As a 25-year-old, he's making the most out of all those players.
I mean, he's pretty awesome.
But guess where he is?
Out.
Sitting his ass at home.
You know,
in Edmonton, too.
That's the other reason.
Who wants to live there?
Don't be Canadian.
Be Canadian as a team or as a player?
Be playing for a Canadian team.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
Are
a good
we back to only
clarification.
American teams?
Yep.
Exactly.
Your face.
Just like we knew it would be all along. So what is this going to be, the 29th or 30th straight time that America wins the Stanley Cup?
Yeah. Yes.
Your face, Canada.
And Jason Robertson, I believe if you look at his numbers, it's in the $8 million range. I think, is he the highest paid Dallas Star at the moment? Kevin,
I believe that is.
I will leave that up to you.
Oh, yeah, no, I've totally factored out because they didn't just do their deals, Ben and Sagan. I think Ben is higher than
But he's not $10.5 million.
That's right.
Because if he was, the Dallas Stars would not be in the
out.
conference final. So, yeah, there you go. Jamie Benn, he is the highest at 9.5. Rupe, 8.45. Robertson, 7.7. And then Marchment, 4.5. So, yeah, that's a good one right there, man. Oh, crap. Sagan's 9.8.
Yeah, I figured Sagan was pretty high too, but look at us being good at managing the cap.
That is impressive work by Jim Nill. We got to give Jim Nill some credit for that. By the way,
Dwight Powell makes more than all those guys.
And Mike, that's just the NBA. I mean, hockey prices aren't the same.
Yeah,
the NBA is a little. It's really interesting. Spittle was talking about this. The Hockey Hawk was saying, this is actually where hockey makes their money, is the playoffs. Mike, when with the Major League Baseball, with the NBA, with the NFL, it's TV contracts. With hockey, it's more this. They don't have the same thing.
True.
So
there is a lot that's made in the playoffs. That's why in 1994, MLB, it really hurt the sport, but they were like, that's fine, owners. Like, there won't be playoffs. That's where you guys rake in all the money because, Derek, you made it to the World Series. You're not getting a paycheck. You just get, your share of like, you guys did great. And nothing against it's still a lot of money, but here's whatever, $250,000 for making the World Series and not winning it. But if you make, $12 million for a season, you would have got paid $1 million or $2 million bucks really for that, and they don't have to pay that anymore. I'm not saying playing for free, but I mean that's where sports make tons of money. Is you stop paying the players for playing during the playoffs.
And I just saw this from the Texas Rangers, Kevin. You know who that is?
I'm aware.
The last time that Nathaniel Lowe gave up. Or Nathan.
Okay, I was like, this is going to be interesting.
Nathan Eovaldi allowed a run. The word low is in allowed, okay? It just happens.
To be fair, how long since Lowe's
look
given
at
up
that.
a run?
He hasn't given up a run in Major League Baseball.
Dyslexia would kind of mess that up.
I also think you got distracted by the giant face on there. Is they're like, hey, look at this.
The Minnesota Wild and the Seattle Kraken were still in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh, no.
Speak Now, Taylor's version, did not have a release date on it.
Oh.
The Arlington Renegades had yet to win an XFL championship.
They did it.
England didn't officially have a king. And the Texas Rangers were in first place in the AL West. Oh, by the way, still first place in the AL West. So
Man,
I appreciate the Rangers for tweeting that out. That's awesome.
We outlasted the monarchy. At least part of it.
The monarchy still going.
Yeah, no, now they have a king. They didn't have a king before, and now that. So that's,
what does that king do? He doesn't do anything.
When have they ever done anything?
I don't.
Yeah,
that's a great question.
I feel like King George did quite a bit.
Okay, but like, what was the stopping point that the monarchy did something besides going like, hello?
Why'd you make the monarchy Mrs. Doubtfire?
I was just about to say that.
Do you want that study for tomorrow's C Block? The last time.
A little bit. I feel like it will be dark.
Too
but...
bad, Kevin. Tomorrow's C Block is going to be Fergie Jenkins.
What?
We're going to have Fergie Jenkins as a guest tomorrow.
Hall of Famer?
Hall of Famer.
Holy.
And I'm so fascinated by what we're going to discuss with him. There's so much to get into. So I wanted to kind of hit a couple of topics with the Stars and the Rangers, and now get to this conversation regarding the Dallas Cowboys. I was listening this morning to Sean and RJ and Bobby breaking this down. And Sean announced that he is now officially in on Dalvin Cook as the replacement for Zeke.
He loves Minnesota running backs.
Does he? Is that his like?
Remember when the guy called him like the biggest moron in the world? I can't remember.
Keith Olbermann?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I do remember that.
It was because he wanted to trade for Adrian Peterson?
Or he wanted Adrian Peterson. I can't remember.
That's why?
And he's like, yeah. I think it was during the whole incident where I think he used a switch.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
Am I remembering the story right? I don't want to mess it up.
I don't remember, like, I know that happened. I don't remember the time frame, but I do remember Oberman blocked me on Twitter for that.
You too?
Yeah, because I said, be careful, Sean. There's no fight too small for him to not get involved.
How many people have you been blocked by that you know of now?
3.
One is Rob Lowe.
Yes.
What? What'd you do to Rob Lowe?
Man, it's what did Rob Lowe do to society? This
is not gonna be good.
He was talking some trash after the Cowboys, and he was like, "You just got hit by karma." And I just quote tweeted him and said, "You better hope that's not a thing, given the things you've done in your life." And then he blocked me.
You earned it.
That's right, I did.
There are some things that he's done in his life.
Probably
Alleged.
one other.
Who was the other one?
I can't remember. I feel like I should know that.
Is it me?
I don't think.
Okay.
No.
I'll block if you want.
No.
Just so it can be a
Let's
full
all
3.
block him.
Yeah.
No, that's not really what I'm looking
Isn't
for.
this the C block?
This is the C block.
Oh,
We
that's
should
a
just walk
great
around
point.
blocking people. You ever been blocked by anybody, Derek? On
Yeah.
Sure.
social medias?
Yeah.
All right. You ever blocked anybody?
No, because I don't care.
See?
If you want to keep talking crap,
I've
to me or
blocked
whatever,
thousands upon thousands of people.
I
wonder if I've blocked more people than follow me at this point.
I think I may have blocked like 2 people. I don't think I've been blocked. I don't think. But I do know that I will mute people. I am all about the mute button.
I didn't even know you could do that.
You mute them, and then they think that they're getting under your skin, or you're just avoiding the conversation. But you never have to see it.
Are you ever fascinated when you see a reply in another tweet stream that you're interested in, and it says, "This response is from an account you've muted"? Then I'm like, "Oh, what? Who was it?
Yeah.
Who was?" And then I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know I muted."
And
that
a lot
person."
of time, I will also add this: there are some people that I followed, and then be like, "I'm just going to mute them because they post too many things." But I still want to
You can
kind of
just say it's me, okay? That's
No,
fine.
it's not. I actually, Reggie, you know, I see everything you post.
No.
Sorry about
Too
that.
many about soccer.
There are
You know
a
what's
lot of
funny
stuff.
about that? I think
appreciate that edit.
I think I don't follow Mark Followell after the basketball season because it's all soccer and it's just too much for me, and I don't. And then
So you unfollow him and then you follow
yeah,
him.
yeah, nothing like it's just that I know Mark loves soccer. It's
Mm-hmm.
fine, but I'm like I don't care about this, and he does a lot of probably very good soccer tweets. If you want soccer tweets, I believe Mark Followell is doing a great job with those. But I'm like, I just need it when it's basketball
That's
season.
fairly mature, though. Like, if I don't want to see what you're tweeting, I will take myself away from what you're tweeting.
For sure. And
Isn't the right we have as Twitterers?
That's right.
Is it in the Twitter Constitution?
It's one of our amendments.
Are there how many Twitter amendments are there?
Lots.
Oh man, I feel like there's quite a few. I was gonna say you tweet too much about English Premier League soccer, but then I was like, I don't know that to be the case. Sometimes you say a soccer team, I'm like, I don't know.
That's fair.
Syria, maybe. Who knows?
What's the most interesting thing you follow on Twitter? Like that, you're like, I'm on this Twitter app, and I'm here for this specifically. Or the thing that gets you that you're like, oh man, I'm about to go down a rabbit hole.
I really like the Spo track Twitter account.
Okay.
Because when things happen, they're like...
Of course, you're like, I want the place that gives me a breakdown on numbers.
I
You
do.
massive dork.
That is fair.
I call it Spot Rack.
That is... Oh, okay. If you want to go Spot Rack, is... Because once deals get done, they give you all kinds of interesting breakdowns on it. So I do like that.
Okay, and I
then
guess
some wrestling stuff.
Like I guess Woj and Shams are my favorites, but it's the Shams like random football breaking news that you're like, how the hell did he get that?
Okay, see, and that's interesting. And I know this is totally unfair, but like yesterday, when Adam Schefter tweeted out a Photoshop picture of Wemby in a Spurs uniform, I wanted to be like, shut up. I wanted to mute him in that moment, even though I know that makes no sense. He could tweet about whatever the hell he wants, but I was like, we already know what happened. Why are you doing this?
I feel like it's not rigged, but how did the Spurs do this? I know that they had one of the best odds, right? They had 3 of the best odds with Houston and Detroit, but why don't they get it when there's not like the next supposed generational big man? How did they do this? If they get the Navy, they get the Forest, and now they get the Wemby.
Oh, wow.
I understood that perfectly.
I did too.
I've been spending too much time with Mike.
I knew exactly what he was saying there.
Will they start calling it Wemby City? Wemby City?
The Wemby City? No.
No?
That would make more sense if
no
Chicago got it, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's too easy. Let's take it. You can take it away from them.
Have you been
Chicago's
to San Antonio?
not even the windiest city.
You think San Antonio is going to come up with something that creative?
No.
What is the
They're
windiest
spending
city?
too much time enjoying Fiesta, baby.
Do you think? Oh, it's the C block. I have too many questions.
Ask questions, Mike.
Do you think? I don't think Dirk has done a very good job of helping out Luka Doncic. I think Dirk's it's not that he's not part of the coaching staff. He's just like, look, man, I'm enjoying life. I have kids. I'm married.
Okay.
Do you think Tim Duncan is going to care to help Wemby? Because I think like Dirk's just like thumbs up. I love you, Luka. It's not his responsibility. He's not the head coach. He's not an assistant coach. But I don't think like Dirk is actively trying to help Luka at all. Do you think Duncan or Robinson will actively try to help Wemby?
I'm glad that you brought this question to the C block, Mike. And here's why. Because Derek told us moments ago about his conversations with Nolan. But it wasn't that Nolan was walking up to Derek and saying, you need to do this. Derek walked up to Nolan and said, what can I do? I don't think Luka's doing that with Dirk. I think he looks at Dirk and he's like, I could probably school you right now. And I could probably embarrass you on the court. And I'm probably a better player than you ever were. I really think that that's in Luka's mind, that I'm this good. I don't need you. And it doesn't need to be Dirk going to him saying, you need to do these things. It needs to be Luka at some point doing that. So if Wembanyama is willing and wants to ask, like if I'm him, I'm going to Pop and I'm saying, what do I do to become the next Tim Duncan? Like that's what I'm doing. Cause Pop's going to be like, here's his number right now. Call him, talk to him every day. And I do think there's too much of sometimes guys are like, I got all the answers. I don't have to go to people. So that's where I think Luka is in that world. But I don't know Wembanyama enough off the court, Mike, to know if that's what he's willing to become.
I'm curious about if, like, to me, it's like sometimes you don't want to bother those guys. Yep. Like, I don't want to bother, like, I'm not going to try to bother Nolan, or, you know, if Mike was the guy in front of me, I'm not going to try to bother him too. Like,
guess who Cody Bradford's favorite pitcher was growing up?
Derek Holland.
Derek Holland.
Yeah.
I went and talked to him.
Oh, afterwards? Or?
Yeah, I went and talked to him after. Super good kid. He understands what he's got to do and everything. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He'll be back up here in no time.
And you know what? You have an interesting point. When I was young in radio, Gavin Dawson was my favorite listen. I was driving home from UNT, and I was listening to Gavin Dawson, and I would text him occasionally whenever I got into this business and be like, hey, your thoughts. But I didn't want to bother him too much, but he was always willing to give advice. I always appreciated that about Gavin. Luckily, I had Kevin along the entire way to we were doing this thing together as we were doing it. But you're right. If you have somebody, you do have to be willing to ask the questions, and more often than not, they're willing to give you the right answers.
Well, that's what you guys have been for me. Like, yeah. I've come in here and trying to learn as much as I can. You guys have taken me under your wing and just showed me how to do things, how to go about it. Same thing with all the other shows. You know, each one of the shows has talked to me and helped me out, given me pointers. I mean, Sean's literally texted me before and said, hey, man, this was good, but you need to work on this, do this. Like, that's the one thing that if you want to be successful, you got to ask the questions. None of you guys are going to just be like, hey, you need to do this. You wait for me to say something because that's how I'm going to get better. if I don't show any of that effort, that means I don't care.
Yeah.
How frustrated do you get that Choppy says, I'll tell you, but for money?
Yeah. No, Choppy always says, like, I'll tell you, but you got to give me, like, a baseball bat for my kids or maybe a PlayStation for me and maybe a hotel to stay at in Cabo.
See? Oh, did you hook him up with that guy?
No,
Okay,
I'm just
all right.
throwing stuff out
Kevin,
there.
so
That's
far,
just how he is.
How do you think it's worked out with Derek so far? Your thoughts?
Pretty well. Pretty
Right?
darn well.
On a scale of 1 to 100, what grade would you give it?
An 84.
Oh, crap.
A B plus.
B plus.
Actually, it's actually a
84 is
B.
a B
It's a
plus?
B minus.
Oh, you just
I
fell
just
to
lost
an
that.
81.
So I went down to now I'm down to a B minus.
He loves numbers.
That is true.
And you know what? We'll get to the Zeke thing tomorrow, maybe. Oh, no, we got
Hey, wait,
Fergie,
can I say this real
we got
quick?
Fergie
though?
Jenkins tomorrow.
Speaking of Zeke, well, Ezekiel Duran.
Yes.
One, he's killing it, but we can't. I don't want to have the same thing with him, like feed Zeke. I feel like that just takes away from Elliott.
So you want to come up with something new?
Yeah, we got to do something different.
Kind of like we did with the autocorrect. We created our own thing here, and now we got to come up with a new.
He needs to be his own Zeke.
Yeah, his Duran. Yeah, we got to figure something out for him.
Duran.
I like it.
that.
Duran around the bases.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we power rank the MLB Power Rankings right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco.
TruckRack.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
And here it is, a high drive, well hit to deep left. Pilar going back, and that one's gone. Up into the second deck. 3 rows into the second deck for Ezekiel Duran. His 6th home run of the year. The Rangers get one here in the bottom of the 8th and lead it 7-4.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to our MLB Power Rankings in just 1 second, but a couple of quick things for you. I thought this story was pretty cool. Emmanuel Okoye, he is from Nigeria. I do not believe related to Christian Okoye. At least I could not find any link between the two.
The Nigerian Nightmare. That's a heck of a nickname.
That is a heck of a nickname. So Emmanuel Okoye was born in Nigeria, went through the NFL Academy program in England, and now is going to play college football at Tennessee. I'm sure that RJ is pumped about that. I thought that was a cool story. And in case you're curious about the XFL, 1.43 million viewers. Well, I think
Explain that I was shaking my head no whenever.
I think the viewership will kind of prove that out. So 1.43 million people watched the championship game, and that's just a bad sign because that's lower than the average the last XFL had for just regular games. So that's not a great sign.
But now that a DFW team has won a championship, does that make it more intriguing for next season to be higher rated?
I could see that. Our listenership does not lead me to believe that, but I bet there's a lot of people who will at least know about it more or maybe be more interested next year. It's just TV ratings fell off. And like in 2020, average viewership, 1.87 million. All right. This version of the XFL, depending on if it was on cable or not, averaged 622,000 viewers on cable. So you lost two-thirds of your audience, and 1.13 on regular TV. Okay. So they have just really, really struggled, and not a big uptick for the championship game. So I will be curious to see what next year looks like for the XFL.
I know the worst NFL team could crush Georgia. I wonder if Georgia
could beat
the
Renegades. Yeah. I would be inclined to say yes, but I don't. I have given this 5 seconds of thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I that's my theory is obviously you're taking the best of the best and putting them in the NFL, no matter how bad that team is, like the Houston Texans or whatever. But you aren't taking the best of the best. And some guys just move on with their life. They're like, look, if I'm not going to play in the NFL, I'm moving on with my education or whatever. So you're not getting like the premium guys who just missed out making the NFL and the XFL.
Are you guys ready to do some power ranking?
Yes.
All right. Do you want The Athletic, MLB.com, or CBS Sports to start this off?
I think MLB.com doesn't like the Rangers the most.
So you want to go with The Athletic?
I guess we could.
Okay. Who would like to start this off?
Derek said he
Let's just go ahead and knock
Derek
out.
volunteered
We know who
in
number one
tribute.
is.
I think he's going to get it wrong.
Are you sure?
Injuries. Yeah. This is power ranking. Do you think missing Springs and Rasmussen for the rest of the year is going to keep Tampa at 1?
Yeah, they're.
All right, he said it.
That is correct. By the way, for people listening, text in or go ahead and hit us up on Twitch or YouTube with your comments. Where do you think the Rangers should be in the power rankings? All right, number 1, Tampa Bay. Who goes next?
It's tough because they lost 4 coming into Texas, Corey. But
you think the Braves? And that's actually not a bad one.
I think the Doyers.
One of those is correct.
It's Corey's turn to pick.
I'll go with Doyers then. because
Dodgers is correct.
Yeah, nice. Mike,
Michael.
This is interesting because where the Rangers were after the first game against the Braves, where we had fans messaging us like, "Why did you just throw away a game like that?" Like, look, man, look what they did last night. Like that's a good team. They're playing against another good team. They did it. And even Wash told us today, he was like, they're bounce back. That shows me what they are right now. So I like that. But the Dodgers, I mean, it just makes sense. The Doyers are what the Doyers are.
You go
Okay.
Braves at 3 then.
I'm actually not going to go Braves at 3, and I'm probably going to get it wrong. I'm going to guess because Toronto swept them. Damn, they don't have the record, though. This would definitely be 24-18. I would be really going... I'm going too hard on the Blue Jays here. So I will go with the Braves.
It's a bird. I feel very confident with the Baltimore Orioles.
I say give the Rangers the spot.
There you go. That's 3 guesses. Well, who's right?
One of you.
Well, just say who it is.
No, I like
Is
the way he's doing
correct.
this. I like the way he's doing this.
I
He's
picked the
looking at
Braves.
me.
Would you like to keep your pick?
Of course.
You're wrong.
Dang it.
Mike or
my
Corey? You want to keep your pick?
I'm keeping it.
You want to keep your pick?
Dude, I have faith in my team.
Coming in at number 3, your Texas Rangers.
That's good to see.
In
Can we end the season right now?
power
Let's do it.
rankings.
Let's just start the World Series.
Third.
We did it.
Yeah. Well,
now-
hold on. We'd be behind the Rays still. So.
But now here comes
That's
the
fine.
question, Corey.
What?
Is that an anomaly? Because I still have CBS. And
I
the
do think that they have ranked the Rangers
MLB.com.
the highest out of the 3 websites.
Yeah, I think Levi has a bit of a like. I think he has some pull over there, Levi Weaver. So.
Oh, sure.
So yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think the Rangers are 5 on the other 2.
Okay.
An average of 5.
Okay. What say you?
Like where they're ranked on the other ones?
Yeah.
I will guess 6 and 8.
Okay.
I'm going to go 4 and 5.
Okay. By the way, from the 806, Rangers, number 1 in our hearts, number 4 in the rankings. From the 817, 4. From the 214, top 5. From the 903, 5. We go to CBS. Number 1, Rays. Number 2, Dodgers. Number 3, Orioles.
Good
Number 4, your Texas Rangers. So now you're number 3 in one and number 4 in the other. But you brought up, Mike, you think MLB.com.
They've
hates
always
us
been the
most.
haters of this Rangers team. I'll go 8 on their website.
Okay.
I'm probably going to be too low, so that's good. So you guys beat me.
Number 1, the Rays. Number 2, the Braves. Number 3,
You just beat me
Wow.
too.
the
We're
Dodgers.
1 and 1 though.
Number 4, your.
Oh.
Not going to
Holy-
like this
oh.
answer.
Oh, Kevin.
Because
Stop
it is
it.
the Orioles.
God.
However, at number 5, the Texas Rangers. So, Athletic 3, CBS 4, MLB 5. By the way, props to Derek who said 4 and 5. All of them have the Texas Rangers as a top 5 team. So, I already...
It's an average of 4.
Yes. Very good.
It's like when Cinderella woke up and she's like, so this is love. Do-do-do-do.
I have no clue what you're saying.
So
Me
this
either.
is love.
Are you saying they're a Cinderella team or you're in love with this
Oh,
team?
Cinderella
hear more
story.
of that
Yeah.
song?
No.
Got you.
I don't know. What's this? I have no
Did your
clue.
daughter never watch Cinderella?
No, she watches Frozen.
I don't have
All
one.
right.
That is fair. Do you think it is right now undisputable that the Rangers are a top 5 team in baseball?
Yes.
And without
I do.
DeGrom and Seager, what they've done. Like with those two, they should be even better.
And with a little bit of a messy bullpen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That bullpen
very messy.
looks like
bullpen.
evidently what our
That is
toilet
a very
looked like
nice
this
way to
morning.
put that, Derek.
Yeah.
Little bit. They have the 4th best record in baseball. They have the 2nd best run differential in baseball. There are definitely some things there. I think they're a top 5 team in baseball, but I think they're like 4 or 5.
I like it. I said the other day after they lost 12-0, Boo and I looked at each other and we're like, I don't recall doing a Rangers blowout this way where they got blown out. There might have been another game. I just didn't do the post-game show, but I felt like that's pretty good when you're 40 games into a season, close to, and you're like, Is this the first time they've been blown out? I'm sure there's another one and I'm forgetting, but that's a good sign that you are, even in your losses, they're hard fought close losses. And honestly, kind of the games you feel like you're losing besides this Braves ones, you actually had the lead in the 6th, 7th, or 8th inning.
And one of the other positives is somebody asked, what can they realistically do at the trade deadline to stay top 3 for the power rankings? Is Corey brought up an interesting point. It's not a trade, but Seager coming back, DeGrom, we hope coming back. I'd still focus on the bullpen because, hey, you just added a major asset back to your rotation and a major asset back to your lineup. Attack the bullpen, and I think that's pretty impressive.
That could be the difference. In my belief, you guys, y'all play the game. Y'all know what you are in a clubhouse, but you have the manager. You have a lot of top-end talent in top-end areas, and your guys that you were like, we don't know what we're going to get out of them are playing better. Like, Jonah Heim's playing better than anybody thought he would play this year. Okay,
Sure.
Like that's a plain and simple thing. I don't know how long it stays up, but like he is playing great right now. Stop it. And then you add the bullpen piece. I always felt like the Cliff Lee piece was a shot in the arm of, hey, why not us kind of mentality. We can do this. And I think you add the bullpen piece, and that makes you from, hey, we can be in the playoffs and have fun, to we can be a legitimate World Series contender if you have the bullpen fixed just a little bit. And again, there are guys in this lineup that don't have a clue what playoffs are like, let alone World Series, so they would have to grow up pretty quickly. But you have a lot of talent on this team.
And what I know you've really been waiting for, yes, I can now confirm that the 2024 PBR World Finals will be in the Metroplex. So rounds 1 through 4 will be at Fort Worth at Dickies Arena, May 10th through the 13th, and then the world champion, the 31st PBR World Champion, will be crowned and presented $1 million May 18th through the 19th at AT&T Stadium in Arlington.
So much horse and bull poop around that area. Derek, you
have to stay away then?
Yes, because I'm deathly allergic to horses. You became a big country person recently. You were wearing your hat and your coat and your boots.
How long have you had that vest jacket thing?
I've had that for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it still fits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there
I don't know
more
where you want to go with
questions?
this.
Is that the only question?
Are you happy for me, or
I'm
did I
very
still
happy
fit
for you.
my clothes?
How many country western suits do you have, or tops?
And what do you
I
mean
mean,
by country
I just
western
would-
suit?
He knows what I mean.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't really have any. That doesn't count.
That's the
just,
one?
That's just a regular suit. I
You
just
think
put
so?
it with jeans. Yeah, you can kind of do that.
All right.
And a hat,
It
but you threw the
works.
hat
Oh,
on.
man.
How many
Of course.
cowboy hats do you have?
3, 4,
Oh, that's awesome. What about boots? How many pairs of boots you got?
probably about 12.
Look at that. And you're
What's your
drinking
brand?
Trinity
What's your
water
brand
today.
of boot?
Luke Casey.
Good for you.
Thank you.
We're the KNC masterpiece right
That was
here.
fun. We'll have more of that interview up next.
Will we? Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the book.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent, and Corey brought something up that I saw earlier that I thought was tremendous. Do you think there's any chance Ja Morant used Chat GPT to do his apology?
High five.
Yes, he did.
So,
Corey, he won a high five
I'm sorry.
from you.
Bobby did that to Derek. Did that to Bobby this morning. So
Bobby bailed on.
Bobby was Bobby was trying to get a high five, and
Oh.
Derek didn't see
But
it.
he was over here. I couldn't see him.
Yeah. So here's the.
Did you read the apology?
Here's
Do you
the
think it's
apology
Chat
from
GPT?
Ja Morant.
Okay.
I know I've disappointed a lot of
Corey,
people.
Can you read it like a robot?
No, well, this is the Ja Morant apology. I'm going to read the Chat GPT also. I know I've disappointed a lot of people who have supported me. This is a journey, and I recognize there is more work to do. My words may not mean much right now, but I take full accountability for my actions. I'm committed to continuing to work on myself. Somebody input the question, write a short apology and include you are disappointed in yourself. And here's the Chat GPT. I know I've disappointed a lot of people who have supported me. This is a journey, and I recognize there is more work to do. My words may not mean much, but I take full accountability for my actions. I'm committed to working on myself. Same thing!
Oh, my God.
Same thing!
Okay, so was this Ja or was it the Memphis Grizzlies PR staff that did this?
I'm not apologizing for nothing.
Man.
You're like, okay, well, we'll do it.
That's genius to use Chat GPT for writing those PR statements. Those are tricky. You know, that Chat GPT is pretty good at it. Wrote me a live spot or two last week.
What?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to try it out. I'll admit. I put my own spin on it and added, the wheeze and the eyes and where it was necessary, but I just wanted to see how good of a job it did. And sure enough, it did. It banged out a hell of a spot for Men's T Clinic.
It needed the general flair on it, but it was damn good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
At ease. Now, I love your robot voice.
Some people are saying this isn't real, though.
I think it's very believable, though, because I just don't think Ja Morant's taking the world's feedback very seriously.
Sure.
Unless there's some other explanation that would show how he decided to do what he did. I think, it's funny to him how the world's taking, these, in his mind, minor incidents so big.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, look at this. I got a gun again. It's outside. I don't know if there's any reason to believe that Ja would think that this is something that requires a real apology. So he's like, yeah, sure, I'll apologize. Chat GPT, boom, send, done.
And for people who are saying it's not real, maybe they're trying to cover for big AI.
Or maybe they are Chat GPT.
Oh,
hey,
yes.
All right, do you want to hear Brandon Miller's thought on his gun incident?
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
Okay,
yeah.
here's his quote. It's all a lesson learned. You just always have to be aware of your surroundings and what you're surrounded by. I feel like that night could have changed my career in less than a heartbeat. Like, that sounds human, right? Doesn't that sound like a real thing? All right, so I think he probably really learned from that. So anyway.
And I could see like Ja Morant's retort being, well, yeah, because somebody died. Like, nothing happened in my deal. The only reason I think he's going to get suspended is because he showed up the NBA. Like, that's what he's going to run into.
Yes, I agree with you. Did you see what the Texas A&M professor did and his mess up with Chat GPT?
No.
Yeah, he decided to put all of his kids' papers into Chat GPT to try and see, okay, did they use it? So are they cheating? Well, unfortunately, ChatGPT isn't built for that, to detect AI. So he ended up just flunking everybody, but it was unfairly failing them. So he bleeped up big time, and now you've got several seniors who have already graduated. They've been temporarily denied their diplomas because of this A&M professor.
Doing great things down in College Station, as always.
Kevin?
Yeah. I mean, it's not the dumbest thing A&M's ever done.
What's the dumbest thing they've ever done?
You know what? I'll probably answer that off air. I have lots of different thoughts about that. Were you guys, I know we were kind of joking around about it to begin the show. Were you guys heartbroken at all about Wemby, or were you like, sure, that's what the math said?
I was not heartbroken. I was not heartbroken, especially because we got the 10th pick. Had we not gotten our 10th pick, it would have been a huge bummer. I am a little bit more bummed out that it's the Spurs that got Wemby and not like Houston.
Yeah.
Like, I think Houston could have just totally bleeped that up and it wouldn't have mattered. The Spurs, it's like they're probably going to figure this thing out and it's going to be dominant.
So this guarantees Wembanyama's greatness.
More
because the
so.
Spurs got him.
I think so.
There were better things that could have happened. You could end up with a top 4 pick. Wembanyama could have gone to Detroit in the East.
Or
where they would've-
Charlotte.
Yeah, or Charlotte.
Man, I was really hoping for that.
That would have been fun with LaMelo Ball and Wemby to watch.
What do you think to go along with that about Portland not using like pick number 3 on Scoot Henderson and trading it instead?
I think it can make sense with Henderson. If you want to go all in with Lillard, you pair up the 3rd pick with Anthony Simons, and you have Shaedon Sharpe and Nurkic along with Lillard, and maybe you get back a really good veteran player who could help take them over the top. I don't think like Scoot Henderson or the shooter from Alabama is so good that you have to draft this guy because he's going to transcend your organization. Those are probably just, really nice players that make an all-star game or two.
Shooter from Alabama.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, or it was his gun. That's fascinating. I know we got still a ways till the draft. I think Scoot Henderson might be that dude.
Yeah,
who,
he could.
Not that I take him over Wemby, but I think he might be that dude.
Sounds like
that
you would.
No.
Incredible athlete.
Yeah.
No, because Wemby's that guy.
Wemby is that guy.
Or he's him.
If he's the guy staring at you on the board, are you going to take him and have him sit behind Lillard? At that point, if you really like Scoot, then you trade Lillard.
Which that does not seem like something
I think that's a perfect idea.
And they could do that. That could make sense.
Detroit's the biggest loser in this whole thing, right? I mean,
they fell to 5.
Yeah, I mean, they had the worst team, and then all of a sudden you're picking 5th. Man, I mean, if you're a Detroit Pistons fan, you've got to feel like we're catching no breaks here.
Did you guys see how gray Ben Wallace is now?
Oh, yeah.
That really took me back. I was like, man, it didn't feel like Ben was playing that long ago, but I guess he was.
Yeah. Or maybe
he went gray quickly.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes
Maybe
people
he
lose
needs
their
some-
hair quickly. It happens to people.
Would you go just for men if you were Ben?
Suck, man.
Elite Skin Center.
That's right.
They'll fix you.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I might be too far gone.
No,
but
I think we should try this. Actually, we'll see how damn good the process is with Helmet Ted on your head.
Man, not to say that you're not doing a great job, but if they fix this, then we're in business.
We should do Battle of the Balds, Hagee and Broadus, see who can get their hair to come back.
There's no chance on mine.
Yeah.
I tend to agree.
Absolutely no chance.
And then
None.
From a more serious perspective, Kumar Rocker. Not that he was going to be with the team this year, next year, but this feels like
I kind of liked what you guys walked me through a plan to where he could have maybe been here and helping.
Yeah.
That to me, it went for, I know there were talks that, and early this morning, Jared was on, and Jared was kind of talking about a scenario as well, how he potentially, there was like a 5% chance or whatever. Now it's 0.
Because he was about to bump up to
Yeah,
double A.
Bochy said it
Yeah.
with Hicksy during the manager show yesterday before the game. He was like, yeah, he could have been helping us in September with call-ups. So it is a big bummer. I just think they probably need to sign some lefty free agent out there.
I don't know any.
No? Nobody?
No, I couldn't think of
What
one.
would they be willing to relieve?
Of course.
Do relief pitching.
Of course they would.
Oh, interesting.
I'm sure he would really like that.
How about somebody that has some confidence out there? I think this guy to my left has some confidence to go out there and pitch a
I
baseball.
don't know if you saw those calves in the picture next to Wash, but I think this dude can really drive.
He must work out.
And he loves the Metroplex.
I just want to see him against some hitters.
And Cody Bradford loves him.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
gonna
that's
mentor
right.
right there.
What a guy.
Yeah.
That's right.
Was he in awe though? Did you get a chance?
Yeah, I went and talked to him. I
Yeah,
went and
was he
saw him
like a
yesterday.
total
He
fanboy?
He was
Like-
very excited. I mean, he was asking questions
Was he?
like left and right. Yeah, he was definitely trying to get a lot of information out of me, which was cool. But it was also cool just being able to talk to him and know that, man, I was really
And you were a
their
real
favorite
jerk
player.
to him, I'm sure. Yeah.
I was. I disrespected the hell out of him.
Yeah, that's your.
He went
that's
to
your-
shake his hand and
I
that's-
just walked off.
That's your MO. Yeah,
I
whatever,
heard, get me
kid.
some
I heard
gum.
George W. was fanboying pretty hard, too.
You know, him and Larry the Cable Guy. I'm thinking about him too.
Get her done.
Larry the Cable Guy is a really good
combination
golfer.
of people.
Yeah, good golfer.
That was a great combo. You're right, of people in that little area.
Is that what you wanted to say?
No, I don't know
Okay.
what I wanted to say.
Fair enough.
And that sweet, it was sweet.
There you go. What do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. Nice. Tim Cato from The Athletic talking Mavs at 4.
Woo! I'm looking forward
But Cowboys
to
Twitter
that.
right out of the gates here. You got Steve and some players talking. What are they doing today? They're talking right
rodeoing.
now. They're rodeoing out there.
We're rodeoing.
And
yeah.
McCarthy's back because he didn't want to hang out with the rookies. So that's awesome.
Gavin, you need to make a shirt that says "Pure Gold as always" with you smiling and gold teeth.
I love it, man. I'm in.
There we go.
Thank you.
Like
Get it out there.
seller.
You look good, by the way.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Workout.
Very strong. Probably
Those
15, 20
forearms,
pull-ups.
Feels like an off-air thing.
No, you're just jealous. No, I don't shave.
Just want to let anybody know that was listening.
Not a hairy
Roll
person.
home with the G-Bag Nation. Derek might still be here. I
Let
don't
him
know.
pitch. Come on.
We
I'm
have
tired of
been
this.
The KNC Masterpiece Maker way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Be a part of the show. our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. We do have a round of Cowboys Twitter that we can open up with because reporters are talking to the Cowboys that they're at the Pro Bull Riders event. And we'll jump into that here in just a second. Of course, we'll talk association. We'll talk MLB with you. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, NFL executive, Emmy award-winning broadcaster, and the top influencer in Cowboys media, social media, at Brian Broaddus on Twitter, by the way. Got Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, over there at Master Control. He hosts the #1 rated segment in the afternoon drive portion of North Texas Radio. It's LA Live, 540 every night. Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Gentlemen, how the heck is everybody doing?
Wonderful. It's a Baby Dolls VIP Wednesday. I'll be hanging out at Baby Dolls 7 to 9 tonight, 10250 Shady Trail, free barbecue all day, great drink specials, and we got a fun Rangers game to watch all together with the Tolos out there. Spencer Strider, Nathan Evaldi, you can listen to it on The Fan. You can come out to Baby Dolls. We're going to have that on.
I got a lot of TVs out there.
They do.
And a lot of first-rounders walking around there, too.
Oh, they do. A lot.
TVs and TDs, baby.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I did some scout. I went out there that one time.
You did?
Yeah, I did. And, people come up to you and they're asking you questions, and you really can't pay attention to their questions.
It's tough.
Yes. There's a lot of people asking you, even the gals are asking you questions about who the Cowboys were going to draft and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of ladies out
they
there.
want to figure out the new talent that's coming into town.
They need to know the talent's coming in town.
Master the art of conversation without eye contact.
The young, you just try and look at other things.
You got to look up.
Yeah, a lot of looking up.
You want to remain situationally aware at all times.
Yeah, you do. You do. A lot of, excuse me, pardon me, because it's like you're trying to move around a little bit and you're bumping into people. A lot of, sorry, ma'am.
I remember. Yeah. Okay, Micah Parsons has been working out mostly in Austin this offseason. Steve Jones, executive VP at the Cowboys, was asked about it. And he says he's not concerned. We're comfortable with that, he said. It's not unlike a lot of guys. Some guys get more attention for it than others. Historically, the majority of our team likes to work here. They live here and they like to work here, but understand completely if Mike is looking to get a little extra help. We've had players do that throughout the time that we have been here. So, yeah, there's going to be no problems as long as Micah Parsons continues to play the way that he does. I remember when Zeke was out asking Jerry about it, and he felt like at the time there was no replacing the training you could do. And whether you were holding out or you were suspended, if you weren't around the team. Now that was during the regular season. I've just felt like it is something that I take note of. We're at the Star. We're the Cowboys. We want everything state of the art. We want everything as good as possible. What does that guy want to go do in Austin? Do we need to bring some of that in? Here's a top performer. Like I'd be asking all the questions. You do have to say, well, it's just his choice. Maybe it helps him stay fresher if he's not always around. Maybe he needs that little bit of a breather. But I would be interested, and I would have my eyes and ears tuned into everything if I was in an NFL front office, because there's so many ways of approaching fitness and flexibility and nutrition that are becoming popular that traditional sports have not had access to, Brian. I would not say they've led the charge in that way.
He might like the one-on-one he gets in Austin.
Yeah.
He, and nothing against the strength coaches around the National Football League, the guys and the gals that handle that every year. But like I said, depending on when you come in with workouts, there's certain times the workouts are, hey, we like it as a group. Okay, we have a morning group, we have a midday group, we have an evening group. Just depending on how you want. I think that maybe Micah wants that one-on-one, that interaction. I think he wants somebody that continually pushes him throughout the workout. Again, not saying that anybody at the Cowboys on the strength staff doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But they've got a lot of players they deal with there. And I think that Micah is more of a Micah looks like to me he's doing these lifts, more specialized lifts, the Olympic lifts and things like that maybe that the Cowboys, and again, I haven't been privy to what goes on in the weight room since 2005, but maybe there's some lifts that Micah feels like that he needs to do more than what they're prescribing with the program with the Cowboys.
One thing we do know is he's been able to bring in guys to work with him. Andrew Whitworth is one, the outstanding all-pro tackle that's retired. He brought him in specifically. He was like, look, I want to train and learn from another elite-level player. And Whitworth was on his podcast talking about it. He said he was just bombarding him with questions, certain situations. What's an offensive tackle trying to do against me with the hand placement, right? With their stance, trying to pick up certain tells pre-snap. So, Mike has been a sponge when it comes to trying to bring in guys to also work out with. I have no issue with what he's doing. I kind of love it. And maybe this is something, you're right, the Cowboys should take note of as well. But I don't think there's an issue with it as long as he's, for mandatory mini camps, he's there, which he will be.
We know he's a basketball fan. NBA playoff time. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, a little bit of, you want to do some sports gambling? Can't do it in the facility? I think this is a vet move by him.
There you go.
He's keeping himself smart. He's like, listen, I know I'm placing bets on Philadelphia, because he's a Philly guy.
You don't want to get caught up and place that bet in the Star.
You don't want to get caught up. Yeah. And I get it, man. NBA playoff time, we're placing bets, all right? Don't do that at the Star. Don't be the name on the list. Don't be Calvin Ridley.
Boy, you guys missed an opportunity to place a bet yesterday with a double or nothing.
Yeah, I was very, very regretful. When I saw the Joker having dang near a triple-double in the first quarter, I was like, man, should I text these guys and see what we can do here?
No, he's going for triple 20s, bro.
Yeah, he really
He's going to get one done.
Enjoy being tied together on Friday. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah,
you guys happen to be really close. If the Wooly Bully starts on his walks and stuff like that, you got to walk right with him. You want to go to the ladies' room like you normally do, he'll have to walk in there with you.
Oh, he loves going to the ladies' room.
This is going to be great.
This will be fun.
Nice in there.
This will be fun.
Hey, you guys should watch that Matt Damon movie, Stuck on You, for prep. You know what I'm saying? So you never know when they happen.
I love that.
That is a good movie.
Get you guys ready.
Okay, what was Steve's first takeaway of the Cowboys schedule? Buffalo, great home field advantage. Jake and Gallup said Coach McCarthy is back at the Star after back surgery. He's a fun guy, said Gallup. He's always trying to dap you up and say what's up, but we definitely missed him in the locker room. What else do you have here? It's a little bit of Cowboys Twitter here. I saw Michael Gallup say he's very confident that he can be back to 100% compared to what he was last year, saying that he struggled to find the confidence throughout the season last year.
There's no question. Early in the season, him and Britt Brown did a really nice job of getting that knee right. But Britt was going to side on what the player needed to do, both physically and emotionally. And I think there's, in talking to some folks about how they handle that. Remember the Giants game? There was question about the turf there at the stadium there with the Giants. So, him coming back the way I don't think he was ever really right. And, you can't force players to feel that way. I mean, you could try and encourage them, help them. Hey man, your knee looks, but you got to make sure it's on their terms though too. And I think that's what he really struggled with last year. But I think there was also some other things, off the field that he was having some issues with, and, hopefully put all that stuff behind him.
Okay, so the Mavs are going to pick 10th in the draft. You got to be happy with it. Great opportunity to find a good player. A great player is not always there, but, man, that's a good range. If you get a little bit of luck, if your scouts find somebody, you can, really bring in somebody to help this team at 10. It's a good asset. Maybe a trade could be facilitated. Obviously, we were hoping to jump up to 4, and it's not ideal with Wembanyama going to the Spurs at all. It was not a perfect night, but we avoided disaster, and they have it. We got Luka. You have Kyrie Irving, who's a hell of an asset. The opportunities to get this roster turned around, I think, are massive. And now it's just a little bit better with hanging on to that 10th pick.
Couldn't agree more, man. Getting that 10th pick, I think, is huge, and I'm excited to see. Now, do you guys trust the Mavericks to do right by this 10th pick? Because it's a great opportunity that you hope they do right by, and I think they want to move it. And I know Tim Cato at 4:00 will give us some more details.
Yeah, the reports today from several outlets have said the Mavericks are looking to shop the 10th pick. Not a surprise, but this does seem like, without diving in and having watched all these guys besides a little bit in college, that this is one of the deeper lottery classes. So it's not one where it's like, oh, there's only 2 or 3 guys worth taking. They might be able to get a player that's pretty good at number 10, but I do think they're going to move this thing.
I think if they wanted to use the pick, I would have pretty good trust. The fact that they identified and drafted Green and Hardy.
Yeah.
In recently, I think for a long time they were really bad in the first round of the draft. Could not find American athletes at all, but they've been good at that recently. If they want to trade it, I don't know how much I trust them to make the right kind of moves. They've been kind of 50-50. The trade for Porzingis was bad. The trade of Porzingis was good. The trade for Kyrie Irving completely detonated the roster's ability to function and have an identity. And I don't know if they did that intentionally or not. That might have been a tank move and a, hey, we got to rip the Band-Aid off mood and we can get Kyrie Irving. And to hell with the roster for now, let's look into the future. If that was their mindset, I would trust it. But if their mindset was more like, hey, this is going to work out, and it blew up in their face in a horribly catastrophic way, we haven't seen enough of Nico and Mark's combination to really know for sure if we can trust it. But the track record so far has been pretty spotty.
Yeah, that's the problem is who makes the final call there? Is Mark going to allow Nico to make the call? Is Jason Kidd going to step up and say, hey, no, we need a different player here? Is Nico going to say you're right? And, where's the, to me, I'm worried about the lack of one voice in that organization. Yeah, I do. I worry about who is going to be the guy that's going to step up and say, this is our guy.
Well, I do have a little bit more confidence in the idea that I think Nico had some self-awareness and understanding, hey, I do need some help here. And they went and got the former GM out of Utah. Dennis Lindsey. Yeah. He was GM for 7 years.
Did that come through? Did Lindsey's deal come through? I mean,
from what I understand,
yeah.
Is it so? He is definitely on staff now, right? As far as we know,
as far as we know, it seems like it went through, unless they backed out of it.
Well, we can confirm it with Tim Cato, but from my understanding, he's at the bare minimum. He's got some level of advisory role, and he's a guy who has at least been a legit general manager in the sport and had to do some real team building in a city where you're not just getting superstar names to flock to you. You got to get creative on how to build a good team, and he did it in Utah.
Yeah, and there's no question about that. But you have an organization with the Mavericks that lean on former players too.
Michael Finley.
The Finley, Dirk, whether they want to or not, they're part of the process, and how many cooks you got in the kitchen. That's the thing you always have to worry about when it comes to selecting players.
Especially if Mark's the one making the final decision.
And then you're looking for the consensus of, and I think it's very, very difficult when you have that many people involved to find a consensus.
There's a good question about Dennis Lindsey, though, and Google reveals that it was never finalized. So maybe there's something to come in between now and the draft or something like that. Okay, Rangers with a bounce-back win over the Braves. Dane Dunning showing once again he can no longer be overlooked. He's amongst the good pitchers on this team, and he moves to 4-0, 6 innings, 1 run. Garcia hit the 2-run bombski, 44 ribbies on the year now, and a huge matchup tonight. Ivaldi against Strider, the pregame at 6:30, first pitch shortly after 7 o'clock right here on the Fan. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, real quick, and I know everybody saw last night what happened with Hernandez in the bullpen situation. Sure. The thing I really do applaud what's going on with Boch and Maddox is they're not going to let this thing just ride. If you're out there and you're struggling, you're scuffling around, they're trying to do things to get these guys opportunities. But if you get out there in a 6-1 game and you start hitting batters and giving up home runs, you're going to get your 3 batters and you're going to get pulled out quickly. And so I think we're past the trial period now with Rangers pitchers. As far as relievers, they're going to start leaning on the ones they feel like can get the job done.
And Spurs and Will Smith continues to really come up big.
That seems to be the combination.
You just got to do damage control until you can get some help in here. Yeah. And hopefully it doesn't lose you too many more games. Stars coach Pete DeBoer on the series versus Las Vegas. Team just fired him. No hiding from the fact it means a little more. That'd be for anybody in this situation. He said, happens all the time. You move on from a job and you go to the next job, except now we're playing them in the Western Conference Finals. He says, I think the important thing for me, though, is the hockey and the focus is on the players. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the players in that room. There are a lot of guys there I love coaching, and it'll be a great test for us. I think, though, there's downside to it, and he acknowledged it can be a distraction. You got to know that you can't get too emotional about it, have that cloud your judgment, want to beat them too badly. You throw off the vibe, you throw off, your amount of aggressiveness that's appropriate for situations. But there's no doubt these are huge. You remember how much Mike McCarthy wanted to beat those Packers, Brian?
Yeah. In my opinion, it cost Kellen Moore his job. That's where I think the end of it was for Kellen Moore. When they lost that game, flying home Mike McCarthy was like, I can't deal with this anymore.
Mismanaged that second half, but for DeBoer and the Stars, I mean, you don't need any extra incentive, right? You're 4 games away from playing in a Stanley Cup final again, and a lot of these veterans, they're trying to lift that Stanley Cup for the first time. But
Joe,
now you've got this extra little layer of, hey, this is the team that sacked our coach, right? Pete DeBoer wants it. Just go out. More fuel to the fire, boys.
Yeah, you're not sacking my coach.
No.
I mean, I can't believe you'd ever want to fire a guy. What was he? He was 6-0 at the time in Game 7.
Yeah, it was the first year they didn't make the playoffs.
Well, I think he was 91 and 50 something as a coach there too.
Yeah.
You know, but again, it's amazing that a team that is an expansion team and they just totally move on from a guy that had him. I felt like kind of going the right direction.
I think it's the 4th time they've made the conference finals in their first 6 years of existence.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty unbelievable.
He did something right, but he's grinding somebody's gears over there, and that's kind of the reputation that he has. So we'll enjoy it now, and hopefully, Pete can have a good long run here that kicked off with a Stanley Cup championship here before too long. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Chief, where you want to take us next?
Got a little quickie rim sesh for you. We got slippage, anti-analytics, and offseason plans for 2 of the biggest names in the sport. That's next right here on The Fan.
Let's chat Frankels, though, because if you find yourself hurt in an accident, not your fault, you're going to want the Frankels on your side. They make sure you don't settle for less, and they'll fight for you when Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultations, always free. Truckwreck.com. We're 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Best audio. Here's Chief.
Let's go ahead and cut those lights out, put the kids down for that afternoon snooze, or the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Rasheed Wallace rips Doc Rivers in a pretty damning way. Quote, you got to get somebody in there that the players respect. He doesn't make adjustments. That's just from being in the locker room with him for that one season in Boston. He depends more on the players to make those adjustments than himself. Woof! The Doc Rivers slander is getting out of hand. Unless, of course, you ask Mark Jackson, who says he's a Hall of Famer and one of the greatest coaches he's ever been around or seen in the sport of basketball. But I saw
Mark
that
Jackson's he's just trying to get one of those jobs that Doc gets fired from. So when he takes over, it's like, I had nothing but good things to say about Doc.
I am looking forward to seeing.
I'm happy to be being a coach in the league again.
Does one of these
what's
teams-
the issue beyond losing?
With Doc?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's the way he loses where you have players like a Rasheed Wallace, who was a veteran player, saying, like, my coach was not really giving me anything in the way of adjustments. He wasn't doing anything. He had some of that little Jason Kidd factor. Hey, I'm just here watching, man. I don't know what my responsibility is. Isn't that a coach's job?
Yeah, the thing with Doc is it's all about he's a really good front-running coach. When things get a little off.
Yeah, and it's not just losing; it's the way you lose. When you're up 3-1 in a million series, or you're up 3-2 in a million series, and then you crap the bed.
Yeah,
that's Doc Rivers' MO.
Yeah, I can replay that diss track for Doc if you want to.
Just
give some reminders there,
bro. Yes, if you got it, feel free. Tee that bad boy up because it is it's getting dirty out here on Doc.
Tell you what, he's one of those guys though, man. Everywhere he's been though, he's won. You know, that's the thing about it.
Right up until he hasn't.
Yeah, well, to the point he just hasn't been able to finish.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing. I mean, he's a very good regular season. He's got a good team.
When you start listing out the things you want from your coach, pretty high on that list is a finisher.
Well, I think the big issue with him is, does he make adjustments in a series? And I don't think you can say he has.
Shout out to Darvin Ham last night in a game where Nikola Jokic is absolutely taking Anthony Davis to the woodshed outside of one play where it was a dominant block, and it was like, okay, there's the Anthony Davis we know and love. And he put up the numbers, and he was great. Final 6 minutes of the game, here comes Hachimura throwing Nikola Jokic off and gave the Lakers a chance. Lakers had a chance at the end of that game, despite being down double digits for plenty of it. 20,
hell of a comeback.
11, it was a hell of a comeback. And a lot of it's because Darvin Ham had the wherewithal as a rookie head coach to make an adjustment that maybe Rasheed Wallace would say Doc Rivers never made that.
Well, see, that's
proof
the thing.
is there.
Maybe with Doc, it's a little bit more putting it on the players than putting it on the coaches. You know, sometimes you have these guys, it's like, hey, you guys go out and figure this thing out. You guys go out there and figure out a way to win this. But
what's my favorite kind of coaching strategy?
What's the one advantage?
Figure it out.
Figure it out, guys.
Well, what's the one advantage that Miami's going to have over Boston?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm picking Miami in the series. Spoelstra, without question, has the coaching edge.
Well, as much credit as we could give to Darvin Ham, I feel like last night he did lose with better players. He lost the game. I don't think Doc Rivers has ever not won a championship he should have won. I think if you're saddling up with James Harden and Paul George and a broken down Kawhi Leonard, and you fall apart in series against Hall of Fame players, that's what happens.
Yeah.
I think guys like Jason Tatum are, going to get Joel Embiid, sure, really, really great player, MVP, but he's not been a winner either. James Harden, not a playoff winner. Paul George, not a playoff winner. When he was with playoff winners, actually, he helped Paul Pierce and KG become playoff winners and champions in Boston. I don't know. I think he's getting a bad rap. I would much rather have Doc Rivers than probably 2/3 of the coaches in the NBA.
I hear you. And it probably is it's probably gone a little bit too far on Doc here.
It's going viral.
No question about it. Now, you did have, of course, the Nuggets getting game one in Denver last night. It was what looked to be a blowout, and then the fourth quarter happened, and some adjustments were made, and the Lakers made it a game. I mean, I'm sitting there going, I can't go to sleep. This thing's happening right now. And then they had a couple of bad possessions towards the end there. LeBron in the fourth quarter was not the LeBron you need if you are the Lakers. 1 for 4, 0 for 2 from downtown, 2 turnovers, missed 2 free throws, missed the game-tying three-pointer.
Were you going to say yesterday that there's something with his foot? Is there news?
You guys are the ones who brought it to my attention in the last series.
It might not have ever really been fully healthy from when he injured it against the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Is there a brace in there?
Mavericks.
I think there's a brace. Like one shoe looks bigger. I think he's playing with a significant injury that he's got like some sort of a doctor rigged device that allows him to run. But when he needs to explode in the paint or come to a quick stop, it looks ginger. And it's a big leap in gingerness from where it was mid-season to now.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't seem like the LeBron explosiveness or ability to stop and cut is there. It's incredible the numbers that he's putting up, but I didn't think he would age this quickly. It looks like his age took a big leap forward of like 4 years compared to the beginning of the year.
In the last couple of months kind of thing. Yeah. I think that's one of those deals where you look back like the Warriors at the end of their series. They're like, yeah, we never had a chance. We had all these issues. Like if the Lakers end up losing in this series, I bet there will be some level of LeBron was injured reporting and who knows what else.
LeBron's been playing with plantar fasciitis or something.
This is a nice little sound clip here leading into the G-Bag of the day, but here's Udonis Haslem on Meadowlark's Lebitard show. We talked about how ESPN Analytics gave the Heat a 3% chance of beating the Celtics in this series. They asked him about it, and this is what he had to say.
UD, ESPN Analytics says you guys have a 3% chance to beat the Celtics. What say you?
Say who?
What do you have to say about that? 3% chance ESPN's giving you guys.
ESPN Analytics.
Who said that?
ESPN Analytics. The mathematical ESPN Analytics.
I'm sure the Athletics, or whatever they call themselves, probably had us not beating Milwaukee either in the first round.
Yeah. Or the Knicks.
I'm sure the Athletics probably didn't have me sitting here with 3 rings and a league rebound in Heat history. I don't listen to Athletics.
Hilarious.
That's fantastic.
Hilarious.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius Alexander.
And here's a little bit of that Doc diss track, just a little bit of it.
Had him beating hard and you ain't win it all. I swear to God, this dude's a fraud. What? Anybody want to coach? The Sixers taking calls. A real coach wouldn't have hard debate for calls. Just another year that you underachieved. It's time to pack your bags, the whole city wants you to leave. Maury make the call, I want all his duties relieved. Said you a players coach, I don't know what to believe. Top 15 all time, yeah, that list was capped. You don't make adjustments, you don't know how to adapt.
Shots fired. That's a banger.
That's a whole lot of shots fired.
That's number 1 in the charts in Philadelphia right now. I can guarantee you that.
Blazing up the charts right now. All right, let's get into this here. G-Bag of the day. Our winner, because it's graduation season right here, and there's a mom celebrating her daughter's graduation. I don't know if it's from high school or college, but congratulations to your graduation. Had the whole family up there. They was excited, had little cowbells and everything, but they disturbed the neighbors, and the neighbors said, please be quiet, and then it got a little hostile.
Too bad. You don't like it, too bad. Don't start, Karen. No. My child did this big thing. You better be quiet and shut your ass up.
Uh-oh.
That's what you better do. That 5 seconds didn't mess with you. Shut the up.
Proud mama.
Yeah.
One-time champ.
Don't blame her.
When that's what you better do jumps out, I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah.
Have your satellites on. Have some wits about yourself. When somebody tells you that's what you better do,
you better do.
You just
Just warning you.
Sit down and be humble at that point.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, man. All right, let's see. How about Charles Barkley? He's not a fan of live sports on the radio. Charles Barkley taking shots at all the great radio broadcasters. Check this out.
I did radio with Bob Heathouse. I don't know if you ever turn on the Coyotes game. Legend.
I do not. I found hockey fascinating because first of all, I would never listen to any sport on the radio. Let's get that out the way. I watch hockey. Obviously, now I watch hockey. No, I would never turn on the radio and listen to the game. I think that's the stupidest thing in the world. I'm a visual person when it comes to sports. Like, I just wouldn't want to listen to it on the radio.
Who is the Dodgers guy?
Vin Scully.
Yeah, you tell me you can't listen to Vin Scully?
Well, painting those pictures,
I'm telling you, I've never done that.
Damn. Okay.
I know it's weird. There's a lot of stuff I learned.
Uncultured
even
swine.
Uncultured swine. Get him.
Charles made a lot of points right there. I don't like the radio. Rattle. How he says it.
That is so country.
Yeah, it is.
Man, I think it's great if you're a fan, just getting the constant updates.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like getting a live consciousness, and the play-by-play guy is keeping you emotionally tuned in. Should you be excited or depressed? And then if you're a gambler, but beyond that, like some of these guys are magical storytellers or incredible, just technicians.
It's a hell of a talent, man.
Yeah.
Fantastic talent.
How they describe it, all the words, the combos.
Didn't ESPN, they had the night baseball game going and then a split screen of a hockey game at the same time. And my man was calling both, bro. What? Whoa!
Was that during the pandemic?
That's incredible.
Oh, that was like last weekend.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I know Kevin Harlan do it.
Kevin Harlan did that. Like an
It was
NFL
the
game
Dolphins game and the Patriots games going on.
Because they had like
week
a playoff.
17.
There was tie scenarios.
He was like calling. He's out one game
Oh.
doing the play-by-play, and then all of a sudden they're showing the highlight of whatever happened. And he's calling that too. It's crazy.
My man got two brains.
It's funny that Ernie Johnson let Charles get away with that because his dad was a famous play-by-play guy in baseball.
Yeah, how about that?
I mean, he's like, he brought up Vince Scully, but his dad was like legendary as a broadcaster with the Braves. So
I think Ernie's top quality is just letting things go.
Yeah,
you got to a lot.
You just
just flow with it.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Don't want to rock the old apple cart.
He's realized I have no control.
Yeah.
This is the best way to meet your neighbor, I believe. Got a neighbor that confronts another neighbor over a cat that's been just wandering around the neighborhood.
Uh-oh.
So she goes up to the Ring camera and just rings the like, listen, I'll tell you what. That's her pressing the Ring camera over and over. Ding, 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 ding. So, you hear the bell going off in your house. Bing, bing, bing.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
My uncle does that when he comes over. It's like, hey, man, chill out, bro. What are you doing? Yeah, but let's listen to this.
Open your door.
Whoa.
What do you want? I want to talk to the grown-up who lives here.
Why? What happened?
Answer the door.
No, I don't even know who
I'm
you
your
are.
neighbor.
Is something
Yes.
wrong? Who are you? Can you just tell me if something went wrong or
Yes.
something happened? I'm not aware.
There is something wrong.
Made you angry.
You're the mother of this house?
I'm the mother of this house.
Great. Well, we've never met, so let's meet. If your cat doesn't stop pissing and eating and biting all of the things at my house when I don't own a cat and you do, I'm going to get the police involved because I am fed up. My son is very allergic to cats. Your cat will not stay out of my yard, my house, my garage. He gets into my house.
Whew. It's a sneaky cat right there. Ooh. Tomcat. Probably could have been more respectful with the request.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit. I understand to be allergic to cats, though. I am. I love cats. I wish I could have one, but I'm allergic to. I heard it was their saliva that I'm actually allergic to, and not the fur. I would think this was the fur.
I thought it was the fur too.
Yeah.
You used to swell up and.
I just nose running.
Will Smith.
Yeah, I done showed up over some girls' houses before and they had a cat, and it just didn't. It didn't go
woke
good.
up.
Yeah. I gotta go.
Those girls get rid of the cat.
I meet you on the border.
Oh, man. That cat pee though is serious. That's the worst.
Oh yeah, that's nasty.
really
Oh,
bad.
it smells so bad.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah. I told Abby I was allergic to cats for the longest time. Didn't want to get one.
Lies.
And she called me on it.
I have a daughter.
She called me on it because she noticed me hanging out with a cat at a friend's house. She's like, "Why aren't you sneezing and stuff?"
Got him.
Yeah.
We got him.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, I must have been bathed.
This must be allergic free. I don't know.
I feel terrible right now.
Dawson was stumbling and fumbling. I know you was. Ah, God.
Yeah.
Mind your business, Abby.
We've
Get
had a
over
cat
there.
for 4 or 5 years now. Sonny's nice, though. I'll tell you what, he's been much better since we started letting him out. He lost about 5 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah. He brings back all sorts of things. Snakes,
I love that.
Lizards,
Yeah.
birds,
Yeah, I love
mice.
He's so proud.
Baby bunnies.
Yeah,
that
so-
was sad.
Did you like use? Oh, good
Yeah,
job. Yeah,
He's
do
like,
that.
got him, coach.
Yep, that's what I like.
He
that.
puts it right there on the porch in our path to the van or the car. Right on. You want to vote? Is it our champ?
Yeah,
The
let's do
proud
that.
mama said, "Sit down and shut up." Charles Barkley, not a fan of radio play-by-play, confronting the neighbor about the cat. I'll go with the Chuck wagon there. Charles Barkley just spouting off about play-by-play. Doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, Chief. But I kind of thought it was an entertaining cut.
It was. I'm going to go with the champ, though. The
All right.
champ.
We're tied at 1, Lucius. What do you say?
The champ is him.
Well, Chuck.
Champ.
Champ.
By a score of 4-1. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's graduation season. Don't let people shame you while you're supporting your family in their big moment as they're walking across stage. Okay. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yes, guys. I got 4 players in NFC East that will be making the biggest leap in 2023. We'll talk about those guys next.
Okay, got to chat Window Nation before we do that.
Hey, this segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties, Rodis.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I had somebody, it's a friend of the show, buddy Shelby out there in West Texas. We were talking about the barbecue places. Remember Evie Mays?
Yeah.
The barbecue place? She said, you guys ever roll through Lubbock, let me know. My treat, Evie Mays. She says it's excellent.
Hell yeah, it's okay.
Excellent. So there was a lot of those barbecue. How many of them were in Austin?
There was at least 3 in Austin. Gosh. Austin's a barbecue capital. And then we had one from Houston. We only had one. Cadillac was the only one, I think, locally.
Yeah. Maybe
should have been Zavalas on that joint from Grand Prairie.
Man,
I have not had it, but we had a lot of love for that.
Lucius, I'm glad you brought that one up.
Oh, well, thank you.
No, seriously.
I mean, that's the wrong button.
No, man. I've watched those guys cook a lot on videos and stuff. They do a hell of a job. They really, really do. I asked somebody too about this, about somebody I know, believe it or not, in the league that would know about LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I've never done this before, but I just thought I'd give it a crack and see what happened. I asked about LeBron's foot. Remember we were asking, talking about the LeBron's foot, and this buddy of mine gave me this information on this. It's a she. She's in the league. She said his foot's been bothering him all year, but he'll continue to play. It's something that he's just going to deal with throughout. And, it's something that once he gets in his mind that he's going to play, he's just going to play. But it definitely is something. It's something that has been bothering him, and it continues to bother him, and it will bother him the entire playoffs, is what my good buddy told me, who knows stuff going on with the Lakers.
Double or nothing. We got the Nuggets.
Yeah, I'm so glad we jumped on that yesterday.
Yeah, it's all good. Clutch. LeBron's going to do this.
Yeah, but LeBron, like you said, Gavin, there might be something with the whole thing with the bigger shoe and all that stuff like that, foot brace. But this gal knows what's going on in the league. So
I mean, it happened like early March, and I remember the thought being, well, the Lakers are done because that's a very significant foot ligament injury, and it's going to require a significant time off. The next thing you know, he's like, yeah, I went and saw the LeBron of foot doctors, and I'm back. And I just want to know what that Michael George of the Orthopedic Center in Houston told LeBron. Yeah. Apparently, I think this guy has some answers that maybe a lot of people wouldn't try or didn't think a patient would want to try in LeBron's situation. But I think he's found something that works for now. And when the season is over, maybe we'll get a better explanation of the full extent of it. But he's much more athletic than he's showing. And I know he's old, but he's not that old.
No, he's not. But there's definitely something going on. You guys are right about the foot.
And now you're at a point in the playoffs where it's every other night. You're not getting
you're not
2-3 days rest between every other night, and so that's the longer the series goes, probably the more it hurts them.
All right, this comes from our friends over at the Yard Barker. I mentioned that 4 NFC East players who
it's a torn tendon. Sorry, Brian. Back to you.
No problem.
It's not going to heal.
No, it's not.
It's going to need surgery, and it might go into the beginning of next year.
Yeah. The 4 players in the NFC East who will make the biggest leap in 2023. And this comes from Bruce Irwin, who writes for Yard Barker there. And he was saying, thanks to breakout seasons from Jalen Hurts, CeeDee Lamb, and Daniel Jones, the NFC East has produced 3 playoff teams in 2022. But he's going to give you 4 players, one for each team, who is poised for breakouts of their own in 2023. Would you like me to start with the Cowboys or keep the Cowboys last?
Start with them.
Start with them?
Yeah.
All right. According to our friend Bruce thinks that the Cowboys breakout player, and you feel free after I say this, maybe to add your own breakout player. If you got somebody in mind, you think, well, he says that Tony Pollard is going to be the breakout player.
Okay, I could see that, but he kind of already did break out. I think for most people in the know, maybe his totals will be a little bit higher this year.
Yeah. Some say that Pollard's breakout season came in 2022, like you're saying there, Gavin, but he's yet to reach his full potential, is what they're saying. In 2022, his 1,378 yards were a career high for the 4-year veteran, but with Ezekiel Elliott out of the way, Pollard's numbers should go way up in 2023. In what was arguably the worst season of Elliott's career, he still scored 12 touchdowns. His goal line carry must go somewhere. 6th round pick Deuce Vaughn is a dynamic runner, but at 5'5" and 176, he won't get many goal line carries. As long as he's recovered from the leg and ankle injuries that ended the 2022 season, Pollard could be a top 5 back in 2023. Do you agree with him about, we mentioned this yesterday about those carries on the goal line? Is that something that you're going to see if in fact that he didn't have very much success in that game? Remember, was it Minnesota game?
Got to be Thomas Jones, right?
They yanked him out.
Yeah, Rojo.
Ronald.
Yeah, I wonder about that. I mean, he's certainly really, really quick getting to the edge, right? Like if you want to kick him outside, he's able to do that. In terms of just like running behind the guard in the center, probably not his best attribute, but I don't know. I don't think when you give a guy a franchise tag of $10 million, I get what they're saying there in terms of he's going to be the number 1 back. You don't have to share with Zeke anymore. But to me, Tony Pollard's broken out. He's expected to be one of the top running backs in the NFL.
Yeah, Deuce Vaughn would be a great breakout candidate. 3 texts in a row saying Sam Williams.
I get there you go. That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
I think Jake Ferguson comes to mind big time as well, bro.
Okay,
I like that.
Go ahead. Okay, if
I think Ferguson was ready to break out when Dalton Schultz was out last year, and then it was all he needs is opportunity. You get him the football. Not only is he going to produce, but he's going to produce with some flair. That's going to be very eyeball friendly, and people are going to love Jake Ferguson this year.
I agree. I would absolutely co-sign that. The first name that came to my mind was Sam Williams. That dude was a game wrecker, and he didn't have the volume similar to a Jake Ferguson, but there's so many other guys to account for as well for offenses when it comes to this Cowboy pass rush. Sam Williams is going to get so many great one-on-one opportunities. I think he is a man beast amongst man beasts.
I'm going Osa. I really think Osa Odighizuwa is about to have himself a hell of a season.
I kind of was thinking about, I was wondering if, that's a good, I was wondering if maybe Sam Williams would be the obvious one to me, but I really like what you're saying with Osa. I wonder if Chauncey Golston's going to get anything involved, because we're starting to see him play more as that. Now Osa could very well be the guy he's going to be the starter at the under tackle or the 3. Mm-hmm. But I wonder if Golston is going to get even more looks, more reps, more opportunity, full-time, instead of playing both end and tackle.
Just focus on that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Speaking of defense, most likely to break out, Jabril Cox, Damone Clark, or DeMarvion Overshown? Which one of those 3 linebackers has a chance to give him something in the middle there or the strong side? Although I guess DeMarvion's going to be
Cox or Overshown, right?
I mean, I would just say Clark because he got more run last year, and so
they don't seem like they like Cox for whatever reason. And Overshown, I really think is going to be a strong, more on special teams until probably the second half of the season.
I'm going to say it's Clark just because of the fact that Van Der Esch came back. I think that Clark was a different player in not a good way when Van Der Esch was out. So I just get, and let's be honest, I didn't think that Clark was going to play at all last year after coming off that back surgery. The fact that he was able to make it out there and play.
Yeah.
I think
for sure.
You get a full off season of lifting, working out, agility stuff, I mean, heck, I wish he would have gone with Micah to do that, to do some of that workout stuff.
Secondary, is it Mukwamu, Eric Scott Jr., Marquise Bell, or other?
I like Mukwamu. I like Bell as well. But we got a little taste of Mukwamu towards the end of the year when Dan Quinn was having to make some secondary adjustments. And even through the course of the season, the little moments you got of Mukwamu were like, dang, this is a legit player. And then you saw him having the versatility of being like a nickel corner, and it's like, oh my gosh, I think you have an untapped gold versatile player on your defense right now that I'm excited for. I think he's breakout candidate for sure.
There's only one guy that is in a contract year out of those 3, and it's Izzy Mukwamu. He's trying to get paid.
You guys have lost total faith in Kelvin Joseph?
Yes. I don't think he's making
Kelvin
the team.
Joseph couldn't have a breakout year in your eyes,
No.
right?
Right.
No.
He's just, if he makes it on special teams, we're lucky then, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Real quick, before we get out of here, Gavin, I want to give you the other ones here. For the Giants, it was Wan'Dale Robinson, the wide receiver, from Kentucky. And then for the Philadelphia Eagles, it was Jordan Davis, the defensive tackle, was for the Eagles. And then for the Commanders, it was Jahan Dotson, the wide receiver.
Yeah,
out
I
of
could
Penn
see that
State.
one.
So
absolutely.
4 good names for potential breakout candidates.
NFL news of the day is coming up next. Thanks, Krusty.
No problem.
Woolchuck, where are we heading?
We got a Zeke update. Is this the most underrated defensive player over the last decade? We'll tell you more about that next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service. Here's Broadus. You got Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman coordinate your video. It's time now for the NFL news of the day. Here's your guy, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. We got a lot to go over here, and Ezekiel Elliott happens to be number 1 on the headline list. As we talked yesterday about Zeke, and I know Bill Barnwell's written articles about maybe the Cowboys bringing Zeke back. We got an update from Kimberly A. Martin of ESPN on NFL Live yesterday. She was chatting with some people around the league, talking with Zeke's representatives. What's the latest on Zeke? And here she is.
Yeah, so Zeke, he actually is like Ndamukong Suh. He is prepared to take his time, not as much time though as Ndamukong. Listen, I've made calls all morning. 2 things are clear. Zeke wants to win, and he wants to be patient. He knows this is a big decision. However, talking to GMs this morning as well, the market that Zeke wants just may not be there. They think he can be productive, but that he's lost a step.
Yeah, I mean, he's not like Ndamukong Suh. He's lost a step. He's not good. I think the thing for Zeke right now is unfortunate for him. He loves the foosball.
Yes.
Zeke loves it.
He does.
He loves being in the locker room. He loves being one of the guys. And it's hard to say goodbye. So he's just hanging out, but in a very high-profile way. Most players in the NFL go through this process almost silently, where it's like, hey, what happened to that guy? Oh, he retired. Now everybody's watching in real time like, what's Zeke going to do? What's Zeke going to do? What's Zeke going to do? The reality is there's not a market for him. He's not like Ndamukong Suh.
No.
Nobody wants him anymore, and it's sad.
Well, and if they think that he's lost his step, which I think a lot of people that have watched Zeke every single snap that he's taken here as Cowboy fans, it's evident. And I love Zeke. I do. He's been great to us when we've had him on at training camp. There's no question what he provided inside that locker room, but as a running back, once you kind of start losing your legs, and look, Ohio State ran him into the ground. They ran him to a national championship. The Cowboys gave him a ton of carries over the course of his career here. It makes some sense that he just isn't the same player that he once was. Even a guy like Kareem Hunt, who hasn't had nearly the same amount of carries in the NFL. The Browns are saying, I don't know if we want him back because we think he's lost a step.
Comes from most everybody. It's a young man's game, and at running back, that statement is more true than at any other position. So it stinks. Zeke did have a great career, and I don't know. Maybe as it gets closer, if there's a lot of injuries, somebody could want him as a backup or something. But anybody that turns on that tape, especially from the division around, is going to be like, "Oh boy, this is pretty rough to watch."
He's not like Marshawn Lynch bad, is he? When you saw Marshawn Lynch come back and play in those games.
Oh, with the Raiders?
Yeah.
Like at the end of his career?
Yeah. He's not that slow, is he?
Yes.
I think he is. And I don't really recall the final.
I remember some of the final carries of Marshawn Lynch were just not.
It might have looked a little bit worse, but
like he was playing in mud, running in mud.
He's getting close. I don't know if he's quite as bad as that was. Like Marshawn Lynch needed to be done, but it's close.
And I mean, it is weird. You talk about all the carries, and even at the end, he's getting, when he's considerably worse than Tony Pollard, he's getting 40 more carries, 50 more carries on a season. Last year, 231 carries. Tony Pollard, 193. Like, what are we doing here? It's coaching malpractice, and it's like you're not even trying to see if you can like get the best out of him by limiting his touches. Even to the very end, they rode him more than even their younger, more explosive, clearly better back.
It's a blessing they finally figured it out. I remember in 2021 we had sources saying that everybody in the building wants less touches from Zeke, but nobody can get it done. He was just that important and that ingrained in the game plan and the culture of the offense that even with everybody being like, less Zeke, somehow he still had the majority of the carries. And that was 2021 when it had to be like 5 or 6 to 1 against when Tony Pollard was getting the ball. But listen, walking away from sports is hard. Everybody wants to play. Hell, I'd love to play some pro football, but Zeke has now joined the people who no longer have the physical credentials to get in the game.
Well,
welcome aboard, Zeke.
Yeah. Speaking of running backs, we talked a lot about a lot about Texas's own Bijan Robinson leading up to the draft. He ends up going 8th overall to the Falcons, so they had their rookie mini camps, and they're looking at him as not just a running back, but also as a receiving weapon, which we talked about. Some teams kind of viewed him as maybe a Deebo Samuel type of role. He was quoted by ESPN when in regards to how head coach Arthur Smith was using him. He uses me everywhere, from receiver to running back. He lets me show off my abilities and skill set the right way, whether it's catching the ball, running routes, obviously running the football, blocking, and doing it all. To me, that's the way to do it. Like, if you're going to take a running back in the top 10, which I don't know that I would do, but Bijan is one of those rare guys that I would have considered it, you've got to make sure you're finding multiple ways to use him. It's not just as a pure turnaround, hand the football to him. Utilize his skill set in every single way. Cowboys talked about doing that with Zeke. They never tapped into the receiving skill set.
Even with Tony Pollard, and that's why I am inclined to think that they will be using Bijan Robinson the way they're using him early on, but we saw even last year during like Cowboys OTAs and stuff when we were there, and we'd see Tony Pollard as a receiver and all that kind of stuff and these fun different ways. Then you get into the season and it's not really there. But when you draft a guy in the top 8, they're going to get all the juice out of those first 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, the one thing we know about Arthur Smith is if his track record holds true from where he was at Tennessee, he's going to get the running back involved. And that's what they did last year. Atlanta was one of the better running teams in the league. Mm-hmm. If you look overall how they played.
Algier and Cordell Patterson, it was a great combo.
So Kyle Brand of NFL Network, he hosts his own podcast, and he has Josh Allen on every single week, and he went ahead and ranked the quarterback tiers, Kyle Brand did, and then he asked Josh Allen what he thought about him. He put Mahomes at 1, Tier 2 was Burrow and Allen, Tier 3 was Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, and we can pretty much stop there because after that it's really irrelevant. But he asked Josh Allen, what do you think? My tiers here. He said, until me or Joe Burrow or anybody else can win a Super Bowl, I think Pat's kind of the clear number 1 right now. He's been playing at such a high level for so long, and he's got the rings to prove it. Personally, I love that from Josh Allen because I think that's a perfect evaluation. He's holding himself accountable. He's not quite on that level. Until you've been there, done that, you've reached the top of the mountain, you're chasing the GOAT right now, which is Patrick Mahomes.
You didn't say Hurts or Dak.
Neither of them are on here.
On Kyle Brandt.
Any of these tiers, man.
Kyle Brandt is
he went through 6 different tiers. He didn't rank every single quarterback, but he did not rank Hurts or Dak.
Not included, just for any random reason. Maybe not an insult.
Well, it's specifically just AFC quarterbacks.
Oh, I see.
So the NFC he might unveil at a different time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
it's all good.
Okay. I was just curious because, like I said, he is not a fan of the Dallas Cowboys at all.
Well, he knows what he's doing with that, though.
Yeah.
He's getting the clicks.
He's a big Bears fan.
He is a big Bears fan as
Bitter.
well. So he's probably going to have Justin Fields, I think, ahead of Dak and Hurts.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's another storied, huge brand they haven't been able to keep up.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I mean, but if you're going to be in media, try and be fair about it.
Yeah,
I get it. So. You're a fan and all that.
Out of those tiers, if we're just talking AFC quarterbacks, do you think you really got that wrong?
Yeah, I do. Just not the top of it, but I would take Trevor Lawrence over
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah. And probably Aaron Rodgers right now too. I mean, I might be wrong on that, but I would take Trevor Lawrence.
I would agree because Lamar needs to stay healthy.
Where do you have Justin Herbert at all? I know that's the great.
Herbert, I think, was in tier 4.
Okay.
Yeah. Herbert was in tier 4, so he was just a step below.
I keep thinking that Herbert's going to be this great quarterback, I guess. Maybe I'm the only one.
Yeah. Herbert shows the flashes. There's no question.
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that are like, when is it going to happen? When's it going to happen for Herbert? Am I right?
No, your dead ball's on. I'm in that camp. I see.
There's a lot more questions about him than anybody. If you ask me,
quarterback is equal parts like science and art, and I just don't think he's an artist at all. Like, he's a quarterback robot. It's accurate. He's tall. He's strong. He's fast, and all of the traits are in there. But when the ball is snapped, you have to be able to look out into that chaos and find the guy. You have to be an artist, and I think he's a quarterback robot, and there's a huge limitation on that.
He certainly is underachieved, and it's tough because we always just look at the quarterback with this, and win-loss totals shouldn't necessarily all be on it. There's a big reason why, but yeah.
It's huge though. Look at Burrow,
But Herbert has. I mean, you look at what Burrow's done, to your point, right? Same draft class, and he's been able to take the Bengals to a Super Bowl and an AFC Championship game.
Are you going to watch his progression this year more because of Kellen Moore being there?
probably.
Oh, yeah. It's more interesting.
And if all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're starting to see all the things that Gavin just asked about, we're going to say, well, what the hell? Are you going to blame Dak then?
Yeah, we'll start doing some comparing and contrasting. No question.
You're like, whoa, wait a minute. Why can he make this guy look even better? And our guy just kind of, who he is.
Yeah.
Was that on the quarter on Dak or was that on Kellen Moore? That's what I'm. If I see regression, even more regression from Justin Herbert, then I'll say it was Kellen Moore's fault on Dak.
Yeah, I think it's a big story, throughout the year and going in, maybe the second most interesting team to look at from a Cowboys perspective.
Is there a more...
They play each other too, by the way.
They do. Nice. That'll be a fun game. Is there a more underrated defensive player over the last decade than Cameron Jordan of the New Orleans Saints? He's 33. He's talking extension with the Saints. He wants to retire in New Orleans. He just did a whole interview with the Associated Press. He's got 21 sacks over the last 2 seasons, and that's despite missing 2 games. And that's 31 and 32 years old. He's still getting the production. Nobody ever talks about Cam Jordan. He's had a 12-year NFL career. He had a 15.5 sack season. And to me, he's turning 34 in July, still very good, but holy cow. I mean, we've had some great defensive players, but Cameron Jordan is very, very underrated.
Huge personality, too. He's a future member of the media. He's going to be a guy that's going to have a hell of a podcast or a stream or something like that. But I'm there with you. I look at him kind of like how I look at Tank, where they're just really, really good players that are overlooked a lot of times because maybe they don't have the peak insane Myles Garrett or TJ Watt type of season, but they're just right beneath it. They're consistent, and both have been a huge part of some really, really good defenses, Chief.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's not the flashiest thing in the world, but he's a dang good player, has been for a long time. The consistency, as you mentioned, no depoys kind of thing, but you know what you're going to get out of him seemingly every year.
It's pretty funny. Yesterday, you had Joe Burrow talking to the media, and he said all the right things, but Jamar Chase afterwards in the locker room caught up with the media, and he was talking about how Joe Burrow, he's such a big UFC fan, and he was caught at the most recent UFC fights. He just walks around the locker room, and he'll all of a sudden just break into a fight with Jamar Chase, like whether it's wrestling or he's trying to do head kicks and all this stuff. So Jamar Chase talking about how he's always staying ready for Joe Burrow to just do something random. He's also trying to accomplish every single Bengals record. He's already got the rookie records. Right now, he's chasing most targets in a season, which is held by TJ, who's your mama.
Oh, yeah. Great player.
One of my good buddies.
He is a great buddy of yours. TJ actually, I think, liked that interaction. It was the other guy, LeVar Arrington, who was kind of a bleep hole.
Well, before he snapped into being nice guy, he said, "Don't you think that was pretty rude what you just did?"
He couldn't help himself, though, right?
Then he was ready to give takes. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
He's like, you know what? I love everybody, but
I think he respected how you're like, oh. I don't know exactly what you said, but you didn't break down. You were just continuing along with it, and he was like, well, I guess if we're going to do it, let's do it. Young man.
You got the microphone in my face. I guess.
Fine. I'm looking at a picture of a guy with andouille sausage fingers. What do you want me to say here?
Oh, and the chesticles were out and about in that.
Holy hell, they were.
Are you going to go back for seconds next year?
I think I have to, man. I think I have to.
And I think
Vegas style.
If you're inside that room at the Super Bowl, everything is fair game.
I think so.
If you want to have a conversation, go out in the hallway. Leave the room.
Yeah. If you're walking around there, you're fair game for an interview.
There's an inner perimeter and an outer perimeter.
That's right.
I think the outer perimeter is like leaving as a tag team partner, right?
Yes.
And if you come across the turnbuckle or whatever hit me,
well, they were on the inner.
You're bad.
They were on the inner.
But if I come inside, it's on.
Agreed.
Well, TJ, who's your mama? He has the record in 2007. He set at 169 targets.
Nice.
Wow.
Thank you. I don't know if Jamar Chase is going to get that just because you have other really good receivers on your team. T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, they might kind of bleep him on this. Oh, yeah, at tight end?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this might be one where it's like, God dang it, I think he's absolutely good enough, but I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to get 169 targets.
Might be rooting for injuries to his own guys.
Oh, don't say that.
Get kicked out of his own town.
Don't say that.
Whoa. That would be a bad look.
Hold on, we're not doing it.
We love all players, Gavin, please.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But, I mean, they do have what you need, and that is a pass-minded head coach and a quarterback that doesn't need a running game to keep passing.
And that's his best friend. That's the quarterback's best buddy.
That's what I was thinking. Just the Burrow-Chase relationship might garner 5 extra targets a game, inexplicably. He's triple covered. Joe's like, I'm going to throw it his way.
Going to wrap up with this last receiver news. Traylon Burks out of Arkansas, who was going into his second year with the Titans. Cowboys liked him a lot. I liked him a lot coming out of last year's draft.
Big man.
Bum.
Did you know
he was a bum his rookie year, right?
No, he had a decent rookie year, but I mean, their offense was bummy. So I see what you're saying. Like overall, he didn't really like stand out. But
Yeah.
I mean,
33 catches?
he was playing with a bunch of schmoes there at the end of the year, quarterback.
All right.
What's that?
Blaming it on the QB. Oh, that's right. The
Well, he
QB play
was,
was so
man.
bad.
I'm sorry.
They played
you were
Josh
looking,
Dobbs.
you're looking
Yeah.
for me to acknowledge.
Well, you did like the guy.
Well,
Oh, no,
did we-
I like the guy.
we
Yeah,
did.
I like the guy.
But did we know about these asthma issues? So last year, apparently, he had a bunch of asthma problems, and he said today that he's feeling a lot faster because he can actually breathe out there practicing, and the team's been working with him on how to control the asthma. But I didn't know about this coming out of the draft.
No,
him
I
and his asthma
didn't know
problem.
anything about asthma at all. No.
No, but it was a storyline immediately after the draft. Once they got to OTAs, and Vrabel's like, "Man, this guy's huffing and puffing. He's wheezing. 5 seconds into practice. What's the deal here?" And people were just thinking like maybe he was not in good condition on his own accord, but apparently he has deeper issues here.
Speaking of weed, though, shout out to Cam Hayward. He's taken on his podcast, and he's trying to get Martavius Bryant and Josh Gordon back in the NFL because he thinks the NFL is hypocritical with their weed policies. And the NFL's changed their weed policies since they got suspended. He's like, let my guys back in here.
Bring back the weed daddies.
Love myself some weed daddies.
Yes, you did.
We got to run, nation. The C note's coming up. The Cowboys news of the evening. Is that Kalashaw?
No,
did he join the show?
Miss you, Coach. It's Mike Leach, isn't it?
That's right.
Miss you, Coach.
A fresh batch of Cowboy rookie headlines. Got some Cowboys Twitter that's going on, as well as the guys were talking at the Pro Bowl rodeo event. So we'll come back and hit you with the C note next. The nation.
But it is hot tub, swim, and spa sale of the year, sale of a lifetime. Really, are you kidding me? Battle of the brands, hot tub, swim.
And it's brought to you by the Frankels. There is a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel. Frankel consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. Who's the biggest homer at the station? We're going to talk about that coming up at 3:40. Have some audio. Sean and RJ thought they had it fingered this morning. And we'll play you the audio and see if you have other thoughts on that. Biggest story across DFW sports right now here as we open up some Cowboys news is just quickly this story that's going viral. Apparently, at least the Trailblazers at 3 and the Mavericks at 10 are going to be heavily shopping their picks. Is that something you guys like to hear? Do you think that makes the most sense to you right now, or does that give you concern that the Mavericks are heavily shopping number 10 is a big topic around town?
It makes perfect sense to me because you are in win-now mode. When you have Luka and hopefully Kyrie as well, you are in win-now mode every year. And how much is a 19-year-old dude going to help you that you selected at 10 to win now? Not just get to the playoffs and not have a fun little regular season, but competing for a championship, you're going to need veteran talent. So I think it's 100% the right move to package number 10 and go get some vets.
It depends on who you're able to get. And there is, there's some deals that I've already seen. Bleacher Report has a couple out there that are interesting, but if you're just trading the pick to try and if you're getting Danny Green or somebody, I don't know. I mean, we have seen now they got a hit on the guy they take at 10, obviously, but we have seen some of these rookies come in and make an impact, like Tyrese Maxey, right? Sadiq Bey, Desmond Bain, for instance. And this seems like one of those draft classes that is actually kind of deep. They might be able to get a solid player there that sets them up nicely, but I'm certainly open to trading the pick if they can get a Miles Turner or Toronto. Maybe you're able to get into conversations with them. Somebody that actually is going to immediately help you.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, right? And to me, it can't be immediate old help. I don't want somebody over 30 years old for the 10th pick. I don't want like 2 years of trying to help the Mavs get to the next level. What we need is two-way players, guys who can play defend and are highly skilled, passing, shooting, the whole deal. And I think there's a handful of guys that profile like that, either wings, point guards, or power forwards that could be available at 10. So I would love to find a guy who could be a part of your core around Luka for the next 12 years at 10. If you scout that and you say, well, there's only a slight % chance this guy would ever be an all-star. He just doesn't have the upside. And we can go get this guy who's 26 years old, who's a legit 3-and-D guy right now, who can also pass and dribble the ball a little bit. I'm good, but I just wish I could trust the Mavs to make the right decision here, And I feel like as they're evaluating those things, it could really get away from them. And you would never want to trade away like a Kobe, a Reggie Miller, a Clyde Drexler, Mikal Bridges,
a Giannis.
The NBA is just littered with really great players that went late lottery. And then even down into the 20s when it comes to Giannis's and Kawhi Leonard's and stuff like that. I think Luka's young enough that you don't really need to get a win-now player unless it's a win-now player that checks all the boxes. Now, what I really hope they're not doing is the cost cutting, and that's what we got to look out for is this cheapskate Mark Cuban narrative. Yeah. That maybe he would just take the 10th pick and give it to somebody so they'll take Davis Bertans off there. Oh, we'll take a pick swap and you take Bertans. Now we're picking 22nd. We got rid of Bertans' contract. I bet you that's what Mark's considering as well.
Yeah, that would be a big time bummer. I mean, I guess the Mavericks need to have a good feel for where they're at. How much time do they still have with Luka? Because I'm coming from it from the perspective where it's basically year to year at this point. You spit out another season like you just had, and this time next year we're talking about where's Luka trying to force himself. And so I do think the pressure is on, and maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe there is more time for patience, and I love the idea of team building and having good young core players that you grow with, and in a few years they're ready-made to, okay, let's go win the title. I just don't know if the Mavericks have that luxury. And I'm not willing to punt on Luka for a lottery pick at 10 that hopefully pans out in 4 years and we're competing for a title.
Yeah,
I worry more about the lack of a plan. I don't think they have a plan. That's what scares me. Is there's some of these teams have
a vision. Yeah.
Some of these teams have a clear understanding of where they need to be and where they're going. whether it's Oklahoma City, Utah. There's teams that have an understanding of how they need to operate and what they need to do.
I feel like Jason Kidd knows what kind of a team he wants.
Well, yeah. But in the situation, though, is it the same kind of team that Nico wants? It's the same team that Mark Cuban wants? Is it the same team that Dirk Nowitzki wants? Is it the same team as Michael Finley wants? Is it, see, that's the problem I have right now. They tried it. They tried to go out and get Kyrie, where did that lead them? They tried to go out and get, and get Porzingis. Mm-hmm. Where did that lead them?
Yeah.
Where's the plan?
Mm-hmm.
What is the plan?
Yeah.
The fact that we're talking about that they're not interested in standing in there and making a pick or they're entertaining trading it or what and that and the other. I don't know.
Makes me anxious.
Well, yeah, I don't know. See, to me, I watch some of these other teams. You clearly have an idea of how they're operating with their personnel, But with this bunch, and not that they're supposed to keep everything secret or all that, but
no, I hear you. It's hard to draw confidence from this group right now. Maybe they're getting ready to finish the rebuild, that kind of started with that Kyrie Irving trade. And you can't rule it out. This team has surprised us many times in good and bad ways. And Tim Cato from The Athletic, an expert Mavs insider, is going to join you coming up at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan. Michael Gallup on last year coming back from ACL. The quote was, "I was thinking too much. My knee was sore and it was different. I never really had it like that last year. And this year it's different. I feel springy again." So we need that. Michael Gallup and Dak Prescott had some really good chemistry downfield there in his one huge season. What was that, 2020, 1,100-yard year? We need another year like that.
He had a lot of games last year we had no catches.
Oof.
That needs to stop. He had more catches or more games where he had 0 catches than he had games that had 50 yards of catches.
Oh, my goodness.
So
yeah, it was a rough year.
Stephen Jones not worried about re-signing stars. That was another one of the headlines that's coming out of some media availability that the Cowboys had today over there at the Pro Bowl rodeo situation, the PBR. They're doing some stuff. Right?
Pro Bowl riding.
Pro Bowl riders.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I thought you were going pulled pork on me.
I didn't know what I was saying, to be honest.
I thought it was pulled pork as well. I was like, I messed that up. It's the Pulled Pork Association.
Yeah,
we should be over there doing a remote.
Pro
we should.
Bull riders. Yeah. Pull bull. Yeah. I can't talk.
But he says he's not concerned about re-signing their stars. I feel like we'll move forward. It'll be about timing, but we feel like we can work within the parameters and the cap and make all these things happen. We want to work on all the above when it comes to the Diggs and the and Lamb and everybody.
They need to stagger some of these signings if they can.
It would help. Yeah. Get the big balloons out of the way. He says you can't dictate when things happen, though, in the timing. It takes two sides for them to want to sign up. They've got to be happy where it is and vice versa. But I wouldn't say just because we don't get it done by the start of the season doesn't mean we're not going to ultimately sign them. It sounds like they're taking a wait-and-see approach still. They're still going to be very patient with these. And then Machota did a report on the rookie minicamp and some takeaways. Luke Schoonmaker says he's been watching a lot of film on Jason Witten. The former Michigan tight end has reached out and is hoping to meet with Witten in the near future. That's something you want to emulate.
Hopefully it's like first 7 or 8 years Witten, right? He's not watching.
Yeah. Well, he was damn good in his
Not
prime.
geezer boy Witten.
Yeah.
No, you want young man Witten. Oh. Third-round pick to Marvian Overshone said Quinn has started him out at weak side linebacker.
Yep.
Cowboys like the versatility he showed at Texas and believe he can play multiple spots in their defensive scheme and make an immediate impact on special teams as well. Fourth-round pick Viliami Fehoko said he thought he'd be drafted by either the Cowboys or Bengals because those two showed the most interest. He said Quinn's plan for him to immediately hit the ground running. Fehoko thinks he'll play on the edge and also 3 technique, which is the pass rushing defensive tackle. Might need to gain 5-10 pounds, but shouldn't be a problem. Says he went from 225 to 275 in a 6-month period in college, lifting weights, eating a lot of pork, beef, and tacos.
Yeah.
And I love Junior Fehoko, man.
This guy can get it done.
He's arguably my favorite pick that the Cowboys made. I'm a big fan of his, and that's what Sharif Floyd told us on the day of the draft when they took him. They were like, look, they're looking at him kicking inside, playing some 3-tech, and we did find out he's not related to Simi. They were asking about that on DallasCowboys.com. They're not related. He is related to Vita Vea and I believe Troy Polamalu.
Yeah, he's got quite a legendary family tree there when it comes to the football players, but it does not include one Simi Fehoko. Quite a taco eater, though. Chief.
Yeah, man, he's a carnivore. I like that about him. I wonder. I can't wait to talk to this guy. I want to figure out. I need to get the ins and outs on. Were we doing like breakfast tacos? Were we doing like beef for breakfast? What was that game plan here? 6 months and he put on 50 pounds.
50 pounds.
50 pounds in 6 months.
Crazy, man.
That's legendary right there. Guard TJ Bass says he started hearing from the Cowboys in the 6th round, but didn't have much pre-draft contact with them. The chance to earn playing time at left guard is the reason that he chose the Cowboys, just because it's probably their biggest need on the roster. He was like, "Yep, looks like I
can start,
maybe play here if things work out okay for me." But he said he's smart and he played tackle in college and thinks he could play some center as well.
Yeah, he's got some versatility. I was surprised he went undrafted.
Yeah, I was too.
All righty.
You've always been a bass man.
So is Brian, man. Are you kidding me? Those Whopper ploppers, he's been teaching me.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, when we come back, it's time for the 340 segment. Who's the biggest one of these at the station? Did Sean and RJ nail it? It's next on The Fan.
But I do want to tell you about my homies over at The Nest. Yeah, baby, it is baseball night. Not only is it baseball season, but it's also prime soccer season. So they're going to have the FC Dallas game as they're taking on the Whitecaps FC on tonight.
at 877-881-1053. We go to Sean and RJ. Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 here in the G-Bag Nation. They believe they have found the individual, and he works on their show. Here it is.
Before you join this show, you and like a couple groups of other hardcore Dak defenders out there, 2 or 3 I just can't stand, and I hope they never get on a real level of DFW media.
Wow.
I was like, are these guys just smarter,
Yes.
or are they homers? And now that I've gotten you in the flesh, and now that you are in person across from me every day, you are a Dallas Cowboy homer.
What?
You are. So I'm not going to call you a fanboy like Slater. That's very insulting. But you are a Dallas Cowboy homer. You are. You have turned Stephon Gilmore into the reincarnation. Hang on, of Deion Sanders when he's old and near a wheelchair, and now Brandon Cooks is
the second coming.
The second coming.
He might as well be John Taylor.
He might as well be John Taylor. Like, you are a homer.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, there's a question for you. Is Bobby Belt a homer or smarter? Now, maybe if you are a Dak homer yourself, Bobby is, like a hero to you. He's a leader, if you will. Most reporters and insiders have to be a little bit homerish, okay? It's I don't know what you think about that, Brian, but I feel like a lot of insiders have to protect their sources a little bit. I can't trash these guys and then want special access to info. So you do have to kind of give them some levity sometimes on some takes. But I feel like clearly Bobby goes well beyond that to homer it up for Dak.
The thing I learned is that DallasCowboys.com, when you're really critical, I mean, the owners family, they're happy you're doing it. They're okay with you. It's everybody else in that building. That you walk.
The closer you are, the more careful you got to be.
Oh no, absolutely.
And you're not going to win many wars by being hypercritical. You don't want to die on that hill.
No.
So I get it. Why people in those kind of situations have to be careful and less critical. But at times, I mean, how can you look at what's been developing with Dak over the last 3 or 4 years and insist he's like this elite high-level quarterback that's going to carry a team? I think he can be a part of a Super Bowl winning team, indeed, but there's a clear step or maybe even 2 down when you get to the rankings and the tiers.
Ownership's even questioned that at times.
Really?
I mean, we've talked about that on some of those Monday morning, comebacks from games and stuff. Is this really our guy? The Jerry Jones and stuff. I think you have to be, like I said, I think you have to be. To work in a front office, you have to have a critical eye. You can't be just, everything is all fine and dandy and roses and all that stuff. You have to ask tough questions, and when it's going well, you're going to, I'm sure that Chris Young's working with the Rangers right now, and everybody's telling him how great everything is, and at night he closes his door and goes, this damn bullpen's going to get me fired. But I think it's the same way as a reporter though too. I think you have to be fair, but I think you also have to be able to be critical of where it needs to be. Things need to be taken care of.
Agreed. There's some honest situations, and
you have to.
But they're not all day long.
Listen,
there's certain contexts you can be totally honest, and others you're protecting things.
No, you are, and trust me, the only people that I ever cared about over at that organization that when they would say something to me like, you're this or you're that, were the Joneses. Everybody else, I didn't care. I didn't care what people were saying about, you're to this or to that. And no, I'm not.
Well, City's just too good for Real Madrid right now. Just scored a 4th goal in second half stoppage time to go 4-0, 5-1 on aggregate, putting on an absolute show. I think he has some homer, but all for the good, says the 469. I think he is smarter. Salute. That's Richie from Ennis, who wants to throw a Tolo out there as well. What do you think, Chief? How do you comment on this one?
I mean, I feel like Bobby's definitely a Dak guy. We could call him a Dak homer, or a domer, if you will. But I don't think he is Cowboys homer. I think Bobby is generally a little bit pessimistic. So I don't view Bobby as Cowboy Homer, certainly Dak Homer. When I think of Homer, I think of just like big time fan, guy who's always looking for the positive. And so I think the most positive guy at the station is Corey. I think Corey looks at the Cowboys and finds a way to look at the glass half full of it. And I know Walchuk's a big fan. I think Walchuk, you do a pretty nice job of calling it like it is, but then there's moments of you are a fan and you still have that Super Bowl.
100%. I definitely have some Homer moments. I can't help it. When you grow up and you're a fan of all these teams, it's going to come out at times, but I do try and be, I after the playoff game.
That's what I'm saying. I remember after the playoff game, Zach went on a rant about Dak's probably not this guy. He's probably not the guy that we need to have, going forward here.
And that was Wolchuk's brain that night. Sometimes his heart takes over.
Yeah.
Now when his balls take over, it's really great.
It's
always amazing broadcasting. 10250 Shady Trail.
That's right. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
But no, you went on a rant like, listen, this guy's probably not the guy. And I'm like, hey, you know what? If that's what you feel, that's what you feel. I think there are a lot of people like that. I think there's a lot of people in the media that are like, you want to see him win because it makes your job a lot easier. It's a lot easier to walk into a locker room and say, well, hey, this and that and this and that, and you can kind of get your stories. When they're not winning, you only got guys like Marcus Spears showing up and talking. Everybody else is hiding. Everybody else is going in the training room. Nobody wants to answer any questions. As a media member, you want them to win. It makes your job so much easier.
469, there's one GDQB that can carry a team in this league. Everyone else needs help. Why is it that hard to process that? I don't think it is that hard for me to process it. I think the Dak Homer believes there's two or maybe three, and it's Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Dak Prescott. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is in there. But, just last year during the 2021 season, Dak was having a hot year, and there were people saying, oh, yeah, Dak's having a better year than Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's not possible. Maybe the stats can kind of say that he's rivaling him, but Dak will never play as good as Patrick Mahomes for a sustained period of time.
Not so fast, Gavin. I don't know if you saw the latest stat from NFL Game Day today.
What happened?
But most consecutive seasons averaging 30-plus points per game for their team by their starting quarterback. Dak Prescott from 2020 to 2022, Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, Brady, and Warner. You ask me, I think he's destined for the Hall of freaking Fame.
Here comes Wolchuk with the Assalytics again. Gosh, dang it.
All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3. The fan, the truckwreck.com fan text still coming in. We'll get back to him here in just a second. Little Gavin's Gadgets for you, though, where we take a look at technology, video games, consumer electronics.
I thought we called this Gabby's Gadgets.
Gabby's Gadgets.
Did I have that wrong?
Yeah, no, I think you nailed
Gabby's Gadgets, yeah.
First version of a college football video game in years is going to come out next summer. The virtual likenesses of actual players.
There you go.
Will be in the game.
Hello.
That is right. EA Sports rep confirming to ESPN that it's contacted with some one-team partners to facilitate collegiate athletes' names and likenesses. Some players, if you're really good, you're going to be able to get your face scanned. They're going to put your actual face up in the game. But everybody, even FBS players, even the 1AA guys, can get their name and likeness. You can back out. You can say no thank you if for whatever reason you do not want your name and likeness used. And they're not sure how they're going to get these guys compensated. Do the stars get more than the role players? Do starters get more than bench players? So they're trying to figure that out. They might just have it be shared evenly amongst all the players that do want to participate.
I think the star players would be okay with that, but NIL money tells us it's not always equal.
Yeah.
That some players make a lot more. And if you're on a team and if you're not a star or you're going to get, you're going to appreciate any cut you get.
Yeah.
But if you're not a star player, you know that.
I think this is huge for the game, though. I honestly rarely played college video games because I just didn't like not having the names.
Yeah, it was. I guess it was a bummer, but they did a nice job of making it pretty obvious of who you knew. Okay, I'm running around with Vince Young right now. They're not going to tell me it's Vince Young or this is Reggie Bush. I know this is Reggie Bush. So I was able to get past that. And for me, the NCAA games were, Madden 2K NCAA. It was all right there and on an even playing field. And Road to Glory. You want to talk about one of the funnest like missions in games and stuff like that. When you get to take your guy and go from high school and then pick the college you want to go to and then go be the manager college. I mean, I can't imagine how many hours I spent playing that with my friends. It was amazing.
I would download the actual player names and
Oh, that's a good move.
Put them on.
Yeah.
Good on you.
And it was actually, it made it feel better.
Yeah, Wolchuk's over here hacking it. Yeah, it feels better.
It did.
Yeah.
Like, it was more fun.
I didn't want to play a game that was like Jordan wouldn't let his name, image, likeness be used. I'm like, this is just weird.
Player 23? You had to play with Player 23?
Right, yeah. I don't want to run around with
From North
QB
Carolina?
number 10. Running back number 5, it's Reggie Bush out here. No, I wanted to say it's Reggie Bush.
For whatever reason, Notre Dame's taking themselves too seriously. The only FCS school that's like, no, we don't want to be in your video game. We're an institution of higher learning.
Highfalutin
We're out.
holes.
I wouldn't be surprised if Cal Berkeley did that too. Maybe some Ivy League schools. But yeah, there you have it. Little people are excited about their college football video game being back, though. It's been a number of years since it exited. Okay, we got 2 hours down, 2.5 to go. Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30 tonight. Little rubber match action against the Atlanta Braves. They're going to try to take 2 of 3 against the best team in the NL. That'd be awesome. Tim Cato from The Athletics going to join us to talk about where the Mavs go from here with their 10th pick and what their best options are, and that is next on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing with you because if you want or need a new vehicle, D&M is ready to make this happen for you right now. 972 or 817 and then 35 lease. Call D&M.
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Number of NBA reports hitting the wire. James Harden testing free agency, declining a player option with the 76ers. The Rockets are going to have a ton of cap space. The Spurs that just won Wemby are going to have a ton of cap space between 40 and 48. The Jazz and Magic can open up $45 or $58 million respectively as well. It's a very interesting time. And the news, if you missed it last hour, we were discussing it. The Mavericks are now expected to heavily shop their pick, number 10 overall, according to reports as well. And joining us now to talk about where the Mavericks go from here in this offseason is one of the top insiders. We're always talking about his article and his insights in The Athletic. It's Tim Cato joining you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing? And thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. How are you guys doing? I'm out here in Chicago at the NBA Combine, and unfortunately, I've been talking around. I've been having some conversations with people here. It does not seem like Wembanyama is going to fall to Dallas at 10.
Okay. Dang it, Tim.
Right off the top.
I thought you were going to will that into existence for us, man.
That was my first question, so thanks for getting that out of the way. What do you think of the players that are going to be available at 10? And we're trying to decide, would it be best for the Mavericks if they're trying to put together a contender to pick somebody or trade that pick?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. 10 is a really interesting landing point. I have also reported that, the expectation that a lot of people around the league and people within the team expect that the Mavericks will probably be trading that pick or at least heavily shopping that pick, because obviously, any trade they make really depends on what's available. But they're definitely going to look into that, and I do think that's the expectation. With the number 10 pick, it's interesting because, there are some players who I think are going to go, kind of in that 4 to 9 range, lengthy, 3-and-D wings with higher, with ceilings even being something beyond that. I think there's a lot of those players in that range, but I think the expectation is that most of them will be gone by the number 10 pick. And a lot of the players that kind of come in that next tier of prospects are either going to be combo guards, which the Mavericks are going into the summer with the expectation of re-signing Kyrie Irving. They have Jaden Hardy on the roster. That's not really a need of theirs. And then, the other players that you can conceivably take with that number 10 pick are, more developmental wings who maybe in a few years will be the type of, player that they need. But they're clearly trying to win now. And so I think looking at the prospects, looking at how the draft is expected to play out, really also plays into this idea that the Mavericks are likely to really look at trading this pick.
So what do you think they'd be getting back, Tim? Do you think they want to trade the pick for a great veteran? Do they want to do a pick swap and get rid of a bad contract that's on their book? What will the Mavs be wanting back?
I think that probably all of those options are ones that they're going to consider. I think that they definitely will be looking to potentially just trade down in the first round, perhaps still get a prospect, if they can get a player or back in return. I think a lot of these trade conversations are going to start with the number 10 pick and the contracts of Davis Bertans. He is, nice player, a fun player. I think a fan favorite in the context of him coming off the bench late and just jacking up shots. But that contract is pretty cumbersome for what this team is trying to do this summer. So I think using the value of the number 10 pick to move on, to add some flexibility. And then in return, I think the Dallas is probably very much interested in trying to get some sort of veteran player who's ready to win now. Ideally, someone who fits right into the starting lineup and is, a defender, a shooter, somebody who adds physicality and size, all things that we very clearly saw that the team lacked last season.
You mentioned the expectation is to re-sign Kyrie Irving. What's the latest you've heard regarding Kyrie and maybe some other teams' interest there? I know you'd reported the Lakers didn't seem to be interested in Kyrie.
Yeah, that's the last reporting I have on kind of the Lakers' interest. And I think that out of all of the teams that expressed interest in Kyrie at the deadline, the other two being the Clippers and the Suns. I think the Lakers were probably the team that was, the holdout, the one that most people around the league kind of looked at and said, out of these three teams, the four teams that were interested, one of them was the Mavericks. They got him. They want to re-sign him. And those other three, it was just really the Lakers that people were unsure about their intentions. But things are looking more likely that they're not going to pursue him. Things can change. We'll see. If Kyrie, he's also, as we know, Kyrie is fairly unpredictable. All I can say is that I think not just the Mavericks are optimistic, but around the league, if you talk to people, who work for other teams, they also expect that Kyrie is likely going to be re-signed by the Mavericks. But, that's just an expectation. And, when it actually gets to be July 1st and, the Mavericks have to figure out what the actual numbers and years look like, and Kyrie has to be on board with that. And, we have to see if this is something he wants, which is to re-sign in Dallas. Those are all outstanding questions. Even if I think the team has a lot of optimism, it's going to happen.
Tim, why should Maverick fans trust this front office?
I mean, it's new. I think that if it was still the old regime, there would be many valid criticisms. But this is just, Nico Harrison's coming up on just about 2 years in charge of this team. And certainly there were some mistakes made last summer to kind of, build the roster in the way that, really caused last season to be such a failure. But, he has such a lack of a track record, I guess I think it's fair to say, that you can't really just say, okay, well, last season went bad, but the season before that, he made some good moves. It's still a really fresh perspective on what Dallas is trying to do. And I think that being able to hold on to this number 10 pick does give them, more value, another asset, a really valuable asset that they can, try to juggle and finagle a way to improve this roster in the ways that it very clearly needs to be improved. And so if you're, for fans out there who feel pessimistic, I'm not sure that argument alone is going to completely change your mind. But I think if there is a reason for optimism, that's probably what it's rooted in.
Tim Cato of The Athletic hanging out with us here in the G-Bag Nation, talking all things Mavs. Dennis Lindsey, there were reports that the former Utah Jazz GM was going to join this front office, help Nico. Is that real, or has that? What's the status of that?
Yeah, my understanding is that is happening. I'm still not sure. I'm still asking around to see exactly what the scope of his just his influence in the front office and what exactly that looks like. But my understanding is it's something that had been in the works, or conversations have been happening between Lindsey and the Mavericks for months now, that it wasn't something that just came out of nowhere. So yeah, my understanding is that this summer he will, in some role, with some level of influence, be a part of the decisions that the team is making to rebuild and really reshape, possibly in a drastic way, how the Mavericks look.
We're talking about the Mavericks with Tim Cato of The Athletic. Okay, can you draw it up? How do you build around Kyrie and Luka together, with all things considered, the cap, needing to play defense, and how much of that could the 10th pick fix?
Yeah, I mean, not like last season. That was clear. I think that this team very clearly needs defenders. I think they really miss Dorian Finney-Smith, and I think a Dorian Finney-Smith type player, I think for modern defending schemes, having that big wing kind of as an anchor who can switch on to everybody, that's such a fundamental part of how modern defenses play, and especially, how Jason Kidd and associate head coach Sean Sweeney want to play, with a pretty aggressive rotating scheme. And so having a player like that, I think that was kind of, the defense wasn't good early in the season last year, but it really, really got worse when Dorian Finney-Smith was outgoing in the Kyrie trade. So I think that's a big piece. And then, shot blocking. They tried last summer. They signed JaVale McGee. That was the guy they had targeted. And he did theoretically fit a role that, a need that this team had. He just didn't solve it whatsoever. And so, while that was a mistake, I think it's very clear that, the team is once again prepared or interested in trying again and seeing if they can find somebody, who just has the size to be more of a rim deterrent, to make people second guess whether, when they're headed right at the rim, whether they should actually try to finish or kick it out. Because you saw late last season, there was nobody scared of anybody on the Mavericks. And, they were taking shots that, they might not even attempt against other teams, even, if the shot blocker wasn't present. Like, there's just no fear of the Mavericks season last season, and they have to bring that back.
You do an excellent job with your articles, X's and O's, and the inside of the game. Is it a liability for this team to be a legit championship contender if you bring back Luka and Kyrie and really their challenges both defensively on that side of the floor?
I don't think so. I think that you can make a pretty competent, pretty good NBA defense if you have them both locked in as team defenders and you just surround them with more defenders, really quality defenders beyond that. I think that, I hear you, and I think that is definitely something that it's a disadvantage the teams are going to have. Because like you said, even if they're locked in as team defenders, they're still, average, below average defenders at best. They're going to be picked on. But the team was great last season with Jalen Brunson. And, 2 seasons ago, they had that surprisingly good defense, even with a 6'1" guard. And so I think that, you can survive 1-2 players in a roster, in a rotation in any given lineup, if you have the right scheme and the right players around them. Once you start to get more than 2 defenders or like 2 players who are not the best defenders, that's where it starts to get tricky. But I think if the Mavericks play this right, they can at least have, get back an average, a bit above average in terms of the defense. And, if you've got Luka and Kyrie, offense is going to be the defense in a lot of ways as well.
Man, this is great stuff from Tim Cato in The Athletic. I love the way that you cover this team and this sport, Tim. Just a side note there. But a question, if Kyrie would go, is a sign and trade like with Phoenix the most realistic and best case scenario? Where are you with DeAndre Ayton?
Yeah, I don't know if I personally would be in the business of employing DeAndre Ayton. I know the team has had interest in him over the past couple of years, but that's the thing. They have had interest. I don't know if after watching, how he played last season and then especially in the playoffs, whether, I would have to think that interest is a little bit less than what it was before. If that's the one option, if Kyrie, comes out and says, hey, I don't want to come back to Dallas and I do want to go to Phoenix, and, the option is play ball with that and bring back a potentially promising, still fairly young player and try to unlock him, I think that's a better option than losing him for nothing or bringing him back in a manner that he's going to be discontent and not wanting to be here. But I don't know, man. That playoff run was rough, and I don't think you can teach someone. I'm not positive you can teach someone to know how big they are and to use their size in the ways that they should. But it'd be interesting. Maybe it is a change of scenery situation if that's what it comes to.
Does Jason Kidd need to add any coaches to this staff to help him out, or do you think he's in a good place here?
It sounds like they are. I don't think that this week or next week they're going to be adding, but there was reporting that Greg St. Jean is not going to be on the staff. He was a front of bench coach, so basically the second most involved head assistant coach on the staff. And it does sound like they're going to be aiming to get somebody a bit more veteran. We brought up Dennis Lindsey earlier on. It sounds like both in the front office and on the coaching staff, they are looking to add a bit more, just experience and know-how. And I think that's probably a good thing, especially after how last season went. And if you really assess both the front office and the coaching staff, both of them are fairly inexperienced, do have a lot of youth, young people, which is a funny way to describe coaches and execs, I'm aware. But, I think it's probably a good thing for the team overall.
When could things get questionable with Luka's long-term future?
I think next summer is what the team is thinking about. That's the fear. That's what they're looking ahead at and saying, this is when it can happen. It's hard to know for sure. I think, we've seen that Luka's fairly stubborn. I would be curious if he really gets tested again next season, whether his stubbornness would come out and be like, if they make the right promises to him that, he would want to come back and say, no, I'm going to do it with these guys. I'm going to do it here. But it's a real fear. And I think he's very understanding of his star power, Luka is. I was really struck by his exit interview and just the way that he kind of carried himself and made it clear that, he knows that stars can ask out, and he knows that it's a player of empowerment era, and he knows that, all of the power that comes with that. And so I don't think there's any way to know when Luka will start to feel that way, because I don't think even Luka knows that. It will depend on what happens. But I think the team is definitely aware and definitely fearful that they got to get this right, because historically speaking, over the past decade, it might be as soon as next summer that he could be really upset if the direction of this franchise hasn't, really turned upwards.
Tim Cato live at the NBA Combine in Chicago. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy what could be a crazy NBA offseason, sir.
Absolutely. Thank y'all.
Salute to you. There he is, Tim Cato, Athletic. Good read there. I love reading, not only his game reports, but he's got his finger on the pulse of the inside buzz around this basketball team is, as good as anybody. And that includes another Tim McMahon, dueling Tims there on the Mavs beat, both doing a hell of a job. Okay, top 10 420 coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Who's the most annoying fan base in sports? And a Corey Seager update next.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk Men's T Clinic, though. If you need Brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when it hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Franklin consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Around the Bases is coming up at 4:40, Rangers fans. You get what you need to know about this rubber match coming up tonight, 7 o'clock. They'll take on the Braves. It's time now for the Woolly Bully, brought to you by the Alma TED Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you very much, Gavin. We do have an update.
Preparation H.
On Corey Seager before we slide into our top 10, the most annoying fan bases in all of sports. And we're getting a lot of Cowboys texts. And I got a lot of Cowboys replies as well on Twitter. People are saying the Cowboys fans are the most annoying. But Corey Seager's been activated, baby, from the IL. Our buddy Sam Huff has been optioned to Round Rock. Seager in the lineup tonight. He is going to be back in the 2-hole, and he will be DHing. He's not starting at short. Ezekiel Duran will remain in the lineup at shortstop. He's batting seventh. But Seager is batting second behind Simeon and will be DHing tonight in his return against Spencer Strider, one of the best pitchers in all of Major League Baseball.
How do you like Zeke at short? Can he handle it?
Yes, absolutely. He's a freak athlete.
Yeah. I think he's better in the infield than he is the outfield. I know they need him in a multitude of different places.
It's way more comfortable for him. I think Josh Smith is much better in the outfield than Ezekiel Duran is.
But what a luxury Duran has provided because you can, you could DH Seager as much as you want throughout the year. In my mind, I mean, obviously you get Garver back and you'll have even more options. Really, it's a great problem, but like what a beautiful thing that you don't have to really fully unleash Seager right now and risk re-aggravation, but you still get his bat in the lineup, and Duran at short is still B. So this is awesome. And Duran, my gosh, the power that dude has in his swing.
And he can go yard anytime he's at the plate. I mean, the dude is special. And Josh Smith's going to actually start at third tonight. They're giving Josh Young the night off. So Young will get the night off. Smith will be at third. Can't wait for that. We'll talk with Jared Sandler coming up at about 6:20-ish, leading into 6:30 pregame on your home of the Rangers. Your home of your first place, Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan after their big win last night. Okay, so I found this article today from Yardbarker, and they ranked the most annoying fan bases. And this is not, their list is interesting because it's more of a national perspective. I put together my own as well, of just my personal annoying fan bases.
Wow. Okay, so this is an official Wooly Bully.
This one's me.
That's awesome.
This one's me.
I'm proud of you. You're putting yourself on the line here. You can't point to a different article, a different writer.
No.
To send your hate mail right to Zach Wolchuk at thewoolybully.com.
So I'll give
if your
mine.
list doesn't have San Francisco as the number one, I'll be a little disappointed.
No, there's definitely somebody that's more annoying than San Francisco.
Okay.
But San Francisco is in my top 10.
They've been
Now,
shooting up the charts.
they're not in
they should
Yardbarker's
be
top 10.
way up there.
But they're in the top 10.
I got a couple of thoughts on this. Number one, Michigan fan. They always think they're elite. You're basically Oregon of the Midwest, Michigan. You got cool jerseys. Houstonians, always very disrespectful how they would attempt to invade the globe.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll always remember 2015 and 2016 as a result. The OKC Thunder fans, when they tried to sell themselves as one of the best fan bases in America the year after they stole Kevin Durant and the Seattle Supersonics. Now, I hated the Supersonics growing up, so I wasn't mad at them for stealing it, but I was a little disappointed in OKC for being like, yeah, we're the best fan base, we're the most outrageous. You never had a team, right? And then you got a great team, and you got excited about it. So I don't think you can make any sort of claim on being an amazing fan base if you haven't been doing it for at least 3 decades.
Lucius, where are you going? Most annoying
and then
fan
there's
base?
another one, Wolchuk, the Utah Jazz.
Oh,
all
yeah.
the mean stuff they've done over the years, especially to Derek Fisher. I'll never forget that. Even after he was mean to the Mavs, it still wasn't right.
He might have deserved it if you asked Matt Barnes.
Lucius?
Yeah, Philly and Cowboys.
Okay.
Philly for sure, though. Everything they cheer for. When I was at the fight, it was Earl Spence, and I can't remember his name, but he's from Philly, and I was sitting by Philly people, and they were just cheering, just loudly and just obnoxious the whole time until their guys started losing and they disappeared.
Yeah, that is the worst. You know, I would agree. Philly fan is the winner of this.
Yeah,
Philly
Garcia.
fan's the winner. I was
Yes,
just giving
Garcia,
others.
thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Danny Swift.
Yeah.
Oh man, they're so annoying, bro.
So we got dueling lists here. Eric, you got one. Is it the Bills for you?
Well, that's the only fan base that's poured a cold beer on my grandmother's head.
Yeah,
you know,
with the Dolphins.
in the
Did
stadium.
she deserve it?
When we go to hold on, let's go to our Miami Dolphins correspondent Eric Chiafalo. Eric,
Grandma Lynn could she can
Was she being a little mouthy?
She could spit some vitriol for
nobody's
sure.
quite as mouthy.
But the mafia deserves it sometimes, man. I mean, let's be honest. The mafia gets ruckus. My biggest bone to pick with fans these days, though, is this new age fan that just is a fan of a player, and they follow that player around.
Yeah.
And, oh no, now I'm this team.
They're not even watching the game, really. They just
Yeah.
follow the TikTok highlights.
Yeah, just like this one guy, and it's like, okay, dude, whatever. Have some dang loyalty.
Yeah, get a team. General, what'd you say about my Wolverines? Asked the 214. Yeah, you guys you're not that good, but you're always like, yeah, we're just as good as Ohio State. No, you're not.
Thanks for calling in, Derek Collins. Yeah, appreciate you.
Thank you.
How about this one? I'm a Longhorns fan, but I can be pretty annoying.
Texas, Oklahoma. Now there's one college that I think's the most annoying, and I've got them in my top 10.
Oh, that's a tease right there.
So I'll go through. You want Yardbarkers first or mine first?
I want the
I want
bullies.
yours.
Dude.
Yeah, who cares
Bleep
about
the Barker?
Yardbarker? Yeah.
Number 10 for me.
Oh.
And this is a recent one because of all the crap they were talking on social media, and I don't get it because I don't think they have a leg to stand on. It's the Minnesota Wild fan base.
Oh, good call.
What the hell was going on with them? Trying to
I
take
think
us
Minnesota
down.
fans in general.
Yeah.
Taking
Vikings,
cheap shots.
Yeah.
What was
Twins.
wrong with them?
Yeah, whatever.
I'm like going, you still
They're
on our
hurt.
team. Like,
They're
sorry.
scorned. To be fair, that's not a fan base that knows how to act like they've been there before.
No, because they haven't.
Whenever they get good, somebody steals their team. They're traumatized.
Yeah.
They're coming from
and
a bad
win the
place.
cup with that team.
That's
too.
just a hurt fan base that and hurt people.
Yes. Number 9 for me, and I know we got a big alumni base here.
Don't justify it. Just say their name.
It's
Atlanta
Texas A&M.
Oh, Texas
A&M. It's the
okay.
Aggies. They're the worst fan base in college
I'm
football.
with you. I'm with you.
100%.
Oh my God, I'm with you.
And I don't have a dog. I went to the University of North Texas, okay? I don't have a dog in this fight, but Aggie fans are the most delusional of any fan base in college football.
I do have a dog in this fight, and its name is Reveille. And
I love Reveille. It's an adorable dog.
It is. I don't know. I kind of like what they're putting down there in College Station. I like their style.
They're on the verge
The
of getting
fake
that
championships they've got up there at Kyle Field.
You like the Yale team?
No, dude. See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
we are here to hype up our team
You got grown adults showing up to whatever the heck that is in the middle of the night, yelling nonsense
Yell
into the
practice,
air.
yes.
Yeah.
Like tight ass khaki shorts they be having on.
And they think it's cool. They think it's awesome. It's one of the dumbest things in sports.
Yeah.
Man, I had some buddies that went to A&M. They didn't come back the same.
No.
They came back worse.
Much worse.
You're not
better
friends with them
farmers
anymore.
or engineers or something.
No, they got themselves a degree, and congratulations. That's a good school. But come on. I don't know. There's something in the water there in College Station.
That happened to everybody that I know that went down to Houston for school. They came back with like 25 pounds.
Oh, yeah. Houston will get there. It's coming up in my top 3.
They came back huge.
Number 8, I got the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Damn, girl.
The Lizzo lunch special.
There you go.
No! Gotta get canceled, fam.
Yeah. Steeler fans are always trying to fight. They're like, oh, we beat you in the 70s. You know what? Go bleep yourself, right? We got revenge in 1995, and I'll remember Brandon Carr with that interception in overtime, taking it to the 1-yard line, and the Cowboys beat me at AT&T Stadium for the rest of my life.
They got revenge.
We almost beat him with Garrett Gilbert.
That's right.
That made me feel a little good. Yeah, but the
it's
Steelers
doable.
fan base, very, very whiny.
That city got revenge by sending us DiNucci.
Okay. Number 7. That's my guy.
We're even
Kevin.
now.
That's my guy.
man.
I think Kansas City's replaced Pittsburgh for my fan base. Hate them.
Oh, Kansas City, really?
Yeah.
I've always thought they were nice people.
No, they're not. They're not nice people.
Oh, dang it. You got to reevaluate this list
It's
then.
a hard place to play, man.
Did they get in your mentions?
Well, they're super loud.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
but I
they-
think
no,
I got
hey.
respect for them in Seattle.
No, I love, me, I love Andy Reid and all that, but man, I can't, there's no way I could pull for that team and that fan base.
Number 7 for me, it's Washington. And the only reason they're not higher is because we've just owned them for
They
so
don't
long.
care.
They're
Why are they
irrelevant.
so
Given up.
high?
They've given up.
Because growing up, Washington fans going to Texas Stadium, they were
Sure.
annoying as hell. I'll
Okay.
never forget them,
They
Brian.
thought they had it going on.
But
I'll
they-
never
but
forget them.
When was that? Like, how long ago was that?
It was the early 2000s, but people don't forget, okay? This is my list. It's not yours.
That's
okay,
right.
that's good. I
They
like
were proud again when they had RG3 there for about
Yeah,
a
that
season and a half.
Thanksgiving was super annoying in 2010 or whenever the hell it was. Gosh,
They
that
haven't
was
been relevant
They have
so
one
long.
good. They think Heineke's. They think Sam Howell's the next Dan Marino.
Oh, they're
now.
right about that.
They have some annoyance to them when they get going. They get that little flicker of light that they think, oh, we got a shot. Trust me, you'll remember how annoying the Washington, whatever the hell they are now, are. All right, number 6 for me. I've got the Giants. Giants would also be higher.
Maybe the most educated fans in the
But
division.
we've beat them 11 out of the last 12 meetings.
Okay.
So for me, it's like, hey, you haven't had a whole lot to whine about. But we got one Giants fan that texts in all the time here, and she really grinds my gears. And I know it's our female Twillo.
Well, listen, your quarterback's a total bum, and ours is slightly to significantly better.
Yep.
Okay.
Less bummy.
It ain't going to happen for you, and I agree. They got those two. They snuck those two in, and I guess they have short-term scoreboard. If you're not very old and you're a Giants fan, you think you own this division, I suppose.
We got some text for LSU. That's a shot at you, Brian.
Yeah.
Lakers fans as well. And I
Thank
hear
you. We
with the Lakers
appreciate
fans.
your hating us. Yeah.
Here's the top 5. Number 5, the San Francisco 49ers. First off, they went after my guys pretty good. And I have no love for you when you do that.
We're just doing a bit.
Don't go after my guys. Don't be so freaking sensitive.
I was.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I
They
think
seem
I was
like a
too.
very scummy fan base, in my opinion.
They are scummy.
Very scummy.
Very
They'll
scummy.
fight you.
They're getting close to Philly. I know they will.
They will
They'll
100%
stab you in the
fight you.
parking lot.
Yeah, okay.
We'll stick the
That's the
Dodger
Raiders,
fans
right?
on them.
I'm pretty sure Nate Diaz is a Niners fan. She explains a lot.
Well, Nate, I love you, but we don't see eye to eye when it comes to football. But I'm a big Nate Diaz fan. Don't try and throw me under the bus like that, Kevin. He's still.
I was
in the
just trying to
area.
paint the picture as far as their mentality.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Number 4, I got the San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, I like this.
And I remember how bleeping annoying they are last night when they won the freaking draft lottery again. And now you look back at their number one pick history, and it's David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and now they're getting Wemby. Go bleep yourself, San Antonio.
I know.
I like Pop, though.
They're the master tankers.
I love Pop, though.
Pop, understand.
I like Pop.
Pop knew exactly what he lost every one of those games, knowing exactly what was about to happen.
If you wanted to say the NBA has it out for Mark Cuban and they're hooking up Greg Popovich at every turn, I wouldn't fight you too hard on that. Sure's what it looked like last night.
214 says Yankees, what the F? And I did consider putting the Yankees on here.
I like the Yankees fans.
When I got an up close and personal appearance with the Yankees fan base, it was the Rangers beating them in the ALCS for our first ever win in Arlington. I kind of left that stadium thinking, go bleep yourselves. Number 2.
I like how they're obnoxious and they have that New York accent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They kept yelling at Jabba.
About everything. I love that, bro.
Jabba Chamberlain was pitching for them, and they kept yelling, Jabba, you fat bum!
Yeah.
It was actually hilarious.
They're like a group of 19-year-olds at their first party everywhere they go.
So fun. Yeah.
Isn't the worst New York fan base, though, the Jets fan base?
I think so.
They're non-factors.
Yeah.
They're very non-factors.
As
I like
fuzzy human,
yes,
they don't get the visibility. Right. And they don't get the sports hate from winning. But yes, if they won, they would be worse than Eagles fans.
Miserable.
And I hear you. A lot of texts. Cowboys fans are the worst.
Oh, yeah.
We
I don't like Cowboys fans because
we do have some bad fans.
Because they like to eat their own quarterbacks.
Right.
All the time, man. Yes, nothing's good enough.
We cannibalize ourselves.
Yeah.
Number 2,
that word,
is the Houston Astros. Or 3 is the Rockets, 2 is the Astros. So I'm lumping the city of Houston. But Astros fans are way more annoying right now than Rockets fans are.
Yeah.
But they're both one and the same. They're cut from the same cloth.
That's right.
And they think that they're better than DFW.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I'm getting message from my Spurs fans. They're not happy about you
Well,
at all.
I apologize. But you can go bleep yourselves.
Oh, Sammy, you heard him.
You got Wemby now.
Yeah.
But
we got
number
everybody
1,
mad at us now. This is great.
the
Michigan
most annoying fan base, for sure, 100%. And they didn't even crack the top 15 on yard barkers, which is why it's like, I got to pivot and make my own. It's the Eagles.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's the Eagles fan base. Brian Broaddus is trying to give you some knowledge on your quarterback. They wanted to eat you alive.
Oh, yeah, they did. That's fine, and I ended up being right.
The Eagles are the worst.
You were the most wanted man in the NFL during January.
Yeah, a lot of people hate me, yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wooly Bully. Love that top 10. And I love the change up with it being your personal top 10.
Yeah, sometimes I feel that's needed.
Who was Yard Barker's number 1?
Number 1 was Duke, the Duke Blue Devils.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, it is time to go around the bases. You're going to get us even more baseball here?
Oh, I can give you some baseball. We've got the Quarter Pole Awards, and we got Yankees fans. Get ready, because your team might be cheating. That's next. But I do want to tell you one more time about
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. Victor from Corinth. If the new Golden State fans from the Curry era aren't on the list, I'll be disappointed. They feel entitled. You're right about that, Victor. That's a good point. I guess they were on the Yard Barker list, but not the Woolly Bullies.
Yes, they were, I think, 8 on Yard Barker's list.
Okay. It is time now for the Woolly Bully to deliver some baseball content here on your home of the Rangers. Let's go around the bases.
Let's do it. We got, if you missed it, Corey Seager will be in action tonight for the Rangers. He's hitting second and DHing. So we got Seager back. Sam Huff has been optioned. And good news on Aaron Zavala for those that follow the Rangers minor leaguers. He has completed rehab after he had a partial UCL tear. He was very good last year in the minors for the Rangers between Class A Hickory and AA Frisco. And he has now gone to Arizona Fall League to kind of revamp. He's the Rangers' number 6 prospect, according to Baseball America. So Aaron Zavala, hopefully, will be back playing very, very soon, which is great news. Now, you can come out. You can watch the Ranger game with me. Also listen to it right here on 105.3 The Fan at Baby Dolls. I'll be there tonight. It's the Wednesday VIP party, 7 to 9, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
You can come in person and see Walchuk's gelled up hair.
Hell yeah.
He really went for it all, man.
I went for the gusto. And, well, thanks to Elite Skin Center, now I'm not too worried about this receding hairline. I got too much hair. I don't know what to do with it.
You can have the confidence to put the gel in and actually pull the hair back and show that forehead of yours.
Hell yeah.
Things looking good.
So hope to see all of the Tolos out there at Baby Dolls tonight. It's going to be a party. Now, yesterday, 2 days ago, okay, you guys remember we had the Aaron Judge situation.
Yeah, he was eyeing something.
Yes. Now,
eyeing the prize.
The Blue Jays pitcher has come out and he told John Schneider of MLB.com that...
Is that the same John Schneider who was calling somebody fat boy from the dugout yesterday?
Well, that's the Blue Jays manager.
He was. There was a lot going on in that game.
The Blue Jays manager did call somebody a fat boy, but
they were out of the box, right? The coach was way out of the box.
Yeah,
Yankees coach was out,
and I think he's apologized. But Jay Jackson was the pitcher for the Blue Jays, so he tells MLB.com that he was indeed tipping pitches.
Yeah,
he lied. Yeah, he said from what I was told, I was kind of tipping pitches.
That's what you're going to be doing tonight at Baby Dolls.
Yeah, that's for sure. It was more or less his grip. When he was coming from behind his ear, it was I know. I knew that you were going to go there. It was the time it was taking me from my set position, from my glove, coming from my head to my hip. On fastballs, I was kind of doing it quicker than on sliders, and they were picking up on it. So you saw the first base coach picking up on this for the Yankees, and then he was trying to kind of give that info to the hitters.
Well, that's fair game
Aaron
to me.
And you know, hey, if you're listening to Sean and RJ this morning, Jared talked about it too. He's like, look, this happens in Major League Baseball. This isn't something that you're using outside the game technology to try and help and cheat. This is, hey, we've picked up a tendency. I mean, we see it in football too. An offensive lineman, depending on their stance, run or pass, defenders are able to pick up on that kind of thing. So this is fair game to me, and Jackson just needs to correct this moving forward in his starts.
Yeah, there's ways to steal signs and have it be, inside the rules. I think they're good to go. It was clear watching that highlight once Lucius told me about it. I was like, oh, my goodness. Yeah, he's looking over there for something. But, yeah, it's one of the tough things when you got a pitcher that doesn't have any awareness tipping his pitches out there. It's like a bad poker player, essentially. You're going to get eaten alive by the sharps on the table, by the sharks.
Well, yesterday the Yankees had another incident. Their right-handed pitcher, Domingo Herman, was ejected from their 6-3 win over the Blue Jays.
Same guy.
He's been.
This is number 2.
This is his second ejection.
This is his second one.
Yeah,
no. He didn't get kicked out the first time.
They just questioned him.
It's the same crew, by the way.
Yes, it is.
The same crew is caught on here.
Now this crew, and it was crew chief James Hoy.
2 Live crew.
He said Herman had the stickiest hand he's ever felt. He was checked by each umpire of the fourth inning. After the fourth inning, it was determined he had an illegal substance on his hand.
He was rolling up in the dugout.
Got a little resin on your hand.
So, hey, I get it. You want to have that ball sticky icky, but you got to be a little careful.
I wonder if that's a banned substance these days.
Who knows, man? But the Yankees are under some fire here. We also had Steve-O. If you haven't seen this video, I encourage you to go look for it. He threw out the first pitch for the San Diego Padres. My guy freaking spit a 10-foot fireball out of his mouth, like full-on flame out of his mouth.
How dare he
and
waste
then
fireball
proceeded
like
to pitch a dynamite first pitch. He
In a
said,
thong.
it was my first time throwing out the first pitch, but
Is he
I'm
the
pretty
small
sure nobody's
gentleman?
ever done it
Yeah.
like this. No, that's Wee Man.
Yeah,
Wee Man's the small gentleman.
Yes, but
Correct.
Steve-O and Wee Man do it. Well, Steve-O
Did I
was
confuse you with my small
former
man bit?
rehab, like tatted up all over.
Yeah.
Steve-O would do the most disgusting things
Sorry.
on the show. He would eat feces.
Yeah.
He would drink horses.
Staple his nuts to something like that.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a tattoo of himself giving thumbs up on his back.
Yeah.
He's got the big old fake horse teeth.
He does kind of like him and Pontius were on in Wild Boys together.
He sounds like the human embodiment of Whippets.
Yeah, he is. He is the human embodiment of Whippets.
But he's a smaller, regular sized person.
He is a small guy, super skinny. But you were thinking of like the small guy, which is Wee Man.
Yeah, I was thinking the smaller gentleman.
The Quarter Pole Awards very quickly.
What's
American
the correct
League.
way to say that nowadays?
That's why you don't.
Yeah.
You just don't say it. The MVP.
You were about a smidge away from totally getting yourself canceled.
Yeah. Just say.
There's some fine ones on Instagram, Broadus. I'm gonna send you some.
All right, yeah.
It's amazing.
Send Brian some.
Appreciate
Maybe
that.
it'll
It's really amazing.
might spice him up, encourage him to come out to Baby
Some
Dolls.
of them are sassy too.
Yeah.
Broadus already has that algo going.
I got you, dog. Little tater thoughts.
What do you think? What's he little tater tots? What's he looking up on TikTok? MVP Shohei Ohtani. In the mix is Marcus Semien of the Rangers for the Quarter Pole Award. Cy Young is Garrett Cole of the Yankees. In the mix is Nathan Eovaldi. Rookie of the Year is Cano from the Orioles. In the mix was Josh Young of the Rangers. Manager of the Year was Kevin Cash of the Rays. Hard to argue that. Runner-up was Bruce Bochy of the Rangers. So the Rangers technically didn't get any of these awards, but they were very close and had a player in every category, which just speaks to the great success they've had here in the quarter mark.
Okay, wait a minute now. In horse racing, I think I've told you this, right?
You don't tell me anything. You just let me kind of make my own mistakes. And
The quarter pole is the last pole.
well, we got a couple more polls to go until we're at the end.
Okay. In horse racing, it is.
We should do the top 10 polls.
There's 4 quarter poles.
You know it's number one.
Yeah, but the quarter pole is the last one.
We just got to the first one. That's the quarter to go.
That's the last quarter to go is known as the quarter pole.
I've been begging you to take me to the horse races. You refuse.
In horse racing.
So we'd be at the 3/4 pole right now?
Three-quarter
We just
pole.
hit the 3/4
Yeah,
pole.
yeah, there
Thank
you
you,
go.
Broadus.
When we go to bet on the ponies?
It sounds pretty ass backwards, if you ask me.
We just hit it. And appreciate the insights there from Brian Broadus.
Ass, my dude.
A true know-it-all. Can't even let his guys make a little mistake
I
without him
told
interrupting and dunking on everybody.
It's just horse racing.
I'm going to need to get Hagee Horse to
What I
confirm
thought.
this.
Hagee horse?
Hagee Horse? It's a real thing. Wait, were you not here?
No, I wasn't here. Was this when I was gone
You
on
must have
Friday?
missed it on
When
Friday.
You
You missed
guys,
a lot.
yeah,
when you
that's
guys
right.
all had brisket sandwiches and everything
He's
else?
never going to forget about
Hell
that.
no, I'm not going to forget that.
This Friday, don't worry, I'm bringing lunch this Friday as well. We're going to do top ramen. It's good. We're going to do a full blowout just for you, buddy.
I like
We're going
that.
to celebrate you.
A full blowout.
He didn't even ask.
Blowout. That'll be your second full blowout of the week after your underwear fiasco.
Clean everything out.
Around the stars. Is this polarizing figure actually the best at his job in the entire NHL? It's next on 105.3 The Fan. Do want to talk window.
ESPN studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go around the stars here. It's time to, really take this to the next level with our coverage about your hockey team. And I have 3 different articles here to facilitate some conversation. We'll start with 6 stars players bandwagon fans should know before the conference final start. I want to know from you, have you heard of this guy? I'm going to give you 6 players. You just text me, have you heard of him or not? And we'll have ourselves a nice little stars conversation. Of course, here in sports radio land, we're very familiar with all of these individuals. And number 1 on the list, I would imagine everybody in the listening audience knows who Jake Ottinger is, right?
Oh, you better.
Can I get a hell yeah?
Yeah.
One of the best goaltenders in the entire sport. Has had some bad days, so maybe he's not playing like a superstar. But Jake Ottinger is the real deal and one of the main reasons to believe that this team can get it done.
He plays well after a bad day.
That's right. Yeah.
That's his
short-term memory for that guy.
He has a bad day, then he has a really good day the next day.
This is 6 players bandwagon fans should know about. Number 2 on the list, don't know if you've heard of this guy, Miro Heiskanen.
You should.
Woo. Man, when he went down in the was that the Wild?
No, it was the Kraken.
It was the Kraken.
He got injured, and then immediately there were 2 goals that were pumped in right afterwards. Because he's the quarterback of the power play. He's their best skater. The way he's able to dangle, he's always making the right read, the right play. We have a couple of defensemen, and Yanni Hakanpää got benched for Game 7 because he was doing it a lot in the Kraken series. They'll turn the puck over. Miro, you watch him play, man, he's always making the right decision.
Haven't seen a dangle like that since Lieutenant Dangle.
That's right, yes. And he leads the NHL in ice time.
Ice time is
over
20. Goofing.
Yeah, I love that.
Does anybody, you got to be one heck of a bandwagoner to not know who Miro is right now. You're a non-sports fan.
Dude, we can't talk Stars hockey until the playoffs. This is not a massive star. We have some hardcore Stars fans, and we have shown up at the AAC for these games. But regular season, there's a lot of people that are just now jumping on the bandwagon because they made the conference finals.
I think if I had to wear a jersey, I think I'd wear his.
Miro's?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I think Miro would be the one to get.
Okay, let's see if any of these guys.
Or
Rupe Hintz, number 3 on the list, bandwagon fans. You better get it together. He's one of the best forwards in the entire NHL. And he's building a Conn Smythe trophy-level resume for the NHL's postseason MVP award. Rupe Hintz is the real deal, one of the best players of any sport in DFW.
Him with speed is hard to beat.
Yes.
Okay, now we get down here to number 4. This one actually might be something that a bandwagon fan, but a sports fan hadn't heard about it quite yet, especially if you haven't been watching the games. Wyatt Johnston. He just turned 20 years old the next day. He had the game-winning goal in Game 7, second goal, and put the Stars over the top. So Wyatt Johnston, I don't know what his ceiling is, but he's definitely a damn good player already at the age of 20.
He's one of the top rookie scorers in the league, right?
I think he's ceilingless.
He's got 4 postseason goals. I think that's the most among rookies. That's for sure. But, and I talked about this, I think it was on Friday. To me, he does have a lot of similarities to a young Rope with the speed, the puck handling ability, the shot.
The hands.
The way that he was able to score that backhander right over the shoulder of Grubauer for what ended up being the game winner.
Kind of bounced it off his helmet, didn't he, a little bit?
Unreal, man.
It's Rope, not Rupe?
Rope
hits. Number 5 on the list, speaking of bandwagon fans. Joe Pavelski.
I heard somebody call him
I was wondering when you were going there
recently.
What was it?
Paveleski.
Yeah,
I heard someone say Paveleski.
It's like when I was working at Chick-fil-A, nobody knew how to say Polynesian sauce. They were like, "Can I get that Polymerasian sauce?"
Like the folks that go to Chipotle.
Yeah, Chipotle.
I love
I love that quesadilla there at Chipotle.
Pavelski's the guy, though. He's your guy. He's my guy, especially if you're around middle age and you like watching the old guys still be able to get it done. And he's a hero for how he came back from injury and then scored 4 goals against the Wild. Just unbelievable, the kind of stuff that Pavelski's doing late in his career. He's like a fine wine.
I do have a bone to pick with hockeyreference.com because when you get to like pro basketball or pro football reference, they always, when you click on a player, you can always see their nicknames. Mm-hmm. And that's one of our favorite pastimes. We got the Charles Barkley list the other day from Lucius, and it was like just a laundry list of nicknames for Charles Barkley. We know Joe Pavelski, he is Captain America, but if you are a bandwagon man and you jump on Hockey Reference to get familiar with Pavs, you're not even going to know that he's Captain America.
That's
disappointing.
Shame. Come on, figure it out, Hockey Reference. 469, I named my son Sagan. That's not a bandwagoner.
No, that's a real hardcore fan. And we got some of those, man. The Stars do have a really loyal fan base.
Okay, come on, General. Tolo here in Vancouver, Washington. Can't possibly know all these yahoos. LOL. Okay, and then there's the sixth guy here on the list the bandwagoners might want to get to know. And if you just tuned in to the start of the playoffs, you hadn't seen much of him, and that's Jason Robertson. He was a record-breaking left wing for this team during the regular season, and really the hopes of this team going to the top and winning the Stanley Cup, I think kind of rests on him being able to refine that, at least for a couple of games.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get us a robo regular season game once or twice, push this team over the top?
We're getting close. Getting closer, getting their shots on net. That's good.
But I was thinking, if you're a bandwagon fan, you got to come down to like Dodonov or Wedgwood. There's Domi, Max Domi.
Max Domi was
a guy you just traded for. All
Yeah.
these other guys are pretty much household names. I mean, if you've ever glanced at the Dallas Morning News website or an actual newspaper when you're at the gas station between the months of like November and April, you know who all these dudes are.
Yeah. Thomas Harley's a guy that I think people should get to know too.
Yep.
I love Thomas Harley. He's one of their best young defensemen.
Okay, Matt from Denton, no bandwagon here. My son's name is Radek.
Radek Faksa.
That's a great name. Didn't he have he had an open goal? He
did.
An open cage goal.
That's a pesky line there on the fourth line.
Okay. At 877.
So many hockey terms, that last statement.
881
Pesky.
1053.
We should do the top 10 pesky lines in NHL history.
I tell you what,
hockey terms.
When you don't know anything about hockey, you have certain phrases and stuff. The cage.
He'll just throw it out
pesky,
there.
The crease.
The crease. Yeah,
man, you just gotta get that leather in front of the cage there.
Oh yeah, on the
I got a blocker side there. Just lifted it and elevated it right over the pad.
On the Wyatt Johnston's last goal, the thin mitts. Yeah. Thin mitt, right?
Yeah. You got it right over there on the thin mitt.
That's my favorite girl.
Soft hands.
You got to get that in between the shoulder.
Concentration, not strength.
Yeah.
Hey, why is the net empty sometimes, for real? Somebody asked me, and I try to explain it. I sound
when
ridiculous.
They pull the goalie?
Yeah.
So it's so.
I sound crazy.
No, but
hold on real quick. I'm trying to ask AI.
No, it's a good question. So anytime there's a delayed penalty or late in the game, if you're down multiple goals, you'll pull the goaltender to get an extra skater on the ice.
Don't do that. Every time that happens, there's an empty netter.
Oh yeah.
Don't do that.
Hey, you're sacrificing.
I feel you.
I've seen some teams though they're down 2 and they pull the goal with like 4 minutes left.
Teams are getting way more aggressive with
and
that
it's
now.
all of a sudden they start fighting back and they get a goal and you're like going, here we go.
And
Yeah.
214 says my kid's name is Michael Bassick Smith. Now that's cool if you named your kid Mike
awesome.
Bassick Smith. Open goal, empty net. Okay, truckwreck.com fan text
right
is
through
open.
the 5-hole there, huh?
Sauce me a cross creater.
Yeah.
That was a saucer pass.
Saucer pass is another one. There's certain phrases, if you know absolutely nothing about hockey, you could get by if you just know a few terms.
Man, he just roofed that one, huh?
Yeah.
You think so?
I think so, yeah. Okay, Stars GM Jim Nill deserves GM of the year. That is our next article is here. We go around the Stars. And this is from the Athletics. Saad Youssef says, here are 10 moves that explain why Nill deserves this kind of honor. Do you like this guy, Jim Nill? I don't know. Obviously, he put together a heck of a team, and if he wins big, he's going to be a legendary figure. And obviously, he knows his way around a hockey rink, that's for sure. Number 1, hiring Pete DeBoer.
Yeah.
At this point, that's a no-brainer, right? What a great hire. And I think exactly what this team needed to be well-balanced.
Was there a time where during the playoffs there were 3 coaches that were in the playoffs that were former Dallas stars, like Lindy Ruff, and our guy
Pete DeBoer,
and the guy in Boston?
Oh yeah, Montgomery, Jim Montgomery.
Yeah, they had yeah, and the guy out at the last guy. Why am I going now? Here's
Bowles.
Yeah,
bonus.
Right, he was out there. Yeah,
I was like, I know it's
Is it
Balls?
Slappy?
I don't know. What's his name? Rick Bonus.
Yeah,
revived his career.
He was with
blue liner.
There's been four.
Winnipeg.
Yeah, 4 guys.
817. My daughter's name is Gavina General Arena. Okay, and for more on that, we go to line 10 where Mike Bassick, listening to the show, is checking in on the broadcast now.
He's in the
And a good afternoon, Mike. What would you like to chime in on?
Well, I'm having fun listening to you guys talking hockey and sports, but it's really fun driving to, the ballpark in Arlington as everything gets congested, and I'm on that, kind of toll lane where you can pay extra money to go faster, and everything clogs up and bottlenecks in the end. And there's a man who decided in his Mitsubishi Black Outlander to get out of his car, and I thought he was going to kill somebody. I honest to God thought, oh my God, he's about to pull a gun and kill somebody. And luckily he didn't pull a weapon, but he did get out of his car in the middle of the highway because we were in traffic. Then he pulled up to me, and I'm like, please, God, don't kill me or bang into my car. He just cut me off and looked at me. I'm like, dude, go in front of me and just keep driving. I'm like, that's driving these days in traffic, is you're afraid that maybe somebody will get out of their car and possibly kill you because they're not having a good day or they felt like somebody cut them off or something.
I hear you, Mike. I have that feeling myself at times. Now, was he in that the HOV lane that's kind of like sealed by concrete on both sides? So if you get stuck in there, you're done-ski?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, you go faster, you avoid some traffic, pay a little extra money, but at the end, you do have to get back in onto 30 West, which is a congested area. But he decided he was going to challenge somebody. Luckily, just challenge somebody, I guess, to a fight and not pull out a weapon.
Yeah.
People were videoing him. Like, the person behind me was videoing it, going, like, I'm going to video possibly, like, I don't know. I guess an assault would be an okay, in a weird way, an okay thing as long as he didn't pull out a gun. But that's driving on the highway in Arlington.
Yeah, I'd rather fist fight somebody than get shot by him any day of the week.
100%.
Hot take for you.
And I don't want to get ahead of myself. Speaking of hot takes, I know it's only Wednesday, but I feel comfortable nominating this guy as Blue Poll of the Week.
That's
you guys
right.
would sign
I'm there. I'm there with you.
Mike, you enjoying these stars or what?
It has been really fun. It makes me want to get into hockey. Every year I feel like I say that. I want to get into hockey. It's just really tough with family and watching other sports and to want to get into it. But, man, those guys put it on the line. There's no, as far as I know, there's no, like, load management.
Nope.
Or I'm not really, I mean, maybe they half-ass it half the year and I just don't know about it. But I feel like those guys really give it their all.
Yeah. Is that guy still in your area?
Yeah, he's a little bit up ahead of me.
Could you drive up to him and roll down your window and say, hey, do you know I'm Mike Bassick?
No,
he doesn't have a gun. You would have seen it by now.
Yeah,
you could probably take him.
Luckily, I'm getting off now to go to the ballpark.
Right on.
But no, I do not want to mess with somebody that angry to get out of his car on a highway.
Maybe he just needs an encounter with a celebrity as big as you.
Hey, Mike, did you iron your shirt? Did you iron your shirt today?
No, here's the deal. I did drop 2 shirts off at the dry cleaners, and they said they'd be ready Wednesday at 3 o'clock. I got there at 3:45. They're like, can you give us till 5 o'clock? I'm like, well, I guess I have to since you don't have the shirts ready, but I'll just wear another raggedy one.
Are you prepared to see those Spencer Strider thighs up close and personal today at the ballpark?
I saw him yesterday, man. He definitely has the 80s Jack Morris mustache working. He does. And he does have tremendous thighs. He has Jack Leiter thighs.
What's your prediction for the dub tonight? Rangers going to get this big series win?
Very tough because this dude is phenomenal on the mound. If all these throwing great, it's one of those games where I expect it to be 2-1. And then at the end of the night, for some reason, it ends up being 8-6.
We'll look forward to it, buddy. Thanks for checking in with us, and best of luck out there finishing the drive. There he is, Mike Bassick from the KNC Masterpiece.
This traffic report on the fan is brought to you by BetQ.
Okay, other reasons Jim Nill is the man. Ottinger's contract, Jason Robertson's contract. Setting up Wyatt Johnston for success. You have Rope Hence's extension. Joe Pavelski's extension. This guy, Jim Nill, has been GMing his balls off. That's right, or his pucks off. Replacing Gurionov with Dodonov.
That's been huge.
I didn't see that move coming at all. Adding Max Domi. And then developing Thomas Harley.
Absolutely.
Number of great moves there as he's making all the right moves there, Jim Nill with your Dallas Stars. When we come back, it's time to hit the Expressway. We have 35 minutes of uninterrupted content that's coming at you next year on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing before we do anything else, though, because I know what it's like being in traffic and you're looking around.